Chapter 851, Deliberating a Plan. Chapter 851, Deliberating a Plan. Xiao Yan's words sort of startled Xiaoli and Su Qian, but their faces did not reveal any surprise. They had already guessed a little of the reason for Xiao Yan's trip. You are also interested in that thing? Su Qian mused for a moment. His finger was gently tapping on the table's surface as he slowly said, "This friend of mine needs that thing to save her life," Xiao Yan sighed. Su Qian and Xiaoli were startled when they heard this. They immediately glanced at the little fairy doctor by his side. They both frowned and said, "Can you tell us what is happening?" Xiao Yan hesitated a little. His eyes swept over to the little fairy doctor. Only after seeing the latter nod her head did he roughly mention the little fairy doctor's situation. He naturally did not hide the matter of the woeful poison body while he spoke. Woeful poison body, Audot. Xiaoli was still alright after hearing the name that had come from Xiao Yan's mouth. Su Qian, however, had gently inhaled a breath of cold air. His eyes were shocked as he looked at the little fairy doctor, who was biting her lower red lip with the back of her teeth. He had heard about this kind extremely rare and special condition. Naturally, he knew just how terrifying this thing was. The woeful poison body had appeared on the Dou Qi continent in the past. However, all of the people who possessed it brought forth quite a big disaster without exception. Thousands of kilometers of death without any humans or beasts surviving was like a nightmare that was spread through the records of many books. No wonder she was able to become an elite dozong at such an age. It was because of the woeful poison body. The shock in Su Qian's eyes slowly withdrew sometime later as he softly muttered to himself. From the very beginning, he had felt perplexed by the little fairy doctor's age. After all, it was the first time that he had met such a young dozong. If she had simply relied on her own talent, it would have been a little too frightening. Even Xiao Yan was far inferior. The woeful poison body grows increasingly closer to the time of its eruption following an increase in her strength. Currently, the little fairy doctor has less than 2 years' time. If we do not think of a way to control it, her poison body will erupt, replaying the events of another disastrous tragedy. Xiao Yan slowly explained. That bodhisattva body transformation saliva is able to help her? Xiaoli frowned and asked. Yes. As long as I obtain the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, I will be able to help her completely control the woeful poison body. Xiao Yan nodded heavily as he replied. Hearing this, Su Qian used a somewhat strange expression to look at Xiao Yan. He said, "The woeful poison body has appeared on Dou Qi continent before. However, all of them ended up erupting and dying. Not a single person has successfully controlled the woeful poison body. After all, the stronger one was, the greater the density of the poison within one's body. The eruption will be more terrifying. First Elder, please rest reassured. As long as I have gathered the ingredients, I have the confidence to do it." Xiao Yan smiled and continued, "However, the greatest problem currently is how to obtain the bodhisattva body transformation saliva. There are quite a number of people in this Black Emperor city who are after it." "What quite a number?" "As long as it is a person with some strength, he will be targeting it." Su Qian shook his head. He frowned before continuing, "However, it will not be an easy task to obtain the bodhisattva body transformation saliva from the hands of old Shan. That old fellow is an expert in the Black Corner region from the older generation. His strength is likely a little stronger than even mine. Moreover, that fellow is extremely vicious. Back when he shook the Black Corner region, there were an unknown number of factions who died by his hand. It is not going overboard to say that he is filled with bloody debts. Does First Elder know the exact strength of that old Shan? Does he have any factions behind him?" Xiao Yan voiced his thoughts. "This old fellow is eccentric, and doesn't like to be constrained. Hence, he will likely be alone. However, his current strength should have reached the level of a 4-star dozong." Su Qian slowly responded. "Is he alone?" Xiao Yan sighed in relief. Regardless of the situation, dealing with a single person was much more relaxing than dealing with an entire faction. If the old me were to join hands with the little fairy doctor, we should be able to defeat old Shan. However, things are not so simple. Even if we snatch the bodhisattva body transformation saliva from his hands first, how will we face those many people with malicious intent following him? Su Qian spoke with a deep voice. This is especially the case for that demon flame valley. They have dispatched quite a number of experts this time around. That Fang Yan is an expert with half a foot into the dozong class, and he is extremely strong. Adding those Dou Huan elders who cooperate well, they should be enough to momentarily delay a dozong. Perhaps you have also sensed it, but there is also a mysterious grey-robed person of unknown origin in the Demon Flame Valleys group. That person is definitely an elite dozong. Xiao Yan's eyes also sank when he heard Su Qian mention that mysterious grey-robed person. The person whom he was most afraid of was this mysterious grey-robed person. Is this person the valley chief of the Demon Flame Valley? Xiao Yan frowned and asked. No. The valley chief of the Demon Flame Valley is currently in a retreat. Moreover, that old fellow's aura is completely different from this grey-robed person. Therefore, they cannot be the same person. Su Qian shook his head and rejected Xiao Yan's guess. Where did the Demon Flame Valley find such an expert to help them? An elite Dou zone. Regardless of how low a profile he keeps, rumors would definitely spread in the Black Corner region, but... Xiao Yan spoke in a soft, doubtful manner. Su Qian and Xiao Li shook their heads. The latter frowned and said, this grey-robed person never revealed himself when we fought with the Demon Flame Valley in the past. It is likely that he only started cooperating with the Demon Flame Valley recently. Xiao Yan vaguely nodded. He immediately clenched his fist and softly said, no matter where this fellow came from, we must obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva this time around. Otherwise, once that old Shan brings that thing into the deep mountains and ancient forests, we will lose his trace. At that time, where would we go and find another Bodhisattva body transformation saliva? If you really want to target the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, the old me suggests that you don't be the first to act. Currently, this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva is a scalding item. Anyone who obtains it will invite a countless number of greedy eyes. Su Qian slowly said. The sparrow is behind the mantis hunting the cicada. Behind the sparrow is a hunter. In this kind of chaotic snatching, the person who strikes the earliest will be at the greatest disadvantage. First Elder is trying to say wait to be the last person to strike? Xiao Yan hesitated and asked. Even if we aren't the last, we cannot be the first. Observe the situation and act when the opportunity comes. Su Qian's eyes narrowed as he faintly laughed. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment when he heard this. He nodded and said, in that case, we will do as First Elder has said. Relax, there are spies from Xiao Gate where old Shan resides. Should any changes occur in the city, we will obtain news almost immediately. Xiao Li laughed, all of you should rest here during these 2 days. There will be someone who will inform you should there be an update to the situation. Xiao Yan nodded his head. They were naturally able to save quite a lot of trouble with the help of the people from Xiao Gate. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat more relaxing after they had finished discussing the most important matter. Xiao Li asked a female servant to serve tea, and suddenly changed the topic of conversation. That's right, what has happened in the Jiama Empire? The last message I received was a letter from Big Brother requesting help. It said that 3 large empires and 3 large sects had joined hands to attack the Yan Alliance? Back then, I was unable to divert any manpower due to us just having a big fight with the Demon Flame Valley. When the situation for us had become a little better, the Empire had dispatched news that everything was fine. Xiao Yan's face was somewhat stiff when he heard Xiao Li's sudden question. The delicate hands of the little fairy doctor by the side also vaguely trembled while she held her teacup. She sipped some tea, lowered her eyes, and revealed an unnatural expression. Cuckoo, everything's fine. Xiao Yan placed his teacup down and viciously stared at Ziyan, who was curling her small mouth. After which, he laughed and randomly emitted a response. He hurriedly said, second brother, you should help us arrange a place to stay. We have not rested properly during these few days. In that case, all of you should go and have a good night's rest. I will send someone to inform you if we receive any news tomorrow. Xiao Li relaxed after hearing that everything was fine. He smiled and nodded before waving over a female servant to lead Xiao Yan's group to the rooms in the backyard. Xiao Yan glanced at the expression of the little fairy doctor beside him as he walked down the quiet corridor of the compound. He softly said, relax, it's fine. You cannot be blamed for this matter. The little fairy doctor faintly nodded. She immediately let out a bitter laugh. If she had known earlier that Xiao Yan was the chief of the Yan Alliance, there would not have been that 1-year-long war. Now that the matter had already occurred, she could only be glad that she did not cause any of Xiao Yan's relatives to die in that war. Otherwise, she really would not have the face to stand beside Xiao Yan, nor watch him help her spend the time and effort to control her poison body. Alright, you should go and rest first. We can talk tomorrow. Xiao Yan smiled. He gave the little fairy doctor a suggestion when he saw that the female servant had stopped outside of a room. Yes, you should also rest early. The little fairy doctor nodded her head after seeing that it was already quite late. She spoke gentle to Xiao Yan before shifting her feet to softly walk into the room. Xiao Yan sent the little fairy doctor into the room with his eyes before sighing. He immediately passed through a corridor and quickly walked into his own room. The night sky was like a black curtain that covered the Black Emperor city. The faint, cool light of the moon passed through a layer of cloud and scattered down. Finally, it landed in a room where a black-robed young man was training with his eyes shut. Substance-like energy lingered around Xiao Yan's nose before being absorbed into his body. After some refinement, it turned into threads of pure Dou Qi that entered his body. Xiao Yan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. He sensed the soundless joy that was emitted from his cells after being filled with strength. He smiled and waved his hand. A large black-colored object immediately appeared in this somewhat big room. The black-colored item was quite big. It occupied over half of his room when it appeared. Gem-like bone wings reflected a faint light as warm lamplight radiated on it, giving it an exceptionally strange appearance. This thing was naturally the magical beast corpse that Xiao Yan had paid a great price to obtain from the Black Emperor sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 852, Splitting a Corpse. Chapter 852, Splitting a Corpse. Xiao Yan smiled as he quickly looked over the magical beast corpse that had appeared in the room. His body moved and he leaped down from the bed. After which, he slowly walked to the side of the corpse. His eyes slowly took in the sight before him. Due to this magical beast corpse having been dead for a long time, the flesh on its entire body had dried and shrunk together. Therefore, Xiao Yan was unable to identify just what magical beast it was from its outer appearance. However, Xiao Yan did not have much interest in the body of this magical beast. His only interest were the jade-like bone wings of this magical beast, since they could help him refine a pair of high-quality Skybird 9 flying wings. Xiao Yan shifted his feet and stopped when he was next to the jade-like bone wings, which were 20 to 30 feet wide. His hand gently rubbed the bone wings. An frigid feeling could be felt from his hand. However, this icy cool feeling contained a faint warmth. It was difficult to imagine that this dried corpse, that had been dead for an unknown number of years, would still be able to emit heat. These jade-like bone wings were somewhat transparent. Hence, Xiao Yan was able to see an unusual energy with his naked eye. It seemed to be flowing within the bone wings. Clang! Clang! Xiao Yan's finger gently knocked on the jade-like bone wings. The toughness that was transmitted to his hand caused Xiao Yan to nod his head in satisfaction. His eyes immediately narrowed as his spiritual strength followed his finger and quietly entered those wings. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength carefully traveled through his bones. However, before he could let it loose, the bone wings suddenly emitted a bright jade-like glow. Xiao Yan's spirit immediately appeared to have entered a tornado. A wild and violent suctioning strength brutally tore his spiritual strength into nothing. Xiao Yan's narrowed eyes were suddenly opened. His hand withdrew as though it had been shocked by electricity. His eyes revealed a thread of lingering fear as they studied the jade-like bone wings. Some shock surged into his heart. He did not expect the bone wings to hide such a wild and violent wind affinity energy. Moreover, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to be most surprised was that the wind energy still emitted a minuscule feeling of heat. These two kinds' different affinities were perfectly preserved in these wings. Such a situation was really mysterious. It is indeed worthy of being an ultimate fierce beast about to break through to the 8th rank. Despite having been dead for many years, its wings are still able to preserve such a wild and violent energy. If these are used to refine the Skybird 9 flying wings, the product might be greater than originally expected. Xiao Yan licked his lips. Some fiery heat gradually surfaced in his dark black eyes. This time around, he might really have gained a treasure. It was worthwhile to spend a couple of medicinal pills even if the interior of this magical beast corpse was only a pile of rotten flesh. Just these bone wings would be able to match the value of those medicinal pills. Xiao Yan gently rubbed his hands. His eyes once again glanced at this large magical beast corpse. His hand shook and a sharp longsword appeared. A layer of a jade-green fire quietly seeped out. It lingered around the blade. The hot temperature caused the steel longsword to emit a tiny bit of white smoke. Xie! Xiao Yan positioned the longsword before he violently pierced it into the spot where the jade-like bone wings connected to the corpse. The expected resistance did not appear. The skin on the surface of the dried magical beast was like being cured as the longsword penetrated it. Xiao Yan sighed in disappointment when he felt this. It seemed that the skin of this magical beast lost its toughness from the rot over the years. His intentions of using it to create a hide armor could only be dismissed. Xiao Yan tightly gripped the sword hilt in his hand as he swung the longsword to slowly cut off the skin at the bottom of the bone wings. Once the skin on the surface was cut off, an unusually white flesh was revealed under it. However, not the slightest amount of blood seeped out. Although Xiao Yan felt somewhat surprised that this magical beast meat was maintained for many years without rotting, he could only shake his head in disappointment after studying it in detail. There was not the slightest amount of energy mixed in this flesh. It was likely that the only reason it was able to survive for so long was because it was covered by skin. Xiao Yan's blade carefully created 2 large holes in this dried magical beast's corpse. After which, he took out the jade-like bone wings and carefully placed them on the ground. The jade-like bone wings that had left the body of the magical beast did not show any signs of dimming. This caused Xiao Yan to sigh in relief. He was somewhat worried that this thing would transform into a pile of useless things the moment they left the body. Looking at them now, his worry was unnecessary. Xiao Yan extended his head into one of the 2 large holes after removing the bone wings. A sour stench that caused one to feel giddy vented from it, choking him until he hurriedly stopped breathing. Xiao Yan shrank back. He hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and saying, "I don't believe that such a large body does not hold anything." The sword blade was swung after his voice sounded. It cut with a couple of light arcs, and swiftly left behind over a dozen deep sword scars. Thin wire-like sword scars slowly curled before swiftly expanding. A couple of blinks later, they split apart like a slit. The magical beast corpse appeared to have been split into multiple pieces as it collapsed. Dense, white flesh was revealed. This large fellow was disemboweled by Xiao Yan. A thick, sour stench seeped out after this dried magical beast corpse was opened by Xiao Yan. Finally, it curled up and emitted a chi-chi sound when it met the ceiling. The ceiling was immediately corroded in front of Xiao Yan's stunned eyes. An enormous hole was formed. If one stood beneath it, one would be able to see the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue, and marveled the sight after the sour stench completely scattered. He carefully stood beside that magical beast corpse that was cut open. His gaze swept over it before disappointment appeared in his eyes. One could see that the interior of this magical beast corpse was only filled with dense, white flesh. Not even a small piece of bone remained, much less any internal organs. Don't tell me that they were corroded by that acidic gas? But why is it that this flesh has not corroded? Xiao Yan knit his brows and doubtfully muttered. However, he still had no answer a moment later. Damn it, even if the acidic gas is able to corrode its bones and organs, what about the monster core? That is the spot where a magical beast's energy agglomerates. It's impossible that it was also corroded by the acidic gas, right? Xiao Yan frowned. His hand continued to grip the longsword as he randomly cut the dense, white flesh over 10 times. This was especially the case at the magical beast's head. However, only a shockingly white color remained where the flesh parted. The head was completely empty without the slightest trace of blood or organs, much less a monster core. Does this large fellow only have these bone wings? Xiao Yan once again cut some pieces of meat. However, it was futile. He could only helplessly abandon the longsword and softly curse. Ugh, forget it. With these bone wings, I can be considered to have recouped what I spent. If it doesn't have anything else, then so be it. Xiao Yan was depressed for a moment before he shook his head. Just as he was planning to store the corpse of this magical beast he had dissected, a tender, clear voice suddenly sounded in the room. You are actually committing such a disgusting act at night. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this familiar voice. He immediately raised his head and saw that Ziyan was shaking her 2 small snow-white legs on the roof where the acidic gas had corroded it away. She was curling her mouth and staring at him. Why aren't you asleep so late at night? What are you doing running to the roof of my room? Xiao Yan sat down in a chair and laughed as he rolled his eyes at Ziyan. Originally, I intended to sleep but ended up sniffing a scent that caused me to feel extremely uncomfortable. After which, I woke up and searched for the source of the scent. Ziyan gently leaped into the room. She used her leg to kick at the mysterious magical beast corpse that had been disemboweled. She said, so it originated from this thing, thought. Xiao Yan lazily leaned against the backrest of this chair. He laughed, if you are interested, you can just take it away. I don't know if the meat that has been inside it for an unknown number of years can still be eaten. Ziyan, whose back was facing Xiao Yan, ignored his teasing. A pair of gem-like eyes slowly swept over the magical beast as a faint purple light slowly hovered over her. As the purple light hovered, Ziyan suddenly picked up the longsword on the ground before cutting 10 white nails off the claws of the magical beast in front of Xiao Yan's stunned gaze. She carefully placed them on a table. What are you doing? You won't really want these things, will you? Xiao Yan helplessly complained after feeling stunned at what she did. He casually pulled over a half-a-finger-long nail and gently pressed it. The latter caved like soft mud. It had already lost all of its hardness. Ziyan was somewhat excited in the face of Xiao Yan's lack of interest. She urged, you should help by taking out your heavenly flame to burn these things. Xiao Yan was immediately startled when he heard this. He was just about to inquire a little more when he saw Zi Yan's extremely anxious manner. Without saying anything unnecessary, he flicked his finger and a wisp of a jade-green flame surfaced on his finger. After which, it wrapped around the pale white nail of the claw. A scene that caused Xiao Yan to be shocked slowly appeared as the heavenly flame danced. One could see the soft pale white mud-like nail did not instantly turn into ashes under the grilling of the glazed lotus heart flame. Instead, it gradually shrank at an extremely slow pace. Following the shrinking of its size, the pale white color gradually disappeared. A green-red color replaced it. The sharp edges of the nail revealed a cold glint amid the heavenly flame that caused even Xiao Yan to feel a chill. The burning continued for around 10 minutes or so before the pale white nail transformed into a sharp knuckle-sized green-red thorn. The green and red mixed together appeared like the merger of wind and flame as it emitted a whizzing heat. Even Xiao Yan was stunned when he saw this mysterious scene. Who would have thought that this thing would have turned into this after being cooked by the heavenly flame? Could this be the essence that was hidden under the body? In other words, was this mysterious magical beast corpse was not as useless as he had imagined? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 853, Green-Red Blood. Chapter 853, Green-Red Blood. You know what's valuable in this dried corpse, right? The heat in Xiao Yan's eyes was slowly withdrawn as he suddenly stared at Zi Yan beside the table. He spoke in a somewhat fervent manner. If not because of this girl's prodding, it was likely that he would never have found out that this claw would reveal such a mysterious scene after being grilled by the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan glanced at this green-red spike that was exceptionally sharp despite its small size. He grabbed it and gently pulled it across the surface of the table. Immediately, the hard table that was made from solid wood broke apart like bean curd. The point where it broke apart was as smooth as a mirror. What a sharp bone spike! The sharpness of this thing caused Xiao Yan to gently inhale a breath of cool air. Almost instantly, the gaze he used to look at Zi Yan became an ardent one. Since this girl knew the method to resolve the secret of this claw, it was likely that she was also aware of other things, right? Zi Yan merely lifted her exquisite chin in a proud manner in the face of Xiao Yan's gaze. She said, "You should help this young miss refine these 10 pieces and help me use them to create a knuckle glove. This will be my weapon in the future." Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He immediately lowered his head to study this sharp bone spike in his hand. The moment he thought of being struck by this small thing, he involuntarily began to shiver. If this thing cooperated with Zi Yan's frightening strength in delivering a punch, it was likely that even an expert Dou Huan would suffer a serious blow even if he did not die. In his anxiety to know about the secrets of this mysterious magical beast, Xiao Yan could not be bothered to find fault with this little fellow who got carried away. He carefully placed the bone spike in his hand down before picking up the remaining 9 pale white nails. A jade-green flame curled and rose as these nails were thrown in with a random toss. The 9 pale white nails once again revealed a similar change following the heat from the glazed lotus heart flame. The pale white color slowly disappeared as an unusual green-red color replaced it. They also shrank in size. The grilling continued for around half an hour or so before the jade-green flame suspended in front of him slowly disappeared. The 9 green-red bone spikes within it also fell. Immediately, Xiao Yan waved his hand, and they were wrapped by a gentle wind as they landed gently on the remaining half of the table. The surprise expression in Xiao Yan's eyes became much paler after these 10 bone spikes were grilled. He exhaled and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Zi Yan by his side happily grabbed the 10 green-red bone spikes. After which, she carefully put them into her pouch before smiling at Xiao Yan. "How did you know that the claws would turn into this manner after being roasted by the heavenly flame?" Xiao Yan glanced at Zi Yan. He asked a question somewhat uncertainly. Thinking back to Zi Yan's manner earlier, it was clear that she had already known that these things were useful to her. Otherwise, she would not have specifically dug out what seemed to be useless pale white bone-like nails. "I am also not certain. In any case, I just had the feeling that those things would be useful to me, so I extracted them." Zi Yan knit her delicate eyebrows, and replied with an uncertain tone in the face of Xiao Yan's question. Xiao Yan was startled upon hearing this. His frown quickly deepened. Turning his head slightly, he shifted his gaze to the mysterious magical beast corpse that had been disemboweled. He muttered, "Don't tell me that you are really related to this thing?" "Unfortunately, this thing has already been dead for far too long. One can no longer make out its shape. Otherwise, we might be able to guess something based on its appearance. In any case, it won't be of the same species as me. Moreover, I feel a great discomfort for it. I even felt extremely cheerful when I saw it had been split apart by you." Zi Yan curled her lips as she replied. "Cheerful? Don't tell me that this magical beast's original form is an enemy of your species? Xiao Yan was stunned as he inquired. I have no idea. I am not even aware of what kind of magical beast I am. Who cares what it is? Ziyan knit her brows and replied. Forget it, let's not bother about what it actually is. Girl, next, you should be telling me how to deal with this dried corpse, right? Xiao Yan changed the topic and smiled. He spoke after seeing that Ziyan was unwilling to talk about it. Burn it. Burn the ugly flesh. There will naturally be something that you want. Ziyan waved her hand, and responded in a simple manner. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He immediately ceased speaking any nonsense as he curled his hand. A suction force surged out and pulled a large piece of dense white flesh in front of him. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a jade-green flame. It spurted out of his mouth and wrapped around that cluster of flesh. Waves of frighteningly high temperatures spread out after coming into contact with the flesh. Finally, all of them entered that piece of flesh. The dense, white meat repeatedly emitted a chi-chi sound as the high temperature pervaded it. Its size also repeatedly shrank under the flame. This burning continued for around 5 minutes or so before the table-sized flesh turned to the size of a head. Its white color had also disappeared. A green-red gradually surged onto it. This kind of green-red color became increasingly denser as the flame burned with greater intensity. In the end, it completely agglomerated together. This agglomeration transformed into a drop of green-red blood in front of Xiao Yan's joyous eyes. It seeped out of the flesh, passing through the flame to drip down. Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp and his hands were nimble as he swiftly took out a high-grade jade bottle from his storage ring. After which, he captured the drop of green-red blood in it. Xiao Yan sighed in relief only after obtaining that drop of blood. He raised his head and glanced at the burning jade-green flame. After this drop of green-red blood fell, the flesh disappeared into nothing within the flame. Not even a piece of ash remained behind. With a gentle flick of Xiao Yan's finger, the jade-green flame in front of him slowly disappeared. He lowered his head to glance at the jade bottle in his hand. His nose gently sniffed at the mouth of the bottle. A rich, wild and violent energy, that caused him feel shocked, followed his nostrils and entered his body. The shocked Xiao Yan hurriedly used his Dou Qi to suppress it. He continued to be busy for a while before he resolved that wild, violent energy with a heavenly flame. After that wild and violent seed in the pure energy was dispersed by the refining power of the heavenly flame, that exquisitely powerful energy began to circulate. It quietly spread into Xiao Yan's limbs and bones. The scattering of this energy caused Xiao Yan's heart to be startled. He suddenly realized that the physical strength that was contained within the muscles in his skin seemed to have quietly increased a little. Although this increase was extremely minute, it was still clearly sensed by Xiao Yan. This blood actually possesses the special effect of strengthening one's physical strength? Xiao Yan recovered, and threw his gaze at the jade bottle in his hand. A heat gradually surged into his eyes. Normally, a person's physical strength could only rely on one's talent and effort. It was unexpected that this mysterious green-red blood would possess such a mysterious effect. Xiao Yan inhaled a breath of cool air. His heart once again felt shocked by the mysterious magical beast corpse. He immediately laughed as he suddenly sucked with his hand. A large piece of meat was pulled over and the glazed lotus heart flame was summoned once again. After personally sensing this mysterious green-red blood's beauty, Xiao Yan would naturally not think that this corpse was just a pile of completely useless rotten flesh. Over the next hour, he spent a great effort to burn that pile of pale white flesh with the glazed lotus core flame. Xiao Yan had obtained more green-red blood through this burning. However, the only thing that caused him to feel slightly dissatisfied was that he had only managed to refine a mere 5 drops of green-red blood even after burning half a room of flesh. Xiao Yan studied the jade bottle with the 5 drops of green-red blood. They did not merge together despite being stored in the same place. He could only helplessly shake his head. With a wave of his hand, he made the glazed lotus heart flame in front of him disappear. He parted his mouth and smiled when he put the jade bottle into his storage ring. It was unexpected that this magical beast corpse, which the Black Emperor sect saw as worthless, would actually end up being turned into such a thing in his hands. From the way Xiao Yan saw it, the value of these 5 green-red drops of blood were definitely not worth any less than the jade-like bone wings. From a certain perspective, they might even be greater than the latter. This liquid blood contained an extremely wild and violent energy. From the way the interior of Xiao Yan's body churned after he had inhaled a single breath earlier, one could not carelessly consume this thing. Otherwise, it would definitely cause one to end up with the miserable end of having one's body burst apart. However, this was not considered a difficult point of view from Xiao Yan's perspective. He was an alchemist and had experienced such wild and violent seeds in pure energy before. As long as he was given sufficient time, he would definitely be able to absorb all of the drops of blood. At that time, how high would the physical strength of his body soar? Therefore, Xiao Yan did not waste the 5 medicinal pills this time around. If that old fellow Mo Tianxing knew that Xiao Yan had gained such a great benefit from this dried corpse, it was likely that he would be so furious that he would end up vomiting blood on the spot. This thing was something that their Black Emperor sect had studied a countless number of times. However, they did not find anything unusual other than its jade-like bone wings were extraordinary. Yet, it was these things, that they thought had no value, that allowed Xiao Yan to gain a great bargain without reason. Xiao Yan slowly recovered from his excitement. His gaze once again swept over the remaining shriveled head and the enormous skin. He involuntarily licked his lips. Until this moment, the most precious thing, the monster core, had yet to appear. Normally speaking, a monster core that had agglomerated all of a magical beast's energy would not simply just disappear out of the blue. In other words, either the shriveled head or the skin that remained should hide the important monster core. Xiao Yan involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He thought about how the monster core of a fierce beast, that had been about to break through to the 8th rank, was about to land in his hand. His entire body felt hot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 854, Rank 7 Monster Core. Chapter 854, Rank 7 Monster Core. Xiao Yan's eyes were heated as he looked over the enormous magical beast's rotten skin and its shriveled head. Although this thing seemed no different than a pile of garbage, Xiao Yan already knew from his refinements earlier that this mysterious magical beast corpse was different than an ordinary magical beast. All of its treasures were hidden in places where an ordinary person would have difficulty finding unless they used an unusual method. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves and a soft wind blew the magical beast's skin until it floated in the air. He flicked his finger and a jade-green flame spluttered from his fingertip. Finally, it turned into a fierce flame that burned beneath the floating skin. The enormous skin began to slowly shrink under the grilling of the jade-green flame. However, the expected monster core did not appear. Xiao Yan slowly frowned when he saw this. After being scorched by the heavenly flame, this magical beast's skin began to reveal something a little different. Despite the latter's weakened form, it was actually able to endure this long above the heavenly flame without turning into ashes. The only transformation was that it was like the curling of a snake's skin. With the flow of time, the originally large magical beast's skin had already shrunk like a rolling picture. However, the monster core Xiao Yan anticipated did not show any signs of appearing. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally understood that this method of his seemed to be a little wrong. He wondered what he was doing wrong. In the end, he could only turn his head to throw his gaze at Ziyan. He only saw that the latter was gloatingly staring at his perspiration-filled body. "Little girl, if you continue to watch the show, return to me those 10 bone spikes." Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and viciously spoke. Ziyan curled her small mouth in the face of Xiao Yan's threat. She lazily said, "Stupid, the energy of the monster core is indeed hidden in the magical beast's skin. However, if you brutally use a heavenly flame to grill it, all you will do is cause the energy within to gradually evaporate. In the end, this thing really will become something useless." Xiao Yan's hand immediately shook when he heard this. The jade-green flame that spread out instantly disappeared. He furiously cried, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You simply acted without asking me, yet you dare be angry with me now." Ziyan spread her small hands and replied with the great grievances she felt. Xiao Yan was infuriated by this girl until he rolled his eyes. A moment later, he could only inhale a breath of air and say with bitter smile, "Little grandaunt, please stop playing with me. Hurry up and tell me what to do, Ziyan pushed her small lips out and snorted with great unwillingness, "Use a drop of that green-red blood on the dry skin. After that, use the heavenly flame to grill it. That way, the monster core can be forced out." "Are you certain?" Xiao Yan began to hesitate a little. He cautiously questioned her when he heard that he needed to use the rare green-red blood. "You can forget it if you don't believe me." Ziyan was extremely unhappy about Xiao Yan's doubt. She smacked her lips and said, "You can grill it by yourself. I will watch where you go to cry after destroying all of the energy hidden in it." Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and immediately said, "Forget it. I will trust you this once." Xiao Yan's hand flipped after his voice sounded. The jade bottle from earlier appeared in his hand. He curled his finger and a drop of the green-red blood flew out. Finally, it floated in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt some pain while he stared at this drop of green-red blood that contained a shocking wild and violent energy. He had only ended up obtaining 5 drops after refining all of the magical beast's flesh. In the end, he would have to use 1 drop of it at this moment. If not for that monster core, he would not spend such a luxury even if he was beaten to death. Xiao Yan endured the pain and flicked his finger. The green-red blood flew out before landing on the magical beast's skin that was curling together. The green-red blood had just landed on the dry skin when it swiftly entered it. The dry skin, that contained a grayish-white color, appeared to have suffered an intense stimulation as it began to wiggle like a snake. A green-red color swiftly spread from the spot where the blood had landed. This green-red color spread at an extremely fast rate. Within a couple of blinks, the dry skin was completely transformed. The grayish-white color had been replaced by an unusual green-red color. It was completely different from its earlier self. Moreover, the completely silent dry skin emitted a shocking energy ripple while the green-red color spread. Joy surfaced in Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw this transformation. This method had indeed been effective. Why aren't you using the heavenly flame to refine it? Do you want to wait for the energy to scatter? Zi Yan coldly snorted. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. The flame immediately moved with his thoughts, and a jade-green flame was once again strutted out. It immediately wrapped around the dry skin that had changed color. Following the burning this time around, a situation that was similar to the scene earlier ceased to appear. Instead, the green-red magical beast skin began to slowly emit threads of green-red fog as it melted under the high temperature of the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan sensed a frightening energy ripple through this fog. Joy flashed through Xiao Yan's eyes when he observed the scene. He quickly increased the temperature of the heavenly flame. The green-red fog that seeped out of the magical beast's skin began to become denser following the intense burning of the jade-green flame. In the end, it almost permeated the air in the room. The majestic energy ripples began to grow more intense following the increase in the density of the green-red fog. In the end, the green-red fog lingered in the room like clouds. It emitted a frightening energy pressure that caused Xiao Yan's and Zi Yan's expressions to change. What a frightening energy pressure! Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he looked at the green-red clouds in the air. He pulled Zi Yan behind him and a thought passed through his mind. The glazed lotus heart flame that was wrapped around the magical beast skin became increasingly more hot and wild. More and more of the green-red energy fog seeped from the magical beast's skin as the glazed lotus heart flame blazed. The energy fog gathered without scattering. It lingered in the air above the room. And kind of unusually low, deep roar faintly sounded from within it. The blood in Xiao Yan's body involuntarily began to show signs of boiling when the roar sounded. It shocked him to the point where he hurriedly circulated his Dou Qi to suppress this agitation. An energy movement was suddenly transmitted from behind Xiao Yan after he had just suppressed the agitation within his body. He suddenly turned around only to see that Zi Yan's body had gained a layer of purple light. Under this layer of strange purple light, even Xiao Yan could sense the hint of a dangerous aura. Moreover, her pain gem-like pupils also hid a purple glint. Her gaze carried the threads of her wild nature as she stared intently at the cluster of green-red clouds in the air. It seemed as though she was facing some great enemy in the cloud. Zi Yan! Xiao Yan hurriedly cried out when he saw this unusual situation. The cry that contained Dou Qi blasted Zi Yan's ears, shaking her until she awoke. With the recovery of Zi Yan's consciousness, the purple glow that lingered around her body slowly disappeared. She glanced at Xiao Yan with eyes that were at a loss before muttering, "What is it?" Xiao Yan's expression gradually turned solemn when he saw her lost manner. In his heart, he clearly knew that this mysterious magical beast's corpse was definitely not an ordinary thing. Moreover, it might have some relation with Zi Yan's actual form. Just what kind of magical beast is this thing? Despite having been dead for so many years, such a frightening energy and pressure still remains. Xiao Yan knit his brows together as these thoughts flashed across his heart. Chi. A slight chi-chi noise suddenly sounded in the room while this thought flashed in Xiao Yan's mind. His eyes moved to the sound. He looked over only to see that the magical beast's dry skin, being burned by the heavenly flame, had completely turned to ashes. They scattered through the air, forming a thin layer of gray ash that covered the ground. Following the disappearance of the magical beast's skin, the last thread of the green-red fog slowly drifted into that thick green-red cloud. This thread of green-red fog had just entered the green-red cloud when the latter began to ripple. One could see a small vortex appearing in the middle of the cloud. That cloud also followed its rotation as it slowly began to spin. Threads of majestic, wild, violent energy began to enter the vortex in the middle as the cloud rotated. Following the energy's entrance, the size of the green-red cloud began to slowly shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Yan did not feel too much joy as observed this change. Instead, his expression was solemn as he pulled Zi Yan 2 steps back. The Dou Qi within his body began to swiftly circulate, ready to deal with any sudden scenario. However, the troublesome matter that Xiao Yan had expected did not appear. The vortex's rotation speed began to quicken. The final thread of the green-red cloud was absorbed into that vortex. The vortex suddenly paused after the final layer of the green-red cloud disappeared. Immediately, glaring green-red glow erupted from within it. Xiao Yan waved his sleeve when he saw this sudden change. A layer of jade-green flame appeared in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and watched the spot where the intense light was emitted. The eruption of the intense light merely lasted for an instant before it slowly disappeared. Xiao Yan's eyes were gradually opened following the scattering of the last thread of light, only for his gaze to suddenly stiffen. A green-red somewhat uneven-shaped crystal body was suspended into the air without any support in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. A faint green-red glow was emitted as it slowly rotated. Just this mere light energy that had overflowed from it caused the surrounding space to show some signs of distortion. Xiao Yan stared at this crystal body that clearly contained an extremely frightening energy. He inhaled a deep breath of air and a shocking heat erupted from his eyes. Is this its monster core? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 855, Heartflame Seed. Chapter 855, Heartflame Seed. Xiao Yan gently inhaled a breath of air as he studied the green-red crystal body that was suspended in the air. It was a long while later before he suppressed the excitement in his heart. His hand slightly curled and a gentle suction force erupted from it. The monster core that faintly emitted a frightening energy fluctuation did not resist this gentle force. Instead, it smoothly rushed down from above before remaining suspended at a spot that was 2 inches from Xiao Yan's hand. The slightly flickering green-red fire illuminated Xiao Yan's face, reflecting an unusually evil luster. Ziyan suddenly pulled at Xiao Yan's sleeve just as he became absent-minded because of this monster core, abruptly waking him up from his absent-minded state. Xiao Yan, who had recovered, instantly shifted his eyes away from this green-red monster core. He immediately exhaled a deep breath. Shock flashed across his eyes. This damn thing was filled with a kind of bewitchment both inside and out. He did not know just what kind of frightening unique beast it was before it died. With a flick of Xiao Yan's hand, an emerald-colored jade box appeared in his hand. He felt extremely afraid of this monster core. Hence, Xiao Yan did not dare to carelessly touch it in a random manner. He used a gentle force to wrap around the monster core to carefully pull it into the jade box. Click! The jade box was gently closed, isolating the monster core that emitted an unusual bewitchment. Only then did Xiao Yan relax his heart. His hand moved and the jade box was carefully placed into his storage ring. This damn thing. Xiao Yan finished putting the jade box into his storage ring. He wiped off the cold perspiration on his forehead. He suddenly discovered that his back was drenched from perspiration. He involuntarily cursed while feeling some lingering fear. Just this corpse, that had been dead for an unknown number of years, had turned him into such a miserable and uneasy state. Such a supernatural thing was a first encounter for Xiao Yan in many years. On top of feeling a lingering fear, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little lucky and joyful. Regardless of how great a danger he had experienced tonight, this reward was at the very least able to make up for all the fear. It is but just a corpse, yet it has actually frightened you to such an extent. How shameful. Ziyan by his side covered her mouth and laughed when she saw Xiao Yan's expression. Xiao Yan snappily glanced at this little girl. However, when he recalled that the large corpse of this magical beast would have just been trash without her help tonight, he did not argue with her. His hand used a great force to rub Ziyan's head as he said, "All right, the matter is already over. You should also go back and rest. Remember, do not mention what happened tonight to anyone else." Although Xiao Yan was uncertain about the origin of this damn magical beast, it was clear from the many near misses tonight that it was not an ordinary being. It was likely that this matter would attract quite a lot of trouble should it be spread around. Ziyan clearly understood this point, therefore, she did not argue with Xiao Yan. In any case, the 10 extremely sharp and hard bone spikes had already satisfied her. She immediately nodded and turned around. Her purple ponytail swung past Xiao Yan as she swaggered out of the door. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after sending off this little grandaunt. He waved his sleeves and a gentle wind tightly shut the door. After which, he stretched his lazy waist. After all the activity late in the night, he felt quite exhausted. His body immediately moved and flashed onto the bed. The firelight in the room slowly dimmed with a flick of his finger. TL, the term grandaunt is used to describe a female who is very difficult to serve. A night of danger passed in this peaceful manner. Although the process was risky, Xiao Yan was able to obtain an extremely rich reward. Creak. The tightly shut door was slowly pulled open the morning of the next day. Xiao Yan slowly walked out. His narrowed eyes glanced at the sun in the sky that was emitting warm sunlight, causing him to involuntarily smile. He walked to the spacious yard, and the Dou Qi within his body moved with just a thought, circulating through his limbs and bones. Ha! A low cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth as he sensed the feeling of the interior of his body being filled with strength. His body moved in a fist technique that stirred violent wind was displayed in an extremely natural manner without the slightest pause in between. Although this fist technique could not be considered a profound Dou skill, it still possessed a lot of momentum under the support of Xiao Yan's powerful Dou Qi. When the wind from his fist flew by, the withered leaves on the ground shook until they scattered in all directions. His fist technique flowed as smoothly as flowing water. A moment later, Xiao Yan withdrew his fist and stood tall. He did not know if it was because he had absorbed a little of the wild and violent energy from the green-red blood yesterday, but he had the feeling that the force he threw out with his fist was strengthened compared to the past. Asterisk clap. A clapping sound suddenly sounded after Xiao Yan had withdrew his fist. Immediately, a laugh followed. What powerful Dou Qi! Despite being this far away, the Dou Qi in my body was shaken by it until it became agitated. An expert Dou Huang really lives up to his reputation. Xiao Yan's gaze searched for the source of the clapping sound. He looked over after finding it only to see that Xiaoli was unknowingly standing by the entrance to the yard with a smile. He was looking at Xiao Yan while he clapped. Second brother. Xiao Yan smiled and called Xiaoli. Feeling how powerful your Dou Qi is, I think that your strength is not merely at the initial stage of the Dou Huang class, right? Xiaoli smiled as he walked closer and asked with some uncertainty. He had also met some experts at the initial stage of the Dou Huang class. However, the other party's Dou Qi would not cause the Dou Qi to be stimulated in this manner. I should be considered a 4-star Dou Huang. Xiao Yan carelessly smiled as he replied. He did not have anything to hide in the face of Xiaoli. Of course, he might be a 4-star Dou Huang on the surface, but his true combat strength was comparable to someone at the peak of the Dou Huang class. If he were to display some of his trump cards, he would even have the ability to fight an elite Dou zone. The only disadvantage was that each time he met an elite Dou zone, he would need to stake this life of his. Even though Xiaoli was prepared, his face still involuntarily displayed a dumbfounded look when he heard Xiao Yan's reply. He bitterly smiled, shook his head and sighed. Your training speed can really embarrass others to death. Second brother is currently at the peak of the Dou Huang class, no? Your training speed is also quite quick. As long as you are able to break through to a Dou Huang in the remaining time, the life-devouring pill could be considered to have been overcome. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over Xiaoli. With his current eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that the latter was already at the peak of the Dou Huang class. There was only a line's gap to the Dou Huang class. Yes, but it is all thanks to the blazing Sky Qi refining tower within the inner academy. I frequently head to the bottom level to train during these 2 years. There my training speed is much faster when compared with it outside. Unfortunately, the heart flame was exhausted, Xiaoli helplessly explained. Xiao Yan felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. It seemed that this time around, he would need to think of an everlasting method. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to return to the inner academy to replenish the heart flame every 1 to 2 years. After all, who could anticipate whether he would require another couple of years in his next retreat? It was not as though such a thing had happened for the first time. It seems that the heart flame does provide quite the great increase to second brother's training speed. Xiao Yan rubbed his lower chin and suddenly mused. It is indeed useful. However, that is only the case at the lowest level of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. If it is a little higher, there would not be much effect. Xiaoli nodded as he replied. Second brother needs not go and train there in the future, Xiao Yan mused for a moment before suddenly grinning. He immediately flicked his finger in front of Xiaoli's uncertain gaze. An invisible flame curled and rose on his finger. The invisible flame was just like a tiny long snake that lingered over Xiao Yan's finger. It immediately shot out from the tip of Xiao Yan's finger to being gently pressed against the skin outside Xiaoli's heart. Qi. A hot temperature was emitted. The clothes on Xiaoli's chest were turned to powder. The invisible flame made contact with Xiaoli's body and immediately emitted a chi-chi sound. His body had suddenly tensed up. A bean-sized droplet of sweat swiftly rolled down his forehead. However, he did not resist even a little. Instead, he tightly clenched his fist and forcefully resisted the searing pain. He knew that Xiao Yan would definitely not perform something that did not benefit him. The invisible flame remained for an instant before it strangely passed through Xiaoli's skin and entered his body. After the invisible flame entered his body, a flame picture appeared on the skin where Xiaoli's heart was. Xiaoli's body relaxed following the appearance of the fire picture. He wiped the perspiration off his forehead and studied the flame picture on his chest before speaking with a bitter smile. Third brother, what are you doing? Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat pale. He smiled at Xiaoli and said, "This is a flame seed that I have placed in your body using the fallen heart flame. If you use Dou Qi to activate it while training in the future, you will be able to obtain an even greater effect than at the bottom of the blazing sky Qi refining tower. Moreover, according to my expectations, this heart flame seed should be maintained for 1 to 2 years. During that time, it is likely that you will break through to the Dou Huang class. At that time, the flame seed's effect of increasing your training speed will greatly weaken. Hence, its disappearance will not matter. Xiao Yan knew that the life-devouring pill within Xiaoli's body had yet to be completely overcome. If he was unable to break through to the Dou Huang class within the stipulated time, his life would come to an end. Hence, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to spend great effort to plant a heart flame seed within Xiaoli's body. In this way, the latter's speed would be able to significantly accelerate. Xiaoli was also startled when he heard this. Joy immediately surfaced on his face. Even he felt quite surprised that Xiao Yan could utilize such a method. However, after recalling that the interior of Xiao Yan's body had the ancestor of this heart flame, the fallen heart flame, his surprise was greatly reduced. "Little fellow, you are now in possession of more and more tactics," Xiaoli patted Xiao Yan's shoulder as he loudly laughed. Xiao Yan vaguely smiled. He was just about to speak when a Xiao Gate elder suddenly entered the yard. He hurriedly reported with a respectful voice when he saw the two of them, "Two chiefs, First Elder Su Qian asks both of you to hurry to the front yard. He says that old Shan is about to leave the city." Xiao Yan's eyes slightly shrank the moment he heard these words. He muttered, "Finally, he is willing to leave the city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 856, Tailing. Chapter 856, Tailing. By the time Xiao Yan and Xiaoli had rushed to the hall, quite a number of people were already present. Even the little fairy doctor and Ziyan were among the people already there. Su Qian quietly sat in the hall. He involuntarily smiled when he saw Xiao Yan and Xiaoli entering. A female servant with sharp eyes and quick hands respectfully placed 2 empty chairs in the leader's position. Xiao Yan and Xiaoli slowly walked into the hall and unceremoniously sat in those chairs. Only then did they smile. One asked Su Qian, "First Elder, is there news of old Shan?" Su Qian nodded slightly and slowly replied, "According to the information that was received earlier, it seemed that old Shan has already left the city. However, there is something strange. This old fellow did not do anything to hide his trace. Instead, he walked out of the eastern gate where the greatest number of people are. Currently, it is likely that quite a number of factions within the Black Emperor city have already received this information." Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. What was this old Shan planning to do? He was actually acting with such a high profile in the face of such a situation where everyone was looking at him with ill intent. Even though he was an elite Dou zone, it was likely that it would be troublesome dealing with those many greedy people who would come in a wave-like manner. Don't tell me that it is a bait and not his true self? Xiaoli frowned and questioned. There was no lack of experts among those people observing. However, if they could see old Shan's figure from far away, they would feel shocked. If it is a substitute, it is impossible for old Shan to go and find another elite Dou zone, right? If that is the case, he would be able to ignore everything and just leave. With 2 Dou zones, there would hardly be anyone in the Black Corner region who would dare stop them. Su Qian shook his head and explained. Don't tell me that he really intends to deal with the many Black Corner region factions and experts who are watching him with malicious intent? Xiao Yan tightly knit his brows as he wondered out loud. Given this old fellow's rampant, fierce, brutal character back then, we cannot eliminate this thinking. Su Qian hesitated for a moment before replying to Xiao Yan's random words. Xiao Yan involuntarily rolled his eyes when he heard this. If this was really the case, would he not appear a little too arrogant? Given his eyesight, old Shan would naturally be aware that he was not the only elite Dou zone in the auction ground who had an interest in the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. If it was just ordinary people, he could rely on his strength and view them without any fear. However, it would be impossible for him to ignore these experts who were of the same class as him, right? Has that Demon Flame Valley had any activity? Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped the table before he suddenly asked. They are also aware of the news of old Shan leaving the city. Currently, they are following a short distance behind him. From the looks of it, they don't appear on to be planning an immediate attack. Su Qian replied. Xiao Yan faintly nodded. He mused for a moment before slowly standing up. He said in a deep voice, "In that case, we should also move. It is of no help to make random guesses in this place. Instead, we should follow behind old Shan and see just what he is planning to do." From how I see it, he would definitely not hand something as precious as the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva to someone else to take away given his cautious character. After all, he is quite confident in his strength. Yes, I know. No one rejected Xiao Yan's suggestion. Immediately, the people from Xiao Gate and Jianan Academy began to pack everything under Xiao Li's and First Elder Su Qian's orders. After which, they quietly left this compound from the back. They swiftly exited the Black Emperor city and followed the path which old Ing Shan had taken, attempting to catch up with him. Not long after Xiao Yan's group left the Black Emperor city, news of their departure was swiftly transmitted to the Black Emperor sect. Mo Tianxing's expression was indifferent as he listened to the report of the spy within the Black Emperor sect's meeting room. A moment later, he nodded and waved his hand to dismiss the spy. It is unexpected that this Yen Xiao has actually gotten together with Xiao Gate's group. This is somewhat troublesome. Won't their side have two elite Dozong? Shan watched the spy withdraw from behind Mo Tianxing. He frowned and asked a question. If Yen Xiao and them are not old acquaintances, it might be likely that the people from Xiao Gate gave him the ruler technique Dou technique. The one they had bought in the auction. It would facilitate cooperation between both parties. Mo Tianxing slightly nodded. His expression was somewhat ugly. Originally, he had thought that Xiao Yan and Xiao Gate had formed a grudge after the matters at the auction. It was unexpected that they ended up working together. What should we do now? Currently, their strength is even greater after joining hands. We can forget about obtaining that zone-breaking pill. Emoya by his side could not help but anxiously speak after hearing this. The zone-breaking pill was something that even Shan could not refine. If he could not obtain the pill in Xiao Yan's hands, he would not know just when it would be before he gained the chance to obtain another. What are you so anxious for? Currently, they are working together. Don't tell me that you can go over and break them apart? Two zones. Even I would not dare to act. Now, you will quietly wait here. They are clearly targeting old Ing Shan. However, this old fellow is also not an ordinary person. It will not be an easy matter to obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva from him. Mo Tianxing's expression sank as he reprimanded. Emoya could only swallow the resentment he felt after being reprimanded by Mo Tianxing. He felt bitter, but did not dare to speak. Sect leader, there seems to be something wrong with old Ing Shan. Given his cautious character, it is impossible for him to leave the city in such a flagrant manner. He should also know that there are many experts waiting for him outside of the city. Shan frowned as he hesitatingly spoke. This old fellow is also cautious and crafty. It is naturally impossible for him to do such a thing. Mo Tianxing's face revealed a strange smile as he softly replied. Shan and Emoya by the side involuntarily exchanged covert gazes with one another when they saw that strange smile on Mo Tianxing's face. However, while they wanted to wait for Mo Tianxing to continue speaking, the latter shut his mouth. Shan could not help but carefully asked, "Does sect leader know what that old fellow is planning?" You will naturally know when the time comes. This Bodhisattva body transformation saliva is not something that our Black Emperor sect is willing to simply take out. Mo Tianxing waved his hand. His eyes revealed a denseness as he coldly laughed. Now, we will just watch these factions get entangled in a bloody battle with old Ing Shan. The more people die the better. Shan and Emoya looked at each other after hearing this. They immediately laughed and agreed. Ugh, if our Black Emperor sect had not failed to obtain even a little information about the Bodhisattva heart from this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva despite studying it for such a long time, we would definitely not have taken this thing out to auction. Mo Tianxing knit his brows as his eyes swept to a distant area outside of the Black Emperor city. However, regardless of whether we are able to study and find something, it is always best if the thing is in our hands. Other people can forget about obtaining the thing that our Black Emperor sect fails to obtain. Xiao Yan's group looked down at the main road within the woods from a small hill. A gray-haired old man at one side of the road appeared as though he did not sense the strange atmosphere as he slowly walked as he pleased. Human figures were leaping and rushing from behind him as numerous fiery hot gazes penetrated the cover of the forest. They stared intently at the back of the old man in front. Although the greed in their hearts was burning their rational thoughts, no one dares to make the slightest unusual movement in front of the frightening strength of old Ing Shan. They merely continued to follow. However, this state of tracking would instantly be broken with the increase in one's greed. The allure of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva was too difficult for everyone to resist. This old fellow is actually not the least bit anxious? By traveling at such a tepid pace, is he not trying to cause more and more people to be attracted over? Xiao Yan stared at the old back in the forest from the hill as he frowned and questioned. Xiao Li and Su Qian knit their brows as they stood by Xiao Yan's side. The actions of old Ing Shan caused them to feel quite uncertain. Based on common sense, anyone who had obtained such a rare treasure would naturally use the fastest speed to leave this dangerous place. In the end, this old fellow displayed this strange scene? Did he really intend to rely on his own strength to contend with the many experts from the Black Corner region? The number of auras that have appeared in this forest are increasing. There are quite a number of people among them who are quite skilled. Should someone end up taking the lead to attack, it would likely end up affecting the entire situation, sparking this chaotic situation. At that time, old Xian would have some trouble. Su Qian slowly spoke. Xiao Yan vaguely nodded. His gaze swept over the forest and suddenly asked, "Where are the people from the Demon Flame Valley?" They should also be keeping their eyes on old Xian. However, quite a number of powerful experts have been sent from the Demon Flame Valley this time around. It is extremely difficult to discover them if they hid in this mountain forest. Su Qian whispered. Xiao Yan inclined his chin. His gaze swept over the road in the forest. Finally, he stared intently at old Xian's back. For some unknown reason, he felt a persistent feeling that something was not quite right. Everyone kept saying that this old fellow was crafty. Yet, he was currently moving in this manner. This did not match his description. A commotion suddenly occurred within the crowd that was following behind old Xian while this thought flashed through Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan slid his eyes over when he sensed the commotion. His eyes immediately solidified as he softly asked, "Are they about to strike?" The mountain forest that was covered by a layer of strange atmosphere suddenly froze. The source of this solidification was 10 shadowy-faced human figures among the large group of people following behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 857, Probe. Chapter 857, Probe. The forest shrouded by a strange atmosphere suddenly stiffened. And the reason why the atmosphere stiffened was because of the 10+ shadow-faced figures that appeared behind everyone. They slowly walked out and the vicious aura that leaked out of their body made them realize that these people were savage characters willing to go to their death for money. The large group of people who had been following behind old Xian slowed their footsteps and came to a stop in the face of these 10+ human figures who had suddenly appeared. Their gazes immediately contained various emotions as they looked at the back of these 10+ people. In this kind of strange atmosphere, the little rational thought that remained in these people, after being seared by greed, would be completely incinerated should someone spur them on. These 10+ shadowy-faced human figures appeared to be a small group. However, the strength of this group was not weak. The leader, a man with somewhat pale white hair, was clearly an expert Dou Wang. The remaining people were also not ordinary people. Although one's eyes must brighten in a chaotic place like the Black Corner region, everything, including their lives, could be tossed aside in the face of the temptation of absolute profit. This was the source that caused the Black Corner region to be so chaotic. Hence, despite many people knowing that the old man whom they were following was a genuine elite dozone, the greed in their hearts still drove them to trail him. Some of the bolder people had already failed to endure the grilling of the greed in their hearts. They took the lead to act. These 10+ men with fierce auras around them were people belonging to this group. Being newcomers who had only fought in the Black Corner region for a couple of years, they did not possess deep knowledge of the matters regarding old Xian. Someone who belonged to the old-fashioned older generation. The only thing that they currently knew was that if they were able to snatch the bodhisattva body transformation saliva from old Xian's hand, they would have the chance to become the peak experts in the world. At that time, forget about a mere Black Corner region, it was likely that the entire Dou Qi continent would shake because of them. Although these 10+ people were exceptionally greedy, they clearly did possess some ability. The bodies of the group shook when they left the big crowd of people. They strangely merged into the shadows within the forest, quietly forming a formation as they surrounded old Xian. Quite a number of factions within the mountain forest immediately paused. Their gazes were filled with pity as they looked at the shadows of the forest. A group of small clowns who were jumping off a plank. They really did not know just how to write the word death. A treasure might be good, but that was only if one had the life to grab it. The 10+ human figures swiftly borrowed the dark environment and appeared around old Xian in front of the many gazes both under the sunlight and in the shadows. A hand signal was quietly extended and the 10+ human figures suddenly rushed forward. They did not reveal the slightest noise, but the sharp weapons in their hands held a cold glint. They carried a dense killing intent that transformed into glowing blades that shot toward every single fatal spot of old Xian. Xie. The blade glow fell from the sky and immediately passed through old Xian's body in a strange and illusionary manner. After which, that 10+ human figures quietly landed on the ground with stiffened bodies. Old Xian paused for a moment because of this. Immediately, he lifted his feet and slowly walked toward the mountain forest without even turning his head around. The 10+ human figures strangely collapsed when his feet stepped forward. Life had swiftly disappeared from their eyes. The 10+ people who were quite strong had died in an unclear manner within the blink of an eye. The large group of people behind emitted sounds of them inhaling a cold breath. Now that they possessed a clear understanding of the frightening strength of this old Xian, an unusual pressuring and depressing manner covered this entire mountain forest. Xie! The sounds of a twig cracking suddenly rang out within the forest and broke this stiff atmosphere. Immediately, a countless number of gazes once again shot toward the old back who was slowly walking forward. A crazy greed slowly surfaced deep within their eyes. Xie! Waves of sharp rushing wind suddenly erupted from the mountain forest as greed surged. One could see a countless number of arrows that contained a shocking force being shot over in all directions from shadowed corners. The dense arrows shot out like rain droplets. However, when they were still over 10 feet from old Xian, all of the arrows stilled. They were driven by an unusual force as they slowly turned. All of them were shot back in the same manner amid the xiao sound that came from all directions. In an instant, miserable cries howled within this mountain forest. Kill him! I will be able to obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva once I kill him. With the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, I will be able to find the Bodhisattva heart. At that time, I will become elite Dou Shang. This black corner region will belong to me. The miserable sharp howls did not cause the human crowd, whose rational thought had been overcome by greed, to withdraw even a little. Instead, the fresh bright red blood stirred the ferocity in the hearts of many people. Numerous roars of fury immediately sounded. The mountain forest had turned into a complete chaos. A countless number of people grasped their weapons as they wildly charged toward old Xian. Their bright red eyes appeared just like a wild beast that had lost its reasoning. Old Xian did not display the slightest panic in the face of this attack by a mob. A shocking Dou Qi pillar shot out as he raised his hand. Anyone who was struck by this Dou Qi pillar would immediately spit out blood and lose their lives unless one was an expert at the Dou Huang class. An elite Dou zone was actually this strong. Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he looked down at the chaotic situation that had erupted in the mountain forest below from the top of a hill. This kind of situation was not at all interesting since it was a one-sided massacre. Some of the factions who had some strength did not attack at this moment. Those that acted were mostly some roaming warriors. These kinds of people were no different from ants in old Xian's hands. The only thing different was whether it was a single ant or a group of ants. Xiao Yan's gaze did not shift away because of the bloodiness that permeated the air. From the start until the end, his gaze was firmly locked onto old Xian's body. Although he did not know the reason, his heart faintly felt that there was something not quite right. This old Xian really has a good temper. Isn't he tired from this killing? Xiao Li studied the forest dyed red by the fresh blood before he involuntarily frowned and questioned. Xiao Yan also knit his brows when he heard Xiao Li's words. The old Xian today was indeed acting a little too strangely. However, it was clear that his aura was the same as the one he had seen at the auction back then. In other words, the old Xian below was not some replacement that he had specifically sought. Something is not quite right. If one carefully senses his aura, it seems to lack the purity of an elite Dou zone. The little fairy doctor hesitated for a moment before she suddenly gave her input. Xiao Yan was initially startled when he heard this before his expression immediately changed. The spiritual perception strength within his body spread out like floodwater from between his brows without holding back. Within a short instant, it completely wrapped around the entire mountain forest. Everything in front of Xiao Yan's eyes had changed after being wrapped by his spiritual perception. Everyone's appearance after the great transformation was no longer the shape of a human body. Instead, every single human body was filled with different colored energy. Some of these energies were as hot as fire or as cold as ice. It was the method in which the Dou Qi in these people's bodies displayed itself. With the help from the scanning by his spiritual perception, Xiao Yan also discovered some traces of the experts hidden around him. Coincidentally, the group from the Demon Flame Valley had also been discovered by him. However, before he could carefully investigate, a cold snort suddenly sounded from within the Demon Flame Valley's group. A cold, powerful spiritual ripple suddenly spread out and violently collided with Xiao Yan's spiritual perception. Bang! An invisible spiritual ripple spread from the collision, carrying a wave of invisible wind as it did so. Xiao Yan suddenly emitted a muffled groan on the hilltop. Immediately, his eyes turned cold as he looked at a hidden spot not far away. That place was where the people from the Demon Flame Valley were hiding. The frigid snort as well as the chilly spiritual ripple should have originated from that mysterious gray-robed person. What is it? The little fairy doctor and the others by his side hurriedly asked when they heard Xiao Yan muffled groan. I'm fine. Xiao Yan waved his hand. His gaze once again turned to the mountain forest below. At this moment, his spiritual perception had gathered on old Xiao. Xiao Yan's spiritual perception was firmly locked onto old Xiao. Perhaps it was because his spiritual perception was isolated by the energy from the grey robe, but he could only sense a dusky existence when his spiritual perception scanned the area. Even Xiao Yan was unable to sense just what was hidden within that dusky existence. This situation caused Xiao Yan to frown. He immediately clenched his teeth and his spiritual perception intensity suddenly soared. Following the intense surging of the spiritual strength within Xiao Yan's body, a piercing pain began to be transmitted from his head. However, Xiao Yan did not pause because of this. His spiritual perception was just like an awl that wildly drilled into the layer of energy that was wrapped around old Xiao's body. This drilling action continued for around 2 minutes. Just when Xiao Yan was unable to endure the piercing pain in his head and was about to give up, he heard a slight chi-chi sound. The spiritual strength that had been blocked suddenly rushed in and immediately broke the layer of invisible energy wrapped around old Xiao's body. Xiao Yan's spiritual perception swiftly swept across old Xiao after that invisible energy had been broken. His expression suddenly became gloomy. This old fellow is indeed crafty. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 858, Spiritual Avatar. Chapter 858, Spiritual Avatar. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, he could see that under the grey robe, there was the absence of the raging Dou Qi that formed like the others. Instead, it was covered by an illusory aura. This kind of aura was not foreign to Xiao Yan because it was spiritual strength. In other words, the old Xiao in the mountain forest below was not his actual body. Instead, it was an avatar agglomerated from his soul. No wonder this old fellow would leave the city in such a high-profile manner. It was actually a fake spiritual body. Now, the actual old Xiao might have long since taken the bodhisattva body transformation saliva and left the Black Emperor city. This thought rushed through Xiao Yan's heart in a lightning-like manner. His expression gradually turned dark and solemn. Everyone here seemed to have been played by this old fellow. Although Xiao Yan did not know how old Xiao was actually able to use his spirit to form such a powerful fake body, a fake was ultimately a fake. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, the latter had already been completely exposed to Xiao Yan's eyes. However, it was a little too late now. With that old fellow's speed, this short wall gave him enough time to flee to a remote mountain forest in the Black Corner region. Given old Xiao's strength, if he were to hide his aura, it was likely that even an elite Dou Zun would not be able to find him in the vast mountains. What is it? What have you discovered? Xiao Yan's gloomy expression was swiftly sensed by Su Qian, the little fairy doctor, and the others beside him. All of them immediately asked in a soft, surprised whisper. The old Xiao below is a fake. The bodhisattva body transformation saliva is also not with him. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled and explained with a gloomy expression. These words of Xiao Yan was undoubtedly like thunder that shook everyone until they became stunned. It was a long while later before Su Qian took the lead in recovering. He frowned and said, "A fake? Why is his aura so similar? This should be something created by old Xiao's spirit. We have underestimated his tactics. This unusual spiritual avatar is something that I have only seen for the first time. Other than my teacher, I'm afraid that he is the best person I have met who can manipulate his spiritual strength until such an extent." Xiao Yan slowly replied. His eyes coldly stared at old Xiao, who did not appear to panic despite being surrounded and attacked by so many people below. Using one's spirit to create an avatar. This kind of unique method to use spiritual strength was something that Xiao Yan had never seen. He had also never seen Yao Lao display this. Despite this, he was naturally aware that Yao Lao definitely far surpassed old Xiao when it came to the use of spiritual strength. After all, the renowned name of Yao Zunjia, respectful name for a Dou Zun, did not come from nowhere. Dou Zun. That was a level that was even further and more frightening than a Dou Zone. At that level, one was already a top person on the continent. Their methods were far from what an elite Dou Zone could compare with. Spiritual avatar? Su Qian and Thr little fairy doctor were stunned when they heard Xiao Yan's words. Although they were also elite Dou Zones, the two of them admitted that they could not agglomerate their spirit into an avatar and allow it to possess quite a great amount of genuine strength. It was unexpected that old Xiao was actually able to reach such a level. What should we do now? Since this is a fake, it is likely that the real old Xiao would have left long ago. Xiaoli knit his brows and softly cursed. This old fellow was really crafty. He actually possessed such a tactic. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly shut his eyes. His spiritual perception once again surged out. However, this time around, it did not rush toward old Shan. Instead, it lingered over the sky and repeatedly scanned to and fro. Although using spiritual strength to agglomerate an avatar might enable the avatar to possess the aura of the original body and some of its strength, there would still be a slight connection regardless of how far apart the avatar and the actual body were. Although this connection was extremely faint and thin, it did still exist. If he found a thread of this invisible connection, he might be able to find out where the actual body of old Shan was. Powerful spiritual strengths crossed each other in the sky, forming an invisible spiritual net which carefully swept to and fro. Normally, experts who specialized in training Dou Qi did not attach much importance to spiritual strength. Hence, on the whole, the people who possessed strong spiritual strengths on the Dou Qi continent were alchemists. This was because spiritual perception was something that was necessary to refine pills. The sharpness of one's spiritual perception was determined by the strength of one's spiritual strength. Being an outstanding person among these people, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was something that even Yao Lao could not stop praising. Hence, it was not impossible to rely on the strength of his spiritual strength to search old Shan's spiritual connection. Su Qian and the others ceased their conversations when they saw Xiao Yan shut his eyes. They could vaguely sense an invisible strength be emitted from Xiao Yan's body. It quietly spread through the sky like waves of water. The bloody mess in the mountain forest continued. Perhaps it was because of the yells of death that resounded over the place, but some factions, that had originally remained still, were unable to contain their eagerness anymore. During this period of time, there were even quite a number of experts who joined hands to approach old Shan's body. However, they still ended up seriously wounded by the latter and were forced to retreat after spitting out blood. Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them while old Shan and the few experts collided. Immediately, his eyes turned to the eastern direction. A vague spiritual fluctuation was transmitted from that area earlier. Have you found it? After looking in the direction Xiao Yan was staring in, Su Qian's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. I have sensed something. That fellow is actually still nearby? Joy surged onto Xiao Yan's face. His eyes immediately swept over the spiritual avatar of old Shan in the forest. He decisively said, the little fairy doctor and Ziyan, follow me. First Elder, all of you should keep watch over this place. I will leave some signs along the way. If you personally see this spiritual avatar disappear, you should immediately hurry over. Just the three of you? Su Qian frowned and asked after hearing his orders. Currently, no one knows just what kind of relationship this spiritual avatar and old Shan have with each other. Therefore, it is best if we are a little more cautious. It should be sufficient with just the little fairy doctor and me on that side. Xiao Yan smiled. He beckoned to the little fairy doctor and Ziyan with his hand and did not remain any longer. Jade-green fire wings swiftly extended from his back. His body moved and rushed to the sky. He headed to the east where the spiritual fluctuation had originated from. The little fairy doctor and Ziyan followed close behind. Su Qian's group sighed in relief when their gazes looked at the backs of Xiao Yan's group. From Xiao Yan's manner, it appeared that he had found some clues. As long as old Shan had not fled, there was still quite a great chance to obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Now, we will see just what kind of tactics this old fellow is playing. Su Qian smiled slightly. His gaze slowly turned to the spiritual body of old Shan, which was surrounded, before whispering. While the spot where Su Qian's group was located had erupted into a bloody big battle, an isolated call that was located on the eastern side of the Black Emperor city was filled with a silence. A gray-haired old man was seated with his legs crossed within the kernel. His eyes were tightly shut as a powerful spiritual strength wrapped around his body. His shriveled tree-like fingers flickered in a flower-like manner in front of him. Following each change of his 10 fingers, the powerful spiritual strength that spread over his body would emit waves of fluctuations. The alteration continued for around 10 minutes before the gray-haired old man slowly opened his eyes. A cold smile was revealed on his face. However, his expression suddenly changed when he was just about to get up. His gaze shot toward a spot outside of the call in a lightning-like manner as he coldly cried out, "Who is it?" Haha, old Shan really lives up to his reputation. You are actually able to create a spiritual avatar. This really surprises the old me. When the gray-haired old man's voice sounded, one could see over 10 figures slowly surfacing outside of the kernel. One of them was surprisingly the sect leader of the Black Emperor sect, Mo Tian Xing Qi Shan and Emoya also following close behind him. Mo Tian Xing. Old Shan's eyes immediately shrank a little as he looked at the human figures who had appeared. His voice was dark and cold as he asked, "What is sect leader Mo planning to do? Don't tell me that you wish to destroy the Black Emperor sect's reputation? Haha, old demoning, you can forget about frightening me." What can one's reputation do in the Black Corner region? The people from the Black Corner region do not buy this. Mo Tianxing smiled and laughed. How did you find me? Old Yingshan's expression slightly sank. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something and his eyes became densely cold. You have done something to the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva? It is but just a little Dou Qi imprint. Mo Tianxing faintly laughed. Old Demon Ing, don't delay for any more time. After using your spiritual avatar, your actual strength will have greatly diminished. With your current condition, you are no match for this ancestor, Dou Zong. Therefore, hand over the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva to me. You will let the old me leave if I hand it over to you? Old Yingshan replied with a cold smile. Mo Tianxing smiled and shook his head. He said, impossible. However, I can invite you to be a long-term guest at my Black Emperor sect. The corner of old Yingshan's mouth slightly twitched when he heard this. A savageness immediately surfaced in his eyes as he ferociously laughed. Mo Tianxing, even the condition of this old me is not at its peak. You are really thinking simply if you want to snatch the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva from my hands. A majestic aura suddenly surged out from old Yingshan's body after his words sounded. Under the pressure of this majestic aura, the members of the Black Emperor sect present, with the exception of Mo Tianxing, took a couple of hurried steps back. Only then did they stabilize their bodies. In that case, I will give it a try. A dense coldness also surfaced on the corner of Mo Tianxing's mouth. He waved his sleeves and a majestic aura that did not lose to old Yingshan surged out like floodwater. Two monstrous auras spread and collided within this small kernel. The spatial ripple that they created shook the call until it began to tremble. Numerous crack lines as thick as one's arm slowly climbed to the mountain peaks. The two conflicting auras created a tense atmosphere of swords being drawn within the kernel. Just as a soul-stirring battle was about to erupt, a clear laugh suddenly resounded over the sky. Haha, it is unexpected that the real show is actually here. I nearly missed it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 859, It is really you. Chapter 859, It is really you. The sudden laugh instantly caused everyone's expressions to change. Their gazes immediately turned in the direction where the laughter originated. They could see three human figures had suddenly appeared on a tall tree outside of the kernel. The person at the front, who was wearing a black robe, was Xiao Yan. Old Yingshan and Mo Tianxing were slightly startled when their eyes saw Xiao Yan's group. Their expressions immediately revealed quite a great change. A moment later, Mo Tianxing finally laughed and said, It's actually Mr. Yin Xiao. It is unexpected that even you have seen through this old demon Ying's trick. Xiao Yan vaguely smiled. His gaze gained a deeper meaning as it looked at Mo Tianxing. He laughed and said, It is unexpected that sect leader Mo is also here. This really surprises me. Mo Tianxing's expression became somewhat unnatural when he heard Xiao Yan's words that seemed to indicate something. They were the people who held the auction. Yet, they ended up quietly attacking the customers who had bought the item. If this news were to spread, it would not be considered a good thing for the Black Emperor sect. Although the most important thing within the Black Corner region was one's strength and a sufficiently large fist, one still needed a little integrity. Otherwise, who would dare to participate in any auction that the Black Emperor sect decided to hold in the future? People would be worried that the thing they had bid for at a high price would end up being snatched by someone else after they had paid for it. As a result, not only would they fail to obtain their bids, but they might even lose their lives. Hence, Xiao Yan's current appearance caused a cold-killing intent to appear in Mo Tianxing's heart. If it was not due to Mo Tianxing being afraid of the little fairy doctor beside Xiao Yan, it was likely that he would have long since launched an attack. This sect leader Mo is unwilling to part with the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Hence, he quietly did something to it. After which, he planned to quietly snatch it back. What a good tactic. Old Yingshan's gaze swept over Xiao Yan's group. It paused on the white-clothed little fairy doctor. He then laughed in a strange manner. Old Demon Ing, attempting to gain the upper hand in an argument now does not benefit you. A denseness surfaced on Mo Tianxing's face as he slowly spoke. Sect leader Mo's tone is really arrogant. You can come and give it a try. Even though the current condition of this old me is no match for you, you would have to pay the price of being seriously injured if you wish to defeat me. At that time, old Yingshan coldly laughed as his gaze swept over Xiao Yan's group. The meaning in his words was understood even without being said. Mo Tianxing slowly clenched his fist under his sleeves. His expression also became slightly gloomy. The current situation was indeed not quite easy to resolve. It was fine if no one discovered this place. He could go all out and risk getting seriously injured to kill old Xian. However, Xiao Yan's group, consisting of 3 significantly strong individuals, had arrived. He clearly understood in his heart that Xiao Yan's group had come because of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. If he were to be seriously injured in the battle with old Xian, Xiao Yan would have gained an advantage from the situation. Mo Tianxing would naturally not do something to help another. The cold smile on the corner of old Xian's mouth grew denser after seeing the solemn look that flashed past Mo Tianxing's face and his hesitation. The appearance of Xiao Yan's group had instantly turned this situation into an extremely chaotic one. At this moment, it was likely that no one would dare to recklessly do anything. Such a situation undoubtedly benefited him greatly. As long as he was given sufficient time, he would be able to retrieve that spiritual avatar. At that time, he would once again be able to recover to his peak condition. By relying on this tactic, it would not be difficult to flee. The atmosphere within the call solidified in this manner. Even Xiao Yan's group did not dare to carelessly attack. After all, Mo Tianxing and old Xian were both not ordinary people. It would be quite difficult for the 3 of them to deal with 2 elite Dou zones. Ha, Mr. Yin Xiao, this ancestor has an idea. Mo Tianxing suddenly smiled and spoke to Xiao Yan amid this stiff atmosphere. Sect leader Mo, please speak. Xiao Yan's face also carried a friendly smile. However, his heart was quite afraid and cautious of this old fellow who was like a smiling tiger. I assume that Mr. Yin Xiao has come here targeting the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, no? Mo Tianxing asked an unnecessary question. He immediately smiled and said, why don't we do this? The both of us can join hands to deal with old Xian. If we obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva from his hands, my Black Emperor sect will not take it. However, Mr. Yin Xiao must give us some compensation. What do you say? Compensation? Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He half smiled and asked, Zong breaking pill? Haha, it is really easy to speak to an intelligent person. Mo Tianxing smiled and asked, what does Mr. Yin Xiao think? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He exchanged gazes with the little fairy doctor by the side, appearing as though he was a little interested. Don't trust this old fellow. You have wreaked his plan and he will definitely not let you off easily. Moreover, with his greed, do you think that he would be willing to hand the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva over to you? Old Xian coldly laughed while Xiao Yan was in deep thought. You're noisy. Mo Tianxing's face suddenly sank. He waved his sleeve and a 10-foot large golden-colored Dou Qi shot out explosively. Immediately, it was like a golden python that hissed through the air headed toward old Xian. Humph. Old Xian also let out a cold snort when he saw Mo Tianxing attack. His shriveled hand was extended out before suddenly clenching. The space in front of him became distorted and that golden-colored Dou Qi heavily struck that distorted substance like space. It exploded into an earth-shaking sound, and both were annihilated. However, at the same time that they were annihilated, the remaining energy ripple caused the small call to violently tremble a couple of times. A couple of enormous rocks rolled down from the mountain peak while carrying a loud crashing sound. Mr. Yin Xiao, please rest reassured. The old me guarantee you that as long as you are able to hand the zone-breaking pill to my Black Emperor sect, we will definitely not touch the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Mo Tianxing once again turned his gaze to Xiao Yan after he had attacked in anger. His voice was extremely sincere as he spoke. Xiao Yan appeared to be in deep thought over Mo Tianxing's suggestion on the surface. However, his heart was filled with cold laughter. From the way he looked at it, this old Xian and Mo Tianxing were all crafty old foxes. None of them could be trusted. Promises and guarantees were little different from farting to them. They did not have any binding effects. Although Mo Tianxing did not have any trustworthiness, his suggestion was not one that was infeasible. Old Xian was similarly not an ordinary person. Everything would be much easier and simpler if they finished him off now. Who would end up owning the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva was a matter to be decided later. However, just as Xiao Yan was planning to agree, a faint voice suddenly resounded from nowhere. Sect leader Mo, if you really want to seek someone to cooperate with, why do you need to look for them? Isn't my Demon Flame Valley a better choice? The expressions of everyone present changed when they heard this voice. Their gazes immediately moved in an abrupt manner and saw over 10 rays of light rushing over from the northern sky. Within a couple of blinks, they had appeared in the sky above this colonel. The person leading them was surprisingly that mysterious gray-robed person. Behind him, First Elder Fong Yan and the elders from the Demon Flame Valley were looking at the area with a cold smile in their eyes. The people from Demon Flame Valley. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit as he glanced at this group of people. He muttered, "These fellows, how did they discover this place? Things are going to be somewhat troublesome now." Old Ing Shan's expression had also become somewhat ugly because of the appearance of the Demon Flame Valley. At this moment, the situation was worsening for him with the appearance of a greater number of experts. Being in possession of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, he was the target of everyone. Although he might be an elite Dou zone, there were at least 3 people present who were of the same class as him. It was still fine if it was one-on-one. However, if it became 1 versus 3, he would not even know how he died. Haha, it is unexpected that even the Demon Flame Valley have seen past the tricks of old Demoning. Motian Xing's expression had sunk initially, but he quickly smiled and spoke. His gaze slowly paused on the grey-robed person leading the Demon Flame Valley's group. He smiled and said, "May I know just who this expert is?" Based on what the old me knows, the Valley Chief of the Demon Flame Valley appears to be in a deep retreat. I don't think that you are him, right? Mr. is a VIP of our Demon Flame Valley. Sect leader Mo has not come and visited our Demon Flame Valley for a long time. You would naturally be unaware of it. Fong Yan laughed. His somewhat dense gaze turned to Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, "This Mr. Yan Xiao, oh, that's not right. It seems that I should address you as Chief Xiao, right?" At this moment, Xiao Yan was no longer wearing the doping. Therefore, his appearance had also been revealed. It was due to this that First Elder Fong Yan became aware of his identity with one glance. After all, quite a number of people in the upper echelons of the Demon Flame Valley possessed a drawing of Xiao Yan. Chief Xiao? Mo Tianxing and the people from the Black Emperor sect were all stunned when they heard this. Haha, don't tell me that sect leader Mo doesn't know that this Mr. Yan Xiao is actually the chief of that Xiao Gate, Xiao Yan? Back then, he was an unmatched under the limelight within the Black Corner region for a short while. Even the gold-silver elders were defeated by him. Fong Yan laughed. The expression of Mo Tianxing and the others became somewhat interested after they heard Fong Yan speak. They had also paid quite a great attention to this new faction from the Black Corner region. Moreover, they were also very interested in this mysterious chief who had established it. It was unexpected that this mysterious chief was actually this extremely young Yan Xiao in front of them. Xiao Yan ignored their unusual gazes. His eyes had remained firmly locked on that grey-robed person since the latter appeared. Now that they were this close, the familiar and dark feeling that the other party gave him was very dense. TSK, why? Does Chief Xiao feels an extremely familiar feeling? A dense laugh that was filled with killing intent was transmitted from under the grey robe in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan's heart leaped suddenly when he heard this somewhat familiar laughter. A thought flashed through his heart in a lightning-like manner. The hands of the grey-robed person gently grabbed the grey robe. He slowly pulled it apart after the laughter sounded. A face that was filled with a savage look suddenly appeared when the grey robes parted. Xiao Yan's dark black eyes abruptly shrank when the grey robe parted. It really is, you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 860, Fellow Disciples Meeting Again. Chapter 860, Fellow Disciples Meeting Again. The face that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was not an unfamiliar one. Back then, it was he who had personally ended that person's life. This person was the first disciple of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's senior, and the Pill Emperor in the Black Corner region back then, Han Feng. The current Han Feng clearly appeared a little older compared to back then. His eyes, which were glaring at Xiao Yan, was filled with a thick savageness. If not for Xiao Yan back then, he could have continued to dominate this Black Corner region. In the end, everything had completely collapsed because of Xiao Yan. Not only did he lose his greatly sought-after position, but he also ended up with a miserable fate of having his spirit parted with his physical body. If he hadn't controlled a heavenly flame like the Sea Heart Flame nor wisely found an opportunity to gift it to a Zunja in the Hall of Souls, it was likely that he would have long since been taken by the Hall of Souls to be refined. How would he be able to live until now? However, it was fortunate that Zunja from the Hall of Souls had specifically dispatched someone to find the body of an elite Dou zone for Han Feng on account of him taking the initiative to deliver the heavenly flame. After which, he struck that person until his spirit scattered and allowed Han Feng to swallow and absorb the body, allowing the latter to gain possession of it. Only then did Han Feng regain his current strength. However, this was merely a method to delay time. This body could at the very most enable him to live for over a decade. After that, the physical body would automatically crack apart. His spirit could only disappear along with this rotting physical body. He would no longer have any opportunity to escape alive. Of course, regardless of what would happen, that was a matter that would happen over a decade later. Being able to live for such a long time was already considered a great grace to Han Feng, who had been about to turn into nourishment. During these remaining days of his viciousness and killing intent for Xiao Yan, the person who had turned him into this manner, had gradually soared to a frightening level. Hence, he had rushed to the Black Corner region after having just appeared. If he had not caught wind of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva during his journey, he would likely have straight up attacked Xiao Gate and killed everyone within it to vent the hatred in his heart. As the saying goes, enemies would become angrier when they meet. However, Han Feng and Xiao Yan had collided head-on. At this moment, the killing intent within the former's heart was about to physically erupt. His vicious and savage eyes firmly stared at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not display any emotion that suggested he had forgotten himself in the face of the vicious eyes from Han Feng. After the initial surprise within his heart passed, he began to gradually calm down. His gaze faintly swept over Han Feng as he coldly laughed. It is unexpected that you, a traitor, would actually still be alive. How unexpected. This is all thanks to you, my good junior. Han Feng's gaze was vicious as he ferociously laughed. It is likely that I would have difficulty achieving this strength if not for you. This time around, I will extract your soul and let you taste what is called a fate worse than death. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent. He was completely unmoved by Han Feng's threat. Although he was unaware of the reason why Han Feng's strength had soared to such an extent, the current Xiao Yan was also no longer the young man who had to rely on the great increase in his strength to reach the peak of the Dou Huang class. The current Xiao Yan was already a genuine 4-star Dou Huang. During these few years, he had met and even exchanged blows with quite a number of elite Dou Zongs. Moreover, it was not as though no elite Dou Zong had fallen in his hands. Hence, Xiao Yan was not too worried about Han Feng, whose strength had soared to the Dou Zong class. If they were to really engage in an all-out battle, it was not certain just who would end up dying. The interior of your body no longer has the aura of that old fellow. That's right, I had forgotten. That old fellow actually fell into the hands of the Hall of Souls. Why? Did he not have a high appraisal of you? Did he not think that you were able to protect him? Ha, now that I look at it, the eyesight of that old man who will not die is just as poor as it was in the past. Han Feng slyly laughed when he saw that Xiao Yan was expressionless. Bang! A jade-green flame suddenly surged from Xiao Yan's body. Its frighteningly high temperature instantly spread over the sky. The forest below began to emit a curling white smoke because of the high temperature. A moment later, it finally turned into a fierce flame that began to spread. The jade-green flame wrapped Xiao Yan within it. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression was unusually ferocious. His dark black eyes were filled with jade-green flames. They appeared extremely frightening, just like two clusters of serene green ghost fires. A cruel killing intent pounced out onto Xiao Yan's ferocious face like a fierce prehistoric beast. Such a killing intent had never been present before. These words of Han Feng had truly hacked at Xiao Yan's weakest point. Yao Lao was forcefully captured by the Hall of Souls right in front of him, but he could only just watch as it happened. He was unable to rescue him. That kind of helpless feeling was just like a poisonous snake that repeatedly bit at Xiao Yan's inner heart. Yao Lao had spent an extremely great amount of effort on him. The many years of training had allowed him to walk away from being a useless person until this level. Xiao Yan's feelings for Yao Lao could basically be comparable to feelings he had for his father. However, despite the great effort that Yao Lao had put in because of him, the result of it was that the latter was still unable to escape being captured by the Hall of Souls. This kind of ending was just like a sharp knife that violently cut back and forth at Xiao Yan's heart, causing Xiao Yan to constantly remain remorseful. If his strength had been great enough, Yao Lao would not have been captured, and he would be able to easily rescue his father. All of this would not have happened. At this moment, Xiao Yan once again understood the importance of strength after Han Feng pulled apart the bleeding wound in his heart. A crazy fanaticism to the pursuit of strength surged within his heart. With strength, he would be able to rescue his father and Yao Lao from the hands of the Hall of Souls. With strength, he would be able to go look for Xun Er, ignore the frightening background behind her and ask her to stay beside him forever. Xiao Yan's strength was different from an ordinary person's. His strength originated from the heavenly flames. If he wished to become strong to the point where he need not even fear the Hall of Souls, he would need to crazily swallow heavenly flames. Heavenly flames, after this matter is over, I will focus on searching for the heavenly flames. Anyone who hinders me shall die. A low roar sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. He abruptly raised his head and shot his ferocious gaze toward Han Feng. His voice was filled with a stern killing intent that caused one's pores to open wide. Bastard Han Feng. If I do not personally kill you, this bastard who betrays his teacher, I, Xiao Yan, will swear that I will not continue being human. The dense voice seemed to have been emitted from the depths of hell. It carried an obsession that was difficult to erase as it lingered over the sky. It caused the expressions of those from the Demon Flame Valley and Han Feng to slightly change. The little fairy doctor and Zi Yan by Xiao Yan's side were a little surprised as they looked at Xiao Yan. Ever since they were acquainted with him, they had never seen Xiao Yan's emotion become this violent. Clearly, the words of Han Feng earlier had touched the scar on Xiao Yan's heart. Junior is really bold, but we will just have to see if you have the qualification to kill me. Han Feng finally shook his head and coldly laughed a moment later. He might not have it, but I do. A cold voice slowly sounded as the little fairy doctor softly stepped forward. Her grayish-purple eyes stared emotionless at Han Feng as her somewhat pale, delicate hand was extended. There was an unusual gray energy quietly lingering on it. Han Feng immediately frowned when he heard the little fairy doctor speak. He was clearly aware of the latter's strength. Even the current him would have quite a troublesome time dealing with her. Immediately, his eyes drifted to Xiao Yan as he coldly laughed. Junior, even the senior has to respect you for your affinity with women. However, when will you be able to rely on your own strength? This act of yours has really embarrassed that old fellow's reputation. Xiao Yan's eyes were ferocious as he stared at Han Feng. A moment later, his savage face suddenly revealed a smile as he softly said, Senior, please don't use such tactics. Although you are currently neither human nor a ghost, you were after all once the Pill Emperor of the Black Corner region. Hence, please don't embarrass yourself. The harsh words of Xiao Yan caused Han Feng's face to violently twitch. He inhaled a breath of air and suppressed the fury in his heart before laughing furiously. Despite not having met for a couple of years, your tongue has remained as sharp as ever. However, I wonder if your strength has also advanced to such an extent? This is something Senior will know after you try. Xiao Yan slightly smiled. The ferocity on his face had also slowly become calm at this moment. However, the killing intent within his dark black eyes had increased instead of decreased. The current Xiao Yan could be considered someone with much experience. He was naturally aware that being enraged in this kind of situation would not benefit him by even a little. Mo Tianxing was slightly startled as he looked at the daggers-drawn atmosphere between Han Feng and Xiao Yan. Fight, just fight. It would be best if the both of you ended up seriously injuring one another. The best case would be for everyone to die. In that way, he would not only be able to obtain that zone-breaking pill, but would also be able to successfully obtain that strange spiritual swallowing method of the Demon Flame Valley. The eyes of old Ding Shan within the call also revealed a gloating expression. Such a situation was naturally the best for him. Do you really think that the three of you can deal with us? Han Feng coldly laughed. Fan Yan on his side was already an expert who had half a foot in the Dozong class. With the cooperation of the other few Demon Flame Valley's elders, they would even be able to fight with an elite Dozong. Intending to agree with Han Feng, Fan Yan, and the elders from the Demon Flame Valley behind all began to coldly laugh in unison. Powerful Dou Qi surged to the sky. Their auras were quite frightening when they merged. If they are not sufficient, why don't you include the old me? Just as the elders from the Demon Flame Valley were acting haughty, an old laugh rolled through the sky like thunder. Immediately, a human figure rushed over and appeared in the sky of this area within a couple of breaths' time. A torrent-like majestic aura surged out and suppressed the aura of the elders from the Demon Flame Valley. Han Feng's expression immediately sank when he saw the old human figure appear in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 861, 5 Great Dozong. Chapter 861, 5 Great Dozong. An old white-haired human figure was smiling and looking down at everyone below while remaining suspended in the sky. From his appearance, it was surprisingly First Elder Su Qian from the Inner Academy. Cool, so the fun show is actually here. The old me nearly missed it. Su Qian's smile descended from the sky. He stopped beside Xiao Yan's group. Surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at Han Feng. It is unexpected that you are not dead and have also broken through to the Dozong class. This is really surprising. This is also all thanks to all of you. Han Feng's expression was dark and cold. His heart slightly sank. The sudden appearance of Su Qian had caught him somewhat off guard. He was clearly aware of the other party's strength. Although he was currently no longer afraid of Su Qian in a one-on-one fight, the other party also had a mysterious Dozong woman of unknown origin. If these two elite Dozongs joined hands, even the many people from the Demon Flame Valley would find it quite difficult to resist them. Moreover, the other party still had the existence of Xiao Yan. Han Feng might possess an extreme hatred from this junior of his in name, but he was also clearly aware in his heart that Xiao Yan possessed a fighting ability that far exceeded his level. Back then, when the latter was still an expert Dou Wang, this fellow was able to seriously injure him, someone who had half a foot in the Dozong class. Now, Xiao Yan had advanced to a Dou Huang. His fighting strength should have greatly soared. With this situation today, it was likely that his Demon Flame Valley alone would really have difficulty gaining the upper hand in this battle. If I can kill you once, I will naturally be able to kill you again. Hence, there is no need for you to act like a villain who is holding sway. Xiao Yan glanced at Han Feng and Su Qian before laughing with ridicule. Han Feng's expression once again became darker and more solemn. The fists under his sleeves creaked out loud. A dense killing intent surged out from his body. Su Qian's appearance also caused Mo Tianxing's and Old Shan's faces to change a little. No one would dare to easily slight an elite Dou zone. This was especially the case in this situation where things were clearly defined. First Elder, why have you come? What about the matter over there? The ferocity on Xiao Yan's face had completely disappeared. Earlier Han Feng had spent a great amount of effort to anger Xiao Yan, but he had underestimated the latter's mental strength. After experiencing the initial anger, the deep killing intent was gradually suppressed deep within his heart. He did not allow his emotions to disrupt his reasoning. That spiritual avatar has already disappeared, hence, I have followed the signs that you left behind to come over. Xiao Li and the others will arrive soon. Su Qian gaze turned to Old Shan in the call as he frowned and spoke. Disappeared? Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. His gaze immediately turned to Old Shan. All he could hear was cold laughter before the latter's feet violently stomped on the ground. A gray-colored fountain erupted from the ground. Immediately, an invisible spiritual strength broke from it in a lightning-like manner and entered his body. As this spiritual strength returned, Old Shan's strength quickly grew and in a short moment, he was nearly back to his peak. Old Shan's transformation also attracted the attention of Han Feng, Mo Tianxing and the others. Their expressions immediately changed. From the looks of this situation, it seemed that this cunning old fellow had used the delay caused by their presence to successfully withdraw the spiritual avatar into his body. At this moment, his fighting strength would likely not be inferior to anyone present. TSK, thanks for all of your help. Old Shan laughed to Xiao Yan and the others in a strange manner. His confidence became much greater with the recovery of his strength. Mo Tianxing's expression slightly sank. He immediately raised his head to Xiao Yan, Han Feng, and the rest before laughing. Everyone, now is not the time for internal conflict. I assume that everyone is quite interested in this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Since this is the case, I feel that we should join hands and snatch that thing from old Demon Ying's hands. Otherwise, given this old fellow's craftiness, he might use some tactic to flee. Where will we go and find him at that time? The matter regarding the distribution can be discussed at a later time. What do you say? Xiao Yan and the rest were startled when they heard this. They immediately mused in their hearts and actually nodded slightly a moment later. What sect leader Mo said is true. The thing we should do now is to snatch the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva from this old demon's hands. Why don't we do this? The four of us will attack and use the fastest speed to finish him off. What do you say? Han Feng laughed while a slyness flashed across his eyes. Xiao Yan's gaze glanced at Han Feng before nodding slightly to the little fairy doctor and Su Qian. Immediately, he used a voice that only the three of them could hear as he whispered, "Be careful, these bastards are those who can swallow a person, including his bones. Do not fall for their underhanded tactics." Su Qian smiled and nodded. He said, "Little fellow, do you really think that the old me is an old stubborn man who only knows how to train? Do I need you to remind me of such a matter?" Xiao Yan smiled in embarrassment. Su Qian was able to become the first elder of the Inner Academy and enable the Inner Academy to become a peaceful ground within a chaotic place like the Black Corner region. His ability in scheming was naturally something that need not be doubted. The little fairy doctor was also not an ordinary person in being able to manage an enormous poison sect. If one were to talk about it, she was really not at all inferior to him. Old Shan's expression suddenly sank when he saw that Xiao Yan's group had actually agreed to Mo Tianxing's suggestion. Although he had just recovered his strength, he would definitely fall into an absolute disadvantage when facing four experts with similar strength. Moreover, he might really even end up leaving his old life in this place. Old Shan's feet violently stomped on the ground as these thoughts flashed through his heart. Over 10 sturdy ground fountains over 10 feet in size surged out from the call amid a low muffled sound. A figure suddenly withdrew while these ground fountains blocked everyone's view. "Everyone, let's move." Mo Tianxing was the first to discover Old Shan's actions just as the latter moved. He immediately let out a cold cry. After which, he strangely appeared behind Old Shan. His sleeves shook and a dense golden light shot out from his sleeves. It immediately rushed toward the latter's throat in a lightning-like manner. Humph! A fierce and brutal look flashed across Old Shan's eyes when he saw Mo Tianxing attack. His ghost-like shriveled handclaws were extended from his sleeves. They were immediately curled in a strange manner as they forcefully grabbed the golden light. Glancing over, one might realize that it was a sharp dagger without a handle. "I will return it to you, old bastard." Old Shan's grayish-white nails gently flicked the dagger. With a loud clear sound, that dagger once again transformed into a golden glow that cut through the air as shot back at Emotian. Borrowing the force when the dagger was shot out, old Shan's body flashed and appeared in the air, after which, his body moved and he fled into the deep mountains. He, old demon Ing. Just hand over the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving safely. Old Shan was just about to flee when a human figure flashed and appeared in front of him in a strange manner. A hot palm wind came violently smashing over. Bang, : In his haste, old Shan also began to hurriedly wave his fist to counteract the wind. Two powerful winds met in the sky and a soul-stirring explosion suddenly sounded. A violent, wild blast swept through the sky, blowing over the entire forest until it emitted a creaking sound. Old Shan and that human figure swiftly took 2 steps back as the wind spread. The latter revealed his body along with a face that contained a cold laugh. Who else could it be other than Han Feng? You are indeed worthy of being an old expert in the Black Corner region. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. However, it is likely that you will have a difficult time escaping from the calamity today. Han Feng stabilized his body and smiled slightly at the dark, cold face of old Shan. Immediately, he raised his chin to the sky. Old Shan's gaze was slowly shifted. He could see that the 3 Dou zones, namely Emotian, Su Qian, and the little fairy doctor, had already surrounded and trapped him. Adding Han Feng in front of him, the 4 of them had completely sealed off all of old Shan's retreat paths. Faced with 4 elite Dou zones, even old Shan could only feel a kind of helplessness. A breeze blew through the sky. However, it was unable to remove the tense atmosphere. 5 elite Dou zones had appeared together. This kind of terrifying lineup was something that Xiao Yan had seen for the first time. It was likely the case for quite a number of people present. Old Shan's face was volatile as he was locked onto by 4 auras. He clearly understood that it was already impossible for him to easily take away the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva with the situation today. Moreover, if he were to continue being stubborn, it was likely that he would really fall in the hands of these 4 people. The thoughts in his heart flashed as quick as lightning. A moment later, old Shan clenched his teeth hard. He swung his hand and an emerald-like jade box appeared in his hand. Take it and leave. The old me will remember the grudge today. This old Shan was a person who was really sensible. After understanding that he already had no other choice in this situation, he let out a furious cry and wildly threw the jade box in his hand into the sky. Old Shan's body moved the moment the jade box left his hand. He fled the encirclement. However, his body had just moved when 4 majestic attacks suddenly arrived, forcing him to quickly dodge in a miserable manner. Old fellow, do you really treat us as fools? Han Feng coldly laughed. His gaze did not even look at the jade box which was tossed high up. From the way he saw it, it was impossible for old Shan to hand over the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva this easily. Emotian also adopted a similar thought as Han Feng. The little fairy doctor and Su Qian merely looked at the jade box somewhat hesitantly, but did not make any rash movements. Old Shan cursed furiously because of these words from Han Feng, "You fools." Old Shan's body turned after his curse sounded. He hurriedly rushed toward the jade box that was tossed high into the air. However, a suction force suddenly appeared when he was about to move, causing the jade box to fly off. Finally, it landed in the hands of a black-robed, young man with a somewhat hesitant expression in front of the other party's extremely furious eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 862, Situational Change. Chapter 862, Situational Change. Xiao Yan was momentarily unable to recover as he stared at the jade box that had landed in his hand. He had randomly moved earlier and did not expect this thing to land in his hand so easily. After being absent-minded for a moment, Xiao Yan swiftly recovered and opened the jade box in a lightning-like manner. Immediately, he saw the slowly wiggling emerald-colored Bodhisattva body transformation saliva which was suspended within the jade box. It is actually real? Xiao Yan's gaze was dull as he stared at the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Other than old Shan, the faces of almost everyone stiffened. No one had expected old Shan to actually hand over the thing this easily given his character. However, the truth that had appeared in front of them caused the faces of quite a number of people to become fiery hot. Hey, serves you right. Now that the thing is not with the old me, I shall see just who dares to block me. Old Shan merely mocked with a cold laugh when he saw everyone's dull expressions. damn it, you old fellow who will not die. That bodhisattva body transformation saliva clearly has the seal that I had placed. Mo Tianxing was the first to recover and he immediately cried out furiously. When old Shan had thrown the jade box earlier, he had used a slight Dou Qi imprint to scan it. However, there was not the slightest response. It was because of this that he did not act at that moment. Unexpectedly, the jade box really did have the bodhisattva body transformation saliva. When you mentioned that you had done something to the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, the old me quietly removed it. Don't tell me that you expected the old me to suffer from the same loss twice? Old Shan curled his mouth and ridiculed. His gaze immediately took one glance around this battleground and laughed in a strange manner. Do all of you still wish to fight now that the thing is already no longer with the old me? If that is the case, the old me will accompany all of you. Everyone's gazes had basically turned to Xiao Yan in an instant after old Shan's words sounded. Other than the little fairy doctor and Su Qian, the remaining eyes were filled with a denseness. Xiao Yan, check it. Do not allow this old fellow to switch it with a fake. Su Qian's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the situation. If the bodhisattva body transformation saliva was real, it was not impossible for them to retain it with their current advantage. If it was a fake, they would not only end up taking the blame for old Shan, but would also end up doing so for nothing. That would really not be worthwhile. Xiao Yan also nodded after hearing Su Qian's words. His gaze cautiously swept around him before he swiftly checked the bodhisattva body transformation saliva. A joy slowly surged out from deep within his eyes. Finally, he turned his head and lowered his chin to Su Qian. Xie. Han Feng's body suddenly moved the moment Xiao Yan's chin moved. He transformed into a black shadow that rushed at Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. Humph. Han Feng's body had just moved when Xiao Yan, who had constantly remained cautious of his surroundings, let out a cold snort. A glaring silver glow surged from both of his legs as his body shook. An afterimage remained while his body appeared over 100 meters away. Two human figures appeared beside Xiao Yan the moment his body appeared, guarding his back as they did so. A moment later, Zi Yan also flew over. The four of them clustered together and looked at the many experts in the call who were looking at them maliciously. Stop them! Han Feng's expression was gloomy as he waved his hand. The experts from the Demon Flame Valley immediately leaped into the air and swiftly approached Xiao Yan's group. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Tianxing by the side also let out a cold laugh as he led the experts from the Black Emperor's sect to surround Xiao Yan's group from the other side. Old Shan smiled in a dark and cold manner as he saw the target being rapidly switched from him to someone else. However, he did not move. Instead, he merely suspended himself in the sky, looking as though he was watching a good show. From his manner, it seemed that he did not intend to intervene. A denseness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he saw Han Feng, Mo Tianxing, and the others approaching. He immediately laughed with a faint voice. Does sect leader Mo really plan to attack us? If you can choose to be an observer for once, Xiao Yan would definitely deliver the zone-breaking pill. What do you say? Mo Tianxing was startled when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He seemed to have become a little interested. Although there were few people in Xiao Yan's group, all of them were quite strong. Even if the Demon Flame Valley and the Black Emperor's sect were to join hands, it would be quite difficult to suppress them. Sect leader Mo, don't fall for this brat's curveball. He is extremely crafty. Once they finish us off and free their hands, do you think that you can do anything to them given their 2 elite dozong advantage? Han Feng suddenly and coldly laughed while Mo Tianxing was deep in thought. Mo Tianxing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. What Han Feng had said was indeed true. The reason why Xiao Yan was currently this afraid was that both Han Feng and himself were elite dozongs. If they were to stand aside and simply watch Han Feng's group be defeated at this moment, his ending would also not be anywhere good. He did not believe that Xiao Yan would easily hand over a valuable medicinal pill like the zone-breaking pill given the latter's craftiness. If sect leader Mo does not trust me, Xiao Yan can hand over the medicinal pill on the spot. What do you say? Xiao Yan appeared to have understood Mo Tianxing's worry as he laughingly said. Mo Tianxing was startled. An interest surged on his face. When he was about to speak, Han Feng knit his brows tightly and his mouth moved. A soft voice that was wrapped with Dou Qi was quietly transmitted into the former's ears. The suddenly transmitted voice caused Mo Tianxing to immediately shut his mouth that was about to be opened. His eyes glanced to Han Feng with joyous surprise as he asked, really? If sect leader Mo thinks that this guarantee is attractive enough, we might perhaps be able to give it a try. Moreover, the Demon Flame Valley is also considered an old faction within the Black Corner region. If Han Feng wishes to act shamelessly after this, sect leader can come to the Demon Flame Valley and demand a recourse. Han Feng laughed. Mo Tianxing hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. He immediately clenched his teeth and said, "All right. I will trust you once. Hopefully, you will not fool me after this is over. Otherwise, Sect leader Mo, can rest assured that it is extremely difficult to obtain this thing by just relying on my strength. With your help, our chances will significantly increase." Mo Tianxing slightly nodded. His gaze turned to Xiao Yan as HD laughed. "Mr. Xiao Yan, looks like I can only apologize. The zone-breaking pill does not have the attraction on a level of what Han Feng has offered." Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and laughed faintly. If sect leader Mo thinks that a person who has once betrayed his teacher is worthy of being trusted, there is nothing else that Xiao Yan can say. The temptation is worth the risk. Mo Tianxing licked his lips as he spoke with somewhat heated eyes. Xiao Yan ceased saying anything more when he heard this. He did not know what Han Feng had promised Mo Tianxing, but for the latter to ignore the zone-breaking pill, it was likely that the temptation was extremely shocking. In that case, let's prepare for a big battle next. If we were to really engage in an all-out fight, no one will know just who will die in the other person's hands. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath. A heated expression suddenly surged into his dark black eyes as he spoke with a deep voice. Su Qian, the little fairy doctor, and Ziyan faintly nodded. Although the other side had many people, the fighting strength of their side was much stronger. He. Han Feng let out a pleased laugh when he saw that he had successfully pulled Mo Tianxing over to his side. However, he did not stop after this. His gaze turned and paused on old Shan, who was remaining in the air above the call and watching the show. If he was able to pull this old fellow to his side in this kind of situation, he would be able to gain an absolute advantage. 3 elite Dou zones along with the remaining experts from 2 large factions would be sufficient to completely suppress Xiao Yan's 4-man group until they ceased to have any ability to retaliate. However, that old Shan appeared to know just what Han Feng was about to say when he saw the latter looking over. He immediately let out a strange laugh and said, "You can forget about roping in the old me. It is best for me not to get involved in such a situation. If you wish to fight, you can just go all out and fight, the old me shall not accompany all of you." TSK. Old Shan actually turned around after saying these words. After which, he rushed into the deep mountains in front of everyone's stunned gazes and disappeared. Han Feng immediately knit his brows intently as he watched old Shan, who had simply turned around and left. He immediately let out a cold snort and cursed, "A cowardly old fellow." Xiao Yan's eyes also watched the spot where old Shan had disappeared from and could not resist frowning a little. He exchanged gazes with Su Qian and the others, indicating that he felt something was wrong. Given the great value of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, how would this old fellow simply give up this easily? Be careful, this old fellow is extremely cunning. Such an unusual act is abnormal. Su Qian suppressed his voice and cautiously spoke. Don't tell me that he intends to watch the fierce battle between the tigers and appear after both parties are seriously injured? The little fairy doctor's thin eyebrows were pressed together as she voiced her thoughts. Xiao Yan shook his head a little and said, "No idea. However, this is not the time to consider all this. Let's finish off these fellows before discussing it. The Bodhisattva body transformation saliva is already in our hands. They will definitely not give it up." Su Qian and the 2 others nodded when they heard this. He said, "If we wait a little longer, the experts from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy will also make it over. At that time, we will have a slightly easier time." The rushing sound of wind was suddenly transmitted from the horizon after Su Qian's voice sounded. Immediately, a large group of human figures appeared in Xiao Yan's group's line of sight. Are they finally here? Xiao Yan's group sighed in relief as they sensed the familiar aura. Although they were not afraid of the large number of people on the opposite side, there would be some trouble if they were interrupted amid an intense battle. Now that the experts on their side had rushed over, both sides could be considered to be even. Humph, they are just a useless mob. Are you still intending to rely on them? The large group of human figures flying over also attracted Han Feng's attention. He immediately let out a cold laugh as he suddenly waved his hand. A voice that was filled with a dark and cold killing intent resounded over the sky. "Sect leader Mo and I will block the woman and Su Qian. Fang Yan, you will lead a couple of experts from the Demon Flame Valley to capture Xiao Yan. It doesn't matter whether the later is dead or alive as long as you obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 863, A Big Battle Begins. Chapter 863, A Big Battle Begins. Han Feng's cold cry filled with killing intent broke the stiff atmosphere of this region. The experts from the Demon Flame Valley and Black Emperor sect unleashed their soul-stirring killing intent at this moment. Their gazes were dark as they glared at Xiao Yan's group. Moreover, both parties even took the opportunity to separate a portion of their experts to head off the experts from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy who had appeared in the sky. The experts from the Demon Flame Valley and the Black Emperor sect that remained this time around were the core strength within their factions. Their individual strengths were all quite great. If one were to talk about the situation in this place, it appeared that they were a little stronger than Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy experts. Hence, despite having dispatched some experts to deal with Xiao Li's group, the number of experts who remained still far exceeded that of Xiao Yan's 4-people group. Moreover, all of their auras were great and drawn out. Clearly, they were the elites among the group. Few words were exchanged when the group that had gone to block Xiao Li's group collided with the latter before both parties directly erupted into a chaotic battle. Powerful Dou Qi ripples that contained dark, cold killing intent created gorgeous energy fireworks, low, deep explosive sounds in the sky. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Han Feng's mouth as he watched the intense battle that had erupted in the sky. His gaze was immediately turned to Xiao Yan's 4-man group as he faintly said, "This is the territory of the Black Emperor sect. It does not benefit you by dragging things out. Therefore, you should hand over the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. This way, I might still let all of you off. You are actually saying such words despite your character. Looks like you do not have much hope of swallowing us." Xiao Yan softly laughed. His gaze glanced at the experts from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy who had been stopped, but his face did not appear overly worried. Han Feng and Mo Tianxing had planned to gather their core strength to deal with the 4 of them. Hence, the people who had gone to stop Xiao Li's group were not very strong. This group not only did not gain the upper hand in this battle, but had fatally fallen into a disadvantage. It appeared that they would not be able to block for long. Of course, Xiao Yan himself naturally did not place his hope on Xiao Li's group. The crucial part of this battle was still on the side of the 4 of them. Should any accident happen to them, the experts from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy would not have the ability to turn the situation around. The smile on the corner of Han Feng's mouth became denser in the face of Xiao Yan's soft laughter. He had a clear understanding of the latter's character, and knew that the other party would definitely not easily hand over the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. He immediately became too lazy to exchange unnecessary words. After exchanging a brief glance with Mo Tianxing, Han Feng nodded his head. "Fang Yan, you will lead the 2nd and 3rd elders to deal with Xiao Yan. With the combination of the 3 of you, it is likely that you will even be able to barely fight against a Dozone. This should not be a problem, right?" Han Feng turned his head and spoke to the red-haired 1st elder Fang Yan with a deep voice. Fang Yan smiled when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Mister, please be reassured that the old me will definitely snatch the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Do not be careless. This little fellow has some extremely powerful Do skills. Back then, I suffered great losses," Han Feng frowned and reminded. Fang Yan smiled once again and nodded. He had naturally heard quite a lot of rumors about Xiao Yan. The battle result of the latter in the Black Corner region back then was something he had heard numerous times. Hence, his heart would naturally not possess much underestimation. However, if he were to join hands with 2 Demon Flame Valley elders, he still had some confidence in dealing with Xiao Yan. After all, the strength of those 2 were close to the peak of the Dou Huang class. Moreover, they worked well together. With the 3 of them, the chances of victory against Xiao Yan, who was a mere 4-star Dou Huang, should be above 60%. I and Elder Qi will deal with that purple-haired little girl. Emoya laughed behind Mo Tianxing. Yes. Mo Tianxing randomly nodded. He did not issue any reminders. If Emoya and Qishan join hands, there would hardly be anyone who was a match for them in the Dou Huang class. It should not be much of a problem dealing with a little girl. Although he knew that this little, purple-haired girl was somewhat strange did not necessarily mean strength. "Let's attack, don't delay any longer," Han Feng gently waved his hand, and spoke with a faint voice. A cold, powerful aura suddenly surged out from Han Feng's body after his last words sounded. Under this trembling aura, one could see that some dark clouds had suddenly begun to gather in the clear sky. In an instant, the warm sunlight that scattered down from the sky was isolated. Han Feng's grey robes flapped in the wild wind while a bright redness gradually surged in his eyes. His dark gaze shot to Su Qian. "Old fellow, we have not met for a couple of years. Today, allow me to see if you are still like you were back then." Su Qian's expression did not change even a little as he sensed his aura being locked onto by Han Feng. His body moved and he slowly flew out. He immediately paused a short distance from Han Feng and faintly said, "It is unexpected that the Pill Emperor who shook the Black Corner region back then has actually turned into this state that is neither human nor ghost. Although I do not know what method you have used in order to transform into your old appearance after occupying another person's body, the current you does not possess the same demeanor from when you were the Pill Emperor. Su Qian's words caused Han Feng's expression to instantly turn dark and solemn. Becoming this state that was neither human nor ghost had been a thorn in his heart. He immediately clenched his teeth and replied in a savage manner, "You old fellow who will not die. The reason I ended up in this manner is all thanks to you people. As long as I, Han Feng, am alive, I will not allow all of you to live in peace." Han Feng was basically roaring at the end. Ferocity and savageness covered his face and a somewhat powerful illusory energy surged from his body in all directions. His body moved and in an instant, he appeared in front of Su Qian in a ghost-like manner. A hot wind carried a frightening explosive force as it ruthlessly smashed toward the latter's chest. The air was distorted where Han Feng's palm wind passed. Even the invisible air was torn by it until an arc was formed just above Han Feng's fist. Su Qian's expression changed when he sensed Han Feng's fist wind. His sleeves finally became as hard as metal. They carried an icy wind that heavily collided with Han Feng's fist. Bang! A spiraling wind swept out and emitted a hissing sound in the sky when the fist and sleeve made contact. Han Feng and Su Qian took a couple of hurried steps back. Their bodies immediately flashed. Once again, they pounced violently on each other like fierce tigers that had descended the mountains and had become entangled. Waves of shocking force and energy explosions sounded. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of First Elder Han Feng and the two elders when they saw Su Qian and Han Feng descend into an intense battle. Immediately, their gazes turned to Xiao Yan and let out a cold laugh. The three people formed a triangular shape and slowly approached the latter. The little fairy doctor's eyes rotated upon seeing Feng Yan's action. However, before she could do anything, a human figure flashed in front of her. Mo Tianxing smiled when he appeared. "Your opponent is me. Don't get distracted because of someone else." The little fairy doctor's eyes glanced indifferently at Mo Tianxing. Her delicate small mouth was lifted into a strange arc. Threads of grayish-purple fog quietly seeped out from her clothes. Feng Yan and the two others had already surrounded Xiao Yan while Mo Tianxing blocked the little fairy doctor. When Feng Yan saw Xiao Yan's calm manner with his arms crossed over his chest, he involuntarily laughed. "I have long heard about the impressive manner of Chief Xiao in the Black Corner region back then. Meeting you now, I can say that heroes that appear are mostly young. However, the three of us old fellows shall offend you today." Although Feng Yan's face was a friendly one, there was not the slightest smile in his eyes. Only a frigid feeling and a dense killing intent were present. Xiao Yan merely glanced at Feng Yan randomly in the face of his words. He spread his arms as he stretched his lazy waist. He clenched his fist and an enormous heavy Xian ruler flashed and appeared. Xiao Yan smiled and said, "You need not say such useless words. Simply relying on your mouth is not sufficient if you want to snatch the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva from me. Moreover..." Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp as his heavy ruler quietly moved with him. It carried a hot pressurizing wind as it violently swung behind him without Xiao Yan turning his head. Clang! A clear metallic sound exploded behind Xiao Yan. Immediately, a black figure took a couple of steps back before stabilizing himself. His hand that held a large blade trembled while his gaze looked at Xiao Yan's back with a solemn expression. This second elder of the Demon Flame Valley had not expected Xiao Yan's reaction to be this strong. "Moreover, show me your true ability. This kind of sneak attack tactic is useless against me. Your Demon Flame Valley doesn't really rely on this to survive in the Black Corner region, does it?" After forcing the Demon Flame Valley's elder back with a random attack, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled to the first elder. He revealed his white teeth that caused one's heart to feel a chill. "I have frequently heard that Chief Zhao's razor tongue does not lose to his fighting strength. After meeting you, I see that you do live up to your reputation." Feng Yan let out a mocking smile. Immediately, the smile on his face gradually turned dark and cold while he slowly said, "I heard that Chief Xiao is in possession of a heavenly flame. The old me really wishes to know if the man-made heavenly flame that my Demon Flame Valley makes is able to compare with your heavenly flame." Feng Yan suddenly cried out loud after his voice sounded. "Second brother, third brother, ... TL, note that the brothers does not mean blood brothers but rather used because they are from the same sect." The second and third elders from the Demon Flame Valley immediately responded when they heard Feng Yan's cry. Their bodies immediately withdrew a short distance. After which, their hand seals quickly moved. 3 pale grayish flames suddenly curled and rose from their bodies. Immediately, the flames began to respond to one another. A moment later, they escaped from their hosts and flew out. Finally, they agglomerated together at the middle of the 3 individuals. Within a short half a minute after the 3 pale grayish colors merged, a grayish-brown heavenly flame slowly rose to the sky. The temperature of this place suddenly rose following the appearance of the cluster of grayish-brown flame. Even the space around that flame began to show signs of some distortion. The temperature of this kind of flame seemed to be very close to the degree of a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan raised his head and studied the cluster of grayish-brown color in the flame. Surprise flashed across his eyes and he muttered with some interest, "Is this that so-called flame creation skill? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 864, Life-Transforming Flame. Chapter 864, Life-Transforming Flame. The grayish-brown flame remained suspended above Xiao Yan's head. It appeared like a grayish sun that repeatedly emitted a frighteningly high temperature that caused the air to distort. This kind of temperature was already very close to the green lotus core flame that Xiao Yan had obtained back then. Of course, this flame was merely close to it. A heavenly flame was a completely unique thing in this world. Nothing could replicate it. This point was something that Xiao Yan was clearly aware of in his heart. Although this so-called flame creation skill was mysterious, it was far from the level of being able to create a heavenly flame. At its very best, it could only achieve something that was very close to that of a heavenly flame. Always and forever, it would never be able to surpass the later. Although Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner, Feng Yan and the two elders from the Demon Flame Valley clearly did not think the same way. They were filled with a great confidence by this grayish-brown flame formed from the merger of Dou Qi from their bodies. During these years, the fake heavenly flame that they had formed had caused quite a number of opponents to perish in their hands. These people included some of the peak experts within the Black Corner region. The grayish-brown flame curled and slowly rose. It abruptly split into 3 clusters amid Feng Yan's cold laughter. After which, they flew out and entered the bodies of the 3 elders. The aura that spread from the surface of Feng Yan's group suddenly turned a lot wilder and more violent when the grayish-brown flame entered their bodies. Waves of hot pressurizing wind merged together and swept toward Xiao Yan like floodwaters. Xiao Yan's clothes fluttered unceasingly as he stood within the torrent-like pressure. However, his expression did not change much. His gaze swept over the 3 of them before he suddenly laughed. "You 3. Although you have merged and formed such a flame, doesn't it appear as though you have injured yourself before you even hurt another?" Feng Yan coldly laughed when he heard Xiao Yan's laughter. "Chief Xiao really has sharp eyes. Each time we use the flame creation skill to merge and form this life-transforming flame, the interior of our bodies indeed ends up with quite a number of burns. However, it's not considered much if we are able to snatch the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. So this kind of flame is named life-transforming flame by all of you. The flame creation skill of the Demon Flame Valley is indeed unique. However, compared to a true heavenly flame, this life-transforming flame of yours is still a little inferior." Xiao Yan slightly smiled. His hand slowly moved and formed seals in front of him before it suddenly stilled. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. The cry sounded within Xiao Yan's heart as an emerald-colored flame streaked from his body like a volcano. It lingered over the surface of his body for a moment before it gradually withdrew into his body. Following the withdrawal of the flame, Xiao Yan's aura suddenly soared. The actual strength of Xiao Yan was that of a 4-star Do Huang. Adding this to his physical strength, which far exceeded those experts of his level, his Qi method, and the increase in his strength from borrowing of the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, he was able to contend against someone at the peak of the Do Huang class without using any Do skills. Of course, he was a little weaker when compared to Feng Yan, who was an expert with half a foot in the Do zone level. "I have long heard that Chief Xiao is in possession of a heavenly flame. Please show it to us today and allow us 3 old fellows to widen our perspective. Now that we think about it, this life-transforming flame of ours has never contended against a true heavenly flame. Today, we will ask for advice from Chief Xiao." Feng Yan coldly laughed. His face did not reveal the slightest surprise in the face of Xiao Yan's soaring aura. Clearly, they were already aware that Xiao Yan possessed a secret technique that could raise his strength. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into a sly arc when he heard this. If they really wished to fight 3 against 1, he would honestly have to spend quite a bit of effort. However, these 3 old fellow did not choose to use Dou Qi to fight. Instead, they wanted to challenge Xiao Yan with a heavenly flame. This was undoubtedly using their weak point to challenge another person's strong point. It was no different from seeking to make things difficult for themselves. Xiao Yan gently flicked his finger and a cluster of flames was suspended in his hand. This cluster of flame was not an emerald jade color. Instead, it was a pale green one. It was not the glazed lotus heart flame, but the first heavenly flame of Xiao Yan that he had not used for a long time, the green lotus core flame. This heavenly flame was the first flame that Xiao Yan possessed. He was extremely familiar with controlling it. The flame was little different from the moving clouds and flowing water under his control. There was not the slightest unfamiliar feeling to it. Xiao Yan's gaze drifted after he had displayed the green lotus core flame. At this moment, Su Qian and the little fairy doctor were each being delayed by Han Feng and Mo Tianxing. Both of them had descended into an intense battle. On the other side, Emoya and Shishan had gradually rose into the air to head to Ziyan with ill intent. Clearly, they planned to join hands and subdue Ziyan. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over Emoya and Shishan, causing his eyes narrowed. A sharp cold glint flashed in them. He had never expected these two bastards to be this unscrupulous to actually bully a little girl with numbers. Ziyan threw her gaze over after having seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's gaze. Both pair of eyes entangled with each other before the former saucily smiled. A clear voice was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears, "Relax, I can deal with these two fellows. Just remain relaxed and deal with those three old fellows who will not die." Xiao Yan was slightly startled upon hearing Ziyan's voice. Seeing that the latter did not reveal an overly worried look, Xiao Yan felt much more relaxed. Ziyan's original form was extremely mysterious. Moreover, her background also did not seem to be simple. She also possessed a never-ending number of tactics. Although she had only entered the Dou Huang class for a short period of time, her fighting strength was quite great. Even though Emoya and Shishan had joined hands, it would not be a simple matter to finish off Ziyan within a short period of time. "Chief Xiao, now is not the time to be distracted." Fang Yan gave a dense laugh while Xiao Yan's gaze was looking in all directions. The seal in his hands moved immediately and the grayish-brown flame suddenly turned into a half-a-foot-large firebird. The firebird flapped its wings as its sharp fire beak attacked Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. The grayish-brown firebird flew through the sky. Within the blink of an eye, it appeared at a spot over 10 feet from Xiao Yan. However, before it could flap its wings again, a pale green fire net strangely extended out before wrapping around the grayish-brown firebird. Fang Yan's eyes turned slightly cold after the firebird was wrapped. His hand seals moved and the firebird swiftly expanded like a balloon that had been filled with air. The grayish flame repeatedly grilled the pale green fire net, cooking the latter until it became slightly illusionary. "Ha!" Xiao Yan let out a soft exclamation as he sensed the change in the fire net that was formed from the green lotus core flame. An unusual glint flickered in his eyes. This fake heavenly flame, that Fang Yan's three-man team had used Dou Qi to create, did indeed possess some unique qualities. At the very least, it was much stronger than some beast flame. However, a fake heavenly flame was ultimately fake regardless of how strong it was. In front of a genuine heavenly flame, it would still be extremely fragile. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he clenched his hand. The firebird, that had swelled to the point where it was about to break the green fire net, abruptly emitted an intense fire glow. Suddenly, it began to shrink. Poochie. The tight shrinking of the fire net caused a poochie sound to appear. The enormous firebird was strangled by the green fire net into flame spots. Finally, they surged out of the flame like a swarm of bees and entered Fang Yan's body from all directions. Humph. A muffled snort sounded in Fang Yan's throat after the flame returned to his body. Clearly, he was slightly injured during the flame collision earlier. Xiao Yan was once again surprised by the life-transforming flame ability to split itself apart to dodge the fire net lock. Disbelief surged in his heart. If I capture this so-called life-transforming flame and use flame mantra to swallow it, I wonder if it would enable the flame mantra to evolve a little. This life transformation flame that Fang Yan's three-men group had displayed could be said to be the strongest type of flame among all the non-heavenly flames fire that Xiao Yan had seen. As long as it was a flame mantra would be able to swallow and refine it. This was just like the purple flame that Xiao Yan had refined back then. Of course, with the current class of the flame mantra, swallowing any ordinary beast flame would no longer be useful. However, this life-transforming flame was a little different. There might be some benefits if he were to capture it. This life-transforming flame was formed from the gathering of all the Dou Qi that belonged in Fang Yan and the other two elders. If he captured it, the strength of Fang Yan and the other two would definitely be reduced. No one knew just how much more time they would need in order to return to this level. The dense smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth had unknowingly turned even denser when he thought until this point. Since all of you wish to play with fire, I shall teach all of you what is called burning oneself when playing with fire. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. A flame was shapeless and without substance. It was naturally extremely difficult for an ordinary person to capture it. However, this was not too difficult for Xiao Yan, who possessed two types of heavenly flames. Second brother, third brother. Fang Yan, who had suffered a hidden disadvantage, revealed a slightly dark and solemn expression when this thought was lingering in Xiao Yan's heart. The former cried in a sharp voice, "Starfire Phoenix." The two Demon Flame Valley's elders were slightly startled when they heard this sharp cry by Fang Yan. They exchanged glances and immediately clenched their teeth. The seals on their hands changed and a dense grayish-brown flame suddenly surged from their bodies in all directions. They immediately entwined with each other in the sky. When Fang Yan completely merged the life-transforming flame within his body, an unusually intense energy ripple swiftly spread from the grayish-brown flame. Gee! The grayish-brown flame repeatedly churned like a cloud layer. A moment later, a clear bird cry suddenly carried a hot wind from the grayish-brown flame. Fire clouds rippled and an enormous gray-colored firebird, over 100 feet in size, slowly agglomerated within the grayish-brown flame. It is not easy to be able to agglomerate the flame into such a shape. Surprise also flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he observed the enormous divine bird in the sky made out of flames. An unusual smile surged onto his face as a soft mutter quietly sounded. This star phoenix should have been formed from the fire that was agglomerated within these three people's bodies. Since this is the case, I shall unceremoniously accept all of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 865, Capturing. Chapter 865, Capturing. An enormous grayish-brown firebird flapped its wings as it floated in the azure sky. Hot waves radiated from its body, causing the space in the sky to become distorted. The surrounding space would emit a slight ripple each time this so-called starfire phoenix flapped its wings. Hot, wild wind whizzed around this place, causing one's head to be filled with perspiration as though one was in a desert. The faces of Fang Yan's group had clearly turned much paler after this enormous grayish-brown firebird appeared. Moreover, their auras swiftly became sluggish. Clearly, they had already consumed most of their strength in order to agglomerate the form of this starfire phoenix, that possessed a great amount of destructive strength. Although Fang Yan's face was pale, the viciousness between his brows became denser. He laughed at Xiao Yan in the middle in a strange manner. Chief Xiao. How is this starfire phoenix of ours? Can it be compared with your heavenly flame? Xiao Yan's gaze glanced at the old face covered with a vicious hatred. The corner of his mouth was curled slightly as he nonchalantly asked, "Is this your ultimate killing move?" The corner of First Elder Fang Yan's eyes twitched when he heard the relaxed tone of Xiao Yan. The ferocious smile on the corner of his mouth widened. Perhaps Chief Xiao will change your statement after you sense the strength of this starfire phoenix of mine. First Elder Fang Yan's expression swiftly turned dark after his voice sounded. A cold cry was emitted from his mouth as the seal formed by his hands changed. Following the change of the seal formed by his hands, the enormous grayish-brown fire phoenix in the sky suddenly raised its head and let out a sharp cry. A hot substance-like sound wave came sweeping over, blowing over the forest below until the trees rose and fell indefinitely in a wave-like manner. The grayish-brown fire phoenix flapped its wings viciously after its cry sounded. Immediately, a suah-suah sound appeared. The densely packed grayish fire wings immediately shot out from the body of the fire phoenix and rushed at Xiao Yan from all directions. The fire feathers' sharp wind tore through the air and reverberated throughout the sky. The hot temperature was like many small rocks that had erupted from a volcano, possessing both heat as well as a great destructive strength. The fire feathers that came from all directions were swiftly magnified in Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. However, when they were around 20 feet from Xiao Yan, a deep green flame suddenly appeared in his dark black pupils. Xie! Xie! A circular deep green flame cover suddenly appeared in a strange manner when the fire feathers that fell from all over the sky were around 20 feet from Xiao Yan's body. The grayish-brown flames that spread around all of the fire feathers, that had shot into the circular flame cover, immediately seemed to have met ice water as they were swiftly extinguished. Following the extinguishment of the flames, the feathered Dou Qi that it had formed quietly scattered. Finally, they turned into nothing. Fire feathers came pouring down, like a storm, into the flame barrier. Within the flame barrier, Xiao Yan slowly placed his hands behind him as his gaze calmly observed the enormous grayish-brown fire phoenix in the sky. This fire phoenix, that had basically been agglomerated from most of the Dou Qi within the bodies of Fang Yan and the other two elders, did indeed emit frighteningly hot temperature. A temperature of such an extent was extremely close to the green lotus core flame. However, no matter how close it was ultimately not a genuine heavenly flame. Most heavenly flames formed in nature over a countless number of years of pressure, accumulation, and evolution. They would eventually evolve into a heavenly flame that possessed a destructive strength. This destructive, wild, violent character was accumulated over a long period of time. Although it might not be completely impossible for something created from nothing to contend with a heavenly flame, it was impossible to do so with the strength of Fang Yan's group. Having lost its destructive, wild, violent character, even the strongest flame would forever be unable to become a heavenly flame. How could a lion that had lost its fierceness be able to force another beast to submit? Fang Yan and the two others' aim was to raise this so-called life-transforming flame into the degree of a heavenly flame. However, they did not know that the truly frightening part of a heavenly flame was not just its terrifying temperature, but its destructive property that destroyed everything was also truly horrifying. Yet, they actually intended to use this kind of flame to attack Xiao Yan, who possessed two genuine heavenly flames. This was undoubtedly a whimsical and laughable thought. The concentrated gray fire feathers in the sky were completely destroyed. When Fang Yan and the two others saw that Xiao Yan, who was covered by a flame barrier, was actually unhurt, a green color gradually climbed onto their faces. Your life-transforming flame is only to such a degree, this really disappoints me. Xiao Yan raised his eyes gently as he stood within the flame cover. His eyes swept over Fang Yan and the other two before speaking in a faint voice. Fang Yan's face was green with fury. A ferocious look soon surfaced. Without replying to Xiao Yan, his gaze turned to the other two Demon Flame Valley's elders as he roared in a sinister voice, "Sacrificial flame." The expressions of the other two elders slightly changed when they heard this low roar from Fang Yan. They violently bit their tongues and a mouthful of fresh bright red blood was immediately spat out. The blood that was spat out did not scatter. Instead, it agglomerated into a couple of blood droplets that rolled in front of him. The already weary auras of the two elders once again weakened after a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Clearly, this mouthful of fresh blood was not ordinary blood. Instead, it was an essence blood that contained the purest Dou Qi within their bodies. Grug! Fang Yan bit his tongue when he saw this. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Finally, he controlled it with his finger and the two other clusters of fresh blood shot over. Finally, the three clusters of blood agglomerated together and formed a fist-sized deep brown cluster of blood. Go! Fang Yan waved his sleeves and the cluster of liquid blood shot out. Finally, it landed in that enormous fire phoenix. The starfire phoenix's extended wings stiffened the moment the liquid blood entered its body. An unusual blood-red color seeped from within its body. The fire phoenix turned from its initial grayish-brown color to an unusual blood-red one. A dense bloody stench slowly rose from the fire phoenix's body as its color changed. Finally, it dyed the sky until it became somewhat scarlet. Moreover, the blood-red fire phoenix's aura became a couple of times stronger than earlier. Perhaps it was because of the essence blood from Fang Yan and the three others, but this current skyfire phoenix appeared to possess a vague intelligence. Kill him! Fang Yan's eyes were bright red as he looked at the skyfire phoenix whose appearance had transformed. A savage smile surfaced within his eyes. His finger suddenly pointed at Xiao Yan as he cried out loud. Gee! The red-colored skyfire phoenix's empty hole-like eyes suddenly revealed a blood-red color after Fang Yan's voice sounded. A sharp eagle cry reverberated through the sky in a deafening manner. Immediately, its wings were abruptly withdrawn, and its enormous body was like a huge javelin as it wildly rotated. Finally, it emitted a shrill sound as it rushed forward. The speed of the skyfire phoenix was so quick that it was somewhat terrifying. It appeared to have torn space as it appeared around 20 feet from Xiao Yan. A dense blood redness adhered on the skyfire phoenix's sharp bird mouth, causing it to appear a little strange. A sullenness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he sensed the speed of that skyfire phoenix. This demon flame valley did indeed have a couple of tactics. It was able to create a man-made flame that was this strong. Xiao Yan's hand was also quick as this thought flashed through his heart. A seal was formed with his hands, and the flame barrier that covered his entire body shook. Immediately, an enormous green-colored fire net suddenly swelled by over 100 feet. Finally, it stretched apart and wrapped around the skyfire phoenix that had charged over. The skyfire phoenix had just been restrained when it began to struggle. The blood-colored flames on its body swiftly churned as it struggled against a great force. Its body repeatedly grills the green-colored fire net. Moreover, due to the enormous charging force earlier, the sword blade-like fire mouth of the fire phoenix still shot toward Xiao Yan despite the fire net stopping it. Stop! Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly solidified as he let out a stern cry when the sharp fire mouth was swiftly expanded within his dark black eyes. The green-colored fire net's strong light once again erupted as his cry sounded. Immediately, it began to bind the fire phoenix while emitting waves of cracking sounds. Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh from his mouth. He glanced at the sharp fire mouth that was less than a foot from his head and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Immediately, he smiled at Feng Han before changing his hand seal and crying out loud, "Coagulate!" The word had just sounded when the green-colored fire suddenly turned into something like a flamethrower that repeatedly spat out a deep green flame. Moreover, this green flame caused the fire phoenix to roll as though it was suffering from an intense pain the moment the flame adhered to the latter's body. That strange blood flame seemed to have met its nemesis under the discharge of the green-colored flame. It actually began to show signs of being extinguished. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. He watched as the surface of the fire phoenix's body weakened. His heart immediately moved and he used all his strength to maneuver the green lotus core flame within his body before finally spitting all of it at the fire phoenix. Hiss! Hiss! The fire phoenix was like a wounded chicken under the erosion of the high temperature belonging to the green lotus core flame. It struggled repeatedly and an ear-piercing cry miserably sounded. Eldest, quickly withdraw the fire phoenix. This brat's heavenly flame is really too frightening. The fire phoenix is unable to endure. An elder from the Demon Flame Valley hurriedly cried out when he saw the change in the fire phoenix. The three of them had a connection with the fire phoenix. Hence, they were naturally aware of just what kind of extremely terrible condition it was in. At this moment, a paleness mixed with Fang Yan's angry green face. At this moment, he finally understood that using a flame to deal with Xiao Yan seemed to be the wrong decision. The great power of a heavenly flame had far exceeded their expectations. Withdraw! Fang Yan did not hesitate as this thought flashed in his heart. He let out a cry and the seal on his hands changed. The blood-colored fire phoenix within the fire net slowly ceased its struggle after Fang Yan's cry sounded. It was about to separate into a countless number of flame light spots again like bees that had left their hives. Finally, they surged out from the gaps between the fire net in a densely packed manner. You are actually thinking of using the same technique twice? Today, I will definitely capture this life-transforming flame of yours. Xiao Yan merely let out a cold smile when he saw this scene. He flicked his finger and the space where the gaps of the fire net were located began to twist. An invisible flame appeared and completely chased all of the fleeing blood-colored flame back in. The green-colored fire net swiftly shrank after the blood-colored flame was chased back. Within a couple of blinks, the net had transformed into a fist-sized green-colored fire barrier. Inside of this fire barrier was a unique cluster of blood-colored flame that was sluggishly dancing. Its appearance was similar to a bird trapped in a cage. The green-colored fire barrier was suspended over Xiao Yan's hand. His gaze swept over the cluster of blood-colored flame within it before his eyes slid to Fang Yan's group. He smiled slightly and softly said, "Thank you for your gift. Xiao Yan shall unceremoniously accept this valuable gift. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 866, Kill. Chapter 866, Kill. The three gazes from Fang Yan's group were dull as they looked at the blood-colored flame that was being trapped within that deep green fire barrier. Their hearts stiffened when they heard Xiao Yan's mocking words, and an unusually bright redness surged onto their faces. With a grug sound, 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood were spat out violently at the same time. That skyfire phoenix was agglomerated from most of the Dou Qi that belonged to Fang Yan and the other 2 elders. Moreover, due to it possessing their essence blood, the 3 of them possessed a slight connection with the fire phoenix. However, the moment the deep green flame barrier was formed, the thread of connection disappeared from the hearts of the 3 of them. Of course, the thing that disappeared along with this connection was the pure Dou Qi that Fang Yan and the other 2 had practiced for so many years to obtain. This disappearance of Dou Qi meant that the strength of Fang Yan and the other 2 would miserably decline. The result of this. Their mouths panted while some whiteness appeared in Fang Yan's red-colored hair at this moment. His originally old face appeared even older. After wiping off the blood trace from his mouth in a quivering manner, he turned his vicious gaze to Xiao Yan, who remained in the air with flapping wings. He did not give up. Instead, he chose to clench his teeth and change his hand seal. Nevertheless, Fang Yan was merely looking for a needle in a haystack regardless of how he stimulated the connection with the fire phoenix in his heart. There was absolutely no response. That palm-sized flame barrier was like an unbreakable cage that completely isolated his connection with the life-transforming flame. Bastard, release the life-transforming flame. An elder from the Demon Flame Valley sensed his increasingly weary internal body. He could not help but sternly yell at Xiao Yan with blood-red eyes. Xiao Yan's gaze was calm as he glanced at the greatly reduced aura of Fang Yan's group. His gaze was as if he was watching a couple of idiots. Did they think that they were playing a game? Having lost the life-transforming flame, Fang Yan's group was already no longer one that he needed to be afraid of. Their reduced strength had difficulty contending with him. If one were to discuss it, this life-transforming flame could be considered to have been delivered by Fang Yan. If they had not raised a ruckus and used Dou Qi to delay Xiao Yan, the latter would have difficulty defeating them other than to use some Dou techniques that would exhaust a great amount of Dou Qi. Moreover, even if Xiao Yan managed to defeat the 3 of them, his body would also be depleted. How else could he be in this leisurely condition of his? Moreover, he had also trapped the life-transforming flame of the other 3 without incurring any problems. Fang Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. The viciousness in his eyes gradually converged as he raised his head and laughed at Xiao Yan. "Coco, Chief Zhao's heavenly flame can really be considered unrivaled in the world. It looks like us three elders were a little presumptuous. This life-transforming flame is something that is formed from our Dou Qi. It is useless to you even if you trap it. All you can do is wait for it to disperse by itself. Why don't we do this? If Chief Xiao returns it to us, the old me will guarantee that the demon flame valley will withdraw and not meddle with the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. What do you say? Xiao Yan glanced at Feng Yan's smiling old face and grinned. He slowly shook his head. First Elder Feng Yan, all of us are people who clearly understand this situation. Please do not continue to say any more childish words. I will not trust you in leaving by yourself after I return you the life transformation flame. Moreover, if I put it bluntly, is your departure still important in this current situation? The smile on Feng Yan's face gradually solidified as every word from Xiao Yan was transmitted into his ear. A vein pulsed on his forehead before he finally could not endure the irritation and ferocity within his heart. He furiously roared, "What do you plan on doing? Other than taking it and watching it automatically disappear, what else can you use the life-transforming flame for? What do you want? Just state your desires clearly." One could not blame Feng Yan for being this agitated and losing himself. This was because he clearly understood what it meant for them to lose the life transformation flame. It meant that his level of having 1 foot in the Dou Zone class would decline until he was merely an ordinary Dou Huang. Moreover, following the loss of his essence blood, the damage he suffered would be an everlasting one. He might end up remaining in the Dou Huang class forever without the slightest advancement. This fate was undoubtedly a terrifying torture to someone like him who had quite the wild ambition. Feng Yan might have lost his cool, but Xiao Yan was not a kind person. Moreover, he also knew that being merciful to people like this was being cruel to himself. The hearts of most people within the Black Corner region hid a knife, a sharp one that could pierce anyone at any time. Moreover, First Elder was one of these people who possessed an even sharper knife. If he once again got hold of the life-transforming flame, he would definitely fail to keep his promise to turn away and leave. Instead, he would once again join hands with the other two elders to engage in a wild attempt to assassinate Xiao Yan. Moreover, due to the loss they had suffered last time, they would not use their flame to fight with Xiao Yan the next time around. This would mean that there would be a Dou Qi battle. At that time, even if Xiao Yan was able to defeat them again, the price he would have to pay would definitely be more than 10 times it was at the moment. Given the many years of experience Xiao Yan had, how is it possible that he would perform such a foolish act? I'm sorry. I do indeed have quite a great use for this life-transforming flame. Hence, regarding this matter, First Elder can forget about it. Xiao Yan gently shook the flame barrier above his hand. His gaze swept toward Feng Yan as he shook his head and replied. Feng Yan's expression turned gloomy when he heard these words from Xiao Yan. His gaze was vicious as he glanced at Xiao Yan. Without saying any more unnecessary words, he violently struck a fist onto his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out before it completely scattered over his hand. A strange glow was emitted from his shriveled claw-like hand now covered by fresh blood. He waved his hand and it once again formed a strange hand seal. Withdraw. Feng Yan suddenly let out a low cry as his hand stilled. Following his cry, the cluster of slowly flowing blood-colored flame seemed to have abruptly been activated. It burned intensely as it wildly writhed, attempting to break the flame barrier. Stubborn fellow. A coldness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he sensed the change within the flame barrier. He flicked his finger and a cluster of invisible flames surged out. Finally, it covered the deep green flame and once again formed an outer flame layer. The slight connection that Feng Yan sensed after self-inflicting some injuries onto himself immediately disappeared following the outer layer of fallen heart flame taking shape. The life-transforming flame that was within the flame barrier had once again regained its calmness. The repeated disappearance caused Feng Yan's face to turn ashen. A chill surged from his body. Xiao Yan's eyes coldly stared at Feng Yan. He opened his mouth and tossed the flame into his mouth as though it was a sweet. His throat rolled, swallowing the life-transforming flame into his body in front of the stunned gazes of Feng Yan's group. You insane fellow. You actually dare to swallow a flame. The corner of Feng Yan's mouth trembled when he saw Xiao Yan's crazy action. The interior of a person's body was their weakest point. Even an elite Dou Zone would likely end up in an extremely miserable state if anything charged into their bodies. Yet, Xiao Yan had actually swallowed a flame that possessed a great destructive strength into his body. Such an act was really crazy. Xiao Yan burped softly, emitting some hot air as he did so. He smiled at the stunned Feng Yan's group. Although the interior of one's body was the weakest spot, the interior of Xiao Yan's body had the protection of two heavenly flames, the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame. If it came to a critical juncture, he would even use the bone-chilling flame that Yao Lao had left in his body. Under the protection of these three heavenly flames, the interior of Xiao Yan's body was unnaturally safe. In this current situation, Xiao Yan would naturally not attempt to see if the flame mantra could swallow this life transformation flame. Hence, he could only store it within his body in order to avoid the flame scattering and disappearing into the air. Xiao Yan's eyes once again turned to Fong Yan's group after storing the life transformation flame in his body. A cold glint hid within his dark black eyes. Although the strength of these three people would greatly decline after losing the life transformation flame, this was not a sufficient reason for Xiao Yan to let them off. The him who believed in eliminating everything completely would never leave some trouble for the future. Second brother, third brother, kill him. Fong Yan sternly cried out. His face twitched after having sensed the icy cold killing intent within Xiao Yan's eyes. The faces of the two Demon Flame Valley elders, whose strengths had already declined to a 2 to 3 star Dou Qi, changed slightly upon hearing this. They could only grit their teeth and maneuver the little remaining Dou Qi in their bodies. They bite the bullet and attacked Xiao Yan. The moment these two elders charged forward, Fong Yan swiftly withdrew. The glare he gave Xiao Yan, while he was withdrawing, was so vicious that it caused one to feel a chill. Xiao Yan calmly watched the two Demon Flame Valley's elders charge over. In an instant, a volcano-like jade-green fire pillar erupted in an abrupt manner. Bang! Fong Yan's heart quivered as he sensed the hot energy ripple transmitted over. However, he did not turn his head around. The Dou Qi wings on his back were violently flapped as he flew out of the mountain forest. Second brother, third brother, the old me will help take revenge for the both of you. As long as I return and alert the valley chief, he will definitely make this bastard pay with blood. Moreover, there is the Shao Gate. At that time, we will definitely not even leave the chickens and dogs alive. Fong Yan fled with all his might. While he was doing so, a vicious soft voice was also transmitted by the wild wind. Xie. The words had just left his mouth when the fleeing Fong Yan suddenly stiffened. An intense pain transmitted from his chest caused him to feel like he was suffocating. He forcefully endured the pain that drilled into his heart as he lowered his head with great difficulty. Immediately, he saw a hand covered by a jade-green flame penetrating his chest. The hot flame completely vaporized the blood around his wound. Fong Yan's head slowly turned back. Finally, an emotionless young face was captured by his eyes. His eyes still revealed some rampant viciousness just before they were shut. If you and your companion had joined hands, even I could not deal with all of without exhausting my strength. Unfortunately, you were a silly old fellow. A faint voice was softly transmitted into Fong Yan's ears from behind him just before he slowly shut his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 867, Wrathful and Uncontrollable Xian. Chapter 867, Wrathful and Uncontrollable Xian. Xiao Yan softly exhaled as his gaze coldly glanced at Fong Yan, who was swiftly losing his life. The former beckoned with his hand and the storage ring on the latter's finger was removed before ultimately landing in Xiao Yan's hands. Fong Yan had already died. Hence, the spiritual imprint that had been placed on the storage ring had disappeared along with him. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was unobstructed as it entered that storage ring. He flipped through it before a flame-like scroll appeared in his hand. He glanced over the scroll, which had 3 large glaring words: Flame Creation Skill. Xiao Yan sighed in relief only after seeing this flame creation skill landing in his hand. He randomly tossed Fong Yan's cooling corpse onto the ground before storing the scroll into his storage ring. After the earlier battle, the interest Xiao Yan had in this so-called flame creation skill had increased. The name of this Dou technique was nothing special. In fact, it was a little too dull and common. Xiao Yan had seen some Dou techniques that possessed a similar name in the past. However, if one were to compare their benefits, this flame creation skill from the Demon Flame Valley was clearly superior. The man-made heavenly flame might not be comparable to a genuine heavenly flame. However, it was much stronger than an ordinary flame. Of course, the thing that Xiao Yan coveted the greatest was not this man-made flame. Instead, it was the flame control that this flame creation skill gave. After that big battle with Fong Yan's group earlier, Xiao Yan could tell that the spiritual strength of those three had not been overly strong. However, they were able to control the life-transforming flame until it agglomerated and formed the Starfire Phoenix. This degree of control was clearly a benefit of the flame creation skill. Hence, if Xiao Yan were to practice this Dou technique, his degree of control over the heavenly flame would likely tremendously improve. After finishing off Fong Yan's 3-man group with the greatest speed, Xiao Yan's gaze turned to the other battlegrounds in the sky. A deep muffled sound appeared in the sky just as he started to look around, so it attracted Xiao Yan's gaze over. Bang, dot. The spot where the energy explosion sound was transmitted from was the battleground where Xian was located. At this moment, she appeared slightly miserable under the combined attacks of Emoya and Xishan. Although her strength was frightening, Emoya seemed to practice a force-reducing skill that specifically targeted this kind of brute force. Each time her strength was removed, Xi Yan would feel a kind of depressed feeling as though her fist had struck cotton. That cunning old fellow Xishan would then take the opportunity to launch an attack. Hence, she had fallen into a momentary disadvantage. If the two of them were not afraid of her terrifying strength, it was likely that she would have long since been defeated. Bang! Xi Yan's fists once again collided with Emoya's attack. However, the other party's body twisted in a strange manner, and the force on Xi Yan's fist dissipated in a strange manner. Xishan by the side immediately saw an opening and abruptly rushed forward. His shoulders collided with Xi Yan's body. The strength that had suddenly erupted shook Xi Yan until she was forced to pull back. Xi Yan's feet took a couple of steps in the sky before she slowly stabilized her body. Her small hand wiped away the remnant blood trace on the corner of her mouth while a faint purple glow was partially visible in her gem-like eyes. There is no need for you to help. Leave them to me. Go and help the others. Xi Yan suddenly turned her head after stabilizing her body. She softly spoke to Xiao Yan, who was rushing over. At this moment, her small face no longer showed her usual smile. Instead, it was a seriousness and stubbornness that was hidden deep within her bones. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard Xi Yan's words. His gaze carefully swept over the former's face. Currently, she no longer seemed to be like the tender young girl she usually was. Instead, she seemed more like an infuriated beast king that was planning to go all out to defend the pride in her bones. Yes. Xiao Yan did not reject Xi Yan's words this time around. He nodded slightly before slowly stepping back. He was clearly aware that a frightening energy was hidden within this little girl. Should that energy erupt, Xi Yan would even be able to fight with an elite dozone. After hearing Xi Yan's words, Emoya and Xishan finally discovered that Xiao Yan had already killed the 3 elders from the Demon Flame Valley. Their faces immediately changed. One of those people had half a foot in the dozone class and the other 2 were experts who were near the peak of the Do Huang class. How was it possible for Xiao Yan to achieve this with a strength that seemed to be that of a 4-star Do Huang? Emoya and Xishan exchanged gazes in their shock. There was some lingering fear within them. It was fortunate that they did not face such a frightening fellow first. Let's quickly capture this little girl and use her as a hostage to force Xiao Yan to hand over the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva and the zone-breaking pill. Emoya's eyes changed as a dark coldness appeared in them. Finally, he turned to Xishan and whispered. Xishan was startled when he heard this. He immediately nodded. This act might be a little despicable, but they could not be bothered with such things at this moment. Moreover, this purple-haired, little girl in front of them was not as easy to deal with as they had imagined. That frightening strength had nearly killed them a couple of times. While this ill thought was lingering in Emoya's and Xishan's hearts, Xi Yan, who was a short distance in front of them, began to gradually emit a strange purple light from the surface of her body. Under this purple-colored light's influence, her large watery eyes appeared like sapphires, appearing bright and attractive. Chie! Crack lines suddenly formed on the clothes on Xi Yan's small body as the purple light spread. Immediately, her body swiftly became taller in front of Xiao Yan's stunned eyes. Her purple hair had begun to grow longer. In the end, it extended to her protruding but before finally coming to a slow stop. The person who currently appeared in front of Xiao Yan no longer held the slightest appearance to the little girl from earlier. A tall figure, a delicate waist, full breasts, and long purple-colored hair that extended to her buttocks, the current Xi Yan evolved from a small girl to a pretty and valiant matured beauty, who was filled with an unusual allure. Of course, this was not the first time that Xiao Yan had seen this appearance. When Xi Yan had evolved in the small valley back then, this form had also appeared once. At that time, she was completely naked. Of course, Xiao Yan must admit that at this moment, Xi Yan, who was revealing a partial nakedness through her torn clothes, caused him to feel even more amazed. After her body completed this transformation, Xi Yan's eyes were filled with a purple glow. They slowly swept toward the stunned Emoya and Xisha. Her sleek small red mouth slightly moved. It was lifted into a small arc that was filled with a stunning allure. The Dou Qi wings behind her were suddenly flapped and her body appeared in front of Emoya in a lightning-like manner. Her long and extremely flexible legs was swung at the latter's head without any fancy maneuvers. The frightening strength contained in her strike expelled all the air in front of it. What sounded like an invisible air cannon was the first noise heard. Emoya's expression immediately turned ugly when he sensed the frightening strength of Xi Yan had suddenly soared by more than a couple of times. Both of his hands immediately displayed a strange stance in front of him as he swiftly met that strength. However, this time around, Emoya did not gain the same achievement as he did the last time. When Ziyan's long leg made contact with his hand, the frightening strength brutally destroyed his force-reducing skill. Having lost the force reduction, Ziyan's frightening strength poured into Emoya's body. Creak! Ziyan's leg was smacked against Emoya's hand. Within an instant, a wave of bone-cracking sounds appeared. Emoya's expression was distorted into a ferocious one. Grug! Emoya spat out a mouthful of blood as an enormous force that could not be blocked swarmed over. His body shot forth like a cannonball as it fell to the ground. Finally, he violently smashed into the forest. The ripple that was created from the force of his landing destroyed the surrounding forest while an arm-thick crackline spread out like an enormous snake. From outside the battleground, Xiao Yan watched Emoya get beaten like a dead dog by Ziyan with just one kick. He gently exhaled a breath of air. After which, he raised his thumb to the matured great beauty. Finally, he ceased being distracted by her and turned his gaze to the other two important battlegrounds. The activity from Han Feng's and Mo Tianxing's battle with First Elder Su Qian and the little fairy doctor was extensive. Waves of frightening energy swept out with just a raise of a hand, causing the space to repeatedly fluctuate. Outsiders did not dare enter the area consumed by these energy ripples, afraid that they might be implicated in the battle. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over these two battlegrounds, and he knit his brows. Mo Tianxing's and little fairy doctor's strengths were similar, both were around the strength of a 4-star dozone. However, the little fairy doctor appeared to have gained the upper hand by relying on her unpredictable poison skill. Xiao Yan was not too worried about her battle. Although both parties were 4-star dozones, Xiao Yan knew that the little fairy doctor still possessed a killing move, the woeful poison body. If this thing were to be unsealed, it should not be too difficult to kill Mo Tianxing. However, First Elder Su Qian's battle was not looking too good. If one were to talk about First Elder Su Qian's strength, he was weaker than both the little fairy doctor and Mo Tianxing. Back then, his strength had been around that of a 2-star dozone. His strength had improved during these few years, but it had only remained at the peak of a 3-star dozone. It would not have been a problem for him to deal with Han Feng of the past with this strength. Now, however, things were different. After undergoing a life-and-death catastrophe, not only did Han Feng not lose his life, but his strength had instead soared to the point where it was comparable to that of a senior dozone much like Mo Tianxing. Hence, First Elder Su Qian had fallen into a disadvantage in his battle with Han Feng. However, nothing overly risky had occurred. Although Han Feng was stronger than him, it was definitely impossible for Han Feng to kill him unless the former paid a high price. If one did not stake one's life and engage in a life-and-death battle in a fight between dozones, such a battle would be able to last for a very long time. Moreover, Han Feng, Su Qian, and the others only had a small difference in strength. Hence, they were destined to be long battles. However, this was on the precondition that no outsiders intervened. This fellow. It looks like the Hall of Souls has given him quite a bit of help. I wonder if the current him can consume one angry Buddha lotus flame. Xiao Yan muttered to himself before the corner of his mouth quietly lifted into a sinister smile. His eyes appeared frigid as he scanned Han Feng, who appeared quite proud about having forced Su Qian into a disadvantage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 868, Frighten Off. Chapter 868, Frighten Off. Bang! Two human figures suddenly crossed each other in the sky. A low thunder-like explosion sounded in the sky as a fist and leg made contact. The figures made momentary contact before they swiftly flashed and retreated. The footsteps of one person was somewhat chaotic. Clearly, he had suffered a small loss from that ferocious collision. He, First Elder Su Qian. Do you really treat me like the Han Feng from back then? Han Feng's feet landed in the empty air as he stabilized his body. He coldly laughed at Su Qian, who was staggering not far away. It is unexpected that your strength has actually been raised this much during these few years. However, this little tactic is likely insufficient if you wish to defeat the old me. Su Qian might have fell into a slight disadvantage, but he did not lose himself as he replied in a faint voice. Old fellow, I was merely playing with you. Do you really think that I only possess these little tactics? If I had not lost my sea heart flame, killing you would not require much effort. Han Feng shook his head. However, his voice had just sounded when an unusually powerful, hot energy fluctuation was suddenly transmitted from the sky a short distance away. Even Han Feng's expression changed a little when he sensed the power of this energy fluctuation. His gaze hurriedly turned to its source before his eyes abruptly shrank. Xiao Yan. A black-robed, young man was flapping his wings. He was suspended in the air in the direction Han Feng looked. There were two clusters of different colored flames above his hands interacting with one another. They unleashed waves of extremely wild and frighteningly violent energy while they merged. Han Feng was not unfamiliar with this kind of situation. Back then, he was injured by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame Dou technique. He ended up in the miserable state of having his soul leave his body because of this technique. Hence, his heart violently shivered once he figured out what was happening. He clearly understood that the shocking strength of Xiao Yan's Fire Lotus Dou technique would definitely cause great damage even to an elite Dou zone. While Han Feng had sensed Xiao Yan's actions, Mo Tianxing, who was having an extremely intense battle with the little fairy doctor, also sensed it. His gaze turned and his expression drastically changed upon seeing the source of the energy. He was currently being engaged by the little fairy doctor and could not free his hands. It would undoubtedly be an extremely bad thing if Xiao Yan were to join the battle at this moment. Han Feng, stop him. Mo Tianxing's body trembled the moment he thought of his fate if was secretly attacked by that frightening thing. Due to him being unable to free himself from the little fairy doctor, he could only furiously cry out in Han Feng's direction. Han Feng's brows twitched a little after he heard Mo Tianxing's cry. He grit his teeth and said, Feng Yan and the other two trash are unable to even block a single person. His body turned around. He started rushing to where Xiao Yan was located after his words sounded. Do you treat the old me as non-existent? Su Qian laughed as a human figure flashed and appeared in front of Han Feng the moment the latter moved. Get lost, you old fool who will not die. Han Feng's expression turned cold. He waved his sleeves and a powerful Dou Qi pillar shot toward Su Qian. Su Qian's footsteps slightly paused. He flicked his sleeves, and the soft cloth around them turned into a metal-like object that struck that pillar. His sleeves shattered the pillar amid a loud, clear energy explosion. It is indeed quite difficult for the old me to defeat you. However, it should not be much of a problem if I wish to hold you back. Su Qian smiled at Han Feng as his majestic Dou Qi surged out like a rainbow light. His body transformed into a lightning glow that contained a frightening momentum as he rushed to Han Feng. He firmly stuck to him once again. Han Feng could only let out a furious roar in the face of Su Qian's toughness. The powerful Dou Qi in his body completely erupted. A Dou Qi pillar that was a couple of 100 feet in size swept through the sky like an enormous sword. The surrounding mountain peaks cracked apart with a bang following the sweeping of this Dou Qi pillar. While Xiao Yan and the rest were engaging in a big battle, the soul-stirring aura was sensed by quite a number of people. Not long after this, some experts from the Black Corner region hurried over. They hurriedly withdrew some distance with frightened hearts when they saw that soul-stirring big battle in the sky. If they got dragged into a battle of this level, they would suffer even if they did not die. Following the increase in the intensity of the big battles in this place, a greater number of people were attracted over. At this moment, some people could understand something from this. What thing other than the allure of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva could cause so many elite Dou zones to fight? Although quite a number of people had guessed the cause of the big battle, the waves of terrifying Dou Qi that were repeatedly transmitted from the sky caused even some of those people with greedy hearts to quietly hold back. They did not have the qualification to participate in such a struggle. Hence, these people who yearned for the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva could only stay observers, watching a rarely seen great battle in the sky for free. In the sky, Xiao Yan's entire attention was placed on controlling the merger of the two kinds of heavenly flames in the sky. With his current strength, merging at Angry Buddha Lotus Flame containing two kinds of heavenly flames was already something he was quite adept at. There was no longer a helpless and foreign feeling when he controlled it. Hence, the Green Lotus Core Flame and the Fallen Heart Flame swiftly merged under the support of his powerful spiritual strength. Bang! A graceful figure flashed through the sky in a lightning-like manner. The frightening strength in her hand appeared to have penetrated through the barrier of the sky. Before her palm arrived, the frightening strength it contained had already landed on the pale-faced Qishan. Grug! The frightening strength was transmitted from her hand. A blood color immediately surged onto Qishan's face as a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Even his chest sank under that enormous strength. Qishan entered a seriously injured condition after receiving such a heavy blow. His body was like a meteorite as it smashed into the vast forest below in front of a countless number of shocked gazes around the mountain range. Ziyan gentle exhaled when she defeated Qishan with one palm. Her full bosom began to rise and fall unsteadily along with her inhalation and exhalation. The purple light on her body suddenly erupted and Ziyan's matured, alluring, lovely body began to shrink amid this purple eruption. The shrinking continued for a short couple of blinks. The matured beauty once again turned back into that little girl in front of a countless number of stunned gazes. Ziyan's face appeared slightly pale after returning to her original appearance. Clearly, the transformation earlier had exhausted her. Ziyan rubbed away the perspiration on her smooth forehead. Her gaze wandered in the direction of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the two colored flames in his hand had completely merged. A palm-sized jade-green fire lotus appeared above his hand. The jade-green fire lotus was suspended above Xiao Yan's hand while it slowly rotated. It emitted a faint luster that appeared like perfect and flawless artwork, both beautiful and alluring. However, this beauty hid a destructive energy. Xiao Yan's heart sighed in relief when he saw the fire lotus take shape. He slowly raised his head and smiled at Ziyan a short distance away. With a flick of his hand, a medicinal pill was shot out before landing just in front of the latter. Ziyan consumed the medicinal pill without any hesitation. She moved her body and appeared beside Xiao Yan. Those eyes of hers revealed a caution as she scanned the surrounding observers on the mountain range. "You have done well." Xiao Yan patted Ziyan's small head and praised her. Immediately, his face was lifted as he glanced between Mo Tianxing's and Han Feng's battlegrounds. A clear voice containing Dou Qi resounded over the mountain range. "Sect leader Mo, Han Feng, who is willing to receive this?" Xiao Yan's voice caused the expressions of Han Feng and Mo Tianxing, who were engaged in battle, to change. Their opponents were not ordinary people and they had to focus their full attention on the battle. Neither one of them dared to be distracted. If Xiao Yan were to use the frighteningly powerful Fire Lotus Do technique to secretly strike them, it was likely that their fate would be quite terrible. If they were not careful, their opponents would grab their openings and deliver a fatal blow. This thought appeared in both of their hearts in a lightning-like manner. Mo Tianxing broke free from the little fairy doctor a moment later. He hurriedly smiled and said to Xiao Yan, "Sect leader Xiao, please do not be rash." Xiao Yan glanced at Mo Tianxing. He smiled as he inquired, "Does sect leader Mo wish to continue fighting?" Mo Tianxing's eyes swept once around and his heart sank. He did not expect Xiao Yan to be able to kill the three elders from the Demon Flame Valley this quickly, causing the situation to become quite bad. He had already fallen into a disadvantage in the battle with the little fairy doctor. If Xiao Yan, with his endless trump cards were to be added, it was only a matter of time before they lost. Mo Tianxing's eyes rapidly jumped around. A moment later, he could only sigh, cup his hands toward Xiao Yan and say, "You are indeed worthy of being the chief of Xiao Gate. This ancestor, Dou Zong, has now experienced such tactics. Forget it. The Black Emperor sect will no longer intervene in the matter today." An uproar was immediately stirred around the mountain range after Mo Tianxing's words sounded. Numerous shocked gazes swept toward the black-robed young man who had frightened off an elite Dou Zong with one sentence. Such prestige was not something that an ordinary person could achieve. The chief of Xiao Gate did indeed possess a frightening ability that even an elite Dou Zong would be afraid of, at least that's what the rumors claimed. Mo Tianxing's words had also naturally floated into Han Feng's ears. His expression immediately became extremely ugly. Having lost Mo Tianxing to restrain the little fairy doctor, how was he going to deal with two Dou Zongs as well as Xiao Yan, who was waiting to pounce from behind, by himself? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 869, Leave. Chapter 869, Leave. Xiao Yan smiled after watching Mo Tianxing slowly withdraw. However, the angry Buddha lotus flame in his hand did not show the slightest sign of scattering. Instead, under the stimulation of the Dou Qi within his body, it turned a darker green. Moreover, the little fairy doctor had also taken the opportunity to appear beside Xiao Yan, protecting him. Her clear cold gaze was locked onto the withdrawing Mo Tianxing. The words of these old foxes did not possess anything to trust. However, Mo Tianxing did not dare to play any tricks in front of Xiao Yan's group's menacing gazes. He obediently withdrew some distance before sweeping his gaze around the sky. His expression involuntarily changed after failing to discover any traces of Moya and Qishan. Immediately, his gaze hurriedly swept all around. His body moved a moment later, transforming into a ray of light as he rushed over to the spot where Moya had landed earlier. Around 2 minutes later, Mo Tianxing held a miserable human figure who possessed a weary breath. He slowly ascended into the air. This little girl really does not know how to hold back. However, I already had thoughts about teaching this fellow a lesson. Today, I shall consider this an early lesson. Mo Tianxing grabbed Moya and only released the large stone in his heart when he learned that the latter was still alive. He laughed to Ziyan. However, despite the smile on his face, a furious and sinister expression hid deep within his eyes. From the looks of it, he would have charged over and killed Ziyan had he not been afraid of the little fairy doctor and the angry lotus Buddha flame in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan smiled, appearing to have not sensed the hidden enmity within Mo Tianxing's eyes. His mouth emitted a whistle and the experts from both Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy swiftly escaped from their entanglement, and swiftly rushed over to the location of the former. "Are you all right?" Xiao Li hurriedly asked when he appeared in front of Xiao Yan. That anxious manner of his seemed to be afraid that Xiao Yan had suffered some injuries. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. After seeing that everyone's aura had become somewhat unstable due to them experiencing a big battle, he waved his hand and said, "The Black Emperor's sect will no longer intervene. Han Feng and the experts from the Demon Flame Valley present are nothing to be afraid of." Xiao Li laughed. His gaze was filled with fear as he glanced at the fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hand. It was emitting a frightening energy which caused his entire body to feel uneasy. He laughed, "You really do have some ability to frighten Mo Tianxing off without even attacking." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "That old fellow is afraid that I will use the angry Buddha lotus flame to disturb him and allow the little fairy doctor to use the opportunity to attack. Otherwise, just this angry Buddha lotus flame alone would not be enough to frighten off this old fox. Have you gotten a hold of the thing?" Xiao Li vaguely nodded before immediately using a voice that could only be heard by the two of them to inquire. Xiao Yan laughed softly before lowering his chin in front of Xiao Li's surprised eyes. "Sect leader Mo, you should not be tricked by this little fellow. Your actions today have already offended him. Even if he does not find trouble with you today, he will definitely come and look for you in the future. How will you deal with them alone?" Han Feng's cold cry suddenly resounded over the sky while Xiao Yan and Xiao Li were conversing. Finally, it was transmitted into Mo Tianxing's ears. Mo Tianxing knit his brows when he heard Han Feng's words. Immediately, he spoke in a calm manner, "This is a matter of my sect and you need not be bothered with it. Although your promise to me is attractive, it is on the precondition that I have the life to enjoy it. Therefore, you should fend for yourself." Given Mo Tianxing's shrewdness, he was naturally aware that his strength could only be equal to that of the little fairy doctor. If Xiao Yan, who possessed a shocking strength, was included, he would definitely be defeated. Moreover, the fate of being defeated might mean losing this old life of his. Mo Tianxing did not need to ponder on whether to choose between his life and temptation. Mo Tianxing's words caused Han Feng's face to twitch. After cursing old bastard in his heart, he withdrew his body from Su Qian's suppression. Han Feng's heart clearly understood that if Mo Tianxing really washed his hands off, he would have no other choice but to flee for his life. After all, he alone could not contend with two elite dozongs. Moreover, there was Xiao Yan who was prepared to throw the frightening fire lotus do skill at any moment. If he were to continue being entangled in such a situation, he could only be described as seeking death. Han Feng, who had similarly muddled within the Black Corner region for many years, also understood that nothing was more important than this life of his. "Xiao Yan, don't think that you will be alright by holding onto the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. I will not give up. Today, you have killed 3 elders from the Demon Flame Valley. The old ground demon ghost, nickname, will not let you off. At that time, you will definitely have difficulty escaping death even if you have the Jianan Academy's backing." Han Feng withdrew his body and swiftly created a safe distance between Su Qian's and Xiao Yan's group. His gaze swept around him before a ferocious smile flashed across his eyes as he let out a sharp cry. Han Feng did not hide this cry of his. Hence, his words immediately fell into the many ears the surrounding mountain range. Private conversations erupted in an instant. The Bodhisattva body transformation saliva is in Xiao Yan's hands? Xiao Yan? Is that the chief of Xiao Gate? The Bodhisattva body transformation saliva is really a good thing. If one wants to leave with it safely, one must have some ability. Xiao Yan knit his brows when he heard the private conversations around the mountains. He sensed the greedy gazes that were shot over from all directions. He immediately glanced at Han Feng in an icy-cold manner. The latter had clearly released this information on purpose. His aim was to turn Xiao Yan's group into everyone's enemy. "Xiao Yan, leave quickly. This news will likely cause many people to have envious eyes. Only by returning to the Jianan Academy can be considered safe." Su Qian's figure swiftly appeared beside Xiao Yan as he spoke with a solemn expression. "Who is the old ground demon ghost?" Xiao Yan asked somewhat uncertainly. "The founder of the Demon Flame Valley. Moreover, he could also be considered a genuine old person within the Black Corner region. He is of an even earlier generation than Mo Tianxing. Come to think about it, he could even be said to be an expert of the headmaster's generation. Of course, this old ground demon ghost's strength is naturally far inferior to the headmaster's power. However, according to what I know, the current him should possess the strength of a 5 or 6 star dozone." Su Qian's expression changed slightly when this name was mentioned. He hesitated a little before explaining him in a deep voice. "A 5 or 6 star dozone, huh?" Xiao Yan's expression also changed when he heard this. It was likely that an angry Buddha lotus flame formed from the merger of 2 kinds of heavenly flames would have difficulty injuring an expert of that level. It is unexpected that the Demon Flame Valley would actually possess such an expert. Xiao Yan frowned and softly sighed. You also need not be too worried. This old ground demon ghost frequently undertakes retreats. Moreover, he will undertake retreats from decade to decade. He will seldom appear if it is not a matter that involves the survival of the Demon Flame Valley. Moreover, even if he does appear, that old fellow might not dare to do anything to my Jianan Academy. That old ghost is extremely afraid of the headmaster. Su Qian smiled and comforted when he saw Xiao Yan's worry. That headmaster that has not been seen is even less reliable than that old ground demon ghost. During my many years in the Jianan Academy, I am still unaware of his appearance. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed when he heard this. This, the headmaster is indeed extremely mysterious. That old fellow loves to travel all over the place. That, honestly speaking, even I have not seen him for over a decade. Su Qian dryly coughed. He wanted to explain a little, but he involuntarily grumbled in the end. Xiao Yan's sleeves wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he helplessly shook his head. His gaze became slightly dense as it swept over Han Feng in the sky. After which, he nodded slightly and said, "Forget it. I don't care. Let's return to the Jianan Academy." Although Xiao Yan's heart really wanted to get the little fairy doctor and first elder Su Qian to kill Han Feng, such a situation was unsuitable. After all, the little fairy doctor and first elder Su Qian would have to exhaust themselves if they wanted to kill Han Feng. Once Xiao Yan lost the great fighting strength of these two, it was likely that even he would not have the confidence to successfully bring the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva back to the Jianan Academy. Su Qian also sighed in relief when he saw that Xiao Yan did not intend to attack Han Feng. He had exchanged blows with Han Feng earlier, and clearly understood just how troublesome and cunning the latter was. At that time, they would suffer some injuries even if they killed him. In this situation where everyone was watching them with ill intent, any losses they suffered would definitely ignite the greed in some people's hearts. When it came to that, there would really be an endless amount of trouble. Let's go. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand and the experts from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy clustered together. They cautiously studied their surroundings before the group rushed in the direction of the Jianan Academy under Xiao Yan's command in front of everyone's eyes. Since they were afraid of someone launching a sneak attack, Xiao Yan did not scatter the angry Buddha lotus flame in his hand. Instead, he placed it above his head, causing it to appear like a lamp. That hot light suppressed the greed in the hearts of quite a number of people. The departure of Xiao Yan's group stirred up quite a big commotion. Many people's gazes lingered between greed and fear. Finally, quite a number of people were unable to endure the greed in their hearts, so they quietly followed from a distance. Han Feng stood in the sky. His gaze was dark and cold as he stared at the backs of Xiao Yan's group, which were starting to disappear. A moment later, he coldly laughed and a suction force surged. Immediately, 3 corpses, who had lost their lives earlier, flew up before remaining suspended in front of him. Han Feng's gaze swept over the corpse of Feng Yan and the 2 elders, which were turning cold. The denseness in his eyes grew even more intense. His mouth parted to form a smile, revealing white teeth. He muttered to himself, "My good junior, hopefully, you will be able to successfully bring the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva back to the Jianan Academy. At that time, I will have a way to invite the old ground demon ghost out. After which, it will be time for your Xiao Gate to be destroyed. Therefore, don't disappoint this senior." A ferocity that chilled one's heart suddenly surged onto Han Feng's face when he finished speaking his words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 870, Turn of Events. Chapter 870, Turn of Events. Lush green tree branches interwove above, sprouting from the tall trees that populated the forest. They appeared like an enormous spider web that covered the sky. Under the cover of these large trees, even sunlight had difficulty breaking through. A light ray passed through the gaps between the dense trees. It transformed into half-a-foot-wide light pillar as it shot down. It shined on a large group of human figures who were resting with their legs crossed. There were around 15 to 16 human figures in this group. All of them had rich, powerful auras, and were clearly not weaklings. A couple of people among them even had obscure auras, making it difficult to detect their actual strengths. However, from the degree of respect on the faces of the people around, it was clear that these people were the core of this group. Bang! A couple of muffled sounds suddenly appeared in the distant quiet forest. Immediately, the sounds of physical flesh falling to the ground followed. One seemed to be able to hear some miserable cries. However, the people seated on the ground did not move. They ignored the miserable cries that filled their ears. A couple of minutes later, a few human figures flashed out of the dense forest before landing on some empty ground. They knelt to a black-robed young man and said, "Chief, those fellows behind, who were a little close, have been quietly removed by us." The black-robed young man finally opened his tightly shut eyes upon hearing these words. He revealed a pair of ink-like pupils and nodded before letting out a cold laugh. "These fellows are really too reckless." "First Elder, how much further until we arrive at the Jianan Academy? If no accidents happen, we might be able to reach it by the day after tomorrow." A white-haired old man beside the black-robed young man smiled and said, "Fortunately, we have quite a number of people on our side. Otherwise, we would have been disturbed by those troublesome flies until we found it difficult to rest, but..." The black-robed young man also smiled. He raised his head a little to reveal a familiar young face in the warm sunlight. This person was Xiao Yan, and the people surrounding him were naturally those from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy who had left the Black Emperor City. 2 days had already passed since that big battle. During these 2 days, Xiao Yan's group had increased their speed as they rushed to the Jianan Academy. However, there is still an unceasing number of greedy fellows following them despite their traveling speed. They were like hungry wolves that were staying far away, but were still prepared to act at any moment if prompted by the slightest opportunity. Although quite a number of them were eliminated by the vicious tactics of Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy, a number of them continued to surge forth, acting just like vampire bats that had sniffed the scent of fresh blood. Moreover, regardless of the changes of the route Xiao Yan's group took, these fellows were still able to accurately follow. After this situation continued to happen, Xiao Yan's group could tell that there was definitely someone behind spurring them on. Moreover, there were only a handful of people who possessed such an ability. However, despite being stared at by many pairs of eyes, it was fortunate that most of the experts from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy had come this time around. Hence, some things did not need to trouble Xiao Yan to deal with personally. Otherwise, he would definitely become tired because of these countless number of fellows, and he would probably not be able to avoid any losses. Although the people chasing us do not lack skilled individuals, an expert at a similar level to Han Feng has not appeared. Therefore, we are still able to manage despite it being a little annoying. The little fairy doctor by his side softly spoke. "That old fellow will not give up easily. He definitely wants the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva." Therefore, Xiao Yan shook his head as his finger gently rubbed his storage ring. A strange expression flashed across his eyes. It immediately disappeared as Xiao Yan's gaze shot to the large man who was cautiously observing the activity outside the forest. He said in a deep voice, "All right, let's continue on our journey. Big Yao, you should lead a couple of experts from Xiao Gate to look after our backs. If anyone approaches, just attack them, but retreat if you meet any enemies that you cannot defeat." "Yes, Chief." Big Yao nodded his head when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Su Qian and the others after giving the instructions. They swiftly got up and waved their hands. Numerous human figures began to soar as they swept through the forest like ferocious leopards. After which, they quickly rushed out of the forest. Behind them, Big Yao led a couple of experts from Xiao Gate and slowly followed. He cautiously scanned the surroundings. The journey swiftly became shorter amid the repeated chasing. However, the experts from the Black Corner region, the ones chasing Xiao Yan's group, seemed to be aware that they were coming increasingly closer to the Jianan Academy. Immediately, their hearts began to feel restless and uncomfortable. If Xiao Yan's group were allowed to enter the Jianan Academy, they would completely lose the opportunity to snatch the item. Hence, more and more people's greed overcame their reasoning as they began to unleash various sneak attacks on Xiao Yan's group. However, all of them ended up with a miserable death. During one of the sneak attacks, there were even 3 expert Dou Huangs who had joined hands only to leave behind 1 corpse. The other 2 fled miserably after being seriously injured. It was not an easy task to snatch something from the hands of 2 elite Dou Zongs. After the 3 elite Dou Huangs suffered a massive defeat and withdrew, quite a number of greedy people quietly woke up a little. Now, they finally came to a sudden understanding that there were 2 genuine Dou Zongs within the group that they were following. After thinking about how powerful and frightening an elite Dou Zong was, a chill had gradually rose within the hearts of quite a number of people. Therefore, they began to quietly withdraw. The dark black night covered the vast, endless mountain range. A low, deep beast roar reverberated for a long time. Faint moonlight scattered down, but had difficulty expelling the darkness shrouding the forest. Quite a number of fires had appeared in the forest as a group of human figures, with somewhat tattered clothes, began to sit down with their legs crossed one after another. Clearly, they had experienced quite an intense battle along the way. Although their expressions were somewhat miserable, quite a number of people still displayed a radiance. Once they endured the night, they would be able to reach the Jianan Academy the next day. At that time, they could be at ease. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the somewhat tired people as he sat beside a fire. He slightly smiled and flicked his hand. Over 10 round medicinal pills flew out and paused in front of everyone's stunned gazes. It has been hard on everyone these past few days. Consume this medicinal pill. It will benefit all of you. Xiao Yan laughed. Joy immediately surged into everyone's eyes when they heard this. They hurriedly grabbed the medicinal pill and bowed to Xiao Yan. All of them were aware of Xiao Yan's status as an alchemist, and naturally understood that the thing in their hands would definitely not be ordinary. Xiao Yan smiled. He exchanged glances with Su Qian and the little fairy doctor after watching everyone consume the medicinal pills, swiftly cross their legs, and train. We will return to the Xun Er Academy tomorrow. Xiao Yan's finger gently touched his storage ring as he softly muttered. These few days have really strained people. Even these old bones of mine are somewhat unable to endure. Su Qian stretched his lazy waist and laughed. We have troubled First Elder these few days. Xiao Yan cupped his hands to Su Qian, but the latter merely waved his sleeves. His eyes narrowed and seemed to have entered a fake sleep state. You should guard them. I will find a quiet place to study the ruler technique Dou skill I recently obtained. Xiao Yan waited a moment before suddenly turning his head to the little fairy doctor to give her some instructions. He then immediately got up and walked into the forest. Xiao Yan walked through the dark forest for some time before a small clear stream appeared in front of him. His body moved and he appeared on a large rock beside the small stream. After sweeping his gaze once around, he finally sat cross-legged. He swung his hand and the six-joint flowing ruler technique scroll he had obtained from the auction appeared in his hand. Xiao Yan gently inhaled a breath of cool air as he slowly pushed the scroll open. His attention gradually began to focus. Other than the sound of trickling water, it was completely silent beside the small stream. The cool moonlight scattered down from above, covering the black-robed young man on a huge rock. As Xiao Yan's attention totally sunk into the scroll, the activity of the outside world was automatically isolated by Xiao Yan. Time gradually flowed by during the dark night. Xiao Yan maintained this posture for nearly an hour. Only after that did a strange glow suddenly flash over the storage ring on his finger. Immediately, a jade box shot out without any warning. A layer of somewhat illusory energy was surrounding the jade box that had fled from the storage ring. The illusory energy slightly wiggled. Within a breath's time, it transformed into an old figure. TSK, Chief Xiao, thank you for escorting me all the way. The old me shall take my leave. The somewhat old illusionary figure had just appeared when it laughed at Xiao Yan on the enormous rock in a strange manner. Its body did not pause for even a moment. With a flash, it gripped the jade box and shot toward the dark forest. The old figure's speed was extremely quick. Within a few flashes, the swift and mobile figure was in close proximity to the dark forest. However, a faint laugh strangely sounded behind him just as he was about to charge into the forest. Old Shan, you have really failed to endure. The old figure suddenly stiffened when he heard this voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 871, Eliminating the Hidden Danger. Chapter 871, Eliminating the Hidden Danger. The old figure stiffened for an instant before swiftly recovering. Without turning around, he continued toward the dark forest. Chie. The old figure had just entered the gloomy forest when a sharp, cold glint suddenly flashed and appeared. It carried a dense wind that caused one's hairs to stand as it trickily and viciously shot toward his throat. The sudden attack caught the old human figure somewhat off guard. However, it was fortunate that the figure's strength was not weak. Immediately, a low cry was emitted from his mouth and the space in front of him suddenly became distorted. The cold glint's path was altered because of the distorted air, causing it to fly past his shoulder. Who is it? The old human figure cried out furiously after dodging the attack. He waved his shriveled hand before suddenly clenching it. Immediately a couple of partially visible energy arcs violently grabbed at a certain spot in the dark forest. Crack! 5 sharp winds shot out of the old human figure's handclaw. They blasted apart a couple of enormous trees that were as thick as one's thigh, causing sawdust to scatter in all directions. The old human figure's face changed after his attack failed to hit his target. He was just about to withdraw when a white-colored figure suddenly flashed and appeared in a lightning-like manner. A gray fog that carried a slight stench came pouncing over. The old human figure had sensed something before the fog came into contact with his body. Having vast experience, he could tell at a glance that this mist contained a lethal poison. He immediately waved his sleeves. A wild, violent wind erupted from them and blew away the fog. Borrowing this obstruction, his toes pressed on the empty air and his body suddenly rose to the sky. A chi sound was finally emitted as he broke through the dense tree branches. After having broken out of the forest, the old figure was just about to flee when his body suddenly stiffened. He raised his head. His face immediately turned ugly as he glared at the white-haired old man suspended in the sky. Su Qian. The old human figure turned his head slightly as a cold voice was emitted with his teeth, revealing a familiar face. This figure was surprisingly old Shan, the person who had taken the initiative to give up on the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva before. Kuko, Mr. Shan's tactics are quite good. You were actually able to hide your spiritual strength in the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Even I could barely sense it. A soft laugh sounded from behind old Shan. The latter turned his head only to see Xiao Yan flapping his jade-green fire wings above the sea of trees. It is unexpected that you actually discovered it. Where is the last person? Call them out too. Old Shan coldly cried out. His expression was somewhat dark and solemn as he suddenly looked at the sea of trees under him. Che. The dense tree branches suddenly shook after old Shan's voice sounded. Immediately, a graceful white-colored figure flashed out. Finally, a white dress drifted and appeared in the sky. A somewhat swift figure coincidentally sealed off old Shan's retreat path. Kuko, old demon, you are really cunning. If Xiao Yan were not an alchemist nor possessed a spiritual strength that exceeded that of an ordinary person, it is likely that he would not have sensed your spirit hiding in the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Su Qian smiled and laughed as he observed old Ing. Since you had already discovered me, why did you not act earlier? Old Shan coldly laughed. When he had hidden his spirit in the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, he had planned to wait for Xiao Yan and Han Feng to engage in battle. He was willing to wait for them to end up seriously injured before suddenly stealing the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva without anyone realizing. However, the final result was not as perfect as he had imagined. Xiao Yan used a lightning-like tactic to kill the three elders from the Demon Flame Valley. Finally, he displayed the angry Buddha Lotus Flame, causing Han Feng and Mo Tianxing to quietly fear him. The two could only withdraw. Thus, the little fairy doctor and Su Qian had managed to maintain their fighting strength. Given old Shan's strength, he might be unafraid of a one-on-one fight with either one of them, but he would certainly be defeated if he fought the two of them alone. There were far too many people giving chase during these last 2 days, and I did not have the time to bother with you. Moreover, it must be said that this tactic of yours of hiding your spirit is indeed extremely unique. I could sense it, but I could not find it. After all, there are a countless number of greedy people giving chase from behind, making it impossible for me to take out the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva to carefully observe it. Once we reached Jianan Academy and I had sufficient time to study the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, the imprint would definitely be dragged out. Therefore. So the reason you purposefully left by yourself was to get the old me to reveal myself. Old Shan's face twitched. He did not expect it to fall for Xiao Yan's scheme. The flawless plan he had come up with to hide himself had actually been discovered by Xiao Yan long ago. Xiao Yan smiled. His gaze swept over old Shan's illusionary body and laughed in a faint manner. Mr. Shan, please hand the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva back to me. I can let bygones be bygones. Although you are currently only a spiritual body, if this spirit is beaten and scattered by us, it is likely that your original body will suffer quite the damage. Moreover, by relying on my senses, I might even be able to find the position of your actual body. Old Shan's face slightly changed as he laughed in a faint manner. Brat, do you really treat the old me as having been frightened while growing up? If you really wish to force me, the old me will destroy this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva right now. I will see what you can do at that time. The spiritual avatar skill old Mr. Ing is using seems to be one that requires your actual body to remain a short distance away, no? This means that your actual body should not be far from us. If I did not sense wrongly, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly opened them and his finger pointed to a shadowy forest in the northern direction. He coldly laughed. Your actual body should be in that direction, right? Even with old Shan's schemingness, his expression involuntarily changed when he saw where Xiao Yan had pointed. The Qi method he practiced was extremely unique. If his spiritual avatar were to be struck and scattered, he would end up in a weakened state, and would only be able to recover after training for a period of time. However, if his actual body was found, the situation could become a fatal one. Hence, old Shan placed his actual body in an extremely hidden and safe place each time he used his Qi method. However, that position was currently being pointed out by Xiao Yan. In other words, if the latter was allowed to search carefully, he might be able to find the exact position of old Shan's actual body. At that time, the coldness on Xiao Yan's face faded slightly when he saw old Shan's changing expression under the moonlight. He softly said, Old Mr. Ing, I am respecting you as a senior of the Black Corner region. That is why I did not have anyone attack you. As long as you return the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, I, Xiao Yan, guarantee that you will leave without suffering the slightest loss. Faced with Xiao Yan's alternating tactics of persuasion, old Shan's changing expression had become a little better. A moment later, it gradually stabilized and he inhaled a deep breath of air. His gaze slowly swept to Su Qian and little fairy doctor who were looking at him with ill intent. The sharp aura that was spreading from their bodies caused old Shan to bitterly laugh. Forget about him currently being a spiritual avatar. Even at his peak condition, it would be difficult for him to successfully flee from the hands of these two people. It is indeed the case of the new wave replacing the old. Looks like this black corner region is the world of the young. Forget it, consider yourself victorious. This bodhisattva body transformation saliva, old Shan shook his head and sighed. He lifted the jade box in his hand slightly, and hesitated for a moment. He then clenched his teeth and tossed it over. I'll give it to you. Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he looked at the jade box being thrown over. However, he did not use his hand to grab it. Instead, he flicked his finger and a hidden force surged out to receive the jade box. After which, the force controlled the box, carefully keeping it suspended in front of him. Old Shan's brows were slightly knit without anyone noticing when he observed Xiao Yan's extremely cautious manner. He immediately let out a cold cry, "Humph, even if you obtain the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, it is likely that you will have difficulty getting information about the bodhisattva heart behind it. My aim is not that distant and unreachable bodhisattva heart. Instead, it is this bodhisattva body transformation saliva." Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he replied in a soft, gentle voice. The little fairy doctor's cold but pretty face revealed a startled look when she heard Xiao Yan's words. A touched expression flashed through her transparent eyes. She naturally knew just how much effort Xiao Yan had put in to help her control the woeful poison body. He was even willing to become enemies with these old fellows who possessed frightening strength. Although her heart was touched, the little fairy doctor would naturally not reveal too much given her character. However, a gentle ripple had been created in her old well-like heart. This caused her cold, sealed-off heart to quietly melt. "Humph, your words sound nice. It is unexpected that the bodhisattva body transformation saliva would end up in your hands with so many people coming to snatch it. Goodbye." Old Shan curled his mouth and ceased saying any nonsense. His body shook and gradually turned illusionary. A moment later, he had completely disappeared. The speed at which old Shan disappeared was extremely fast. Within a split second, his spiritual body had escaped the range of Xiao Yan's senses, and disappeared within the endless darkness. The little fairy doctor and Su Qian sighed in relief after they saw old Shan hand over the bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Their bodies moved and they appeared beside Xiao Yan. They looked at the jade box floating near him and involuntarily laughed. "We have finally gotten this old fellow to give up." A strange smile surfaced on the corner at Xiao Yan's mouth when he heard this. He shook his head slightly and softly asked, "How could it be so easy?" "This old fox." Xiao Yan flicked his finger after his words sounded. The invisible fallen heart flame rose from his finger and swallowed the jade box within it. The jade box immediately turned into powder under the high temperature of the fallen heart flame, revealing a lifelike bodhisattva body transformation saliva which was slowly wiggling. Xiao Yan's gaze drifted over and a cold smile surfaced on his face. He controlled a thread of the fallen heart flame and slowly wrapped it around the latter. Following the wrapping of the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, a certain portion of the bodhisattva body transformation saliva shook and threads of white smoke rose from it. A slight chi-chi sound seemed to emit a faint miserable cry. Chi-chi. Old Shan, whose spiritual body had just returned to his physical body, hidden in a cave on a cliff 1,000 meters away from Xiao Yan's group, suddenly changed his expression as Xiao Yan controlled his flame. A mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly spat from his mouth. Immediately, old Shan raised his head, and viciously glared in the direction of Xiao Yan's group. He screamed, "Very good, what a cautious brat. The old me shall remember you." Xiao Yan smiled. He placed the bodhisattva body transformation saliva in a newly obtained jade box while he was above the sea of trees. He lazily stretched his waist and softly said, "We have finally eliminated this trouble. Now, we can calmly return to the Jianan Academy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 872, Reaching Peacetown. Chapter 872, Reaching Peacetown. A quiet, small town was located on the intersection between the Black Corner region and the Jianan Academy. The sunlight from the sky scattered down and lit up the horizontal inscription on the board that hung above the entrance of the small town. 3 somewhat ordinary words that did not have any murderous aura appeared under the sunlight, allowing one to feel calm. Peacetown. The hearts of Xiao Yan's group appeared to have released a large rock as they ascended a hill and looked down on the small town below. A long breath was slowly exhaled from his mouth before gradually turning into nothingness. This journey was really somewhat tortuous. Let's go, there will no longer be anyone giving chase after we enter Peacetown. The Jianan Academy has already received the message, and there are quite a number of experts in the small town prepared to receive us. Su Qian's gaze was slowly withdrawn from the small town as he spoke with a smile. Xiao Yan gently nodded. He turned his head slightly to look back. There were still human figures drifting not far behind as numerous greedy and dissatisfied glances were shot from the dark corners. This is really a group of people who have quite the perseverance. A cold smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's mouth as he shook his head. He ignored them as he waved his hand. His body leaped down from the hilltop and transformed into a black shadow that took the lead to rush toward Peacetown. Following behind him, the experts from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy emitted numerous laughs. Those fellows behind them had caused them to feel disgust and irritation throughout the journey. Numerous dissatisfied gazes watched as Xiao Yan's group rushed over to the small town. However, all they could do was grit their teeth before gradually scattering. Only some stubborn fellows continue to dwell in this place. They hoped a special situation would occur to allow them to gain some advantage. However, the situation they hoped for did not happen. Xiao Yan's group successfully entered Peacetown before disappearing from their sight. A gray-robed, human figure stepped on tree branches and stood in the air atop an enormous tree. The dense eyes under the gray robe focused on Xiao Yan's group backs, which had become distant. A moment later, the figure raised his head slightly and revealed a dark, cold yet familiar face. It was surprisingly Han Feng. My good junior. This senior will not give up so easily. Just wait. After killing the Demon Flame Valley's 3 elders, your good days have already come to an end. For now, I will allow you to enjoy your time. A dense chill lifted the corners of Han Feng's mouth as he coldly laughed in a soft voice. A strange smile that could penetrate a person was also revealed under the gray robe after the cold laughter sounded. However, the human figure slowly became illusionary and finally scattered into nothingness. Xiao Yan's group had just entered Peacetown when the sound of humans moving through the air appeared. Within a short moment, the top of the buildings where Xiao Yan's group had appeared were filled with cautious people. The caution on these human figures' faces swiftly scattered when they saw Su Qian, and a joy that was difficult to hide replaced it. Its first elder and the others. They are back. The joyous cry swiftly spread through the small town. Immediately over 10 human figures with powerful auras rushed out of the small town. They appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group in the blink of an eye. Looking at the badges on their chests, they were surprisingly elders of the academy. Old fellow, you are finally back. If we did not hear any information from you within 2 days, I was planning to lead some people into the Black Corner region to search for you. An old yet powerful voice suddenly sounded from behind after the appearance of these 10+ elders. Immediately, a lively old man took big strides forward. The surrounding elders who saw him hurriedly made a path. Hugon, why is it that you are still so unceremonious? If you don't control your temper, you will have to wait an unknown amount of time before you advance to the Dozone class. Su Qian smiled and replied when he saw this old fellow whom Xiao Yan was quite familiar with. Qi, what does advancing to the Dozone class have to do with temper? Hugon curled his mouth. His gaze immediately paused on Xiao Yan. He observed him a little before letting out a praise from his mouth. How unexpected. Little fellow, when you had first entered Peacetown back then, you were merely a didosher. Within a couple of years, you have actually become an expert Do Huang. This training speed, it is unlikely that there is anyone who could surpass you even in the Jianan Academy. Xiao Yan greets Deputy Headmaster. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He quickly cupped his hand to Hugon and respectfully responded. Alright, why are you acting like an outsider? Moreover, with your current ability, I am not worthy of you being so polite. Hugon might have spoken in this manner, but from the look of the smiling expression on his face, it was clear that he was pleased with Xiao Yan's manners. He fondled his chin, and turned his head to the people on the roof, who were sweeping the place with curious gazes, before crying out loud, Little brats, this is the chief of Pan's Gate, Xiao Yan, from the Inner Academy, whom all of you have frequently mentioned. However, he is a genuine expert Do Huang. Do you know Xiao Gate? The faction that has frequently dispatched experts to protect all of you each time you head to the Black Corner region to train? That is also something that he established. He is different from you people who still need others to protect you. All the people on the roofs were startled when they heard Hugon's voice. A strong glint suddenly erupted from their eyes as their gazes carefully weighed Xiao Yan. Private conversations repeatedly spread like a pile of houseflies. Is he senior Xiao Yan? He is indeed extremely young. Moreover, he looks quite handsome, and is better looking than the statue. Do you have a crush? However, there are quite a number of people within the academy who possess good feelings mixed with curiosity for this mysterious senior. This sister of yours is also your greatest competitor. Waves of lovely silver bell-like laughs erupted while these two young ladies, who looked quite similar, were arguing. Their extremely pretty waistlines, that became visible during their laughter, caused quite a number of male students to throw their gazes over. It is unexpected that Senior Xiao Yan has become an expert Dou Huang at such a young age. He is indeed worthy of being the founder of Pan's Gate. Currently, Pan's Gate is the strongest faction within the Jianan Academy. Over 30 spots on the Inner Academy's top 50 strong ranking belong to the members of Pan's Gate. Moreover, even a couple of elders held positions in Pan's Gate. This strength is something that not a single faction can surpass even now. Even with Xiao Yan's thick skin, his face involuntarily turned a little red when he heard the many private conversations and felt the unusual gazes thrown over. This was especially because of the sparkling fiery eyes of some young girls and their appearance of being unable to contain themselves, wanting to throw themselves over. It was unexpected that there were still some people in the Jianan Academy who remembered him after having been gone for 2 years. However, his tensed heart had quietly relaxed when he sensed the vigor and liveliness from those young men and women. His heart involuntarily let out a quiet sigh. It is good to be young. When he spoke these words, he seemed to have forgotten that he was actually not much older than these young men and women. Little fellow, in the many years since the establishment of the Jianan Academy, there have been very few people who have achieved such respect in this place where the talented gather. You have also lived in this place for a couple of years and should know that the students here are elites who have come from many different places. All of them are haughty in nature. It is quite difficult to gain such approval from them. Hugon patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and laughed. Xiao Yan could only smile awkwardly in the face of Hugon's words. Hugon sighed to himself, appearing to have not seen Xiao Yan's expression. When you arrived at the Jianan Academy back then, the old me had sensed that you were not an ordinary person. Looking at it now, it seems that my eyesight is as sharp as it has always been. Old fellow, stop trying to boast. Su Qian helplessly shook his head by the side. He waved his hand and said, let's return to the Jianan Academy first. Instruct the law enforcement unit to tighten our defenses during this period of time. There is no need to report anyone who tries to forcefully enter from the Black Corner region. Just attack them. This order has long since been given. The allure of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva is really quite great, this is? Hugon nodded his head before his eyes suddenly turned to the little fairy doctor beside Xiao Yan. The vague aura that seeped out of the latter's body caused him to feel somewhat pressured. This kind of feeling was something that he had only occasionally sensed from Su Qian. However, it was far from this intense. Hence, Hugon immediately smiled as he inquired in a random manner. She is called the little fairy doctor, my friend. Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. Hugon was startled when he heard this. He immediately let out a bitter laugh and sighed, you little fellow. Even the people around you are not ordinary individuals. You are indeed no longer the tender little fellow from back then. Hugon sighed emotionally and turned his head before yelling at all the people on the roof. All right, all of you can disperse. The people from the law enforcement unit will stay behind and patrol. The many students scattered somewhat unwillingly after hearing Hugon shout. However, their gazes still paused a little longer on Xiao Yan before they left. Only after that did they disperse. Let's go. Follow me back to the Jianan Academy. The Inner Academy's blazing Skychi refining tower still requires you to activate it once again. Moreover, I think that you should also go and take a look at your Pan's Gate after your 2-year absence. After all, you are its founder. Su Chen finally sighed in relief as he watched everyone leave, feeling that things had become much quieter. After which, he turned his head and spoke with a smile to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He raised his head and looked to the location of the Jianan Academy in the distance. His heart also let out a quiet sigh. After 2 years, he had finally returned to this place where he had gradually transformed from a tender, young man into an expert. Pan's Gate, I wonder how it is? Xiao Yan's heart quietly became fiery hot as he thought of this young faction he had established. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 873, Xianlan. Chapter 873, Xianlan. There was still quite some distance between the Jianan Academy and Peacetown. Hence, by the time Xiao Yan's group had arrived, it was already noontime. Xiao Yan did not stay for too long in the outer academy. He only paused for a moment before hurrying without stopping to the inner academy of the Jianan Academy, which sat in the deep mountains behind. With the speed of Xiao Yan's group, they passed through the vast deep mountains, that appeared quite dangerous in their eyes back then, within just half an hour. When that extremely familiar mountain stream appeared within Xiao Yan's sight, he knew in his heart that he had arrived at the Inner Academy. Under Su Qian lead, the group entered the Inner Academy, which was covered by that distorted space, without any obstruction. After they passed through the silver main gate, a vast lush green forest appeared in front of their eyes. Xiao Yan's heart felt somewhat moved, and he felt nostalgic. Back then, he had entered the Inner Academy from this place. That so-called fire energy hunting competition had also allowed him, this newbie, to gain some reputation within the Inner Academy. Coco, the record that you created back then is something that no new students can beat. The new students every year still suffer a so-called blow from the older students. Something like new students snatching fire energy has never happened again. Su Qian by the side laughed. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled slightly when he heard Su Qian mention some of his deeds. He softly exhaled a breath of air and smiled as he said, "Let's go." His body moved after those words sounded and he drifted gently toward the forest. Su Qian and the others followed close behind. After exiting the forest, the Inner Academy that occupied an extremely large ground once again appeared in Xiao Yan's group's sight. Xiao Yan stood on the top of a slope and looked down on the Inner Academy that was filled with life from a high vantage point. Currently, the size of the Inner Academy was a little bigger than it was 2 years ago. Due to the entry requirement of the Inner Academy being relaxed a little during these few years, the Inner Academy was currently filled with even more liveliness. Of course, the intense competitions had also increased. Those who could enter this Inner Academy were not ordinary people, and those who possessed the ability were naturally unwilling to have another step above their heads. A strong ranking, which was not considered special, was the target that they were worked hard toward. In order to enable oneself to advance in ranking, quite a number of students went all out to train. The group paused outside of the Inner Academy. However, Xiao Yan did not immediately follow Su Qian and the rest in. He really wanted to take a look at Pan's Gate to see just how the first faction that he had ever established had transformed. Su Qian did not stop Xiao Yan when he saw the situation. He smiled and nodded before saying, "You can just find a random person and inquire about the location of the headquarters of Pan's Gate. After you have caught up with everyone, you can come to the Inner Academy Elders compound to look for me." Su Qian did not wait for Xiao Yan's reply after he spoke. He turned around and led the little fairy doctor, Xiaoli, and everyone else to the deeper parts of the Inner Academy, leaving Xiao Yan alone where he stood. Xiao Yan sent the backs of Su Qian and the rest off with his eyes. After they had disappeared, he finally let out a slow breath. A somewhat energetic smile gradually surged onto his young face. This kind of smile had not appeared on Xiao Yan's face for quite some time. All this time, he had been pressured to advance by various matters. Sometimes, he himself would forget that he was merely a young man in his early 20s and not a white-haired, old man. However, under the Inner Academy's atmosphere that was filled with vitality, Xiao Yan's mood had become much more relaxed. The current him looked like a young man who matched his age and not a young old man. Xiao Yan's hand rubbed his other hand as he slowly walked within the spacious Inner Academy. Along the way, he randomly grabbed a student and inquired about the location of Pan's Gate. Only after the other party informed him with a surprised face did he thank the former before turning around and leaving. This little fellow, is he new? He is actually unaware of the location of Pan's Gate's headquarters? That student finally softly muttered as he watched Xiao Yan's back become distant. Xiao Yan followed the route that the student had indicated, and finally appeared outside of Pan's Gate's headquarters after 10+ minutes. When he stopped and looked at the villa that occupied an extremely spacious ground, he involuntarily became somewhat stunned despite his calmness. Was this Inner Academy a little too generous? They actually gave a student faction such luxurious headquarters. Compared to the situation in the past where they could only use their hostel as a base, it was really the difference between clouds and mud. Of course, Xiao Yan, who had been away from the Inner Academy for over 2 years, naturally did not know the ridiculous amount of strength the current Pan's Gate possessed within the Inner Academy. Over half of the most valued top 50 of the strong ranking wore a Pan's Gate badge on their chest. Even quite a few newly promoted elders of the Inner Academy wore the title of Pan's Gate on them. Due to the current Pan's Gate becoming more strict, resulted in the increase in the solidarity of its members. Thus, this academy faction became more controlled and constrained. This was completely different from the original and somewhat loose academy faction. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue and let out a praise in his heart before he walked into this enormous manor. His eyes glanced at the 4 cold and stern-looking men at the entrance. Looking at the aura of these 4 people, they would definitely not be considered weak even if placed within the entire Inner Academy. Getting a member with such skill to stand sentry was something that had never happened when Xiao Yan was still around back then. Xiao Yan's body moved as he glanced at the cautious gaze of the 4 cold, stern-looking men who were patrolling to and fro. A faint silver light flickered and he charged into the interior of Pan's Gate in a ghost-like manner without anyone realizing. After which, he smiled and patted his hands together before walking toward the deeper part of Pan's Gate. Xiao Yan once again felt the spaciousness of this manor as he walked around. He randomly found a path and walked along it. A moment later, his sight became more spacious as a tidy ground appeared in front of him. Waves of suppressed cheers were also being transmitted from this location. When he heard the cheer, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the large crowd of black masses. He involuntarily smiled and steadily walked over. He had sensed a somewhat familiar aura from that spot. Upon coming closer to the crowd, Xiao Yan discovered that there was a tall platform in the middle of the congregation. A pale blue-clothed lady was seated cross-legged on this platform. The lady's appearance was extremely beautiful. Her lovely well-proportioned body, under her clothes, revealed an alluring curve that caused one to be attracted. However, a thread of cold indifference kept others far away, and the diffusion of this lady's demeanor caused some people to feel somewhat regretful. At a glance, one could tell that she was quite a cold woman. These kinds of women were the type that men had an extremely great difficulty subduing. Therefore, a person who did not have much ability could only adopt an attitude of watching her from afar without attempting to fondle her. Of course, the thing that interested Xiao Yan the most was not this woman's appearance. Instead, he was interested in the medicinal cauldron that was placed in front of her. At this moment, the flame within the medicinal cauldron was churning rapidly and a faint medicinal fragrance was being emitted. Clearly, this woman was an alchemist. Xiao Yan's gaze revealed some surprise as it swept over the interior of the medicinal cauldron. He gently sniffed with his nose and the surprise in his eyes grew even denser. He softly muttered, "It is actually a tier 4 medicinal pill, Sky Qi pill." It is unexpected that this young woman already possesses the ability to refine this kind of medicinal pill at such a young age. Her pill refining talent is not inferior to Gu He's disciple, Lu Ling. At this moment, the blue-clothed woman's attention was clearly placed on the medicinal cauldron. Some crystal-clear perspiration would occasionally form on her smooth forehead. Eventually, a droplet would follow her somewhat skinny oval face and drip down. Although her face was perspiring, the blue-clothed lady clearly possessed some remaining strength. Her spiritual strength controlled the flame and carefully conceived the medicinal pill. Waves of rich medicinal fragrance were repeatedly being transmitted, causing the surrounding observers to repeatedly swallow their saliva. Some soft conversation were also being transmitted. Senior Xian Lan's medicinal refining skill has really become superb. Being able to refine a tier 4 medicinal pill at such an age, her achievements in the future will definitely be extraordinary. That's right. Whoever marries her in the future will never need to worry about not having medicinal pills to eat. Qi, you are daydreaming again. Senior Xian Lan has set her sights very high. There is basically no man in this inner academy who can catch her sharp eyes. Moreover, she personally said that the only condition that needed to be met in order to go out with her was to surpass her in medicinal refining skills. In this inner academy, other than some of the elders of instructors in the alchemy department, who else could surpass her? Hey, who says there isn't anyone? Back then, our chief refined a tier 5 medicinal pill when he competed with medicinal refinement against someone else in the inner academy. Move away from me. The chief has already left the inner academy for 2 years. How can that be counted? Xiao Yan felt somewhat funny as he heard the surrounding conversations. It seemed that he had really become a legendary figure. While Xiao Yan was quietly feeling that things were comical, the blue-clothed lady on the platform had suddenly let out a lovely cry. She beckoned with her hand and a round medicinal pill with rich medicinal fragrance flew out of the medicinal cauldron. It finally landed on her smooth jade-like hand. Those under the platform immediately let out waves of cheers after seeing the lady's successful refinement. Numerous bootlicking voices were delivered to the blue-clothed lady without their owners' faces turning red. However, this did not appear to have any effect on her. Her pretty face remained cold and impassive. Her long pretty eyes swept once around and those who were shouting and cheering immediately shut their mouths in embarrassment. It's a pity. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the medicinal pill in the lady's hand, shook his head slightly, and spoke aloud. Xiao Yan suddenly felt his surroundings becoming a little quiet the moment his voice sounded. He involuntarily raised his head in surprise, only to see a pair of cold and bright eyes looking indifferently at him. The blue-clothed lady looked down at the somewhat familiar-looking black-robed, young man. Her cold voice was slowly transmitted. Tell me, what is there to pity? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 874, Meeting. Chapter 874, Meeting. Xiao Yan looked at the blue-clothed woman, whose cold gaze was locked on him. After which, he turned his head and looked at the many gazes around him. He involuntarily became a little embarrassed. Immediately, he let out a dry cough and laughed. If you had been more precise with your control of the flame when you had refined the medicinal pill and had lengthened the time that you used to form the pill, the quality of this Sky Chi pill would have been a little better. Therefore, I could not help but say that it's a pity. The surrounding people involuntarily turned into an uproar when they saw that Xiao Yan had taught this blue-clothed lady a lesson in such an unceremonious manner. Their gaze were immediately stunned as they looked at this bold fellow. The number of people who were qualified to give the latter an opinion did not exceed 5. Moreover, these 5 were mostly the elders from the alchemy department. This black-robed man, who appeared quite young, clearly was not among them. The blue-clothed lady on the platform was also stunned because of Xiao Yan's words. Although she faintly sensed that the quality of the medicinal pill might be better if she did as Xiao Yan had said, she was still a somewhat cold and proud character. If the other party was an elder from the alchemist department, she might be inclined to carefully listen and learn. However, Xiao Yan's age clearly appeared to be similar to hers. Therefore, it made it difficult for her to accept his advice. Her pretty face had also turned somewhat ugly. Who are you? Don't tell me that the act of simply saying some random words actually depends on who one is? If you feel that what I just said is wrong, you can simply choose to ignore it. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and casually replied. Xian Lan was momentarily at a loss after hearing these calm words by Xiao Yan. She was clearly dull. There were very few people in the inner academy who would speak to her in this manner. She immediately grit her silver teeth slightly and said, "This is the headquarters of Pan's Gate. Only Pan's Gate members are allowed to enter. You are randomly walking around without even wearing a badge. This is against the rules. Which subsection are you attached to?" After hearing Xian Lan's words, the surrounding members of Pan's Gate had also discovered that Xiao Yan was not wearing a badge. Their gazes immediately became much more cautious. Pan's Gate had a strict rule that those who were walking within it must wear a badge. This rule was something that all of the members of Pan's Gate knew. Hence, there would seldom be a matter similar to what was happening now. After all, the current Pan's Gate was no longer as loose as it was back then. I have come to look for someone. Xiao Yan was somewhat helpless as he sensed those cautious gazes. Having not returned to the inner academy for 2 years, he had not expected to actually be faced with such an embarrassing interrogation. Looking for someone? If an outsider enters the Pan's Gate to search for someone, there must be someone escorting them. Randomly barging in will not end being a good thing. Xian Lin walked down the tall platform and immediately carried a faint serene fragrance as she appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Her eyes swept over the latter's face. That familiar feeling became even denser. Even her originally cold tone had warmed a little. You should be careful next time. Who are you looking for? Hu Jia and Wu Hao. Ask them to come and see me. Xiao Yan rubbed his head and smiled as he responded. Xian Lan and the surrounding people's face involuntarily became somewhat strange after hearing his words. Currently, Wu Hao and Hu Jia's position within the inner academy were extraordinary. Even the members of Pan's Gate seldom got to see them. Yet, this black-robed, young man had actually opened his mouth and asked those two to come out and see him? Senior Hu Jia and Senior Wu Hao are usually extremely busy. It is not easy to see them. Moreover, you are not the only one in the inner academy who wishes to see the two of them. Xian Lan shook her head. Her delicate hand parted the black hair in front of her forehead as she spoke in a calm tone. She was currently treating Xiao Yan as an ordinary student who had secretly snuck into Pan's Gate. It was not the first time that such a person had appeared. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly upon hearing these words from Xian Lan. He immediately lifted his feet and walked toward the crowd. The people parted as he did so, and a young lady wearing a red-colored dress stood in a transfixed manner. A pair of large watery eyes stared intently at the black-robed young man who was walking over. The young lady was wearing a red dress and had a figure that would not be considered tall. Instead, it gave one the feeling of being small and beautiful. Of course, despite the size of the young lady, who appeared small and lovely, her voluminous chest would rarely be seen. Her exquisite face emitted a tread of alluring enchantment amid its purity. This prettiness was not much poorer than that blue-clothed lady. This could be seen from the admiring looks that were repeatedly shot over. Xiao Yan's footsteps paused in front of the red-dressed young lady. He looked at her face, which had descended into a dull state after having seen him, and involuntarily smiled. Immediately, he extended his hand and patted the latter's head in front of everyone's stunned gazes before speaking with a smile. You have grown quite a bit in the 2 years that we have not met. The lady was suddenly woken up by Xiao Yan's somewhat affectionate action. She looked at the warm smile on the latter's face, and moisture immediately churned in her large watery eyes. 2 crystal-clear tears flowed down her face and fell. Ever since that matter back then, the person in front of her seemed to never show such affectionate action toward her. The young lady, whose eyes had suddenly revealed a moistness, immediately stirred the fury of the surrounding flower protectors. Numerous furious gazes quickly shot toward Xiao Yan. "Xiaomei, what happened to you? Are you all right?" A blue-colored figure swiftly appeared beside the red dress-wearing young lady. She hurriedly inquired after seeing her pear blossom in a rain-like manner. At the same time, she stared at Xiao Yan while her eyebrows became vertical. She was just about to reprimand when she was held back by Xiaomei. A timid voice was immediately transmitted from behind her. "Xiao, cousin brother Xiao Yan. Is that really you?" Xun Er involuntarily knit her eyebrows after being held back by Xiaomei. She was just about to speak when her expression slowly solidified. Her pure pretty eyes widened as she looked at the black-robed young man in front of her in a stunned manner. "Xiao Yan? Cousin brother Xiao Yan?" Everyone present knew that Xiaomei was the cousin sister of the founder of Pansgate. Who could be called cousin brother by her and possess the name Xiao Yan? Who else could it be other than that founder of Pansgate, who possessed an incomparable reputation within the Jianan Academy? The noisy open ground suddenly became quiet. Sunlight scattered down from the sky and shone on the many stunned faces. At this moment, a kind of absurd strange feeling of disbelief rose in everyone's heart. Pansgate's founder, who had only existed in legends, had just appeared in front of them from out of nowhere? As they looked at the face that contained a smile, everyone knew that Pansgate would likely simmer today because of this. The atmosphere within the spacious and well-lit hall was somewhat pressuring and exciting. A couple of gazes that contained various emotions were gathered on the black-robed young man who was on a chair seated in the hall. There were not many people in the hall. Only a couple of people that could be counted with one's fingers were present. Moreover, all of them were familiar faces. Other than Xiaomei and Xun Er, the remaining few were old friends who had entered the inner academy at the same time as Xiao Yan and had followed him when Pansgate had been established. Xiaomei stood docile beside Xiao Yan. The teapot in her hand was tilted and a line of water came out, carefully landing in the teacup in front of her. Due to her bending her body slightly, an alluring snowy whiteness was carelessly revealed, attracting people's eyes. Xiao Yan looked steadily forward. Only after Xiaomei finished pouring the tea and straightened her body did his gaze drift as he smiled to her. Immediately, his gaze swept over the couple of people in the hall and laughed. "Everyone, please sit. We are all close. Why do you need to be so polite? Hee, Chief, we have waited for you to return." The group of people outside appear to have become crazy. A strong-built man rubbed his head and laughed in a simple and honest manner. Xiao Yan remembered him, Atai, a simple and straightforward name. Back then, it was this fellow who had initially instigated the formation of Pansgate. However, after having not met for many years, the current him had become somewhat formal and restrained in front of Xiao Yan. After all, there were quite a lot of rumors regarding Xiao Yan during these years. The gap between the two of them had also been quietly pulled apart. The friendship of the past also had gained an additional hint of respect and fear. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and let out a deep sigh in his heart. After having not returned for such a long time, he began to feel like the people had hanged despite the structure being the same. You are really the chief?" Xun Er, who was using an unusual gaze to stare at Xiao Yan, finally could not help but ask while he was sighing emotionally. "Why? Do I not look like him?" Xiao Yan looked at this beautiful alchemist of the Xiaogate and involuntarily teased. Xun Er's face became slightly red. Her gaze did not reveal too much embarrassment as she once again sized Xiao Yan carefully. She replied in a graceful manner, "You are much better looking compared to the statue. Therefore, I failed to recognize you earlier. Please do not blame me." Xiao Yan could not help but smile and shake his head when he heard this. He was just about to speak when the tightly shut door let out a bang and was violently pushed open. A lovely snort reverberated around the large hall. "Humph, brat, you are finally back. You have left for 2 years in one go. You are really enjoying being an irresponsible owner, no?" Xiao Yan could not help but smile when he heard this familiar voice. He raised his head and could only see sunlight shining in from the outside. A short-haired lady with a lovely figure stood under the permeating sunlight, and a pair of bright unruly eyes viciously stared at Xiao Yan. A man with a blood-colored, heavy ruler on his back stood beside the woman. That normally cold and stern face of his was also currently filled with a joy that came from his heart. A heartwarming smile also gradually surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he looked at the two familiar figures in the doorway. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 875, Method. Chapter 875, Method. Everyone sat in different seats within the hall as Xiao Yan smiled and looked at the two people across from him. He had seen Wu Hao once in the black corner region and he had not changed much. Hu Jia, however, had transformed from the little witch of the past to a refreshingly capable appearance. Her short hair caused her to lack the delicate feeling of a woman. Instead, it gave her a heroic aura. Everyone had undergone varying degrees of change during these 2 years. After having been separated for a long time, it was naturally unavoidable that they engaged in a lively conversation. The smile on Wu Hao's face had never been reduced during their chat. He had always held respect for Xiao Yan in his heart. This respect had already been faintly present since Xiao Yan had defeated Hu Jia, Bai Shan, and him without help during the Outer Academy's examination. This respect greatly increased in the days that followed. Hu Jia, on the other hand, was different from him. Her words were forthright, and she did not hide her displeasure with Xiao Yan being an owner who threw everything to others. On the whole, however, she was still quite excited to be able to see Xiao Yan again. You have all become expert Dou Wangs during these 2 years. Congratulations. Xiao Yan lifted his teacup, smiled and sighed. He recalled the crazy things that their young group had done back then. At that time, they had merely been some small fish at the Dou Qi class. How can we compare with you? Hu Jia curled her mouth. She sensed the vague presence of a powerful pressure seeping out of Xiao Yan's body the moment she entered the room. She naturally knew that the latter's strength had likely far surpassed them. Xiao Yan smiled and softly inquired, "How is the current Pan's Gate?" "It is naturally many times better than back then." A pride surfaced on Hu Jia's face when she mentioned this. She continued, "Wu Hao is currently an Inner Academy elder. I also have the qualification to be promoted to an elder. However, after considering that Pan's Gate still needs to be managed, I do not have any plans on leaving. After all, once one becomes an elder, one cannot intervene too much in the matter between students. There has not been much change with the members compared to back then. The numbers have fell significantly. If one were to count, it is likely that there are less than 300. Wu Hao by the side smiled and said, "Currently, the recruitment requirements of Pan's Gate are extremely harsh. Normally, no more than 50 people are recruited every season. However, don't underestimate these 200 people. Most of the top people within the Inner Academy are included among them. Their potential is extraordinary." Xiao Yan nodded slightly upon hearing this. He smiled and said, "Quality is more important than quantity. It is also good this way. The harsher recruitment requirements cause the members of Pan's Gate to put in a greater effort. They will do it for their honor. This point is extremely important." The current Xiao Yan was no longer that novice who did not know anything back then. The current him has established 2 large factions known as Pan's Gate and the Yan Alliance. He was also quite rich in experience. How many members of Pan's Gate will enter the Xiao Gate after they graduate now? Xiao Yan's finger tapped on the table as he asked an important question. Back then, the most important reason for his establishment of Xiao Gate was that Pan's Gate possessed too much hidden potential. The students who were able to enter the Inner Academy had quite the great training talent. This kind of talent would be groomed by any faction with all their might. Currently, Xiao Gate and Pan's Gate were connected. With the latter as a provisioner of potential, Xiao Gate would be able to obtain the support of new blood. Moreover, such new blood were those that were extremely extraordinary. The reason that Xiao Gate's position within the Black Corner region rose by the day during these 2 years was largely because of the existence of Pan's Gate. Quite a few. Every member who was selected to enter Pan's Gate is informed about the relationship between Pan's Gate and Xiao Gate. Moreover, with the increase in trust, we will also allow some members to enter Xiao Gate in advance in order to increase the adaptability. Other than some special circumstances, there are 20 or so members of Pan's Gate entering Xiao Gate every year. Hu Jia voiced her thoughts. Moreover, the current relationship between Pan's Gate and Xiao Gate is also something that the Jianan Academy is aware of. They not only did not oppose it but instead seemed to support this. In this way, it caused the Xiao Gate to become more of a normality. Both support one another and obtain the greatest safeguard in this chaotic place. Wu Hao laughed. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. A smile that seemed to have put down a heavy burden also surfaced on his face. The proper functions of Pan's Gate had somewhat exceeded his expectations. As long as Pan's Gate existed, the strength of Xiao Gate would greatly increase every year. Given enough time, likely no other factions would be able to contend with it in the Black Corner region in the future. It has been tough on all of you during these 2 years, Xiao Yan sighed. He faced Hu Jia and Wu Hao and sincerely thanked them. If it had not been for Hu Jia and Wu Hao, it was likely that Pan's Gate would have difficulty functioning in such a manner. At that time, it was likely that his plans for Xiao Gate would have been completely dashed. "Qi, don't give me all this. If you really feel guilty, this can be managed by you in the future," Hu Jia curled her mouth and replied. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a bitter laugh and sighed when he heard this. I also wish to stay safely here, however, there are too many things on my shoulders. Cuckoo, she is merely complaining. That's right, how long will you stay in the inner academy this time around? Wu Hao smiled and said. The gazes of everyone in the hall were immediately thrown to Xiao Yan when they heard this question. I shall not stay for long. Once I resolve the matters in this place, I plan to head to the continent to search for heavenly flames. It will likely consume an endless amount of my time. After all, it is too difficult to find a heavenly flame, Xiao Yan mused for a moment before slowly explaining. A heavenly flame, huh? A glow flickered in Xian Lan's eyes by the side after she heard Xiao Yan's words. However, she did not open her mouth to say anything. You always have such busy life, Wu Hao bitterly laughed. He immediately said, since you are back, you should also meet the brothers from Pan's Gate. They are extremely curious about you. All of them view you as their idol. That position is something that even Hu Jia and I cannot compare with. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He stood up and heartily said, that is only natural. Since I have returned, how can I not meet my own brothers? Xiao Mei looked at the somewhat skinny back after Xiao Yan stood up. She smiled a little. After having not seen the latter for 2 years, this person in front of her had matured and was able to give one a peaceful mind. The current him was just like a bright star that was emitting a brilliant light. Xiao Yan met with the many brothers from Pan's Gate as he had promised after he had smiled and chatted a little more with Wu Hao's group. After which, he beat a hasty retreat in front of Wu Hao's and the others' comical gazes. He had not expected that these fellows would actually be so crazy to the point of wanting to pull off his clothes to be kept as a souvenir. After having caught up with Wu Hao and the others, Xiao Yan hurried over to the Inner Academy Elders compound. After which, he met First Elder Su Qian, who was waiting in the meeting room alone for him. Su Qian, who was reading an old book in the room, raised his head upon hearing the sound of a door being opened. He only saw Xiao Yan fleeing in with messy clothes. Immediately, he teased, Are you now aware of the degree of popularity that you possess within the Inner Academy? In so many years, I have never seen any student receive such treatment. Xiao Yan involuntarily and bitterly laughed when he heard the teasing note in Su Qian's words. He found a chair in front of Su Qian and sat down before speaking in a helpless fashion. First Elder, you should stop teasing me. Su Qian smiled. He immediately withdrew a little of the smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Yan and said, There should be some other reason than to help release the heart flame in the blazing Sky Qi refining tower during this trip of yours to the Jinan Academy, right? Xiao Yan's expression became much more serious when he mentioned the important matter. He nodded his head, hesitated a little before speaking. First Elder, the headmaster is not in the Inner Academy, right? Yes, his elderly self has always liked to roam all over the place. He has not been back for more than a decade. If someone did not periodically deliver news, it is likely that even I would have thought that he had met some mishap. Why? Are you looking for him? Su Qian helplessly explains. Xiao Yan sighed. He slowly parted his black robe and revealed the strange black spot on his chest that caused one to feel a chill. There were some mysterious lines around the black spot which appeared to be like a cage that firmly sealed it. Su Qian's expression changed immediately when he saw the black spot on Xiao Yan's chest. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see something. He quickly asked in a deep voice, You are poisoned? Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. After which, he briefly explained the matter from the start to the end. An elite Dou Zun, Su Qian's expression also gradually became solemn after he heard what Xiao Yan had said. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed, There are no other elite Dou Zuns within the Inner Academy other than the headmaster. The Jianan Academy does indeed have a couple of hidden old demons. However, they have yet to reach the strength of a Dou Zun. Perhaps, they would be able to reach that level for a short period of them if they join hands. However, it is impossible to get them to act. Their mission is to guard the Jianan Academy. Unless the Jianan Academy is about to meet a situation that threatens its survival, they will not appear, much less help anyone expel poison. Even I do not have the right to command them on this. Xiao Yan could only sigh when he heard this. He did not place much hope on the old hidden demons. Back then, the Inner Academy had nearly been destroyed by Han Feng, but these old fellows never appeared. Even less need to be said about helping him expel poison. If there is no elite Dou Zun to help, I might be only able to use another method. Xiao Yan exhaled softly and slowly responded. What method? Find another heavenly flame. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly revealed a hot glow as he spoke with a deep voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 876, News of a Heavenly Flame. Chapter 876, News of a Heavenly Flame. Finding another heavenly flame? Su Qian was immediately startled when he heard Xiao Yan's words within the meeting room. His face was stunned. He was naturally aware of the rarity of a heavenly flame. Had it not been by chance and the reliance on the strength of the headmaster, it would have been impossible for the Jianan Academy to find the fallen heart flame and seal it within the inner academy. Xiao Yan's expression became increasingly solemn as he studied Su Qian's stunned face. He said in a deep voice, "That's right, perhaps First Elder should also be aware that the Qi method that I practice is able to obtain some strength from the heavenly flame. Therefore, if I am able to obtain a kind of heavenly flame, I should be able to rely on the wonder of the heavenly flame to completely resolve this demon poison spot." Heavenly flame, it is easier said than done when it comes to obtaining this thing. The attraction of the heavenly flame in the Dou Qi continent is even greater than the so-called bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Basically, if some rumors were to spread, it would invite a countless number of experts to look into it. Moreover, the heavenly flames that exist on the Dou Qi continent are so few that they are countable. Forget about obtaining one, even just searching for one would require an endless amount of time and effort. Su Qian smiled bitterly, and shook his head as he replied. Xiao Yan also sighed. He softly said, "However, I currently only possess this method. Therefore, regardless of how difficult it is, I must still go and look for it. The reason I have come to the Jianan Academy this time around is to inquire if you know any information regarding other heavenly flames. After all, First Elder's understanding of the Dou Qi continent is much greater than me." Su Qian also helplessly shook his head as he watched Xiao Yan's anticipating gaze. He mused, "Why don't you ask your teacher, Yao Zunjia, Dou Zun, about this? With him being an alchemist grandmaster, his understanding of the heavenly flames is far from what I can compare with. I think that he should be aware of something." Xiao Yan's eyes shrank slightly when he heard this. He softly said, "Teacher has already fallen into the hands of the Hall of Souls. One of the reasons that I am so anxious to search for heavenly flame is because of the poison within my body. The other is that I wish to obtain strength from the heavenly flame and rescue teacher from the hands of the Hall of Souls." Yao Zunjia, Dou Zun, has fallen into the hands of the Hall of Souls? Su Qian involuntarily cried out loud. His expression changed slightly when he heard Xiao Yan speak. Xiao Yan nodded his head bitterly. The fist under his sleeve slowly tightened. Su Qian also sighed softly as he looked at Xiao Yan's manner. He frowned and said, "I wonder just why that mysterious faction needs so many powerful spiritual bodies. They are a group of stealthy fellows. Back then, the headmaster did have some conflict with them and had a big fight with an expert from the Hall of Souls who had become a Xun Elder. However, he did not manage to gain much of an upper hand." Xun Elder? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted when he heard this term. He knew that the Hall of Souls had people who possessed this form of address and that there were some ultimate experts at the Dou Zun class. The current him did not have the slightest ability to resist an expert at that class now. Currently, you can also be considered to have become enemies with this mysterious faction. You should be more careful in the future. Before you have absolute confidence, it is best that you do not easily head to find Yao Zunjia. Otherwise, it is likely that you will just deliver yourself to be killed. This Hall of Souls has an extremely great strength. Even the headmaster was extremely fearful of this mysterious organization when he mentioned them to me back then. Su Qian reminded in a deep voice. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He was naturally aware of just how strong the Hall of Souls was. Just some protectors were already able to turn him into a miserable state. If the stronger so-called Xun Elder were to arrive, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have no other choice but to turn around and flee. However, Yao Zhuja had many friends back then. Quite a number of powerful fellows on the Dou Qi continent that had some relationship with me. Although these people might not oppose the Hall of Souls because of you, they are still a hidden strength. Of course, if it is possible, it is best that you find someone. This person would be a great help to you when you attempt to rescue Yao Zunjia. Su Qian crossed his fingers and slowly explained. Who? Xiao Yan asked in a startled manner. Feng Zunjia. Su Qian spoke in a deep voice. His tone contained a little respect when he spoke these three words. Feng Zunjia? Xiao Yan's heart leaped slightly after hearing this name again. This was not the only time that he had heard this name. He didn't know much about the owner of the name. However, there were two things that he was aware of. The first was that this person's relationship with teacher was extremely deep. The second was that this person was a genuine Dou Zun. That's right. Feng Zunjia. He is your teacher, Yao Zunjia's close confidant. Back then, Yao Zunjia had disappeared for no reason and Han Feng announced that he had burned to death while refining a pill. However, Feng Zunjia adopted a doubtful attitude toward this kind of far-fetched reason. During these years, he has roamed all over the continent searching for information relating to Yao Zunjia. It was because Han Feng was worried that Feng Zunjie would discover something that he ended up hiding in the Black Corner region for so many years. During Feng Zunjie's search all over the place, he fought quite a number of times with the Hall of Souls. However, I am not very clear about the exact reason. If you were able to find him, he would definitely treat you like his own disciple given your status as Yao Zunjie's disciple. The treatment might even exceed this. Honestly speaking, a person who is not involved is really not certain why Yao Zunjie and him have such a deep relationship. It is likely that even some blood-related brothers are not at this level. Su Qian sighed before immediately saying with a smile, I have said all of this in order to tell you that if you were able to find Feng Zunjie, he would definitely be a great help. Moreover, this help comes from someone whom you can completely trust. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He immediately bitterly smiled and said, the Dou Qi continent is so huge. It is easier said than done if one wishes to find an elite Dozun from nowhere. This will depend on your luck. Feng Zunjie is extremely strong. Even the headmaster praises him highly. It will be quite beneficial to you if you find him. You would not need to worry about the Hall of Souls seeking revenge in the future. Su Qian spread his hand. He did not have an exact method to allow Xiao Yan to swiftly find Feng Zunjie. If he had released some information, it was likely that before Feng Zunjie could hurry over, the omnipresent Hall of Souls and some of Yao Zunjie's enemies would have arrived first. I will try my best, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. His eyes looked to Su Qian as he said, however, I feel that I should inquire about a little more information related to the heavenly flames before this. Regardless of what kind of help I can find, I feel that raising my own strength is the most important thing. First Elder, you have extraordinary experience and would more or less know some of the issues on the Dou Qi continent. If you have any clues related to a heavenly flame, please inform me regardless of how low the chances of success are. This is extremely important to me. Although Xiao Yan had 3 purifying demonic lotus flame map fragments within his storage ring, he did not take them out to ask Su Qian about them. It was that he could not trust First Elder Su Qian, it was just that the allure of this purifying demonic lotus flame was really too frightening. Back then, when he had obtained the first map fragment, Yao Lao had solemnly told him that he must definitely not allow anyone to know about this matter. Hence, Xiao Yan had kept this a secret even when he had obtained the map fragment from Hai Buodong's hands back then. Until now, he had tried to hide this matter in his heart and not allow anyone to know about it unless he was forced to reveal it. Su Qian sighed softly as he looked at Xiao Yan's sincere face. His body leaned against the backrest of his chair. He narrowed his eyes slightly as his finger gently tapped on the table. This continued for a while before he managed to pick out a memory from his mind that had been buried by time. I do indeed know something related to other heavenly flames. Hearing this, the eyes that Xiao Yan used to look at Su Qian immediately became extremely heated. I wonder if you have heard of a faction called the Burning Flame Valley? Su Qian raised his eyes and asked. Burning Flame Valley? Xiao Yan immediately became momentarily startled when he heard this name. This faction's name was not something that he had heard for the first time. This was because the Skyfire 3 mysterious flames that he practiced was a secret technique, unique to this faction. Moreover, he also faintly recalled something. It seemed that Yao Lao had said back then that this faction on the Dou Qi continent was in control of a kind of unknown heavenly flame. This faction has a kind of heavenly flame in its lineage since ancient times. This kind of heavenly flame is called the 9-Dragon Lightning Flame. It is ranked 12th on the heavenly flame ranking. If one were to discuss it, it is even higher than the Fallen Heart Flame in the ranking. However, I am not too certain about its exact use. Nevertheless, it is definitely not weaker than the Fallen Heart Flame by virtue of it possessing a higher ranking on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Su Qian slowly explained. Xiao Yan curled his lips slightly when he heard this. He remembered that Yao Lao mentioned that the Burning Flame Valley possessed a heavenly flame. However, he had been unaware of the exact details. Moreover, he also clearly understood that the strength of this Burning Flame Valley was extremely strong. Attempting to obtain the so-called 9-Dragon Lightning Flame from them would definitely not be an easy matter. Su Qian laughed bitterly as he looked at Xiao Yan's changing face. This is the only information of a heavenly flame that I know about a little more in detail. If you have the ability, you can indeed target it. However, you must definitely be careful. The people from the Burning Flame Valley are all people with hot tempers. If you are caught, you would definitely form an enmity with them that would be difficult to resolve. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. That 9-Dragon Lightning Flame could basically be considered the lifeblood of the Burning Flame Valley. If he were to snatch it away, they would definitely not rest until they died. However, in order to rescue Yao Lao and his father, there are some things that he could not avoid even if they were unethical. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath and a dense coldness suddenly rose within his dark black eyes. However, before he was about to nod his head, a cool and indifferent voice suddenly sounded within the room. Although the nine-dragon lightning flame is a heavenly flame, an extremely special blood spiritual imprint had been placed on it after the repeated refinement by the Burning Flame Valley over a couple hundred years. Unless one is someone who practices the Burning Flame Valley's Qi method, it is impossible for one to truly possess it as his own even if one were to obtain the nine-dragon lightning flame. Xiao Yan's and Su Qian's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this voice that had suddenly appeared. The Xiao Yan suddenly turned around and curled his hand which was facing the door. A wild suction force surged out. The door burst apart and a blue-clothed lady was forcefully sucked into the room amid an exclamation. Finally, her delicate neck was firmly held in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan's gaze, which was filled with some killing intent, shot to the lady's face as his hand firmly grabbed the lady's snow-white neck. After which, he became stunned. Why is it you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 877, Nine-Dragon Lightning Flame. Chapter 877, Nine-Dragon Lightning Flame. Xiao Yan looked at the lady who did not dare to move even a little after having her neck grabbed by him and was startled. This was because this lady was the Pan's Gates alchemist whom he had met earlier, Xian Lan. At this moment, Xian Lan did not dare to make any unusual movements due to her neck being gripped by Xiao Yan. This was especially the case when she had sensed the genuine killing intent that filled his eyes. Her pretty face was mixed with a thread of moving paleness while her eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Why is it you? Xiao Yan frowned slightly after identifying the lady. He questioned in a deep voice, you were eavesdropping on us? It is actually you, little girl? What farce is this? This place is an important one in the inner academy, how can you just randomly budge in? Su Qian by the side reprimanded. His expression sank slightly after the shock from earlier dissipated. Xian Lan gently bit her lips in the face of Su Qian's reprimand. She said, Grandpa Su, Xian Lan has only barged in unintentionally. Is First Elder acquainted with her? Xiao Yan was involuntarily stunned when he heard the way Su Qian addressed Xian Lan. His gaze turned to Su Qian as he posed the question. Yes, this girl is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. She was sent over to this place last year, and he asked me to take care and groom her. Su Qian smiled bitterly and nodded. Xiao Yan only came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. He immediately released his hand, which had still been tightly wrapped around Xian Lan's neck, and said in a faint voice, since you were able to eavesdrop for such a long time right in front of First Elder Su Qian's and my eyes, you should have likely consumed some medicinal pill that can hide your aura. You don't appear to have unintentionally intruded. Instead, you appear to have come prepared? Xian Lan's face involuntarily reddened slightly under the focus of Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. She immediately clenched her silver teeth and said, I did indeed come and eavesdrop on purpose. Why are you so fierce? Moreover, I can tell you that if you plan to put your attention on the nine-dragon lightning flame, you would only end up offending a powerful faction for no reason. Why? Xiao Yan was startled as he asked in a deep voice. He had obtained a little information regarding the heavenly flame after much difficulty. How could he easily give it up? Earlier, I said that the nine-dragon lightning flame has been passed on within the Burning Flame Valley for hundreds of years. The past experts over the generations have left behind a blood spiritual imprint within its essence that is difficult to remove. Unless you practice the Qi method of the Burning Flame Valley, Green Profound Serene Flame skill, you will definitely not be able to truly own it even if you manage to obtain the nine-dragon lightning flame. Xian Lan held her snow-white long neck and let out successive coughs before explaining with a cold smile. Xiao Yan's heart immediately sank when he heard this. He frowned and asked, First Elder, is what she said true? Su Qian's face was filled with uncertainty in the face of Xiao Yan's words. Immediately, he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He said, I am not aware of this. However, if Xian Lan says that it is like this, then it should be true. Ugh, no wonder the Burning Flame Valley is able to preserve the nine-dragon lightning flame. Their preparation method is so secretive. The old me has really underestimated them. Xiao Yan's heart completely sank when he heard Su Qian speak. Was this clue that he had obtained with much difficulty completely useless? Xian Lan comes from the central plains of the Dou Qi continent. The Burning Flame Valley is located in that area. Therefore, she has some understanding of them. Moreover, given her character, she should likely not be lying on purpose. Su Qian helped by revealing Xian Lan's background, like he was afraid that Xiao Yan would not believe what she said. Central Plains? The foreign name caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat lost. The Central Plains is the name that is used to call the middle region of the Dou Qi continent. That region is extremely enormous with a countless number of intricate and complicated factions as well as strange ethnic groups one would have difficulty seeing. Therefore, it can be said that this is the central area of the Dou Qi continent. That place is the most exciting one in the Dou Qi continent. The peak experts of the continent mostly come from that area. Su Qian smiled and explained after seeming to understand Xiao Yan's lost look. Moreover, there, you might be able to obtain some information related to the background of your little female friend. Xiao Yan's heart, which had just sank, once again leaped suddenly upon hearing Su Qian's words. He let out a gentle breath as the displeased and joyful yet exquisite face of a young lady slowly surfaced in his mind. The warm smile that she wore on her face was just like the spring breeze that slowly caused Xiao Yan to calm down. After calming down, Xiao Yan engaged in deep thoughts for a moment before he abruptly turned to Xun Er by his side. His eyes narrowed as he slowly said, "You should have something to say, right?" Xiao Yan's heart carried some doubt toward Xun Er since she had eavesdropped on the conversation between him and First Elder Su Qian without any reason. The former's character did not seem to be brainless. She should be aware that eavesdropping was a taboo. If she had not been spurred on by some reason, she definitely would not have done something like this. Xun Er's expression was somewhat naturally turned red since she was being stared at by Xiao Yan. She was quiet for a moment before she clenched her silver teeth and said, "Do you really wish to find some clues about a heavenly flame?" "Yes. You can forget about the 9-dragon lightning flame. The Burning Flame Valley has passed it down for centuries. They already possess a nearly perfect preservation method for it. Even if you were able to obtain it, you would not be able to use it." Xun Er hesitated for a moment after seeing Xiao Yan nod his head heavily before she slowly spoke. "Do you have a method to resolve it?" "No." Xun Er shook her head as she looked at Xiao Yan's suddenly bright eyes. When she saw the latter frown, she could only curl her mouth and say, "I do not have a method to allow you to resolve the issue, but I do know of a clue about another heavenly flame, ranked even higher than the 9-dragon lightning flame. Moreover, as long as you have the ability, your chances of obtaining it will not be less than snatching the 9-dragon lightning flame." Xiao Yan, who had just sat on his chair, suddenly straightened his body upon hearing this. His eyes were heated as he looked at Xun Er. An excitement that was difficult to hide was present within his voice. Another heavenly flame? Xun Er was also shocked when she saw Xiao Yan's excitement. She took a small step back before nodding slightly. "Tell me. Regardless of what you want, I will give it to you as long as I have the ability to do it." Xiao Yan stepped forward and spoke in a heated voice. "It is not impossible for me to tell you. However, you must first tell me if you are currently a Tier 6 alchemist?" A nervousness surfaced within Xun Er's eyes as she opened her mouth to ask. Only after seeing Xiao Yan nod his head did an unusual glint appear in her eyes. The back of her teeth bit her lower lip and her delicate hand tensed and relaxed for a while. Only then did she inhale a deep breath and say, "I will tell you the clue about the heavenly flame if you promise to help me with one thing." "Speak." Xiao Yan did not hesitate as he replied in a deep voice. "Help my clan return to its elder's seat in the Pill Tower once again." Xun Er's delicate hand suddenly tightened. A clear yet anxious voice suddenly sounded in the hall. "Pill Tower?" Xiao Yan was slightly startled when he heard this name, which was not considered too foreign. His brows immediately knit together. This special faction that was formed by alchemists possessed an extremely high position within the Dou Qi continent. Although he was not clear about the ranking within it, he could vaguely guess that the requirements to enter an elder's seat were extremely harsh. Hence, a momentary hesitation also surfaced within Xiao Yan's heart in front of this foreign great being. "Xun Er, don't fool around. It is easier said than done in order to allow your clan to return to the Pill Tower once again. With Xiao Yan's current Tier 6 alchemist strength, it would be impossible for him to help your clan enter the elder's seat once again. It is not as though you are not aware that the requirement there is extremely harsh. Unless one reaches the level of a Tier 7 alchemist, the chances of success are extremely low." The expression of Su Qian by the side changed slightly upon hearing her request. He then replied to her in a deep voice. "I know that the current him might still not be able to do it. However, his talent is definitely extremely great in order to reach the level of a Tier 6 alchemist at such an age. Moreover, this talent is also rarely seen even in the Pill Tower. If he is willing to go all out and help, my clan would not be completely without any chance." Xun Er was unmoved by Su Qian's cry. She still stubbornly looked at Xiao Yan and said, "If you are willing to help me, I shall give you a clue about the heavenly flame." Xiao Yan gradually sank into a silence in the face of Xun Er's nervous yet heated eyes. He had also adopted a certain respectful attitude toward that so-called Pill Tower. The abilities of this special faction were the most powerful he had seen with the exception of the Hall of Souls. This kind of high-end place would definitely possess an extremely intense competition. Although Xiao Yan had quite the confidence in his medicinal refining talent, that Pill Tower was a frightening place which gathered all the top alchemists in the Dou Qi continent. It was likely that the difficulty of making one's way in there was not any less than heading to the Hall of Soul and coming back alive. The heat in Xun Lan's eyes was also slowly extinguished as though a cold water was poured over them when she saw Xiao Yan remain silent. She mocked herself. When she was about to turn around and leave, when Xiao Yan, who was silent for a moment longer, finally inhaled a deep breath of air and slowly said, "I am unaware of how difficult it is to help your clan regain the Elder's seat in the Pill Tower. Moreover, I also cannot guarantee that my help would allow you to achieve your aim. However, I can guarantee you that as long as you provide me with a useful clue about a heavenly flame, I will do my best to go all out to help you. What do you say?" Xun Lan's lovely body trembled when she heard Xiao Yan's words. An excited mist surged in the former's clear eyes. Regardless of whether this effort of hers bore fruit, she had at the very least brought a thread of hope in the face of her clan being extinguished. She hurriedly nodded her head. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. He forcefully suppressed the anxiety and excitement in his heart as he slowly said, "Since that is the case, it should be your turn to inform me about the clue regarding a heavenly flame that you know. I will judge whether this clue is worth such a reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 878, 3000 Burning Flame. Chapter 878, 3000 Burning Flame. Xun Lan smiled slightly when she heard Xiao Yan's words. She immediately took a gentle breath, arranged her thoughts, and finally said, "Actually, the clue regarding this heavenly flame that I mentioned is related to the Pill Tower. My clan once held an elder seat in the Pill Tower. Hence, I am also aware of some information related to it." The Pill Tower again? Xiao Yan frowned slightly upon hearing this. If the heavenly flame was in the hands of the Pill Tower, how could he possibly snatch it? The Pill Tower was not the Jianan Academy. It would definitely not allow a heavenly flame fall into the hands of someone else. Xiao Yan might not be aware of the exact strength of the Burning Flame Valley, but after some vague guess, he at least knew that the Burning Flame Valley was not as strong as the Pill Tower. Therefore, would he not have to choose to offend the even stronger Pill Tower? If this were the case, he would rather just place his intention on the Burning Flame Valley. Things would be a little easier that way. You need not be worried about this. The 9-dragon lightning flame might be a heirloom of the Burning Flame Valley and could be considered an owned object. However, the heavenly flame which I have mentioned is currently without an owner despite it being related to the Pill Tower. As long as you possess the ability, anyone who is fated can possess it. Even the Pill Tower would not object on this point. After all, the Pill Tower is not the Burning Flame Valley. They possess an extremely special position on the continent. Xun Lan explained after having sensed the thoughts within Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan's frown relaxed a little. He looked at Su Qian by the side. Only after seeing him nod slightly did Xiao Yan say, "Be more clear about this. Additionally, since you know about all this, you should also know just what kind of a heavenly flame it is, right? Big brother Xiao, you can rest assured. Xun Lan believes that the heavenly flame within the Pill Tower will definitely interest you." Xun Lan laughed. She immediately raised her snow-white chin and said, "May I ask if Big Brother Xiao has heard of the 3000 Burning Flame?" The 3000 Burning Flame? Xiao Yan was initially startled upon hearing this name. A heated expression suddenly erupted within his dark black eyes. Currently, he could be considered a genuine Tier 6 alchemist. Hence, his understanding of the many heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking was not as lacking as it was back then. He naturally knew a little about this 3000 Burning Flame. The 3000 Burning Flame was also called the 3000 Star Burning Flame. It was ranked 9 on the heavenly flame ranking. If one were to talk about it, it was 2 positions higher than Yao Lao's bone-chilling flame. This kind of heavenly flame was extremely ethereal and difficult to find. This was because it did not exist on the ground but was instead formed in the distant stars. The ancient text recorded that silver flames would fall from the sky when the 3000 Burning Flame was formed, the ground within 1,000 kilometers would turn to dust, the day could not be differentiated from night, the stars would not appear, and the sun could not rise. Due to it existing within the stars, where ordinary people had great difficulty reaching, the time the 3000 Burning Flame could exist was usually a little longer than the other heavenly flames. Hence, it was allowed sufficient to evolve. Hence, most of the 3000 Burning Flame that were discovered belonged to a kind of intelligent extraordinary natural being. Even if one could find it, it was extremely difficult to capture. Of course, the thing that interested Xiao Yan the most was not the high ranking of this 3000 Burning Flame. Instead, it was because this kind of heavenly flame possessed an extraordinary and special ability. It was the legendary 3000 Star Constitution. Of course, this was a nicer name to call it. Most of the experts who had battled with a person who had this 3000 burning flame would call it an undying body. This kind of unusual name was mainly because this 3000 burning flame was able to allow the person possessing it to have a life force that was unusually tenacious. One would be like the most repulsive demon cockroach beast among the magical beast, being able to swiftly recover from one's injury regardless of what kind of intense attack one suffered. The recovery of one's fighting strength would also swiftly rise. Moreover, it was best if one completely killed a person with an undying body while they were engaged in a fight. Otherwise, as long as the other party still had a breath remaining, they would once again become a living dragon and tiger. This recovery speed depended on the seriousness of one's injuries. Hence, there was seldom anyone who was happy to become a life and death enemy with an expert who possessed the 3000 burning flame. After all, regardless of who it was, one would have difficulty eating and sleeping in peace if one had an enemy who possessed a life force that was as strong as a magical beast. Of course, this did not mean that one would really become an undying person if one possessed the 3000 burning flame. At times, one might suffer some overly serious injuries that the 3000 burning flame had difficulty healing. Examples of this include one's heart, head, etc. Should these fatal points suffer a mortal wound, even the 3000 burning flame would have difficulty healing them. This was especially the case if they met some expert whose strength far exceeded their own. The other party would likely not give one the slightest opportunity to recover and would directly eliminate them. At that time, the whatever undying body would not have the slightest use. Having said that, anyone who possessed the 3000 burning flame would have a life force that would be transformed into something quite frighteningly long. This point would undoubtedly possess a great attraction to any person. After all, everyone would be happy to obtain an even more perfect guarantee of one's own life. Xiao Yan was no exception to this point. The smile on Xun Lan's face grew even wider when she saw Xiao Yan's expression. She smiled and said, "That's right, it is the 3000 burning flame that is ranked 9 on the heavenly flame ranking. Is Big Brother Xiao interested in it? It is likely that any human would be interested in it." Xiao Yan did not hide his interest in the 3000 burning flame. He smiled and said, "However, if this 3000 burning flame is within the pill tower, they would definitely protect such a rare heavenly flame extremely well. It is easier said than done in order to obtain it." Su Qian by the side also nodded. He said in a deep voice, "It is indeed worthy of being the pill tower. It even possesses a heavenly flame of such ranking." However, it is just as Xiao Yan has said. Even if Xiao Yan could snatch such a rare heavenly flame from their hands, it is likely that he will arouse their enmity. Honestly speaking, the 3000 burning flame might be rare, but it is not a wise act to offend the pill tower over it. After all, the strength that the pill tower possesses on the continent is quite great. Even your teacher back then was quite afraid of them despite having not agreed to the invitation from the pill tower to join them. The smile on Xiao Yan's face was slightly withdrawn after he heard Su Qian's words. He did not know much about the pill tower. However, he knew that they gathered the top alchemists from the continent. Moreover, it was regarded as a holy ground for all alchemists. They were definitely not some ordinary faction. Forming an enmity with them was not a wise decision. Big Brother Xiao need not worry about this point. If you are able to bag the 3000 burning flame, it means that you have the ability to. The pill tower will definitely not form an enmity with you because of this. Xun Lan smiled and softly explained when she saw Xiao Yan's manner. This is because the 3000 burning flame is merely discovered by the pill tower but is not subdued by them. Actually, if one were to count in detail, the pill tower discovered the 3000 burning flame quite a while ago. During this period of time, the experts from the pill tower naturally attempted to subdue it. However, all of their efforts were futile. Instead, they all ended up with quite the loss when faced with the 3000 burning flame's retaliation. Hence, the pill tower could only use a sealing method to temporarily seal the 3000 burning flame. Of course, this kind of seal cannot be maintained forever. After all, that 3000 burning flame is not some ordinary being. Xun Lan spread her hands and spoke in a gloating manner. Xiao Yan slowly sat back in his chair. His eyes studied Xun Lan and then indicated for her to continue speaking. After both parties continued in stalemate for a period of time, the pill tower had also discovered that forcefully attempting to subdue this 3000 burning flame, which had already evolved to the point of possessing great intelligence, was really too difficult. Hence, after some discussion, they finally decided to distribute the qualification to subdue the 3000 burning flame out. Xun Lan curled her lips and continued to explain. Distribute it out? Xiao Yan and Su Qian were stunned when they heard this. This pill tower was actually willing to allow others to subdue this 3000 burning flame? Of course, there is some limitation to this distribution. Every 30 years, the Dou Qi continent will hold a grand pill gathering that possesses the greatest influence within the alchemist world. Naturally, the only faction which has the qualification to hold this pill gathering is the Pill Tower. Xian Lan smiled as she spoke. Pill gathering? Xiao Yan muttered in his mouth after being startled. This pill gathering could be considered a rarely seen grand affair on the Dou Qi continent. Countless of geniuses from all over the continent will come and give it a try. Those who succeed will naturally be renowned throughout the world. I remember that your teacher had obtained a champion spot in a pill gathering back then. It was at that time that your teacher had gradually become an extremely great person on the Dou Qi continent. Su Qian laughed as he explained. Xiao Yan was once again stunned when he heard this. It was unexpected that teacher had participated in this so-called pill gathering before. Xian Lan by the side was startled when she heard these words. She immediately looked at Xiao Yan with surprise. Having come from the Central Plains, she naturally clearly knew what a champion of a season's pill gathering represented. The three great heads of the Pill Tower were all once the pill gathering champion. She did not expect Xiao Yan's teacher to be this great. No wonder he was able to obtain such an achievement at such an age. The so-called distributed qualification is related to this pill gathering? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and softly asked. Yes, Xian Lan nodded her head. She smiled and said, as long as one enters the top 10 within the pill gathering, one will be given the right to attempt to subdue the 3,000 burning flame on top of the rich reward given by the Pill Tower. Whether one succeeds or not will rely entirely on one's ability. Therefore, if Big Brother Xiao Yan is confident in himself, you can go and participate in this pill gathering. This is the only official method to obtain the 3,000 burning flame. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air when he heard this. A heated feeling slowly climbed within his heart. Being a young person, his heart possessed the prideful hope of competing with the heroes in the world regardless of how calm he usually was. This was especially the case when it involved the overwhelming allure of the 3,000 burning flame. Big Brother Xiao, is my clue worth your guarantee? Xian Lan smiled slyly and asked him a question when she saw the heat in Xiao Yan's eyes. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted up, the arc slowly widened. A moment later, he laughed loudly and nodded. Yes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 879, Refine. Chapter 879, Refine. Xian Lan finally placed down the large rock that was pressing on her heart after seeing Xiao Yan nod his head. A smile that originated from her heart surfaced on her face. She endured the excitement in her heart as she laughed. In that case, I hope that we will have a joyful cooperation. Xiao Yan smiled. Honestly speaking, the excitement in his heart was not much weaker than Xian Lan's feelings. He had finally found a clue about another heavenly flame after such a long time. Although there was still a great gap to reach the 3,000 burning flame, at the very least, the current Xiao Yan had a target. He need not randomly look all over the place like he did in the past. When will we leave? There is quite a long distance from the Jianan Academy to the Central Plains. Xian Lan raised her pair of large transparent eyes and inquired somewhat anxiously. Allow me to settle the issue of the burning sky chi refining tower in the inner academy first, Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. Although he was extremely anxious in his heart to head to the Central Plains, it was likely that he would be killed by First Elder Su Qian with a slap here if he were to just run away now. What is there to be anxious about? Even though you managed to get Xiao Yan's help, it is likely that he will not be able to allow your clan to enter the Elder's seat with his current alchemy skills. Although a Tier 6 alchemist is rarely seen in this place, it is not considered a top expert within the Pill Tower. You should be extremely clear about this. Su Qian by the side rolled his eyes and reminded snappily. Xian Lan naturally knows this. However, Big Brother Xiao Yan has already become a Tier 6 alchemist at such an age. Such talent is rarely seen even in the Pill Tower. Hence, Xian Lan has confidence in him. Xian Lan saucily smiled as she spoke, aware that Su Qian was a little unhappy about her pulling Xiao Yan away. Su Qian rolled his eyes at Xian Lan. His gaze immediately turned to Xiao Yan. After sighing, he said, I know that you have quite a lot of things on your back. Therefore, you need to anxiously increase your strength. Honestly speaking, the Central Plains is indeed a good place to hone yourself. That place is where the truly top experts and factions gather. If you are able to create a name for yourself there, it will definitely benefit you. However, you should also be careful. That place is no longer a place like the Black Corner region. You should be more cautious when you act. As for the pill gathering, it is the most important gathering in the alchemist world. Although your current alchemy skill is considered outstanding, attempting to aim for the top 10 is not an easy matter. Xiao Yan's heart felt warm after hearing Su Qian's reminder. He quietly nodded. For it to be a holy ground in the hearts of all the alchemists on the continent, Xiao Yan naturally understood that the alchemists gathered there definitely possessed some skill. No one would be ordinary. Alright, it is already quite late today. You should go and rest first. I have already helped arrange a place for you to stay. You can come and discuss the matter of replenishing the heart flame in the blazing sky qi refining tower tomorrow. Su Qian waved his hand and smiled as he spoke. Xiao Yan and Xian Lan nodded when they heard this. They bowed and said thanks to Su Qian before slowly withdrawing from the meeting room. Su Qian finally let out a soft sigh after seeing the two people exit from the door. He muttered, "The Central Plains. I have not been there for many years. I really miss it. However, it is likely that the place now belongs to the young people." The sky had already become completely dark after they exited the meeting room. Stars were flickering in the sky as faint moonlight scattered down, causing one's skin to feel a slight coldness. Xiao Yan and Xian Lan chatted a little after they exited the door before they finally parted. After which, Xiao Yan did as Su Qian had instructed and returned to the room that had been prepared for him. Xiao Yan violently fell on the soft bed after returning to his room. After being entangled with those fellows from the Black Corner region for such a long time, he was also quite exhausted. Despite his mental tiredness, an excited glint that was difficult to hide still leaped in his eyes. The information he had obtained about the 3,000 burning flames was undoubtedly joyous news to him. Pill Tower, Xiao Yan muttered in his mouth. His heart felt some anticipation. He also possessed great curiosity for this faction that was regarded by many alchemists as holy ground. If he were able to make a name for himself there, teacher might feel somewhat pleased. Xiao Yan suddenly recalled Su Qian's earlier reminder as this thought flashed through his heart. His expression immediately became slightly solemn. Being the Central Plains that was in the middle of the Dou Qi continent, the level of the experts there would definitely far exceed that of the Jiama Empire or even the Black Corner region. With his current strength, he would not dare to say that he was fearless to act as he pleased even within the Black Corner region, much less the Central Plains where the top experts from the continent gathered. Looks like I will need a more defensive tactic, otherwise, it is likely that I won't even be able to flee should I really meet with some trouble. Xiao Yan licked his tongue and shook his head. The tiredness was tossed out of his head as he did so. After which, he sat cross-legged on the bed and flicked his finger. A glow appeared from the ring on his finger. Immediately, a pair of 10-foot-long bone wings appeared in front of him. The bone wing's somewhat transparent jade color was crystal clear and extremely pleasing to the eye. Some substances that possessed a spirit were flowing within the bones, causing it to appear to be filled with an unusual life force. These jade bone wings were naturally the wings of the mysterious magical beast that Xiao Yan bought for a high price from the auction of the Black Emperor sect. They would be an excellent ingredient to create a pair of Skybird 9 flying wings with. If he succeeded, Xiao Yan would have an additional method to protect his life in the future. Although Xiao Yan had never experienced it personally, he could vaguely guess that it would be difficult to find someone who could match his speed, even among the elite Dou zone, should he use the Skybird 9 flying wings, made from the jade bone wings. Thus, he would obtain a way to keep his little life. Xiao Yan had been adopting a fearful attitude toward the Central Plains. Currently, he was unaware of when he would step into that place since he still needed to complete his preparations to prevent himself from being unable to react in time should something sudden happen. Xiao Yan's heated gaze slowly withdrew from the jade bone wings that were suspended in front of him. He waved his hand and a shiny golden scroll appeared in it. It was the scroll detailing the refinement of the Skybird 9 flying wings. After opening it gently with his hands, Xiao Yan's attention was gradually focused on it. He began to study the refinement method. Xiao Yan finally read the scroll in detail without missing a single word after spending nearly an hour. Only then did he frown slightly as he slowly withdrew the scroll. Finally, he fell silent. The Skybird 9 flying wings was indeed a rare kind of flying Dou technique. Moreover, it mainly relied on the quality of the materials used to create it in order to raise its speed. This was similar to another kind of evolution method. However, this scroll did indeed have its own unique point, but there was quite a large requirement in the way if one wanted to refine this Skybird 9 flying wings. Other than the most important magical beast wings ingredient, one would need quite a number of other various ingredients. However, this was not considered too difficult. Xiao Yan had a rich store. Thus, he possessed most of the ingredients needed. However, the thing that was currently causing Xiao Yan the greatest headache was the prerequisite for refining the Skybird 9 flying wings. It required him to remove the remaining magical beast aura within the magical beast wings that he had prepared. Everyone knew that the wings of a magical beast possessed some remaining aura of its actual self. If one wanted to create a flying Dou skill, one must first remove the remaining aura within the wings. This point caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely troubled. It was fine if the wings that he had prepared had merely been an ordinary magical beast. However, the owner of these jade bone wings was clearly not some ordinary magical beast. Xiao Yan was extremely clear about this in his heart. This was because he had made contact with the remaining aura within the jade bone wings the night he had dissected this magical beast. Although the contact ended extremely fast, Xiao Yan could still sense the wild, fierce violence that remained in the aura. Clearly, it was not an easy task to remove such a fierce aura. Thus, this was an exchange which involved great risk. If one were not careful, one would be eroded by the remaining aura. Perhaps, it might leave behind a fierce seed within one's heart, resulting in a drastic change in one's character. Xiao Yan stared intently at the jade bone wings suspended in front of him. His expression was somewhat volatile as he struggled a little in his heart. He felt quite afraid of the mysterious magical beast. Despite having been dead for so many years, it was still able to leave behind such a powerful aura. He really did not know just how frightening it was when it was at its peak. The jade bone wings suspended in front of Xiao Yan emitted a faint light after seemingly having sensed Xiao Yan's struggle. Its appearance appeared to be mocking him. Silence continued for a while within the room. A long time later, Xiao Yan tightly clenched his fist. He inhaled a deep breath. The hesitation and struggle within his dark black eyes swiftly dissipated. If one wanted to obtain something, it was only natural that one would have to pay with something. There are no free lunches in this world. Xiao Yan clearly understood this point in his heart. If I am unable to even deal with the remnant aura of a magical beast that died an unknown number of years, how will I fight against the mysterious and unpredictable Hall of Souls in the future? How will I negotiate with that frightening faction behind Xun Er? Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly became determined as these words flashed through his heart. The current him had finally become determined. He would fight the remnant aura within the jade bone wings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 880, Unexpected Reward. Chapter 880, Unexpected Reward. Following the determination in Xiao Yan's heart, the struggle within his eyes disappeared. He inhaled a deep breath as his gaze focused intently on the jade bone wings suspended in front of him. His fists gradually tightened as a ferocious expression appeared on his face. I don't believe that I cannot deal with a pair of bone wings. Xiao Yan violently clenched his teeth. He beckoned with his hand and the jade bone wings fell. Finally, they paused around half a foot in front of him. The seal formed by Xiao Yan's hand moved as his eyes once again glanced over the bone wings. After which, he gently shut his eyes and a powerful spiritual strength slowly spread out from between his brows. Eventually, the spiritual strength gathered together and carefully surrounded the bone wings. Bang! A low, deep, muffled sound immediately exploded within Xiao Yan's mind the moment his spiritual strength made contact with the jade bone wings. His mind was at a loss, and the world in front of him drastically changed. Xiao Yan was in a dusky world, void of any life. His spirit was suspended high in the sky. He frowned as his gaze swept over this overcast world. He muttered, "Is this within the bone wings? Where is its remnant aura?" While Xiao Yan was looking all around, the duskiness around him slightly fluctuated. Immediately, substance like gray air slowly spread out. As the gray-colored airflow gathered, a pair of blood-red eyes abruptly formed. The blood-colored light pillars focused on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's spirit faintly smelled a dense bloody stench when the blood-colored light pillar appeared. That smell was filled with a fierce violence that was difficult to hide. This negative emotion seemed to have the ability of infecting others. After having just come into contact with it, Xiao Yan's breathing became rough and heavy. What a strange thing, the change in Xiao Yan's body did not escape his notice. His expression immediately changed as he hurriedly calmed his mind. He expelled the negative emotion that filled his body and avoided being infected by the gray air. Roar! A soul-stirring beast roar suddenly reverberated from the gray airflow that had expanded, while Xiao Yan was stabilizing his mind. The roar was filled with a violent fierceness that caused one to feel horrified. Following the sound of the beast roar, the gray-colored airflow seemed to have received an instruction. It suddenly surged toward Xiao Yan from all directions. Xiao Yan's heart coldly shivered as he studied the transformation of the gray-colored airflow. He hurriedly maneuvered his spiritual strength to form a spiritual barrier around him, isolating the gray airflow. After the formation of the spiritual barrier, the gray-colored airflow that was spreading around began to swiftly wiggle. Within a couple of blinks, it had transformed into an enormous beast body made out of the gray airflow. Due to the gray airflow being thin, Xiao Yan was unable to clearly see the actual body of the magical beast. Nevertheless, a pair of bright red light pillars, filled with an incomparable ferocity, once again appeared on the head of the magical beast, like a pair of terrifying eyes. Roar! The vague magical beast body had just been formed when its ferocious blood-red eyes locked onto Xiao Yan. It immediately let out another roar before mimicking a running rhinoceros as it violently collided with the spiritual barrier. Bang! When the two made contact, the energy of the airflow, which was clearly translucent, became substance-like as it collided with the barrier, causing the invisible spiritual barrier to repeatedly emit waves of ripples. Xiao Yan's spirit also let out a low muffled moan following the fierce collision. Currently, he was in a spiritual form. His spiritual strength in the outside world and his soul had a direct connection. If his spiritual strength were to suffer, some injuries would also appear on his soul. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air in his heart. He hurriedly maneuvered his spiritual strength and once again stabilized the spiritual barrier in the outer world. However, his expression immediately changed a little. He was somewhat shocked to discover that following the collision of the mysterious gray airflow magical beast in his barrier, the fierceness that permeated its body seemed like invisible flowing air as it quietly seeped into his spiritual barrier. A solemnness surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. He decisively scattered a thread of spiritual strength that had been eroded. Then, he swiftly maneuvered new spiritual strength from his body and formed a barrier to protect himself again. The layer of spiritual barrier had just appeared when the mysterious magical beast's illusionary body, that had been repelled by the spiritual barrier earlier, agglomerated back into another form. It immediately gathered its strength like it did earlier and violently collided with the spiritual barrier. Bang! Groan! The next violent collision caused Xiao Yan to emit a low and muffled moan. His finger moved and he did not hesitate to scatter the spiritual barrier in front of him. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at the illusionary magical beast figure that was lingering around. It was unexpected that this remnant aura would actually be so difficult to subdue, but the results he had gained until now were because of his powerful spiritual strength. If it had been some other expert, it was likely that their rationale would have long been occupied by the ferociousness of the beast, eventually becoming a killing machine who only knew how to kill people. Even though this was the case, the two collisions had caused Xiao Yan's spiritual strength to be greatly exhausted. On the other hand, the gray-colored airflow, which seemed to possess some intelligence, did not show any sign of weakening. If this were to prolong, the one who would end up exhausted would definitely be Xiao Yan. It won't do to continue in this manner. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the gray-colored airflow that lingered around him. After remaining in this place for a long while, even someone with Xiao Yan's mental strength would involuntarily feel somewhat fretful. He knew that this was caused by the gray airflow. As this thought lingered in Xiao Yan's heart, the gray-colored airflow that lingered around Xiao Yan once again agglomerated into an illusionary magical beast. It opened its savage, enormous mouth and emitted a roar that contained some ridicule that was cast into Xiao Yan's direction. Immediately, it once again violently charged over like a rhinoceros. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the magical beast illusionary figure that was charging over. His expression gradually became solemn and the seal formed by his hands suddenly changed. Qi. Following the change in Xiao Yan's hand seal, an invisible flame suddenly surged out from within his spirit. It swiftly spread and completely wrapped around Xiao Yan's body. Then, the magical beast's illusionary figure collided with the invisible flame. Immediately, a white flame emitted a chi-chi sound as it rose while a sharp miserable cry sounded in this overcast space. The magical beast's figure gradually grew fainter before completely disappearing. The surrounding gray-colored airflow appeared to have been startled after this sudden unexpected change occurred. It hurriedly spread in all directions and no longer dared to carelessly remain a certain distance away from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was slightly startled in the face of this unexpected change. A joy immediately surged up his brows. He did not expect this action to be useful. The fallen heart flame was able to directly harm spirits and illusionary substances. Clearly, this gray-colored airflow was among this category, thus, Xiao Yan might have a way to retaliate. Weren't you very happy earlier? Why don't you come and try now? A cold smile gradually surfaced at the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he watched the gray airflow that were hurriedly moving away. He flicked his finger and the fallen heart flame that covered the surface of his body suddenly and fiercely burned. A high temperature swiftly spread over this dusky space. Following the increase in temperature, a change appeared in this overcast space. The gray airflow began to flow uneasily. A fearful roar was faintly emitted. Regardless of how powerful you were when you were alive, the current you was merely a remnant aura that lacks intelligence. Xiao Yan's icy cold gaze stared at the gray-colored airflow that had spread apart. He waved his sleeves and the fallen heart flame immediately transformed into clusters of flames that surged out of his body, shooting toward the gray airflow. The eruption of the fallen heart flame immediately stirred the anxiety of the separated gray-colored airflows. They appeared to have met their nemesis, so all of them fled in all directions. However, the fallen heart flame bundles under Xiao Yan's control appeared to possess eyes. They closely followed the gray airflows. After which, the flame bundles suddenly opened their mouths and swallowed the gray air. Some fallen heart flame bundles returned to Xiao Yan's spiritual body after swallowing some gray airflows. With the return of these clusters of flame, Xiao Yan suddenly realized with great joy that his spiritual strength had slightly grown. The strengthening of one's spiritual strength was an extremely difficult task. The only ways to increase it would be to advance one's class or consume a natural treasure that would allow one's spiritual strength to grow stronger. Currently, however, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was fortifying without reason. Clearly, the issue was definitely related to the gray airflow. More importantly, the fierce and negative emotions hidden in the gray-colored airflows were completely eliminated by the fallen heart flame. Hence, the gray airflow that Xiao Yan had been quite afraid of earlier had currently become a great tonic for Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Having tasted such a benefit, Xiao Yan immediately braced his spirit. He laughed and more fallen heart flame surged out of his body. Finally, they formed groups and began chasing the gray-colored airflows within this overcast space. The gray airflow, which had acted haughtily earlier, had, at this moment, become like a dog that had lost its home. With Xiao Yan chasing with all his might, an increasing amount of gray airflows became food for the fallen heart flame. Finally, all of them were returned to Xiao Yan's body. This continued for about half an hour before the overcast space ceased to possess even a trace of gray airflows. The fierceness that had permeated this place had also completely disappeared. By using the fallen heart flame, the remnant aura hidden within the jade bone wings had been completely transformed into a spiritual tonic for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's spirit stood in the empty sky within this space. He lowered his head and looked at his spiritual body, which had become more real than it had been a moment ago. The corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. It was unexpected that refining this remnant aura would give him such a bountiful reward. After refining the remnant aura within the jade bone wings, the most troublesome part of crafting the Skybird 9 flying wings had disappeared. Next, he merely needed to follow the steps and make it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 881, Overbearing Bone Wings. Chapter 881, Overbearing Bone Wings. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were slowly opened within a room. A glint flashed in his dark black eyes before swiftly disappearing. A mouthful of turbid air followed Xiao Yan's throat as it was slowly exhaled. At this moment, Xiao Yan not only did not show any appearance of fatigue even after a big spiritual battle, but he had also strengthened his spiritual strength due to him having swallowed a lot of the remnant aura. His originally somewhat tired body was once again filled with energy. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly slid to the jade bone wings suspended in front of him after having opened them. After the refinement earlier, they seemed to appear even more crystal clear. Moreover, the fierce aura that had vaguely seeped out of them earlier had become much fainter. Clearly, the effects of the refinement were beneficial. The jade bone wings drifted down as Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand. He grabbed them and an icy cold feeling that contained a hint of jade-like warmth was felt where Xiao Yan's hand made contact with it, leaving him with an extremely comfortable feeling. Xiao Yan's hands held the jade bone wings and played with them admiringly for quite a while. Only then did he click his tongue after having enjoyed them sufficiently. After which, he flicked his finger and a fierce jade-green flame suddenly surged from his body. It slowly escaped his body and rose in the space in front of him. After controlling the jade-green flame's temperature with his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan tossed his hand and the jade bone wings parted from him. They were thrown into the large cluster of flames floating in mid-air. A puff sound was immediately emitted from the jade-green flame after the jade bone wings were thrown into them. The flame soared and a frightening temperature spread out from within, grilling the entire room until it was like a furnace. Xiao Yan's eyes did not move as he watched the jade bone wings be grilled by the flames. Following the increase in the temperature, traces of gray air, that were difficult to detect, were released from the bone wings with a chi-chi sound. That air then transformed into nothingness and scattered under the frightening temperature of the glazed lotus heart flame. It is unexpected that these remnant auras were hidden so deeply. If not for the glazed lotus heart flame, it likely would have been extremely difficult to force all of them out. Xiao Yan glanced at the gray-colored air that was looking to flee, but instead was immediately vaporized. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. Xiao Yan's hand did not hesitate even a little when he spoke. He controlled the glazed lotus heart flame temperature and allowed it to rise. A moment after the flame's temperature soared, the gray airflow's emission speed from the jade bone wings gradually slowed. Earlier, it was still possible to frequently see it. Now, only a faint thread of air would be emitted every 2 to 3 minutes. Clearly, under the frightening temperature of the glazed lotus heart flame, the remnant aura hidden within the jade bone wings had been gradually forced out. This kind of high-temperature grilling continued for around an hour. In the end, Xiao Yan sighed in relief after not seeing a thread of air emitted despite being grilled for half an hour. It seemed that the aura within the bone wings had been completely expelled. After completing the removal, Xiao Yan did not simply withdraw his flame. Instead, he maintained the temperature of the flame. Using that constant temperature, he repeatedly grilled the jade bone wings. This kind of grilling continued for another 2 hours or so. Finally, the jade bone wings, which had been void of any activity, displayed hints of a transformation. One could see a droplet of thick jade-colored liquid quietly fall from the crystal-clear surface of the bones. This jade liquid bead did not disappear. Instead, it remained in the flame and slowly churned. A chain effect seemed to have been sparked after the first droplet of the jade liquid appeared. Unceasing amounts of jade-colored liquid seeped out of the bone marrow before finally releasing a trickling sound as all of them fell down. Less than half an hour later, a small half-inch deep pool of liquid was forming under the jade bone wings, and the size of the jade bone wings had shrunk by more than half. This transformation of the jade bone wings did not cause Xiao Yan to feel any panic or loss. His gaze remained calm as his hand seal controlled the flame's temperature, maintaining at a constant temperature. It neither increased nor decreased. With the flow of time, the size of the jade bone wings grew increasingly smaller. The amount of jade liquid under them increased and became denser. Tap. A soft yet clear sound suddenly reverberated through the room. Xiao Yan suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes and raised them slightly. He immediately discovered that the jade bone wings had completely disappeared. What replaced the wings was a thick jade liquid. Moreover, due to the high temperature of the glazed lotus heart flame, small bubbles had started to rise within the liquid and strange energy would be emitted each time a bubble exploded. A smile of relief surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he observed the pool of jade liquid. After refining it with great difficulty for such a long time, he had finally refined it. Were it not for the glazed lotus heart flame, it was likely that the time needed to refine it would have been at least 10 to 20 times as long. Xiao Yan's mind moved slightly and the jade green flame's temperature suddenly soared. Xiao Yan's expression also gradually became solemn. He flipped his hand and over 10 bones that contained a silver color appeared. He tossed these silver-colored bones into the flames. After which, they gradually transformed into a silver powder amid a wave of strange thunder-like noises. The powder was then scattered into the jade-colored liquid. These silver-colored bones were magical beast bones with the lightning affinity. Their surfaces had been filled with lightning affinity energy that had yet to be scattered. At this moment, they were being mixed with the flying wings that were about to be formed, strengthening the flying wings. Should the wings meet with a thunderstorm, they would be able to achieve a resonance effect with the lightning affinity energy in the sky, enabling their speed to increase. Xiao Yan took out some strange and unique items from his storage ring one after another after having thrown these silver-colored bones into the flames. There were feathers, spiked bones, randomly shaped wings, etc. Although these items were all different, all of them possessed something in common. They all contained some energy. Although the energy they contained were not extremely strong, it would be like adding wings to a tiger when it came to what would be created. Xiao Yan studied the jade-colored liquid whose color had changed a little. He slowly exhaled a breath and changed the seal formed by his hands. One could feel that the glazed lotus heart flame's temperature was beginning to decrease. This decrease suddenly came to a stop after it was reduced to a certain degree. Finally, it mirrored a warm flame used to stew something as it slowly grilled the pool of jade liquid. Xiao Yan also sighed in relief after seeing that the flame was emitting a warm temperature. After which, he slowly shut his eyes. Next, he took some time to brew a pill. Once this period of time had smoothly passed, he would be able to craft the Skybird 9 flying wings. After Xiao Yan slowly shut his eyes, the room once again descended into a silence. There was only the sound of the gentle rustling of the jade-green flame as well as the sudden noise of a bubble bursting. The brewing time continued for nearly 2 days and 2 nights. Even Xiao Yan felt somewhat surprised about this. However, it was fortunate that he was well prepared this time around. Hence, he made no mistakes. During this period of time, he had also found an opportunity to inform First Elder Su Qian and the others. Therefore, they did not come and disturb him. Instead, he requested that this place become a restricted area that an ordinary person was not allowed to enter. Xiao Yan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes after 2 days and 2 nights. The first thing he did was to throw his eyes to the jade-green flame. A jade-colored liquid was slowly flowing within the fiercely burning jade-green flame. At this moment, it seemed to be extremely thick as though it was about to solidify. It seemed that if this grilling were to last another couple of hours, that liquid might turn into a cluster of hard jade rock. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. His spiritual strength slowly spread from between his brows and swiftly invaded the flame. After which, it smoothly entered the extremely viscous jade-colored liquid. The thick jade liquid shook violently following the invasion of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. It seemed to possess a life force as it began to wiggle. The way it moved was as if a large, invisible hand was attempting to pull something. The wiggling continued for half an hour or so before the pool of jade liquid strangely turned into a pair of enormous 10-foot-long bone wings. Quite a number of inch-long silver thorns had grown on the edge of the bone wings. A faint lightning lingered on it as well. The other parts of the bone wings also possessed mysterious, different colored lines, giving it an extremely peculiar and beautiful appearance. If he used this pair of wings to go out and fly, it was likely that he would appear extremely eye-catching. A wild joy that was difficult to hide surged into Xiao Yan's eyes as he studied the bone wings that he had formed. He inhaled a deep breath of air as a thought passed through his mind. The temperature of the glazed lotus heart flame suddenly soared. The temperature merely soared for a couple of minutes before it gradually came to a stop. When the flame began to return to Xiao Yan's body, miniature bone wings, about the size of a hand, emitted a faint jade luster and remained gently suspended in front of Xiao Yan. Gratification surfaced on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he looked over these miniature bone wings. He bit his middle finger and a droplet of fresh blood dripped down. It landed on the bone wings. The fresh blood had just made contact with the bone wings when they swiftly absorbed it. After which, an intense jade light was emitted. With a suwa sound, they transformed into a light ray and shot into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan sensed a searing pain on his shoulders after the bone wings entered his body. Immediately, a pair of pale purple wings fell from his shoulders. Xiao Yan swiftly received them and let out a bitter laughter. It was unexpected that these bone wings would actually be so overbearing. Without the agreement of its owner, they had expelled the purple cloud wings from his body. These wings really possessed a boundless arrogance and an overbearing attitude. Xiao Yan curled his lips slightly. His mind moved and he immediately heard a chila sound. The large bone wings that emitted a jade glow suddenly shot out of his back. As the bone wings slowly flapped, Xiao Yan sensed that the surrounding natural wind affinity energy had become extremely sensitive. He involuntarily licked his mouth. It seemed that this time around, he had really refined a treasure. Although it was overbearing, it seemed to possess the capital to be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 882, Once and for All. Chapter 882, Once and for All. The bone wings were gently flapped. The sound they carried was like muffled lightning with a wild whistling. After sensing the energy that was contained within the bone wings, Xiao Yan stored them away while feeling pleased. The bone wings swiftly shrank amid a slight glow. Finally, they transformed into two fine lines that shot into Xiao Yan's body and disappeared. After the bone wings entered his body, Xiao Yan sensed them before involuntarily letting out a slight smile. The gold geese sect did not rely on luck in order to become the overlord of their empire. The so-called skybird 9 flying wings was indeed mysterious. It was top-notch when it came to fleeing for one's life. If Medusa had not taken advantage of when Luo Yantian was fooling around with a woman, it was likely that she would not have been able to kill him so easily. Now that the bone wings had been successfully refined, Xiao Yan had also gained an additional guarantee. If he were to meet an expert whom he had difficulty contending with in the future, he would at least be able to flee even if he could not beat him. With his current speed and these bone wings, it was likely that he could rival the speed of an extremely strong Dou Zong. Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh after having returned the bone wings to his body. After which, he slowly walked to the room's door and opened it. Creak! A warm blaring sunlight seeped in like mercury as the door to the room was slowly opened, causing Xiao Yan's eyes to naturally narrow. A moment later, he got used to the light, so he slowly stepped out of the room. You have finally come out, a clear female voice was transmitted from within the small yard in front of Xiao Yan after he stepped out. The latter raised his head, only to see an elegant white figure sitting beside a rock table. Other than the little fairy doctor, who else could that demeanor belong to? Xiao Yan smiled. He walked into the small yard and sat beside the little fairy doctor. He then said, "Are you used to this inner academy?" "Yes." Little fairy doctor smiled and nodded. She softly replied, "I have never enjoyed such an atmosphere. It is really quite likable." Xiao Yan was silent as he heard the sadness in the little fairy doctor's tone. He knew that the little fairy doctor's life had been harsh ever since she was young. She had walked to this point alone. If she had been able to stay in the Jianan Academy for a period of time when she was young, her character might not be so eccentric. Unfortunately, the woeful poison body of hers had caused her to live her life in loneliness. "How has your woeful poison body been recently?" Xiao Yan softly coughed after sensing the somewhat incorrect atmosphere. He hurriedly changed the topic and made an inquiry. "It is fine. I am barely able to suppress it. However, according to my expectations, I should be able to endure for another year. At that time, if I am unable to completely control this woeful poison body, perhaps it will completely erupt." The little fairy doctor smiled slightly, braced her attention, and spoke. Over a year, Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat solemn as he muttered. He nodded and replied in a deep voice, relax, the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva has already landed in my hands. All I need is to obtain the final monster core in order to control your woeful poison body. In the future, you will no longer need to worry about harming the people beside you unintentionally. Yes. I believe you. The little fairy doctor's voice was gentle as she spoke. A moment later, she seemed to have recalled something and said, that's right, First Elder Su Qian has said that you should go and find him in the meeting room if you come out. They are discussing how to settle the matter regarding the blazing sky chi refining tower. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded after hearing this. He waved his hand toward the little fairy doctor and said, let's go together. After saying this, he took the lead to stand up and walked out of the small yard before heading in the direction where the elders' meeting room was located. The little fairy doctor behind him hesitated for a moment before following. Creak. The door to the meeting room, filled with a solemn atmosphere, was suddenly opened. Two figures slowly walked in. The few elders who had been engaged in a discussion hurriedly stood up when they saw them. We have waited for you for 2 days already. Su Qian looked at the inner academy elders who had cupped their hands when they saw Xiao Yan. He involuntarily fondled his beard and laughed. I'm sorry, there was an urgent matter to attend to. Thus, I was delayed. Xiao Yan smiled somewhat apologetically. After which, he led the little fairy doctor to randomly find a seat to sit. He smiled and looked at Su Qian before saying, First Elder, when should I replenish the heart flame of the blazing sky chi refining tower? All you need to do is say the word. Xiao Yan will definitely do my best. There is no rush, Su Qian waved his hand as he replied, an ordinary heart flame replenishment would be extremely incredible if it could at the very most enable the blazing sky chi refining tower to last for 2 to 3 years. However, you are going to the distant central plains in the future. At that time, you will not be able to come and go like you can now. Therefore, we must find a long-term guarantee this time around. Xiao Yan nodded slightly when he heard this. He was naturally alright with this outcome if it was possible. After all, he also clearly knew that he would not be able to make a trip to the inner academy every 2 to 3 years. At that time, if the fallen heart flame were to lose its effect, who would come to replenish it? What kind of method does First Elder have in mind? Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly and asked. There is indeed a method. However, it would be a burden on you, Su Qian smiled and nodded. He immediately flicked his finger on his storage ring. A strangely shaped item that had been created by transparent glass appeared on the table's surface. He pointed at this empty crystal item and laughed. This thing was created by a hall guardian of the inner academy. He calls this a flame-gathering pot. If you are able to insert a thread of genuine fallen heart flame essence into it, it would be able to unceasingly produce heart flame as long as someone repeatedly poured Dou Qi into it in the future. Of course, the effect of this kind of heart flame is naturally not comparable to the extremely powerful effect of the heart flame created by the actual body of the fallen heart flame. However, it still possesses some effect on increasing one's training speed. However, splitting a thread of essence fallen heart flame would cause you great harm. It is likely that you will need to recuperate for a period of time in order to recover. After all, this needs the essence heart flame, not a heart flame that was created by the essence flame. Xiao Yan's gaze observed the strange crystal item with great interest after he heard Su Qian speak. His expression immediately became somewhat unusual. Other than a long funnel above this thing, Xiao Yan really could not discover any part of it that was like a pot. He really did not understand why the Hall Guardian Elder wanted to call this a pot. The fallen heart flame is something that was originally owned by the Inner Academy. Having it fall into my hand has caused the inconvenience for the Inner Academy. I will definitely not reject such a small matter. Xiao Yan withdrew his comical gaze. His expression had become much solemn as he cupped his hands toward Su Qian and spoke with a deep voice. A unique natural object is something that anyone with affinity can obtain. Our Inner Academy has sealed the fallen heart flame for many years since no one could subdue it. Being able to subdue it shows your affinity and ability. There is no need to feel guilty. Moreover, if not for you, it is likely that the Inner Academy would have long been met with a great calamity. Su Qian laughed. After which, he waved his sleeves gently and skillfully delivered the flame-gathering pot in front of Xiao Yan. He smiled and said, you should keep this thing first. It is not too late to do it when you are free. In any case, we are not anxious at this time. Xiao Yan did not stand ceremony after hearing this. He placed the flame-gathering pot into his storage ring. Being able to permanently resolve the matter of the Inner Academy's blazing flame chi refining tower would allow him to toss aside a big burden within his heart. It would also avoid the need for him to think about it all the time, which had started to interfere with his training mental state. He, you should bring your friend and walk around the Jianan Academy during this period of time. You can tell me if there is anything that you need. Our Jianan Academy does welcome those experts from outside the Black Corner region. Su Qian also sighed in relief after settling the matter of the blazing sky chi refining tower. After which, he turned his head and smiled as to spoke to the little fairy doctor beside Xiao Yan. In that case, we will trouble first elder. The little fairy doctor hesitated for a moment before smiling with a nod. Although she liked silence and did not usually socialize with others, she did not pose much of a threat to Su Qian because of the clearly good relationship between him and Xiao Yan. Her attitude was also much better. Su Qian fondled his beard and smiled. He did indeed possess some intention of befriending the little fairy doctor. It was the first time in his many years that he had seen such a young Dozong. Her future was definitely going to be extraordinary. It was definitely not a bad thing for the Jianan Academy to possess such a friend. However, he also knew that the reason the little fairy doctor was displaying such an attitude toward him was mostly because of Xiao Yan. After completing the discussion of the formal matters, the atmosphere within the meeting room became much more relaxed. Quite a number of elders within the inner academy were old acquaintances of Xiao Yan. It was naturally unavoidable for some polite words to be exchanged that they had met again. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Yan's status as a tier 6 alchemist, but quite a number of elders' attitudes toward him caused even Xiao Yan to be somewhat unable to endure. An alchemist was really an extremely popular occupation. The laughing and chatting continued in the meeting room for around half an hour or so. Just when Xiao Yan was about to take his leave, the tightly shut door was suddenly and violently pushed open. Immediately, a cold and stern-faced Xiao Li swiftly walked in. Everyone in the hall was stunned when they saw Xiao Li's expression. Su Qian immediately frowned slightly and asked, "What happened?" Xiao Li's eyes wandered all around the room. After which, they paused on Xiao Yan and Su Qian. He hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "According to the information that I have obtained, the Demon Flame Valley seems to have quite a lot of activity recently. It seems that the bastard Han Feng has invited the old ground demon ghost to come out." Everyone's expression in the hall suddenly changed the moment these words sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 883, Arrival. Chapter 883, Arrival. The originally relaxed atmosphere of the hall immediately became tense because of that one sentence from Xiao Li. Everyone seated here was very familiar with the Black Corner region. They were clearly aware of just what kind of troublesome person this old ground demon ghost was. I have really underestimated that fellow Han Feng. If I had known earlier, I should have gotten him to stay. A dark solemnness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he slowly spoke. Even if Han Feng did not go and inform him about this matter, it is likely that it would sooner or later be passed into the old ground demon ghost's ears. This old fellow is usually extremely protective of his own. Now that the three great elders of the Demon Flame Valley have fallen by your hand, he would naturally be extremely angry upon hearing the news. Su Qian shook his head. His expression was somewhat solemn. Clearly, that so-called old ground demon ghost increased the pressure on him. First elder, what do we do now? Given the old ground demon ghost's character of avenging any grudge, he will likely turn his anger on the Jianan Academy. At that time, there will likely be great trouble. An inner academy elder spoke with a solemn expression. The Demon Flame Valley and our Jianan Academy already have great hatred for each other that built up during these few years. The old ground demon ghost is the founder of the Demon Flame Valley and should be aware of the conflict between both parties. However, he has never shown himself to resolve it. Instead, he has the intention to condemn this. Moreover, the death of Feng Yan and the two others compounded this case. Perhaps, that old ground demon ghost will really launch a campaign. Another elder analyzed the situation with a similar solemn expression. Su Qian nodded his head. A cold smile surfaced on his face as he said, "This old fellow who will not die. Does he really think that he can underestimate our Jianan Academy just because the headmaster is absent? If he really wants to do something, our Jianan Academy will accompany him. I really don't believe that he would dare smash our Jianan Academy in it." Humph, when the headmaster was present in the past, that old fellow led the Demon Flame Valley like a tortoise and did not dare to offend our Jianan Academy. Yet, they have taken this kind of opportunity to act mighty. What a despicable fellow. An elder coldly snorted with great disdain. From now on, the Jianan Academy will enter an alert state. Xiao Li, you should dispatch more spies to watch the Demon Flame Valley. Report any movements they make immediately. Since the old ground demon ghost is unwilling to leave things be, the old me shall tell him that even if the headmaster is absent, this Jianan Academy will not allow him to act as he please. Su Qian cried out in a deep voice. Xiao Li nodded slightly. Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy were basically on the same boat. Any trouble that befell the Jianan Academy would not benefit Xiao Gate at all. Moreover, the source of this matter was undoubtedly related to their Xiao Gate. The old ground demon ghost would definitely not let them off. Su Qian's gaze glided over to Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor. He said, "The both of you should try your best to remain within the inner academy during these few days. We will be able to take care of the situation should any sudden problem occur." Xiao Yan nodded his head. This matter had started because of him. It was impossible for him to shirk his duty. The little fairy doctor by Xiao Yan's side heeded his lead. Even if the opponent was an old expert within the Black Corner region, she would not be disadvantaged in the slightest if she were to really go all out to fight. The woeful poison body was born and groomed by nature and had never been afraid of anything. Next, we will wait for the activity of the old ground demon ghost. That old fellow is really becoming more and more arrogant. He still does not have the qualification to destroy our Jianan Academy. Su Qian slowly let out a cold laugh. Some fury leaped within his eyes. During these few years, quite a number of students had perished to the hands of the Demon Flame Valley. He had long been filled with anger because of this. Now, the Demon Flame Valley still dared to launch a campaign and find trouble at their core. Did they really think that he, Su Qian, was molded from mud? The hall was somewhat quiet as everyone studied the gloomy and cold expression of Su Qian. Xiao Yan and Xiao Li exchanged a glance. Their brows were filled with a solemnness. It seemed that this time around, they were really going to face a difficult battle. After all, that old ground demon ghost was at the very least a 6 or 7-star elite dozone. Honestly speaking, such a strength could really be considered the strongest person that Xiao Yan had met in all these years. After the discussion that day ended, the defense of the inner academy was greatly increased. Moreover, they also placed restrictions on the comings and goings of the students. With such large activity, many students within the inner academy sensed an atmosphere that was not quite right. They had the intention to ask, but when they saw the tensed expressions of the elders, they quickly swallowed the words in their mouths. Anyone could tell that the mood of the elders in the inner academy was currently quite bad. If they were to go ask now, it was likely that they would suffer a little. Of course, the increase in the defenses also included the Jianan Academy's outer academy and the surrounding region around the academy. The law enforcement unit of the academy was out in force and had laid a thorough defensive line in the surrounding region. Any person from the Black Corner region who randomly budged in would be given a vicious punishment. In the face of this great activity of the Jianan Academy, the many factions within the Black Corner region had also been alerted. Some people who were well informed seemed to have understood something after connecting the matter of the big fight over the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva that had happened in the Black Corner region some time ago and the recent activity of the Demon Flame Valley. They immediately became somewhat shocked. That old demon that had not appeared in the Black Corner region for so many years was finally planning to attack the Jianan Academy? The Demon Flame Valley and the Jianan Academy were two old factions with long tradition in the Black Corner region. Should these two factions engage in an all-out fight, their battle would be little different than a great explosion for the Black Corner region. Hence, the entire Black Corner region was spreading information about this within a short period of time. They faintly felt the feeling of pressure that came before a storm. Everyone wanted to know just which of these two old factions, with similarly long traditions, would emerge victorious in a head-on collision. Of course, some of the well-informed people within the Black Corner region naturally knew that the Jianan Academy's headmaster was a Dou Qi class ultimate expert. If this heavyweight person were present at the Jianan Academy, it was likely that the Demon Flame Valley would not dare to launch a campaign even if they were given more courage. Unfortunately, however, that mysterious headmaster of the Jianan Academy had disappeared for quite a number of years. Who knew whether the current him was dead or alive? Having lost this kind of heavyweight ultimate expert guarding it, would the Jianan Academy be able to endure the might of the founder of the Demon Flame Valley, the old ground demon ghost? While the outside world had turned into an uproar because of the activity of the Jianan Academy, Xiao Yan and the others peacefully remained within the inner academy. They might know that the old ground demon ghost was an extremely troublesome existence, but they would use the right method to deal with the issue when the time arrived. After the initial worry, Xiao Yan had become much more relaxed. Even though the old ground demon ghost's strength was really unmatched by anyone in the Jianan Academy, it would likely not be an easy matter if he really wanted to flatten the Jianan Academy. A 6 or 7-star dozone might be frightening, but it was not as though Xiao Yan was without the ability to resist. If he became really infuriated, he would go all out to merge the 3 types of heavenly flame and get that old ground demon ghost to suffer a great loss. By adopting such an attitude, Xiao Yan did not display much worry or concern during these few days. He would occasionally make a trip to Pan's Gate, and would refine medicinal pills in front of the many alchemists in Pan's Gate to give them some pointers. As he obtained the cheers from the alchemists, his mysterious and untouchable position in the hearts of many members of Pansgate became one that was much closer. During his occasional free time, he would stay for a while in the inner academy's medicinal ingredient stores or the training room. Under this calm heart of Xiao Yan, the effect of his training was quite impressive. During a couple of trainings, he faintly felt a premonition of being about to advance. It seemed that if he were given an opportunity, it would be an extremely smooth matter to break through to a 5-star Dou Huang. The matter of replenishing the heart flame of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower was delayed for a period of time. Currently, their great enemy was right in front of them. Maintaining his peak condition was of utmost importance. If he were to act right now, he would definitely suffer a loss. This would not be considered a good thing in the face of the big battle that was imminent. Numerous heads were moving in the spacious open ground. A couple of supple figures were flashing like agile monkeys as powerful Dou Qi collided. Each time this occurred, it would bring about numerous roars and cheers from the crowd. Xiao Yan was sitting on a high seat with the little fairy doctor and Zi Yan seated beside him. The competition below was not held by the inner academy. Instead, it was something that had been initiated by the students. Due to Xiao Yan having shown himself quite frequently within the inner academy, he was invited to observe and judge the matches. Xiao Yan did not discriminate against this request. Instead, he possessed a little interest. He had fought quite a number of arena battle with others, but it would be the first time he was seated in a judge's seat. Hence, he did not reject the extremely sincere invitation of these students. Xiao Yan held a teacup in his hand and leaned against the chair. He smiled as he watched the intense battle in the arena. A moment later, he slowly stood up after a student was victorious. However, before he could announce the victor, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately raised his head and he stared intently in an easterly direction. A large group of extremely powerful auras had suddenly appeared there. Moreover, there was a frightening aura present that caused one's heart to feel a little afraid. They have arrived. A solemn expression also surfaced on the little fairy doctor's face by the side as she slowly spoke. The action of Xiao Yan and the others caused quite a number of people below to feel stunned. While they were at a loss, an old voice that appeared to penetrate space resounded over the sky in a thunder-like manner. Little fellows of the Jianan Academy, have all of you actually failed to receive this ancestor who has come to visit? Is this what Meng Tianqi teaches you? Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed when he heard the thunder-like cry that shook one until one felt giddy and dazed. The fists under his sleeves suddenly tightened. Have they, finally arrived? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 884, Old Ground Demon Ghost. Chapter 884, Old Ground Demon Ghost. The thunder-like cry resounded mightily over the inner academy. The echo reverberated all around, shaking one's heart as it did. Human figures suddenly flashed and appeared from all over the inner academy not long after this old cry sounded. Immediately, numerous human figures appeared in the sky above the area where Xiao Yan was located. The first person was naturally First Elder Su Qian. At this moment, his expression was solemn as he studied the direction where the cry originated from. He clenched his fist slightly and muttered, "Old Ground Demon Ghost." Su Qian slowly lowered his head. He exchanged looks with Xiao Yan and the others below before knitting his brows. It seemed that this trouble had really found them. Waves of rushing wind sound suddenly appeared at the edge of the sky not long after that old cry was transmitted from afar. A large group of small black spots appeared in everyone's sight a moment later. Within a couple of blinks, they transformed into a group of people that were filled with a fierce aura that soon paused in the sky above the inner academy. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly swept over this group of 20 or so human figures. His gaze immediately stopped on two people right at the center of the group. One of these two people was a familiar face who could not be anyone else but Han Feng. The other person was a blood-haired old man who wore a skull-yellow robe. The old man's face was skinny, and he basically belonged to the type where there was only skin above their bones. At a glance, he was just like a skull. His deep eyes revealed a serene luster, appearing much like a ghost flame as it emitted a strange and ghastly aura. This blood-haired old man stood unsupported in the empty air. His deep eyes indifferently watched the inner academy below. Each time his sleeves flapped gently with the wind, the surrounding space would quietly emit a slight ripple. These ripples might be extremely weak, but they were still detected by Xiao Yan. The latter's eyes immediately shrunk slightly. Such a profound Dou Qi could really be considered something that he had seen for the first time in many years. It seemed that this person should be the founder of the Demon Flame Valley, the old ground demon ghost, who First Elder Su Qian and the others were extremely afraid of. A pressure descended from the sky after this group of human figures, with a fierce aura permeating around, appeared. It covered the entire inner academy. The expressions of some of the weaker students immediately changed a little. When they exchanged glances with each other, their eyes contained fear. Su Qian frowned slightly as he sensed the pressure of silence from the inner academy. He raised his head, looked at the blood-haired old man and slowly said, "After having not seen you for so many years, it is unexpected that your strength has once again advanced this much." "You are Su Qian?" "No." The old ground demon ghost glanced faintly at Su Qian and said, "It is unexpected that you have also advanced to the Dou Zone class. When I met you back then, you were merely an elder at the peak of the Dou Huang class. You should be clear about the reason the old me has come today. Hand over that little fellow called Xiao Yan. He killed 3 great elders of my Demon Flame Valley. I must seek repayment for this debt. Otherwise, how will my Demon Flame Valley survive within the Black Corner region?" Su Qian's expression sank slightly. He coldly cried out, "Old ground demon ghost, there is an explanation for Xiao Yan killing Fang Yan and the 2 others. It is unavoidable that there are some injuries when one fights. Moreover, Fang Yan and the 3 others launched a fatal attack on him. Should he just allow them to kill him? The old me doesn't care about any of this. All I know is that Xiao Yan has killed 3 elders of my Demon Flame Valley." The old ground demon ghost waved his sleeves and coldly laughed. "I will not waste my breath with you. Directly call Mang Tianqi out to discuss with me." A cold smile surfaced on Su Qian's face when he heard this. He said, "Old ground demon ghost, aren't you afraid of the other people laughing at you by saying this? Would you still dare to lead such a great force over if the headmaster was in the inner academy?" A fierce glint immediately flashed across the old ground demon ghost when he heard Su Qian's ridicule tone. He said, "Su Qian, you shouldn't think that the old me is afraid of Mang Tianqi. Moreover, even if I am afraid of him, you do not have the qualification to say such words to the old me. Today, the old me shall throw some harsh words here. If you do not hand over Xiao Yan, this inner academy of yours need not continue operating in the future." The expressions of the many inner academy elders changed after the old ground demon ghost's words sounded. A fury immediately surged on their faces. This old person who would not die was really too wild and arrogant. To have such an expert remember my name has really caused the little me to be surprised." A clear laugh suddenly sounded over the open ground. Jade green fire wings was extended out from behind Xiao Yan. He immediately flapped his wings and rushed to the sky before stopping beside Su Qian. Finally, he spoke with a laugh to the old ground demon ghost. The little fairy doctor and Zi Yan closely followed after Xiao Yan revealed himself. Their bodies moved and they appeared in the sky. Both of their gazes were staring at the old ground demon ghost's group. "You are Xiao Yan?" The old ground demon ghost dark and cold gaze slowly turned to Xiao Yan. The moment he parted his voice, his dense voice caused a chilliness to permeate the place despite it being daytime. Senior ground demon, he is Xiao Yan. Fang Yan and the other 2 died by his hands. The Bodhisattva body transformation saliva has also landed in his hands." Before Xiao Yan could reply, Han Feng, who was beside the old ground demon ghost, interrupted and laughed. After speaking, he also threw a dark and dense look at Xiao Yan. The savage smile in his eyes was extremely obvious. It seemed that he had spent quite a lot of effort in order to get Xiao Yan to die. The old ground demon ghost nodded his head slightly. One could see neither joy nor anger on his dry face. His serene ghost fire-like eyes stared at Xiao Yan, and he said in a calm voice, "Are you going to come with me by yourself, or should the old me personally act to break your 4 limbs and lead you away?" "Old ground demon ghost, this is the inner academy, not your Demon Flame Valley. You should look at where you are before acting so arrogantly. The old me will also throw some harsh words here today. If you dare to attack in this inner academy, the old me will let you know that my Jianan Academy is not some soft mud even if I have to stake my life." Su Qian's eyes suddenly widened as he cried out in a stern voice. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became tense after this tit-for-tat cry by Su Qian sounded. Everyone knew that it was likely that the matter today would not be peacefully resolved. TSK, you are indeed worthy of being the first elder of the inner academy. What great prestige! However, do you really think that you are Mang Tianqi? The old ground demon ghost let out a strange laugh as he spoke in a sinister manner. "If you really insist on intervening today, the old me does not mind giving you a lesson in front of all the students within the inner academy. Otherwise they might end up offending someone with their words in the future. Xiao Yan has killed 3 of my Demon Flame Valley elders. Anyone who helps him today will be an enemy of my Demon Flame Valley. I think that your motive is likely the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, right? Your excuse is indeed quite good. Your skin is also becoming thicker." Xiao Yan suddenly laughed in a faint voice. What a sharp tongue! The eyes of the old ground demon ghost suddenly turned cold. His 5 fingers moved in 5 sharp Dou Qis that contained a chillness suddenly shot explosively from his finger. They carried a fierce wind as they shot toward Xiao Yan's head. The 5 cold glints were still around 10 feet from Xiao Yan when a graceful, white figure suddenly flashed and appeared. A majestic aura erupted in a volcano-like manner. The gray-colored Dou Qi that contained a faint fishy scent shook the 5 sharp Dou Qi until they were scattered. However, the white figure trembled slightly when the 5 sharp Dou Qi scattered. The figure immediately emitted a soft muffled groan before taking a step back. Xiao Yan's expression sunk when he saw the little fairy doctor being forced back. He hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. This old fellow's strength is extremely great. Moreover, his Dou Qi contained a chill. With your current strength, you would likely suffer a serious injury if you were to be struck by it." The little fairy doctor shook her head. Her face revealed a solemnness as she reminded. "Ha!" The eyes of the old ground demon ghost flickered slightly after the attack was scattered. He immediately looked at the little fairy doctor who had appeared in front of Xiao Yan and slowly said, "It is unexpected that you have reached the Dou Zone class at such an age." "How unexpected? Don't tell me that it is actually easy to rise to the Dou Zone class nowadays? Old fellow, do you really think that everyone is like you and doesn't improve after training for so many years?" Xiao Yan coldly laughed. His words did not give this old fellow even the slightest face. The corner of the old ground demon ghost's eyes involuntarily twitched after he heard these Xiao Yan's mean words. A fierceness flashed within his eyes. His talent was not considered poor. Otherwise, he would not have reached this level. However, compared to Mang Tianqi and those old fellows from a similar generation who had left the Black Corner region, he could be considered the last rank. Now, Mang Tianqi had long since become an elite Dou Zone. On the other hand, he was still lingering in the Dou Zone class. This point had always been a pain in his heart. These words of Xiao Yan now seemed to have viciously gave his wound a bloody cut. Senior ground demon need not bother with this little fellow. His mouth has always been vicious. Currently, it is useless to waste your breath on him. You should just attack. Once you capture him, pull out all his teeth, and cut his tongue. We will see just how he will argue with another then. Han Feng by the side spoke with a cold smile. You can just leave Su Qian to me. Xiao Yan and the white-clothed Dou Zone will have to rely on senior ground demon. With your ability, it should not be difficult to finish them off. A thread of cunningness that was difficult to discover flashed through Han Feng's eyes as he spoke. He had always been quite afraid of Xiao Yan's endless tactics, and was quite fearful of the extremely mysterious little fairy doctor. He had now left them to the old ground demon ghost. He, on the other hand, would contribute by handling first Elder Su Qian, who was much easier to deal with. The old ground demon ghost nodded. A savage killing intent surged within his deep eyes. After sensing the dark and dense killing intent from the old ground demon ghost, the many elders in the inner academy immediately became cautious. Powerful Dou Qi slowly flowed within their bodies as they prepared to act at any moment. While the sky's atmosphere had turned into one where swords were drawn, the many students of the inner academy below were speechless. Their hearts were full of admiration for Xiao Yan since he dared to rudely mock an elite Dou Zone. He was indeed worthy of being able to become a legendary figure of the Jianan Academy. This courage was something no one could match. However, they were involuntarily a little worried on top of their admiration. This time around, the one who had come was an old demon expert who had been alive for as long as the mysterious headmaster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 885, Fight. Chapter 885, Fight. Su Qian's expression changed slightly as he sensed the gradual spread of dense cold killing intent from the old ground demon ghost's body. It seemed that this old fellow, who would not die, would insist on attacking even if he had to risk the return of the headmaster. Be careful. Su Qian turned his head and spoke to Xiao Yan in a deep voice. The strength of the old ground demon ghost was deep and unpredictable. Even with the little fairy doctor's help, Xiao Yan would have difficulty contending with him. After all, within the Dou Zone class, the difference between every star was extremely large. It was quite difficult for one to challenge another across different levels. Although Su Qian was understood that Xiao Yan possessed quite a few powerful Dou skill, these Dou skills merely possess some deterring effects for an ordinary elite Dou Zone. The old ground demon ghost was not included. Hence, it was really somewhat difficult to predict this big battle. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His hand slowly paused on his chest and a viciousness flashed across his eyes. If this old fellow, who would not die, was really so stubborn, he could only give him something that he had prepared. On the account of me being an old acquaintance of Mang Tianqi, these experts from the Demon Flame Valley will not attack. As long as the academy students and the inner academy's elders do not randomly intervene, the old Ni can let them off. However, I must definitely take Xiao Yan's life. The old ground demon ghost's gaze slowly swept over the many elders behind Su Qian and the densely packed students below as he spoke in a faint voice. Su Qian quietly sighed in relief when he heard the words of the old ground demon ghost. The people whom he was most worried about were these students. Their strengths were naturally incomparable with these experts from the Demon Flame Valley. Should they really end up fighting, the students would likely suffer great injuries and deaths. Of course, he also clearly understood that the reason the old ground demon ghost was so righteous was mainly because of the headmaster. This was because he knew that if he really dared to attack these students from the younger generation, the headmaster would definitely be furious should the matter be passed into his ears. At that time, he was not a match for the headmaster. The old ground demon ghost ignored Su Qian after saying these words. His sinister gaze was turned to Xiao Yan. His feet immediately stepped on the empty air as he slowly walked over. An indifferent voice reverberated over the sky. I heard that you little fellow can contend against some elite Dou zones with just your Dou Huang strength. So be it, you and your friend beside you can attack together. Otherwise, other people might say that the old me does not give you the slightest chance. The old ground demon ghost's words were filled with wild arrogance. Of course, given his strength, he also possessed this right to be arrogant. In the current Black Corner region, it was quite difficult to find someone who could contend with him in terms of strength. Those experts from the same generation had either unluckily died or had left the Black Corner region. From the somewhat younger generation, the top people were people like Mo Tianxing. However, with their strength, it was still difficult for them to contend with the old ground demon ghost. Su Qian's expression sank when he saw the actions of the old ground demon ghost. However, his body had just moved when a human figure strangely flashed and appeared in front of him. Han Feng's laughing voice sounded, First Elder Su Qian, your opponent is me. Therefore, you should not go and intervene in the matters of others. A cold smile surfaced on Su Qian's face as he looked at Han Feng, who had appeared a short distance in front of him. He said, Han Feng, once the headmaster is back, I will properly tell him about this matter. At that time, I will see just who can protect you. Han Feng's expression became unnatural when he heard Su Qian mention the headmaster. Clearly, he was quite afraid of this legendary headmaster. However, this uneasiness merely lasted for a moment before it was tossed aside by him. At this stage, a grudge had already been formed between the Jianan Academy and him. Saying anything else would not help the situation. Moreover, this Dou Qi continent was huge. If he had the intention to hide, even the elite Dou Zun Mang Tianqi would not be able to find him. He immediately laughed in a strange manner. First Elder Su Qian, you need not say such things to me. Mang Tianqi has not been back for over a decade. Who knows if he is still alive? Su Qian's expression became even darker after Han Feng's words sounded. The many inner academy elders behind him were also emitting a fury from their eyes. Each of their faces were staring fiercely at the latter. From the looks of it, they seemed to be planning on attacking as a group. If you don't wish to expand the battleground and injure the students, I advise all of you to be a little quieter. Otherwise, the experts from the Demon Flame Valley are not just useless people. Han Feng was not the least afraid when he saw the way the inner academy's elders acted. He pointed at the group of people from the Demon Flame Valley who had a fierce aura lingering over them and coldly laughed. Su Qian waved his hand and suppressed the inner academy elders behind him. He spoke faintly, all of you only need to pay attention to that group of people. There is no need to be worried about my side. Should anything wrong happen to Xiao Yan's side, all of you will intervene and lend a hand. Yes. Hearing this, the inner academy elders hesitated for a moment before speaking in a respectful manner. First Elder Su Qian is really sensible and knows how to consider the overall situation. Han Feng involuntarily laughed in a strange manner when he heard this. Su Qian completely ignored Han Feng's words. He slowly stepped forward and calmly said, we were unable to determine a victor the last time. Today, allow the old me to try and see just how strong the traitor, who betrayed Yao Zunjie, Dou Zun, back then, is after having been transformed by the Hall of Souls into this manner that is neither human nor ghost. Su Qian's feet violently stomped on the empty air after his last word fell. Immediately, a powerful aura surged out of his body in all directions. Under this aura, the space around him became somewhat distorted. A dark denseness gradually surged into Han Feng's eyes as he sensed the vast heavens might-like aura. He parted his mouth and smiled before speaking in a sinister manner, relax, I will not disappoint you. Han Feng flapped his sleeves after speaking in an aura that was not the least bit weaker than Su Qian swept out. Finally, it blocked Su Qian's momentum. When these two elite Dou zones auras collided in the sky, the many students in the open ground below involuntarily felt their hearts palpitating when they sensed the pressure that seeped down from the sky. Was this the strength of an elite Dou zone? Just the aura that radiated from them was sufficient to cause the Dou Qi within their bodies to become sluggish. If they were to face one head-on, would they not even be able to move? While Han Feng and Su Qian gradually entered a combat state, the old ground demon ghost on the other side stepped through empty air and slowly stopped around 10 meters in front of Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor. His serene ghost flame-like eyes stared at the two of them as he said in a faint voice, "Are the both of you attacking together or will you take turns?" The little fairy doctor's pretty face was cold. Her delicate white hands were slowly extended from her sleeves. Her 5 long fingers were gently curled up, and dense gray-colored Dou Qi immediately surged from her body in all directions. Her somewhat demonic gray-purple eyes glanced at the old ground demon ghost before turning her head to Xiao Yan and softly said, "I will do it. Your current strength has far too much of a gap with him. You will definitely be injured if you were to be struck by an attack." Xiao Yan shook his head. He exhaled gently and said, "Let's do it together. You are also no match for him. Relax, I naturally possess my own defensive abilities. You need not be distracted because of this." When he spoke until this point, he suddenly turned his head to Ziyan. "You should not intervene. The opponent this time around is not the same as in the past. Do you understand?" The small face of the originally extremely eager Ziyan became downcast when she heard these words of Xiao Yan. However, upon seeing the solemnness of the latter's face, she knew that it was pointless to say anything. All she could do was nod her head while feeling disappointed. The little fairy doctor did not say anything else after hearing Xiao Yan's insistence. She was originally a lady of few words. Moreover, since Xiao Yan was insisting, it was likely that he was not purposefully acting conceited given his character. Her somewhat skinny chin nodded slightly as she flipped her 10 long fingers. Her fingernails were immediately extended by half a foot. A dense grayish-purple color and a hidden fragrance lingered. "Have you decided on everything?" The old ground demon ghost crossed his hands over his chest while he stood at a spot over 10 meters from them. His eyes jumped between Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor. Those words of his had just sounded when a gray-colored glow suddenly cut through the air and shot over. Humph. The old ground demon ghost let out a cold snort as he looked at the gray-colored light sneaking toward him at great speed. He did not do much as a dark black cold air surged from within his body. The gray-colored glow suddenly stiffened upon contact with the black cold air. Immediately, it transformed into a foot-long ice cube before bursting into a pile of ice fragments and releasing a clear sound. It is unexpected that you are actually a skillful person that plays with poison. I have really underestimated you. The old ground demon ghost's shriveled hand was molding a tiny gray ice cube, rubbing it slightly as he worked. Immediately, he uttered his words in a somewhat surprised voice. "There are many things that you are unaware of." A clear, cold voice sounded and the white figure instantly appeared in front of the old ground demon ghost. Her grayish-purple nails contained a sharp glint and carried an ear-piercing air-tearing sound as they targeted his throat. Squeak, squeak. The sharp fingernails flashed past. However, they suddenly stopped when they made contact with the black-colored air surrounding the old ground demon ghost. In the blink of an eye, a 5-foot-long black ice crystal appeared in front of him. The little fairy doctor's sharp fingernails had difficulty advancing even an inch forward after they had pierced halfway in. The old ground demon ghost strangely smiled at the little fairy doctor from a spot separated by ice crystals. His body moved and suddenly disappeared. The little fairy doctor's face changed slightly when she saw the old ground demon ghost disappear. She hurriedly cried out, "Xiao Yan, be careful. He is targeting you." The little fairy doctor's cry had just left her mouth when a yellow-colored skull-robed old ground demon ghost appeared a short distance in front of Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. A skull-head-like face sinisterly smiled at Xiao Yan as his 5 fingers, that were similar to a ghost claw, mercilessly struck at Xiao Yan's throat. Looking at the force, it was likely that they would penetrate Xiao Yan's throat if they struck him. "Razor-tongue brat, the old me loathes you quite greatly. Therefore, I will finish you off first." Countless exclamations and sharp cries were immediately emitted from the open ground below when they saw Xiao Yan facing a fatal attack from old ground demon ghost within an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 886, Fighting the Old Ground Demon Ghost. Chapter 886, Fighting the Old Ground Demon Ghost. The ghost claw, that contained cold, dark black air, swiftly expanded in Xiao Yan's eyes as numerous exclamations were made. However, Xiao Yan's expression did not change much. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a cold smile and the seal, that had long been prepared with his hands, immediately solidified. Bang! A pair of 10-foot-wide bone wings suddenly extended from Xiao Yan's back following a muffled sound. They were flapped immediately. Wild wind and muffled thunder resonated over the ground while Xiao Yan's body became blurry in an instant. Xie. The sharp ghost claw flashed over like lightning. After which, it struck Xiao Yan's throat and simply passed through it without reason. The hand claw had just touched Xiao Yan's figure when the eyes of the old ground demon ghost shrank slightly. He let out a cold snort as the cold air in his palm spat out and shook this figure until nothing was left. His body slowly turned as he looked at the sky and spoke in a faint voice, "No wonder Feng Yan and the two others have died in your hands. This speed is something that even some elite dozone could not match, much less the three of them. My interest in you is increasing." The thrilling scene caused the hearts of quite a number of students below to pound even faster. Their eyes followed the direction the old ground demon ghost faced. After which, some surprise surfaced within their eyes. A black-robed, young man was suspended in the sky while flapping a pair of wings. The 10-foot-long bone wings slowly opened as they flapped in the sky. A faint thunder roar resounded over the sky. That pair of bone wings had a somewhat crystal-clear feeling to them. Sunlight scattered down from the distant sky, shining on the jade-like bone wings, giving them a flickering eye-piercing luster. This pretty scene was captured in everyone's eyes. Some of the younger ladies could not help but reveal some stars in their eyes. At this moment, this image of Xiao Yan fit well with their dreams of Prince Charming. To add to his charm, he also possessed an extraordinary strength that even a prince did not possess. This fellow always likes to make things so thrilling. Wu Hao in the crowd on the open ground rubbed the cold sweat off his forehead as he bitterly laughed to Xiao Yu and Hu Jiao beside him. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Today, she was wearing an instructor uniform. This kind of robe might be a little loose, but it was extremely matching when worn on Xiao Yu's figure. She vaguely emitted an alluring aura that caused quite a number of eyes from male students to quietly shoot over. Xiao Yu ignored all of these surrounding gazes. Her long snow-white neck was lifted like a swan as her pretty eyes watched the black-robed young man in the sky. The back of her teeth bit her lower red lip while a thread of worry and another hidden emotion were visible in her eyes. That old ground demon ghost is not an ordinary person. Even though Xiao Yan is quite strong and has the help of that mysterious woman, his chances of victory while fighting this old demon are quite low. Wu Hao, prepare yourself. If any accident happens, you should directly intervene. Although we will not be able to harm the old ground demon ghost even if we join hands, we will at least be able to delay him a little. Hu Jia's face was quite solemn as she spoke. Wu Hao nodded slowly. His hand gently gripped the blood-colored heavy sword on his back. He would not hesitate even a little if he was required to intervene. The little fairy doctor in the sky also sighed in relief when she saw Xiao Yan dodge the old ground demon ghost's attack. Her body flashed and she appeared beside Xiao Yan. Her eyes revealed caution as she looked at the old ground demon ghost. His degree of craftiness had somewhat exceeded her expectations. The eyes of the old ground demon ghost didn't fluctuate much. He calmly watched Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor as his feet stepped on the empty air and took one step at a time toward the two of them. Each time the old ground demon ghost's foot pressed down, the cold, black-colored air that covered his body became increasingly denser. The temperature of the area had also greatly declined. Quite a number of weaker people had started to involuntarily shiver. A sullenness flashed across the little fairy doctor's eyes when she saw that the old ground demon ghost was actually able to influence an area's temperature with just his Dou Qi. From the looks of this tactic, it was likely that the latter's strength was at least a 7-star dozone. His level exceeded hers by 3 stars. Such a gap, even though she possessed the woeful poison body, it was still quite difficult to make up for it. Looks like today, we can only go all out and risk it. It is likely that even Xiao Yan's heart would not have much confidence in facing such an expert, the little fairy doctor sighed in her heart. Her eyes gradually became stern as they stared intently at the incoming old ground demon ghost. At a certain instant, her delicate waist suddenly twisted and her figure transformed into a vague white line that carried a powerful wind as it shot explosively at the old ground demon ghost. Although Xiao Yan's speed after he possessed the bone wings had become extremely quick, this did not mean that he had the qualification to contend against the old ground demon ghost. If that monster were to really find an opening and launch an attack, it was likely that that attack would injure Xiao Yan to the point of death. Therefore, even though she knew that she was not a match for the old ground demon ghost in a head-on collision, she could only step forward and meet him. The old ground demon ghost coldly laughed when he saw that the little fairy doctor had taken the lead to attack. Cold, black air lingered over his fingers before all 10 of his fingers were suddenly flicked. 1,000 illusionary ice spikes. Chi. 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 Dot. The black-colored ice balls might appear inconspicuous, but the winds that contained them were quite frightening. Forget about the attack coming from all directions. Even a single one of them would likely kill an expert Dou Huang. From this, it could be seen that this small thing was actually not as cute as its size. The little fairy doctor's pretty face appeared solemn as she watched the black ice balls that came from all directions. She did not dare to slight them. With a wave of her sleeves, waves of grayish-purple Dou Qi hurriedly surged out. The Dou Qi immediately twined together and formed a grayish-purple Dou Qi wall in front of her. Qi! 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 The iceballs came in a lightning-like manner. In merely a flash, they shot into the grayish-purple Dou Qi wall like a swarm of bees. However, these iceballs were corroded by the powerful strength contained within the wall after they had just shot into it. Thus, they swiftly turned into clusters of water that were vaporized. Ice condensate sword skill. The old ground demon ghost merely laughed coldly as an increasing amount of black iceballs turned into nothingness. His shriveled hands suddenly formed a seal as he sternly cried out. After his cry sounded, one could see that the many iceballs that had shot into the grayish-purple Dou Qi wall were swiftly gathering together. Within the short blink of an eye, they completely merged to form a 10-foot-wide dark black ice sword. A pressing cold air erupted after the ice sword was formed and completely suppressed the corrosive strength of the Dou Qi wall. Its sharp point unceremoniously pierced toward the little fairy doctor behind the wall. Eroding poison demon hand. The little fairy doctor's face changed slightly when she saw the transformation of the iceballs. Her mouth let out a low cry and the Dou Qi wall swiftly wiggled before immediately transforming into an enormous purple hand. After which, the hand was extended and firmly grabbed the dark black ice sword. An intense corrosion emitted waves of ear-piercing chi-chi sounds when it made contact with the cold air of the ice sword. The corner of the old ground demon ghost's mouth lifted with a dark coldness as his gaze revealed a cold smile. He looked at the little fairy doctor who was still enduring before he softly cried out, "Explode!" Bang! The dark black ice sword suddenly trembled after his cry sounded. It simply exploded without any forewarning. The assault from the explosion blasted the grayish-purple hand into nothingness. Moreover, the ice sword did not simply shatter after it exploded. Instead, it transformed into a countless number of palm-sized ice blades that broke through the grayish-purple Dou Qi wall in a lightning manner. They were after the little fairy doctor. The sudden unexpected change had also caused the little fairy doctor to be startled. Her toes pressed against the empty air at a critical moment and her body explosively withdrew. Despite her fast reaction, she was still struck by quite a number of ice blades. The sharp ice blades cut through the surface of her body. Lines of fresh blood appeared where her clothes split. The split-second exchange between two elite Dou zones contained an incomparable danger. Almost every attack was a fatal move. Quite a number of students had cold perspiration all over their bodies following these soul-stirring attacks that could become fatal at any moment. While watching the little fairy doctor, who was injured by the ice blades, the old ground demon ghost extended his hand. The ice blades that carried some fresh blood from the former's body flashed and returned. Finally, they transformed into clusters of cold, black air that withdrew back into his body. By being able to step into the Dou Zone class at such an age, even the old me has no choice but to admit that you have shocking talent. However, you are currently only a 4-star Dou Zone. You are still greatly lacking if you wish to rely on this power to contend with me. If you are willing to turn around and leave today, the old me guarantee that I will not find trouble with you. The old ground demon ghost looked at the little fairy doctor and spoke faintly. The little fairy doctor revealed ridicule in her eyes as she glanced at the old ground demon ghost. An unknown mockery flashed in her eyes. Her small mouth moved slightly. What childish words. The old ground demon ghost had just let out a cold snur when his brows suddenly frowned. He slowly lifted his head, only to see an energy hand seal that contained an unusual crystal glow being formed by Xiao Yan's hands. He sensed a kind of extraordinary strength in the energy hand seal. Xiao Yan's hand seal suddenly stilled after the old ground demon ghost's gaze shot over. A ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he immediately cried out sternly in his heart. "See flipping seal." Borrowing the delay from the little fairy doctor earlier, Xiao Yan had used the second seal of the God Seal skill, the sea flipping skill. This was because he knew that this time around, his opponent was an ultimate expert whose strength was at that of a 7-star Dou Zone. With his current strength, an ordinary Dou skill was unable to cause much damage to the latter. Hence, he had not attacked earlier. However, when he did, he used a truly ruthless attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 887, Soul Stirring. Chapter 887, Soul Stirring. The jade-green energy that was visible on Xiao Yan's hand became more and more glaring. In the end, it was just like a palm-sized handprint, appearing extremely mysterious. Upon sensing the enormous energy that was formed on Xiao Yan's hand, surprise flashed across the old ground demon ghost's face. With his mere 4-star Dou Huang strength, Xiao Yan was actually able to unleash such a powerful attack that even an expert at the peak of the Dou Huang class would have difficulty reaching. This fellow was indeed as Han Feng had said. He possessed some Dou Qi with quite a great strength. However, if Xiao Yan wanted to win with just this, he was undoubtedly daydreaming and was a little too naive. The light seal on Xiao Yan's hand finally stilled while the old ground demon ghost was laughing coldly in his heart. His gaze carried a viciousness as he looked at the latter. With a slight flip of the bone wings on his back, Xiao Yan prepared himself to dodge at any moment. His hand also did not pause for even a moment as he let out a cold cry and threw it ruthlessly at the old ground demon ghost. Bang! The jade-green energy handprint slowly escaped Xiao Yan's hand. However, the moment it did so, the space around Xiao Yan began to fluctuate intensely under the frightening energy. Numerous ripple-like spatial lines quietly spread out. The energy handprint had just left Xiao Yan's hand when it suddenly shook. After which, it strangely disappeared from the spot. Only someone with extremely good eyesight would be able to see that a tiny jade-green light had penetrated through the air and quietly shot toward the old ground demon ghost. This energy light seal's sneakiness might perhaps be able to catch an ordinary expert off guard. However, it had difficulty achieving such an effect on an expert like the old ground demon ghost. This was because every action of it was clearly absorbed by his eyes. Humph. The old ground demon ghost's eyes were dark and cold as he watched the energy handprint that had transformed into a light ray. He did not dodge. His pride did not allow him to actually dodge when facing a mere Dou Huang. The energy light seal's speed was extremely fast. Before everyone below could recover, it had strangely appeared at a spot a couple of dozen feet above the old ground demon ghost's head. The hand seal formed by the strange jade-green crystal body had, at this moment, unleashed a frightening energy that was hidden within it. An eye-piercing jade-green light shot out at this instant, causing quite a number of people to hurriedly shut their pained eyes. At the same time, the energy pressure that was hidden in the light seal had also caused everyone to feel kind of jumpy. Was such a frightening strength really something that an expert Dou Huang could unleash? The crystal hand seal that had suddenly erupted also caused the expression of the old ground demon ghost to tremble slightly without anyone noticing. Although this matter had somewhat deviated from his expectations, it did not cause him to feel at a loss. A thought passed through his mind as black-colored, cold air surged from his body in all directions. The glaring jade-green light was just like a sun suspended in the sky. It was quiet for an instant before the glow suddenly shrunk. Soon after, an earth-shaking energy explosion resounded across the sky like massive thunder. Bang! The sudden thunder explosion caused everyone's ears to ring. Some of the people who were weaker became dizzy. By the time they had recovered and lifted their heads, they could only see an enormous mushroom cloud like jade-green flame forming. However, there was no sign of the old ground demon ghost's figure. Clearly, he was being wrapped by this hot jade-green energy that contained a frighteningly wild and violent energy. The entire inner academy had become much quieter at this moment. All of them looked at the beautiful jade-green energy mushroom cloud in the sky. Respect and fear for that black-robed young man involuntarily rose within everyone's heart. Such a frightening strength was indeed worthy of being a legend in the inner academy. Xiao Yan covered his mouth and coughed softly twice in the sky. His face had a pale whiteness. Although he was currently a 4-star Dou Huang, using the C-flipping seal still required quite a great amount of Dou Qi. Fortunately, he no longer ended up exhausting all the Dou Qi within his body after using it like he did in the past. The little fairy doctor moved her body and appeared beside Xiao Yan. Her gaze remained firmly on the enormous mushroom cloud as she said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Although this attack is powerful, it is impossible to defeat him with this." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He naturally understood that the C-flipping seal, which allowed one to dominate the Dou Huang class without fear, could only barely allow him to fight some weaker elite Douzong. However, the old ground demon ghost was not some ordinary Douzong. Instead, he was an elite Douzong whose strength had reached the 7-star level. The enormous energy mushroom cloud in the sky finally scattered in front of the focus of a countless number of gazes. Following the scattering of the mushroom cloud, an enormous black energy barrier appeared in front of everyone's sight. Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor clenched their fists slowly as they studied the energy barrier. It had a countless number of tiny air swirls all over its surface. This old fellow who would not die was really troublesome. Under this quiet and solemn atmosphere, the enormous black energy swirl slowly became pale. A moment later, the old ground demon ghost, hidden within, once again appeared in the eyes of Xiao Yan and the others. At this moment, the clothes of the old ground demon ghost were still clean. Even his hair did not end up becoming messy. A pair of serene ghost flame-like eyes coldly stared at Xiao Yan and his faint voice contained some ridicule which he did not hide. "Is this your support? If this is your trump card, the old me shall help Fong Yan and the others take this life of yours today." The shriveled hands of the old ground demon ghost were withdrawn into his sleeves without anyone noticing as he said these words. No one saw that the back of his hands had some bright red blood adhering to them. Clearly, the old ground demon ghost was not totally unhurt when he received Xiao Yan's sea-flipping seal like he had shown himself to be. A monstrous killing intent suddenly shot out of the old ground demon ghost's eyes after his voice sounded. His eyes were ferocious as he stared at Xiao Yan. With a sudden trembling of his body, he immediately and mysteriously vanished. The little fairy doctor's and Xiao Yan's faces changed the instant the old ground demon ghost's figure disappeared. Xiao Yan took the lead and flapped his bone wings violently. His body disappeared from his original spot. The instant he vanished, a ghost claw that contained dark black, cold air extended from the sky only to grab nothing. What a slippery brat! The killing intent in the old ground demon ghost's eyes grew even denser after he missed. However, before he could attack Xiao Yan again, a sharp force that contained a fishy stench suddenly arrived from behind him. Humph! The old ground demon ghost let out a cold snort as he sensed the attack from behind him. He turned his body and suddenly waved his hands. They immediately collided with the snow-white female's hands. Bang! Dot! A soul-stirring energy ripple surged out of the four palms like floodwater. Immediately, two human figures shook and swiftly parted. The shoulders of the old ground demon ghost merely trembled while a paleness surged onto the little fairy doctor's face. Clearly, she was no match for the old ground demon ghost in a head-on collision. The old ground demon ghost body trembled after having forced back the little fairy doctor. He turned around. His face was filled with killing intent as he chased after Xiao Yan. It seemed that his heart bore a grudge toward Xiao Yan, who had actually caused him to be slightly injured earlier. Xiao Yan's expression slightly changed when he saw the old ground demon ghost come rushing at him. The bone wings on his back were hurriedly flapped as a glaring silver glow flickered under his feet. Each time a low thunder roar sounded, an afterimage would flash and appear in the air. However, within a second of the afterimage appearing, it would be torn into nothingness by the old ground demon ghost, who closely followed behind him at the next instance. Two vague figures hurriedly flickered in the sky in a lightning-like manner. However, everyone could only see numerous afterimages in the sky. Even some expert Dou Huans could only vaguely see an actual body. The expression of the little fairy doctor changed slightly as she watched Xiao Yan, who could only flee since he was being chased by the old ground demon ghost. A viciousness surfaced within her eyes. She grit her silver teeth as her delicate hands swiftly formed numerous strange hand seals. Following the change of these hand seals, her aura had also begun to swiftly soar. Xiao Yan's figure appeared in the sky as though he had teleported. After having just paused for an instant, he once again hurriedly rushed aside. This repeated dodging had caused his forehead to be covered with perspiration. One needed to focus one's mind during this chasing and fleeing. Hence, it greatly exhausts one's spirit. After all, even a second of cautiousness would likely result in a fatal blow arriving. Xiao Yan's figure once again flashed and escaped the old ground demon ghost, who was relentlessly chasing him. He was just about to continue fleeing when a white figure appeared behind him in a ghost-like manner. The surging aura caused the old ground demon ghost, who was chasing closely behind, to stop in surprise. His gaze was somewhat solemn as he looked at the little fairy doctor, whose white hair now reached to her buttocks. Although he did not know what had happened, he clearly understood that the current little fairy doctor was much stronger than earlier. However, she was still lacking when compared to him. Xiao Yan's fist suddenly tightened when he saw the little fairy doctor, who had suddenly become strong. He understood that the current her had likely undone a seal on her woeful poisoned body. This might allow her strength to soar, but it also caused the time until the woeful poisoned body's eruption to shrink. Allow me. The little fairy doctor gently spoke as her long snow-like hair drifted in the wind. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air as he studied the graceful figure in front of him. After which, he slowly wiped the perspiration on his forehead and softly said, "Help me stop him for a moment. Leave everything else to me." The little fairy doctor was slightly startled when she heard this. She turned her head to look at the young man. Something that was crazy was leaping in his dark black eyes at this moment. Such madness caused even her to feel a faint fear. What was this fellow planning to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 888, Crazy. Chapter 888, Crazy. Although the little fairy doctor felt some doubt in her heart, all she did was merely nod her head. She softly said, "I will help you by sufficient time." Xiao Yan gently exhaled when he heard this. He stared at the old ground demon ghost before he flapped his wings and slowly withdrew. His heart had also somewhat rejoiced that he had successfully refined the Skybird 9 flying wings before this big battle. Otherwise, he really did not have the confidence to be able to flee for such a long time under the attacks of the old ground demon ghost. The eyes of the old ground demon ghost turned cold when he saw Xiao Yan move back. He violently swung his sleeves and a dark black ice all shot toward Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. Qi. The black-colored ice all had just been shot out when a dense corrosive grayish-purple Dou Qi shot over and violently collided with it. The ice all was turned into nothingness amid a wave of Qi sound. Your opponent is me. The little fairy doctor's tall lovely figure was suspended in the sky. A breeze blew, causing her long snow-white hair, that extended to her buttocks, to slowly dance in the wind. Her emotionless eyes stared at the old ground demon ghost as she slowly spoke. The old ground demon ghost coldly laughed as he frowned. The then turned to the little fairy doctor in front of him. Although I do not know why your strength has suddenly soared by a certain amount, the current you is at the very most able to contend with a 5-star Dou zone. The old me, on the other hand, has already long entered the 7-star Dou zone level. Is that so? The corner of the little fairy doctor's mouth carried a slight non-committal arc. Her long hands were gently extended and dense grayish-purple Dou Qi followed her sleeves and climbed out. Finally, it lingered around her hand, squirming a little before transforming into 2 gray and purple snakes. The enormous snakes extended their tongues and a vague stench drifted out as they hissed. Qi. The enormous gray and purple snakes formed from Dou Qi had just appeared when they hissed at the old ground demon ghost with great intelligence under the little fairy doctor's control. They swung their tails and transformed into 2 vague gray lines that rushed toward the old ground demon ghost in a lightning-like manner. The old ground demon ghost let out a cold snort as he observed the huge grayish-purple snakes that came rushing over. He flicked his finger and black, cold air swiftly flowed in front of him. It immediately transformed into a couple of sharp ice spikes. It carried a whistling sound as it violently shot toward the 2 grayish lines. Qi. The 2 gray threads, that had shot over in a lightning-like manner, suddenly paused. Immediately 2 grayish-purple poison fogs shot out of their savage mouths. The sharp ice sculpture was swiftly eroded into nothingness. Taking this opportunity, their speed suddenly increased and they appeared in front of the old ground demon ghost within an instant. They widened their large mouths and 2 bright red glows were suddenly shot out. The old ground demon ghost waved his sleeves as his eyes locked onto the attacks of the 2 grayish-purple snakes. The cold air flowed in front of him before eventually turning into a mirror-smooth ice cube that completely blocked the blood glow. Qi. The blood glow immediately emitted a dense white vapor the moment it made contact with the ice mirror, swiftly corroding the thick ice mirror at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the blood glow also swiftly shrank while the ice mirror was being corroded, but it completely vanished when it was just about to completely penetrate the ice mirror. Seeing this futile attack, the cold smile on the old ground demon ghost grew even denser. The ice mirror in front of him slowly melted and immediately transformed into a black fog that continued to shrink back into his body. After which, he clenched his hand and 2 dark black clouds agglomerated. They formed 2 enormous ghost hands that grabbed the enormous gray and purple snakes. The hands pinched violently and the snakes burst apart. The little fairy doctor's face not only did not change upon witnessing the destruction of these 2 enormous snakes, but had instead revealed a strange smile in her eyes. Her delicate hands swiftly formed a seal as her gentle voice said, "My fresh blood is not something good. Next time, you should not stingily withdraw the Dou Qi that had been contaminated by my blood into your body." The expression of the old ground demon ghost involuntarily changed upon hearing the little fairy doctor's words. The corner of his mouth trembled and cold air surged out of his body in all directions. Although the cold air was powerful at this moment, there was a little chaos within it. It seemed that the poison blood that he had absorbed into his body had already begun to take effect. It is unexpected that even your blood contains poison. Moreover, the poison within it is so potent. However, this is useless against me. A dark and solemn voice was slowly transmitted from the old ground demon ghost's mouth. At this moment, the surface of his body was covered by a black-colored ice crystal. One could see some bright red colors within these ice crystals. From the looks of it, he was relying on his powerful Dou Qi to forcefully expel the poison blood from his body. The little fairy doctor was not surprised at seeing that the old ground demon ghost was actually able to gradually force out the poison blood. This was because she clearly understood that the poison blood that had entered one's body might be fatal to an ordinary expert, but it was not considered troublesome for someone with his strength to forcefully expel it from their bodies. All it did was cause one to be distracted. This was also something that she needed. If she wanted to give Xiao Yan sufficient time, it was somewhat difficult if she relied on her strength. However, with the interruption of the poison blood, the matter had become much more relaxing. The time during this critical moment was not allowed to be wasted. The little fairy doctor clenched her delicate hand and grayish Dou Qi swiftly surged out of her body. After which, she moved her body and appeared in front of the old ground demon ghost. Her hand rose sharply. The old ground demon ghost was unable to remain as relaxed as he had been in the face of the little fairy doctor's attack that had suddenly become sharp. He needed to divide his strength in order to force out the poison blood in his body. Hence, he was unable to rely on his pressuring strength to defeat the little fairy doctor. For a moment, he was actually being firmly pestered by the little fairy doctor. The old ground demon ghost's eyes would occasionally drift to where Xiao Yan was located while he was being pestered by the little fairy doctor. The ghost flame in his eyes leaped slightly when he saw a green and an invisible flame suspended in front of the latter. He had already heard from Han Feng that Xiao Yan was in control of a heavenly flame Dou technique. This thing was his skill to protect his life. Its strength was extremely frightening. However, the old ground demon ghost had let out a little sigh of relief after sensing it personally. The merger of the two kinds of heavenly flames did indeed possess an extremely powerful and violent energy. However, it was not able to pose much of a risk with only two. After all, the strength of a 7-star Dou zone was not a joke. Xiao Yan stood in the air at a spot in the sky not far above the battleground between the little fairy doctor and the old ground demon ghost. He gently flapped the bone wings on his back. Each time, the flapping would be accompanied by a thunderous sound. At this moment, a green flame and an invisible flame were suspended in his hand. The flame was faintly emitting a warmth, causing the atmosphere's temperature raise over 10 times as much as it was before. The angry Buddha lotus flame from the merger of two kinds of heavenly flames actually did not possess much of a threat toward an expert like the old ground demon ghost. Xiao Yan gently exhaled. The white fire seal between his brows emitted a faint temperature. A dense white-colored flame slowly drifted out before landing in front of him. At this moment, he could only rely on Teacher's bone-chilling flame. The natural energy of the area immediately became somewhat chaotic following the appearance of the bone-chilling flame. Hot temperature scattered down from the sky, causing a countless number of people to be covered with perspiration. It was useless even with Dou Qi covering the surface of their bodies. The temperature of a heavenly flame was not something ordinary Dou Qi could cover. Xiao Yan studied the 3 clusters of flame with a solemn expression and did not hesitate even a little. A thought passed through his mind and numerous afterimages were formed by his hands. The 3 clusters of flame began to collide under his control. The old ground demon ghost's face finally became a little concerned when he sensed the natural energy that had suddenly become wild in the sky. This strength was already sufficient to pose a threat to him. Unexpectedly, that little fellow was actually able to reach such a level. It seemed that he could not delay any longer. The old ground demon ghost clenched his hands suddenly as this thought flashed through his heart. His eyes popped out like a dead fish's eyes and the cold air within his body grew even denser. A moment later, he suddenly widened his mouth and a bright red ice cube shot out of it. The ice cube contained some slowly moving viscous blood within it. When it burst apart, the liquid blood completely solidified before finally cracking apart, turning into nothingness. The face of the little fairy doctor changed when she saw that the poison blood had been forced from the old ground demon ghost's body this quickly. Before she had the chance to withdraw, an extremely frightening fist of wind suddenly arrived. All she could do, since she was unable to dodge in time, was to forcefully receive it. Grug! The frightening force spread out in a flood-like manner from the point of contact. A paleness immediately surfaced on the little fairy doctor's pretty face before she involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her body also ended up swiftly withdrawing by a couple of steps. Seeing the fresh blood that came pouncing at him, the old ground demon ghost, who had suffered once, hurriedly waved his sleeves. Cold air was spat out and solidified the blood into ice crystals before they could make contact with his body. After which, all of them burst apart. Your strength is unable to block the old me. I will give you one last chance. The old me will not kill you if you turn around and leave. The old ground demon ghost coldly smiled and negotiated with the little fairy doctor. The little fairy doctor wiped off the blood trace on the corner of her mouth. Her face was icy cold. Without replying, her body flashed and she once again rushed forward. You're seeking death, dot. A killing intent surged within the eyes of the old ground demon ghost when he saw the little fairy doctor persistently attack him to keep him occupied. After which, he met her with killing intent all over his body. Frightening energy ripples formed when the two figures met as a thunder-like explosion immediately sounded in the sky. The 3-colored fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hand was finally forming in the sky. His eyes began to flicker as he watched this fire lotus form. An angry Buddha lotus flame that was formed from the merger of 3 kinds of heavenly flame was basically the strongest energy that Xiao Yan could control. He was always filled with confidence when facing an opponent. However, he had become a little uncertain this time around. This was because his enemy today was far too troublesome. A 7-star Dou zone was considered an expert on the upper level of the Golden Pagoda across the entire Dou Qi continent. The current old ground demon ghost was even stronger than Protector Wu after he had swallowed Yunshan's soul back then. The 3-colored angry Buddha lotus flame was Xiao Yan's trump card. With his current strength, he was only able to use it once before he fell into a weary state. In other words, he only had one chance. If the fire lotus did not kill the old ground demon ghost, today, the worst scenario might appear, hence, he must ensure that this strike was a fatal one to the old ground demon ghost. Grug. During the time when Xiao Yan's mind was flickering, the little fairy doctor, who was facing the old ground demon ghost, was once again shaken until she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, the paleness on her face was growing more intense. Each star within the Dou Zone class had an extremely large gap. Moreover, the old ground demon ghost was a full 3 stars stronger than her. Xiao Yan's face twitched slightly when he looked at the little fairy doctor, who had spat out blood, and the old ground demon ghost, who was smiling ferociously. A craziness gradually surged into his dark black eyes. He inhaled a deep breath, opened his mouth slowly, and a grayish-brown flame drifted out slowly. This cluster of flame was the life-transforming flame that Xiao Yan had snatched from Feng Yan and the other two back then. Although it was not a genuine heavenly flame, it still contained a powerful strength. If it were to merge with the 3-colored fire lotus, the strength of the angry Buddha lotus flame would reach a historical level of frightening for the first time. Although he would lose half of the life-transforming flame as a result, it was better than losing his life. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep mouthful of hot air as a wild fierceness appeared in his eyes. Since this old bastard wanted them to die, he would definitely drag him to the bottom even if he had to risk his life. Xiao Yan finally ceased hesitating as a viciousness flashed across his eyes. A thought passed through his heart and the cluster of grayish-brown flames was thrown into the 3-colored fire lotus. The wind in the sky and the cries and exclamations completely disappeared the instant the life-transforming flame entered the cluster. A frightening energy that was filled with destruction was quietly being born. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 889, Extermination Fire Lotus. Chapter 889, Extermination Fire Lotus. Bang! 2 vague black figures collided with a bang in the sky. When a soul-stirring energy ripple was emitted, 2 human figures appeared shaken until they hurriedly took a couple of steps back. Both parties emitted a groan. When the 2 vague black figures stabilizing their bodies, one could finally identify that they were Su Qian and Han Feng, who had erupted into an intense big battle earlier. At this moment, the clothes of the both of them were tattered after having engaged in a bloody fight. Their hair was scattered all over, causing them to appear extremely miserable. However, if one were to carefully observe them, one would discover that Su Qian's aura was a little weaker. Clearly, he had fell into a little disadvantage during this intense battle with Han Feng. Su Qian carelessly wiped off the blood trace from the corner of his mouth. His gaze stared intently at Han Feng on the opposite side. A surging Dou Qi lingered around him, carrying waves of whistling wind sound. His clothes moved without the presence of any wind, emitting a fluttering sound. He, First Elder Su Qian. It seems that you are really old. Han Feng slowly calmed the Dou Qi within his body that was in an upheaval. After which, he slowly raised his head and mocked Su Qian. You are nowhere better. After having gifted your own heavenly flame to turn yourself into this manner that is neither human nor ghost, it seems that it was not a worthwhile choice. Although Su Qian had fallen into a disadvantage, he was extremely experienced with age. His tone still appeared very calm. Han Feng's face twitched. The smile on his face was maintained, but a dense, cold-killing intent surged out of his eyes like floodwater. I wonder if you will still have the face to teach in front of all these students from the inner academy if I were to defeat you in front of all of them? Han Feng smiled in a cold manner. His sleeves shook and a powerful, hot Dou Qi immediately surged from his body in all directions. Finally, it swept horizontally across the sky and suppressed Su Qian's aura. Su Qian frowned slightly under the pressure of the aura. He waved his hand and held back the inner academy's elders not far away who were ready to intervene. After which, he inhaled a deep breath and the Dou Qi within his body completely surged out like a mountain stream. Old fellow Su Qian. Ever since I advanced to the Dou Zone class, I have yet to kill an elite Dou Zone before. Today, you shall be my first. Han Feng laughed ferociously. His body slowly rose. However, it had just risen by over 10 meters when the surrounding natural energy around him suddenly began to revolt. The sudden change caused Han Feng to be shocked. He hurriedly lowered himself and was just about to investigate with his eyes when a vast and mighty energy that was filled with destruction quietly surfaced in the sky. Upon sensing this destructive energy, the expressions of everyone present immediately turned pale white. Even an expert Dou Zone would sense a horror that seeped from a place deep within his soul in the face of such energy. Han Feng's and Su Qian's bodies violently trembled at this moment. After which, they abruptly lifted their heads. Their frightened eyes followed the direction where the destructive strength originated from. However, their faces immediately became dull when they discovered the creator of the energy. A black-robed, young man was flapping his eye-catching gem-like bone wings in the distant sky. Waves of muffled thunder repeatedly sounded in the sky. Of course, the thing that caused Han Feng and Su Qian to become dull was not the bone wings. Instead, it was the wash-basin-size fire lotus that was suspended in front of Xiao Yan at the moment. The fire lotus was colorful and beautiful. Its color denseness was far greater than anything prior to it. Hence, it appeared exceptionally beautiful. However, it was this demon-like beauty that caused Han Feng and Su Qian to feel a heartfelt fear. This was because they clearly sensed just what kind of frightening energy was contained within the colorful fire lotus. In the face of this kind of strength, even an elite Dou zone would feel fear. This fire lotus, why is it that its strength is so great? Su Qian swallowed a mouthful of saliva with all his might. He was aware that Xiao Yan possessed a fire lotus Dou skill with quite an extraordinary strength. Moreover, he had even personally witnessed it. However, there was an extremely vast difference with the current fire lotus was compared to the one back then. On the opposite side of Su Qian, the dullness on Han Feng's face had also gradually been withdrawn. His expression was repeatedly changing as he stared at Xiao Yan. The fists in his sleeve had also slowly tightened. Just when the killing intent within his heart surged, Xiao Yan, who was controlling the colorful fire lotus in the sky, threw an indifferent gaze over after having sensed something in his heart. Han Feng felt a shock run through his body under this indifferent gaze. It was as though a basin of cold water was poured down from the sky, causing his entire body to become still. A thread of fear faintly trickled out of his heart. If Xiao Yan were to throw the colorful fire lotus in over at this moment, Han Feng knew that he would definitely not have the slightest chance of survival today. The killing intent in Han Feng's eyes swiftly disappeared. An extremely forceful and ugly smile was lifted on Han Feng's face. After which, his head shivered and he quickly turned his gaze away. Although he knew that this colorful fire lotus of Xiao Yan was most likely going to be thrown at the old ground demon ghost, he also knew just how great a hatred Xiao Yan possessed for him. If Xiao Yan's thinking was a little chaotic, Han Feng would really end up being extremely unlucky. A smile full of ridicule surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale face as he looked at Han Feng, who had shivered and shifted his gaze away. After which, Xiao Yan withdrew his attention. His gaze was brought back to the colorful fire lotus in front of him. Although the life-transforming flame was not a genuine heavenly flame, its strength was extremely extraordinary. Moreover, the merger of flames created a kind of extremely frightening, wild, violent energy from the various changes during the merger. This kind of creation only required some catalyst. This life-transforming flame was the best replacement at this moment. Merging the life transformation flame into the angry Buddha lotus flame naturally possessed an extremely great risk. During the short merger time earlier, Xiao Yan had basically underwent a couple of life and death moments. Each time, he had narrowly brushed past death. However, it was fortunate that he had a spiritual strength that far surpassed alchemists of the same tier. Moreover, he had reached the pinnacle with regards to the kind of equilibrium required within the fire lotus. Hence, he was able to head off a disaster each time and successfully merge the life-transforming flame into the angry Buddha lotus flame, forming the strongest and most terrifying angry Buddha lotus flame that he had ever created. Xiao Yan called it Extermination Fire Lotus. Being the creator, Xiao Yan could not have known more about the strength of this fire lotus. Moreover, even he felt alarmed at this kind of strength during the creation. If a little of the destructive strength were to seep out during this creation, the first person who would have his corpse completely destroyed by it was likely him. Xiao Yan was barely able to maintain this current fire lotus under the support of his powerful spiritual strength since a fire glow repeatedly percolated from the fire lotus. From this seeping of energy, it was clear that Xiao Yan did not control this fire lotus as precisely as the angry Buddha lotus flame that he had created in the past. Of course, being able to maintain this extermination lotus flame at an equilibrium was already the result of Xiao Yan maintaining it with all his might. Advancing another step forward was not something that he could achieve now. Even though this was the case, the fire lotus was already formed under Xiao Yan's control. Next, it was time to completely unleash this frightening energy. Even the old ground demon ghost could only shiver under this destructive strength. Xiao Yan's hand dragged the colorful fire lotus. His dark black eyes slowly paused on the body of the old ground demon ghost, who had already ceased fighting. A dark and dense arc was slowly lifted on his pale face. The old ground demon ghost's expression turned ugly for the first time after he sensed Xiao Yan's dense gaze. His hands repeatedly quivered under his sleeves. At this moment, a thread of regret had surged into his heart. He did not expect that a little 4-star Do Huang brat, whom he thought he could kill with one hand, would actually be able to unleash a frightening energy that caused even him to feel afraid. The old ground demon ghost's throat rolled. He widened his dried mouth before speaking in a hoarse voice, "The old me will leave now." The sky had descended into an unusual silence after the appearance of the fire lotus. Hence, the voice of the old ground demon ghost was transmitted into everyone's ear. The fear and horror within the hoarse voice was also noticed by everyone. At this moment, a countless number of people felt an absurd feeling. An expert from the same generation as the mysterious headmaster had actually said such soft submissive words to Xiao Yan. Numerous gazes endured the energy pressure that was transmitted from the sky as their heated eyes stared at the black-robed, young man. That somewhat skinny figure had seared an imprint that was difficult to remove within the hearts of these students from the inner academy. Perhaps these students might end up going in all directions many years later. However, they would still firmly remember this rarely witnessed scene today. That name, Xiao Yan, would also accompany them all the time. He might become the most outstanding student of the Jianan Academy in history. Xiao Yan's emotionless eyes looked to the old ground demon ghost. He tilted his head slightly and immediately saw the little fairy doctor, whose pretty face was covered with a pale whiteness while she carried a blood trace on the corner of her mouth. He immediately smiled. This smile, however, caused the heart of the old ground demon ghost to instantly sink. "It's too late, since you have come, there is no longer a need for you to leave." The soft voice was like a snowflake that carried an icy cold chill as it drifted down from the sky. The voice reverberated slightly before Xiao Yan gave a toss with his hand. The colorful fire lotus fell from his hand before transforming into a very straight light of fire that shot after the old ground demon ghost. The empty air where the fire glow passed was torn, forming a dark black spatial crack that appeared to be a ferocious huge mouth that could swallow a person. The pores all over the old ground demon ghost's body suddenly became erect as he watched the fire lotus quietly rush over. His eyes had suddenly shrunk to that of a pinhole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 890, Great Destruction. Chapter 890, Great Destruction. The remaining blood color on Xiao Yan's face swiftly disappeared after the fire lotus left his hand. He coughed intensely and a thread of fresh blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Given his current strength, he became really weak after merging this so-called extermination fire lotus. Although he had succeeded in forcefully merging it, it had also resulted in quite the backlash from him. If he had not been extremely familiar with the flames, it was likely that the first life that this extermination fire lotus took would have been his. Xiao Yan swiftly took out a few medicinal pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Only after sensing the swiftly spreading medicinal strength within his body did he sigh in relief. His gaze was immediately focused on the colorful fire lotus that floated through the air. The colorful fire lotus quietly drew through the sky. No other activity was present other than the long spatial crack line behind it. However, it was this silence that caused the old ground demon ghost's face to become numb. He clearly understood that he might really end up being killed by the hands of this young fellow, whose strength was merely at that of a 4-star Dou Huang. The old ground demon ghost did not dare to slight anything at this critical moment. He inhaled a deep breath of air and his expression suddenly became a strange flushed red. One could hear a wave of hissing sound as one saw a countless amount of black, cold air spurt out of the pores on the former's body in all directions. Moreover, the black-colored, cold air was faintly mixed with a bright redness. It was this faint bright redness that caused the dark black, cold air to become even more dark and cold. Winter cold blood. A sinister cry was hoarsely emitted from the mouth of the old ground demon ghost. Following the cry, the dark black, cold air swiftly swelled. Within the short blink of an eye, it transformed into a black, cold cloud that was over 100 feet large. The old ground demon ghost's figure was completely wrapped in it. The cold cloud had just appeared when the temperature of this space suddenly turned ice cold. Many tiny ice crystals suddenly fell from the sky in a strange manner. If there was a person with sharp senses, that person would discover that these ice crystals were actually formed from the water vapor contained within the air. It was unexpected that the black-colored, cold cloud of the old ground demon ghost would actually possess such a frighteningly low temperature. The low temperature spread like a ripple in a lightning-like manner. In an instant, almost half of the inner academy was covered by a thin layer of frost. All of the students ended up shivering from the ice. Moreover, some of the more observant ones shockingly discovered that even the Dou Qi within their bodies displayed hints of forming ice under this kind of strange cold air. This frightening cold air of the old ground demon ghost actually caused even the Dou Qi within one's body to solidify. He was indeed worthy of being a 7-star Dozone. Such a tactic was really frightening. Forget about the students who were not considered very strong. Even the faces of some of the expert elders from the Demon Flame Valley and the Inner Academy had turned somewhat green at this moment. Ice crystals on their hair flickered. They clenched their teeth hard and maneuvered the Dou Qi within their body to resist this kind of frightening cold air. During the time that the black, cold clouds appeared, the colorful fire lotus had arrived. Following the approach of the fire lotus, the black-colored cloud began to intensely fluctuate. Threads of dense white fog rose before being vaporized by the high temperature contained within the fire lotus. With the approach of the fire lotus, the high temperature ended up resisting much of the icy cold temperature. Only then did the many students from the inner academy feel better. Immediately, they raised their heads and widened their eyes. Their line of sight flowed into the sky like a meteorite before colliding into the colorful fire lotus within the enormous black cloud. Xie! The fire lotus cut through the air in front of a countless number of eyes. Finally, it was just like a meteorite that carried a soft piquing sound as it quietly rushed into the black-colored cloud that permeated the sky. The fire lotus that contained a destructive energy rushed into the cloud. However, while everyone was waiting for a soul-stirring great explosion, the cold cloud descended into a strange quiet. Even the external surface of the cold cloud did not reveal the slightest ripple. This ridiculous scene immediately caused everyone to become stunned. They looked at each other. Just when they thought that the frightening fire lotus had been completely frozen by the cold cloud, the face of Xu Qian in the sky suddenly changed. His hurried, but still stern, cry resounded over the sky of the inner academy. All elders from the inner academy, withdraw quickly. All students, prone immediately. Hurry! Xu Qian immediately rushed back after his cry sounded. The inner academy's elders were slightly startled upon seeing this scene. After which, they hurriedly withdrew. The inner academy students on the ground basically instinctively lay prone with a splashing sound after hearing Xu Qian's voice due to his usual prestige. Hence, the enormous inner academy looked like a countless number of corpses. Little fairy doctor's pretty face also changed when Xu Qian withdrew. She had similarly sensed the surging destructive energy within the black-colored, cold cloud. Her body immediately flashed and she appeared beside Zi Yan. Curling her hand, she sucked the latter over from across the air before withdrawing in a lightning-like manner. Of course, the people who were fleeing at the same time as them included Xu Qian and some of the Demon Flame Valley's expert. In any case, the sky had already become exceptionally unusual at this moment. Everyone began to go all out in an attempt to leave this battleground as though they were escaping from a disaster. Not long after Xu Qian's cry sounded, the interior of the cloud, which had been silent, suddenly shook violently. Immediately, a low and deep sound appeared, like it had rose from deep within everyone's soul. It caused their hearts to beat violently as an unusual frightening pressure caused their limbs to involuntarily tremble. Bang! Crack! Low, deep sounds had just appeared when the black, cold cloud suddenly began to churn. Vivid colors were vaguely visible. After which, a colorful fire wave that was 1,000 feet large emitted a bang and swept out of the black cloud. As the fire wave spread, even the cold cloud, that had been able to freeze the air into ice, actually began to scatter. It did not have any ability to resist. The 1,000-foot large colorful fire wave swept over the sky. Those experts from the Demon Flame Valley who were slow to flee were instantly turned into nothingness. Not even their ashes remained. Seeing the horror of the fire wave, the people who had fled in time earlier immediately patted their chests with pale white faces. It was fortunate that they had reacted quickly. The fire wave that spread out caused some of the buildings within the inner academy to be shaken until they cracked apart. The forest within a 1,000-meter radius of the inner academy was raised into a vast borderless flatland at this moment. The ground was so flat that there was not the slightest barrier on it. There is one more wave. Be careful. Move further away. Xu Qian hurriedly cried out. His body involuntarily trembled once again as he looked at the single fire wave, causing such frightening destruction. Almost all of the experts went all out and withdrew upon hearing Xu Qian's cry this time around. The fate of those experts from the Demon Flame Valley, who had been swallowed by the flame earlier, had clearly told them what would happen if they were to be implicated by the flame. They would not even leave any ashes behind. Xu Qian's gaze suddenly looked to the inner academy that was situated under the battleground as he hurriedly withdrew. There were still quite a number of students present there. Immediately, his expression became much paler. He hurriedly cried out, "All students, quickly find a place to hide." The inner academy descended into a panic when Xu Qian's voice sounded. Countless numbers of students fled in all directions, searching for a place to hide. They had finally understood what they saw at this moment. The frightening fire lotus in the sky had already escaped the control of Senior Xiao Yan when it had unleashed an even more frightening energy. It was likely that the entire inner academy would instantly be turned into flat land. Xu Qian's reminder at this moment was undoubtedly a little late. While the inner academy had descended into chaos, a bright colorful light pillar suddenly shot to the sky from the already much fainter black-colored cloud. One could clearly see the light pillar that shot toward the sky within a 50-kilometer radius. An enormous fireball that was over 200 feet across slowly rose from the cold cloud the instant the light pillar rose. The destructive strength contained within the fireball caused the surrounding space to become extremely distorted. There was even a faint black spatial crack appearing. The massive fireball appeared like another sun that was unleashing a frightening temperature. The destructive strength contained within it caused the faces of everyone present, including its creator Xiao Yan, to become pale. If this fireball were to explode, it was likely that this inner academy and the surrounding 50 kilometers would instantly cease to exist. Xiao Yan was also unable to explain why the fire lotus had become so terrifying. He had lost the ability to control it ever since he shot the fire lotus into the black cloud. The reason that there was such a great change was likely because of the transformation from the collision and friction between the extremely hot and cold air. Regardless of what was the cause, the fireball was, at the moment, no longer within Xiao Yan's control. If it was allowed to simply explode, all the students within the inner academy would not even have a corpse remaining. Upon thinking of this ending, even Xiao Yan ended up violently shivering. This time around, he seemed to have really played things a little too riskily. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air as a vicious expression flashed through his eyes. He took out a bunch of medicinal pills from his storage ring and violently stuffed them into his mouth. He sensed the powerful medicinal effect within his body and endured the pain that was transmitted from his chi paths. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out before he grabbed this fresh blood with his hands. Regardless of what happened, the fire lotus was created by Xiao Yan. He might have lost control of it earlier, but he still had a method to once again control it. However, the price was quite great. He might end up having to recuperate for years after this, and he may find it difficult to return to his peak. At this moment, however, he could not be bothered. Xiao Yan's hands that contained fresh blood slowly moved and formed some seals. Dense bloodlines gradually rose in his dark black eyes. Following the change of Xiao Yan's hand seal, the swollen pain within his body became intenser. Just when he was prepared to go all out, however, his eyes, which were staring intently at the fireball, shrank slightly. This was because he had discovered that beside the fireball, two old gray-colored human figures were slowly appearing in a strange manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 891, Chen by Two Elders. Chapter 891, Chen by Two Elders. The two gray-colored human figures had appeared without the slightest forewarning. Xiao Yan had not sensed anything before his eyes saw them. This sudden unexpected change had also caused his changing hand seals to pause a little. He was silent for a moment as his eyes glanced at the large fireball. Finally, he involuntarily cried out in a stern voice, "Two sirs, the fireball is about to explode. Hurry up and leave." Having heard the reminder from Xiao Yan's cry, the two gray-robed figures beside the enormous fireball slowly raised their heads. Their old and experienced eyes calmly glanced at Xiao Yan. This random glance caused Xiao Yan to realize that the intensely churning wild and violent medicinal strength within his body had actually calmed down. Surprise involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Yan's eyes as he sensed this change within his body. They were able to suppress the revolting medicinal strength within his body from such a great distance. This strength, was it not too unnatural and frightening? Just who were these two mysterious gray-robed experts? Since when did such frightening experts exist in the Black Corner region? While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked in his heart, Su Qian, Han Feng, and the others who had withdrew some distance had also discovered the existence of the two mysterious gray figures. They were startled. It was a while later before Su Qian appeared to have suddenly recalled something. A wild joy swiftly surged up into his eyes as he softly muttered, "These old fellows, who will not die, they are finally willing to intervene." "First Elder, they are?" A couple of Inner Academy's elders behind Su Qian asked with some surprise. Although they did not sense any strength from the bodies of the two mysterious figures, they could vaguely sense a kind of unusual pressure covering their hearts and souls. "The guardians of the Jianan Academy," Su Qian slowly said. "However, if the Jianan Academy is not faced with a situation of life and death, they would never intervene. Fortunately, this time around, otherwise, this Inner Academy," some fear involuntarily surfaced on Su Qian's face when he spoke until the end. "Guardians?" The eyes of the many Inner Academy elders flickered as they looked at the two gray figures while they muttered softly to themselves. The two mysterious gray figures did not respond even a little to the many gazes that shot from all directions. They withdrew their gazes from Xiao Yan. After which, they focused on the enormous fireball in front of them. Shock flashed across the rippleless old well-like eyes of theirs as they sensed the destructive force contained within. They exchanged looks with one another and two pairs of shriveled hands slowly extended from their sleeves. After which, they slowly formed some strange seals. Numerous intense spatial ripples suddenly spread from around the bodies of the two gray figures following their actions. With the ripples, the space around them had become extremely distorted. It was as though it was filled with a countless number of folds, giving it a twisted appearance. One's sight was directly distorted by it. The spatial ripple became increasingly intense. In the end, two strange dark black glows slowly appeared on the gray figures. Immediately, two shriveled fingers gently floated through the air. After which, everyone was shocked to discover that the space where the enormous fireball had been located had appeared as though it was suddenly torn by a large invisible hand. A huge spatial crack quietly appeared. Go! A voice that had experienced many vicissitudes of life slowly resounded over the place as a frightening wind suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, it gently pushed the enormous fireball, that contained a destructive strength, into a bottomless black spatial crack. The frightening temperature in the sky immediately fell when the last corner of the enormous fireball entered the spatial crack. Two deep black glows on the fingers of the two gray figures slowly flickered. One could see the enormous spatial crack swiftly begin to close. Within less than a minute, the spatial crack completely recovered. The sky had once again become as smooth as a mirror. The two gray figures finally sighed in relief after doing this. Even though they had joined hands, such a large-scale manipulation of spatial strength was not as easy as they had imagined. If the fireball's strength had not already caused many tiny cracks to appear in space, it was likely that they would have had difficulty tearing such an enormous line to chase the fireball into. Even though this was the case, this act of theirs had also caused everyone in the sky to descend into a dull state, tearing space by simply raising their hands and expelling the destructive fireball into it. Just what kind of unnatural and frightening strength did one need in order to do this? It was likely that even the old ground demon ghost would have difficulty reaching this level. Just who were these two mysterious gray figures? Xiao Yan in the distant sky also heaved a great sigh of relief upon seeing the fireball being expelled. If the fireball were to continue swelling as it pleased, it was likely that the inner academy would cease to exist. At that time, he would become the culprit who had destroyed the inner academy. This was definitely something similar to a nightmare for him. It seemed that he would really have to think thrice if he wanted to use this frightening extermination fire lotus. Of course, this extermination fire lotus was formed from the merger of 4 kinds of flame. Currently, half of the life-transforming flame he had absorbed back then had been used. If Xiao Yan were unable to find another replacement in the future, he would only be able to use it one more time. Moreover, whether he would succeed again or not was unknown. This extermination lotus flame that he had relied on his strength to successfully unleash had also been filled with luck. A couple of rushing wind sounds were transmitted over while Xiao Yan felt as though he had put down a heavy burden. Immediately, Su Qian, the little fairy doctor, and the others appeared beside Xiao Yan. After seeing that Xiao Yan was not badly hurt, Su Qian finally waved his hand and softly said, "Follow me. Don't randomly say anything." Su Qian's body moved after he spoke and he swiftly rushed to the two gray figures in the sky. Xiao Yan hesitated a little behind before he dragged the little fairy doctor along and followed. "Kuko, old Bai, old Qian, thank you both for intervening today. Otherwise, it is likely that this inner academy would cease to exist." Su Qian cupped his hands to the two gray figures and smiled after appearing in front of them. "Little fellow Su Qian, you are really not competent in your job as first elder. If the inner academy were to really suffer such a great calamity, it is likely that you would have difficulty compensating for it even if you were to die 10 times. A gray-clothed elder looked at Su Qian before he frowned and chastised in a calm yet somewhat stern voice. "Two old sirs, today's matter is entirely caused by Xiao Yan. If you wish to blame someone, Xiao Yan shall bear the burden. It has nothing to do with First Elder Su Qian." While Su Qian was smiling bitterly, Xiao Yan, who had hurried over, quickly spoke up. The two gray-clothed elders' calm water-like eyes slowly swept over Xiao Yan. Surprise suddenly flashed across their eyes. They opened their mouths and said, You are the young man who controlled the green lotus core flame back then?" Xiao Yan rubbed his head in the face of these two elders who actually remembered him. Finally, he nodded. "I recall that you seemed to be a mere small dosher when we met you back then. You have actually reached this level within a short few years. The Xun Er Academy has finally produced quite a good student. If that old fellow Mang Tianqi knew about this, he would likely be proud." A gray-clothed elder clicked his tongue as he spoke. "Moreover, it seems that there is more than one kind of heavenly flame being controlled within your body. Being able to stably merge a couple of heavenly flames within one's body. Such a chi method would be considered unrivaled. Little fellow, you should be more careful when you head out to train in the future." The other gray-clothed elder's gaze was also somewhat surprised as he slowly spoke. "This little fellow has learned from the both of you." Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to slight these two ultimate experts of unknown origin. Therefore, he hurriedly replied. "Ha! The two gray-clothed elders nodded slightly. Their roaming gazes suddenly paused on the little fairy doctor beside Xiao Yan, and they involuntarily exclaimed a little. The little fairy doctor involuntarily became cautious as she sensed the gazes of the two gray-clothed elders. The Dou Qi within her body flowed quietly. It is unexpected that I would actually be able to meet an owner of a woeful poison body after so many years. It is really surprising. A gray-clothed elder laughed softly. Unfortunately, every owner of the woeful poison body eventually ends up with a similar fate, the other gray-clothed elder sighed somewhat emotionally. Su Qian rolled his eyes upon hearing the three of them converse. He said to the two gray-clothed elders, "The both of you should not scare someone after you just appear. If the both of you had appeared earlier, such a matter would not have happened. The both of you should be extremely clear about the strength of the old ground demon ghost. What can I do to him if he wants to come and find trouble?" If Xiao Yan had not stepped forward, no one knows just what the current situation would be. All of you are merely sleeping managers. The headmaster has not returned once after many years, and the both of you have hid yourselves until one cannot even see your figures. Such a large academy relies entirely on me to manage. Su Qian's resentment was extremely dense when he spoke until the end. The two gray-clothed elders could not help but become a little embarrassed in the face of Su Qian's reprimand. They had indeed lived peacefully during these years without needing to worry about anything. They immediately emitted a dry cough and said, "Didn't we also experience this back then? It is not so easy to be the first elder. However, is that old fellow not back yet? This is indeed extremely irresponsible. It has been about a decade since he left, right? If I had known this back then, I would not have taken over your post," Su Qian groaned somewhat regretfully. After which, he turned his head to Xiao Yan and said, "You can call these two old by an old Qian. They were also the first elders of the Jianan Academy a long time ago. Now, they have retired and are enjoying life." Xiao Yan hurriedly greeted the two of them when he heard this. The two gray-clothed elders waved their hands, indicating that there was no need for all these greetings. After which, they slowly said, "The old ground demon ghost, huh? We have also not seen each other for many years. It is unexpected that we are actually able to meet today, don't you agree?" The two people's gazes strangely turned to an empty space not far away when they finished speaking. A strange smile hung on their old faces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 892, Hope. Chapter 892, Hope. Xiao Yan and the others were startled when they saw the way the two gray-clothed elders acted. They immediately faced the direction where the elders were looking, only to see an empty space. There was not a single human figure or any slight energy ripple. Although their hearts carried some doubt, Xiao Yan and the others were clearly aware that given the strength of these two people, it was natural that they would not act senselessly. If they had said such words, it was likely that the empty space should possess a secret that was difficult to discover. "Even after so many years, you are still the same hateful old self. This spatial hiding method is useless against the two of us." Old Qian smiled faintly and gently waved his sleeves. Following the waving of his sleeves, Xiao Yan's group immediately sensed the surrounding space emit an intense fluctuation. A water wave-like ripple spread out from an elder's fingertip. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered the empty space. Bang! The ripple gently brushed by like a wave of water. Xiao Yan's group was surprised to see that the space had actually split and formed a black line in a strange manner. A miserable human figure was spat out from within it. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed when he saw the human figure that had been spat out from the spatial crack line. Who else could this fellow be other than the old ground demon ghost who had been struck by the extermination fire lotus a moment ago? He was actually able to survive the fire lotus? This old ghost actually survived? Su Qian's face was shocked as he spoke with disbelief. At this moment, the old ground demon ghost was indeed still alive. However, the clothes on his body had been completely turned into powder. His body was also covered with extremely ugly and disgusting sear wounds, causing his entire body to not have any good flesh. Bright red fresh blood had solidified all over his body, causing his entire being to look as though he had been skinned and rolled in a pot of hot oil. His appearance was extremely terrifying. His original skull-like face was even more frightening. One could almost fail to differentiate his eyes from his nose. Clearly, the old ground demon ghost might have survived Xiao Yan's elimination fire lotus with some tactic, but the price was too great. The old ground demon ghost that had just came out glared at Xiao Yan with an extremely vicious gaze. When his eyes swept over the two gray-clothed elders, however, his naked body immediately trembled. A fear that was difficult to hide appeared in his sinister tone. "Bai Lai, Shen Mu? It is unexpected that you two old fellows are still alive. Old Bai and Old Qian used a pitiful gaze to look at the old ground demon ghost, who had been turned into a manner that was neither human nor ghost. They smiled faintly and said, "Even an old ghost like you is still alive, how can we die?" The face of the old ground demon ghost twitched slightly as his heart became darker and more solemn. The appearance of these two old fellows today had caused his plans to completely fall through. With his strength, he would be extremely strained just dealing with one of the two of them, much less the both of them. Moreover, there was still Su Qian and the others looking maliciously from the side. It seemed that the situation today was really quite bad. "Old Bai, Old Qian, you cannot let this old fellow off. These years, quite a number of students from our Jianan Academy has been harmed by the Demon Flame Valley. If you were to let him off today, he will definitely become a great scourge in the future." A cold glint flashed in Su Qian's eyes. His tone was also filled with killing intent. Old Qian's and Old Bai's eyes narrowed when they heard this. There was little emotion on their old faces. All they did was nod indifferently. They clearly understood just what kind of threat an enemy who had reached a 7-star Dou zone was to the Jianan Academy. One must eliminate the threat at its root. This was naturally something that these two extremely old and experienced fellows clearly understood. At their level, they would need to frequently undertake retreats in order to break through to the Dou Zun class. At times, they would undertake a retreat for an extremely long time in one go. During such a period of time, they would have difficulty sensing anything happening to the Jianan Academy. If the energy of the elimination fire lotus had not been overly frightening this time around, it was likely to have been extremely difficult to wake them up from their state of retreat. However, despite having such good luck this time around, it was difficult to predict what would happen the next time. The eyes of the old ground demon ghost immediately shrank a little after having sensed the vague killing intent that lingered around the bodies of Old Qian and Old Bai. From the moment they met, the former knew that the current strength of these two old fellows was definitely stronger than him. Moreover, he was currently quite seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to unleash his peak strength. If these two were to attack him, it was likely that he would really lose his life in this place today. This thought lingered in a lightning-like manner in the old ground demon ghost's heart. An instant later, his eyes immediately turned cold. Before waiting for Old Qian and Old Bai to attack, he violently smashed a fist against his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out and scattered before covering his body. After his body was covered by the blood fog, the space around the old ground demon ghost's body swiftly became distorted. "He is about to flee. Stop him." This unexpected change occurred within a split second. By the time everyone recovered, the old ground demon ghost's body had already been wrapped by the blood fog. Su Qian hurriedly cried out upon discovering the former's intent. Bang! The cluster of blood fog blasted apart with an explosive sound after Su Qian's voice sounded. The space became distorted and the body of the old ground demon ghost simply disappeared into nowhere. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group changed slightly upon seeing the disappearance of the old ground demon ghost. They had managed to force the old fellow into such a manner today after much difficulty. If he were allowed to flee, recuperate, and return again, it would definitely be in extremely great trouble for the Jianan Academy and Xiao Yan. "Old Bai, Old Qian, quickly give chase. Don't allow that old fellow to flee." Su Qian could only anxiously urge Old Bai and Old Qian in his unsettled state. "Kuko, there is no need to panic. This old fellow will not be able to escape." Old Qian slightly smiled. His eyes immediately turned to Old Bai as he said, "Why don't you do it this time around, It is still the same spatial blood escape." Old Bai nodded his head. His hoarse voice contained ridicule as he slowly said, "It has been so many years, yet you are still at the level of a 7-star Dou zone. Today, I will be the one to resolve some of the grudges of the past." Old Bai's body moved gently after his voice sounded. He appeared to have teleported as he quietly appeared a couple of 100 meters away. With a couple of such flashes, he disappeared from the sight of Xiao Yan's group. Xiao Yan involuntarily wiped off his cold sweat as he looked at the frightening speed of Old Bai. He muttered, "Is this the speed of an elite Dou zun?" After seeing the shocking tactics of Old Qian and Old Bai earlier with his own eyes, Xiao Yan had naturally treated them as experts from the Dou zun class. "Dou zun? You have really overestimated us, these two old fellows. We merely only know how to use some superficial spatial strength. We still have quite a big gap when compared to a genuine Dou zun." That Old Qian involuntarily laughed upon hearing Xiao Yan's mutterings. Xiao Yan was immediately shocked when he heard this. He said in surprise, "One cannot be called an elite Dou zun even at this level? Old Bai and I can at the very most be considered to have the strength of a 9-star Dou zone. Although there is only 1-star difference to the strength of a Dou zun, it is this gap that caused us to spend decades without successfully breaking through. We might not even have a hope of breaking through in our lifetime." Old Qian sighed softly and slowly explained. Xiao Yan was silent. Although he had spent unimaginable amount of effort compared to an ordinary person during his training journey, his journey was still considered smooth sailing. This kind of feeling where one was not even able to advance an inch over decades was something that he had never experienced nor did he wish to experience. Perhaps, this route might be one that many people would have to undergo, but he knew that for him, who was practicing flame mantra, his journey to obtain strength would be different from others. Similarly, however, this route would also possess a much greater risk than usual training. Given the current condition of the old ground demon ghost, he will not be able to escape from old Bai. Moreover, the two of them also had some grudges back then that they can coincidentally settle today. Therefore, all of you need not be worried in the future. Additionally, the two of us cannot stay for long. We need to once again undertake a retreat after everything is settled. The matters of the Jianan Academy will still be left to you. Old Qian turned his head, looked at Su Qian and spoke faintly. Su Qian nodded a little. After which, he dispatched some of the Inner Academy's elders to pacify the many students of the Inner Academy. Taking advantage of this free time, Xiao Yan's gaze swept all around. His heart involuntarily sank a little. The cunning Han Feng had taken the lead to flee the moment he saw Old Qian and Old Bai appearing. That bastard fled really quickly, Xiao Yan softly cursed. He originally intended to capture this fellow and see if he could obtain some information regarding the Hall of Souls and the place where Yao Lao had been imprisoned. Forget it, there will still be opportunities in the future. How are your injuries? The little fairy doctor by his side comforted him before asking with a frown. Xiao Yan's current aura was extremely volatile. Moreover, his expression was also pale white. Clearly, the display of the so-called extermination fire lotus earlier had resulted in a backlash. I'm still alright and will be able to completely recover after recuperating for a while. On the other hand, earlier, you had to unleash the woeful poison body. Xiao Yan waved his hand, wiped off the remaining blood on the corner of his mouth, and sighed. Little fairy doctor gently parted the snow-white hair in front of her forehead and smiled slightly. She did not say anything. Ugh, you can rest assured that after we find the last ingredient, you will be able to be free of it. Xiao Yan could only helplessly speak upon seeing her non-committal manner. The little fairy doctor nodded slightly. She immediately spoke in a gentle voice, the strength of these two elders is extremely powerful. I wonder if they are able to resolve the demon poison spot in your body. Xiao Yan's heart immediately pounded when he heard this. His original purpose for coming to the Jianan Academy was to inquire about the mysterious headmaster and some of the extremely strong people hidden within the Jianan Academy. Now that he did not find the headmaster, these two guardians of the academy had become his greatest hope. Moreover, from the various techniques that these two had displayed earlier, they might really be able to undo the demon poison spot within his body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 893, Fail. Chapter 893, Fail. Su Chen seemed to be aware of what Xiao Yan was thinking as he watched his eyes suddenly become fiery hot. He waved his hand toward Xiao Yan and indicated for him to calm down. Old Qian, please head down to rest for a while. Old Bai should be back in a while. Su Qian smiled. He gave Old Qian, who was suspended in the sky, a suggestion. His gaze swept over the sky. Those experts from the Demon Flame Valley from earlier had also followed Han Feng in fleeing. Hence, the sky appeared empty at this moment. The silence was without the soul-stirring big battle from earlier. Old Chen did not reject Su Qian when he heard this. He nodded slightly before his footsteps gently pressed on the sky and slowly landed on the ground. Su Qian, Xiao Yan, and the rest followed behind. The students of the Inner Academy where they had landed had already been scattered by the elders. Xiao Li and the rest who had been waiting by the side, swiftly came forward. Their anxious eyes swept over Xiao Yan before they hurriedly asked, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. Second brother, this is Old Qian from the Inner Academy." Fortunately, he intervened earlier. Otherwise, I would have ended up creating a big disaster. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, and explained everything before pointing to Old Qian in front of him. Xiao Li greets Old Qian. Xiao Li hurriedly greeted him upon hearing this. The frightening strength that Old Qian and Old Bai had displayed earlier had also been captured by his eyes. Naturally, he did not dare to slight Old Qian. He. Old Qian smiled as he nodded. Xiao Li's strength was naturally not something that he would take note of. However, Xiao Yan was someone whom he valued greatly. Hence, his attitude toward Xiao Li had also become somewhat friendly. After greeting each other, the group followed Su Qian and entered into a deep area of the Inner Academy. After which, they found a spacious hall where everyone surged in and filled the room until it was packed. Everyone sat at their own seats as they chatted softly with each other. Su Qian was also reporting to old Qian about the matters that had happened to the Inner Academy during this period of time. This included a brief summary of the fallen heart flame of the Inner Academy as well as some of the big issues that had occurred during these years. Old Qian was slightly stunned when he heard that the fallen heart flame of the Inner Academy had ended up landing in Xiao Yan's hands. He immediately said to Xiao Yan, "You are really lucky." Back then, Mang Tianqi has discovered the fallen heart flame and ended up sealing it. Originally, he had planned to absorb and refine it. However, the fallen heart flame had evolved and formed some intelligence. It ended up stubbornly resisting and continued to hide within the underground magma without being willing to come up. It is unexpected that you ended up benefiting from it. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out an embarrassed smile upon hearing this. This fallen heart flame was after all something that belonged to the Inner Academy. Although there were various reasons that caused Xiao Yan to end up currently possessing it, his heart still had a kind of guilty feeling when this was mentioned. A person with affinity will obtain the treasures that belong to nature. One cannot try to force one's will. Hence, there is no need for you to feel guilty. The fallen heart flame is also a hidden danger that was waiting to erupt if it had continued to be sealed. If it had been left to completely erupt in the future, the Inner Academy would be destroyed as a result. Back then, even I did not really support sealing it. The more one seals it, the harder it will be to deal with it in the future. Old Qian spoke with a faint smile after being aware of what Xiao Yan was thinking in his heart. I understand. Xiao Yan hurriedly replied. Su Kane smiled slightly when he heard this. After which, he diverted the conversation topic. Around half an hour or so after Xiao Yan's group had entered the hall, a vague figure suddenly appeared slowly in the hall in a strange manner. After which, Old Bai's elderly figure appeared. With a random flip of his hand, an icy-cold corpse was tossed to the ground. The eyes of everyone in the hall hurriedly looked over. Who else could the corpse covered with solidified crimson blood scars be other than the old ground demon ghost who had been extremely arrogant half a day ago? However, at this moment, the founder of the Demon Flame Valley, a renowned expert within the Black Corner region, had turned into a corpse. Such an extreme change caused quite a number of people to quietly sigh. Old Qian looked at the ice-cold corpse with eyes was covered in a viciousness. After which, he glanced at the cold and indifferent face of Old Bai. He sighed and said, "Forget about the grudge back then. You have also undone a knot in your heart. The chances of you successfully charging to the Dou Zun class will also be a little greater." Old Bai nodded slightly. He silently sat down in a chair on one side. After which, he shut his eyes. Today's matter is already over. Old Bai and I need to continue our retreat. We do not know when the next time we will appear. The Inner Academy shall be left to you during this period of time. Old Qian turned his head and spoke to Su Qian after seeing Old Bai return. Su Qian nodded. However, he slowly stood up and said with a deep voice, "Two elders, Su Qian hopes that the both of you can lend a hand. This little fellow has unluckily been poisoned by a potent poison and he needs an elite Dou Zun in order to completely expel it. However, how is it easy to search for an elite Dou Zun? May I know if Old Qian and Old Bai can join hands and help him eliminate the poison?" Su Qian pointed to Xiao Yan and spoke with a solemn face. Old Qian and Old Bai quietly raised their heads upon hearing Su Qian's words. Their gazes swept to Xiao Yan and surprise flashed through their eyes. It actually requires an elite Dou Zun to eliminate it? This is the first time that the two of us have seen such a potent poison after having lived for so many years. Little fellow, come over and let me take a look. Third brother, you are poisoned? Why did you not mention this matter to me? Beside Xiao Yan, Xiao Li's expression was also stunned as he spoke with shock and fear. Relax. It's fine, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He reassured Xiao Li before hurriedly standing up and swiftly pulling apart his robe to reveal the strange black poison spot on his chest that was sealed by a seal. He bitterly laughed. This thing is called the demon poison spot. It is done using all the Dou Qi of a Dou Zong and is extremely poisonous. Unless one is a Dou Zun, it will be difficult to expel it. You are actually able to cause an elite Dou Zong to exhaust all of his Dou Qi to poison you. That person really gives you face, little fellow. Old Qian teased. After which, his eyes studied the dark black spot. A moment later, he frowned slightly and an additional solemnness appeared in his eyes. He exchanged glances with Old Bai by the side. After which, the two of them extended their fingers together. An extremely dense Dou Qi surged out. The Dou Qi churned and actually solidified into 2 half-inch long energy crystals. The faces of everyone seated revealed some shock when they saw that the two of them were actually able to solidify Dou Qi. Legend had it that only an elite Dou Zun could solidify their Dou Qi. It was unexpected that these two people could also do it. With a gentle flick of their fingers, the Dou Qi crystal escaped Old Qian and Old Bai fingers before gently drifting to the black spot on Xiao Yan's chest. When it was merely an inch or so away, it suddenly burst apart, transforming into a countless number of tiny crystals that drifted and landed on the black spot. Xiao Yan's entire body trembled intensely following the entrance of these crystal powders. His face also became distorted. The powder was just like hot sparks that caused waves of intense pain to be transmitted from his chest. The black-colored poison spot suddenly began to wiggle like a living thing after the Dou Qi crystal powder fell onto it. The black spot moved up and down as its luster flickered from deep blackness. The light endured for around 2 minutes or so before it suddenly disappeared. An unusual black fog suddenly seeped out of the poison spot before finally curling out and scattering. "Be careful, it's poisonous." The little fairy doctor's pretty face changed slightly when she saw the spreading black fog. She beckoned with her hand and gray-colored Dou Qi surged from her hand. It immediately wrapped the black fog within it before carefully withdrawing back into her body. Her body was originally a poison refining cauldron. Therefore just this little amount did not pose much of a threat to her despite the potentness of the demon poison spot. What lethal poison? Old Qian's and Old Bai's faces moved slightly after they slowly withdrew their fingers. The Dou Qi crystal of theirs had actually weakened this demon poison spot just a little. It was indeed worthy of being a strange thing that required all the Dou Qi of a Dozong in order to create. "Two elders, how is it?" Su Qian hurriedly asked when he saw the two of them stop. Old Qian shook his head slowly and said, "Difficult. The two of us aren't genuine Dozuns and we cannot create many of the kind of Dou Qi crystal body earlier. The person who had used this poison is too vicious. It seems that you can only go and search for an elite Dozun to lend a hand. Even the both of you are helpless?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt a little disappointed as he asked. "It is not that we are totally helpless against this thing. You have also seen earlier that we were indeed able to expel some poison. However, the amount that we will expel each time is too little. At this rate, it is likely that we would require a couple of years in order to completely remove the poison. Do you have that amount of time?" Old Bai shut his eyes as he responded. Xiao Yan once again bitterly laughed. "A couple of years?" At that time, it was likely that the seal would have broken automatically before the poison was completely removed. If that was the case, it would be better for him to search for an elite Dozun or to swallow a third kind of heavenly flame. Su Qian also sighed when he saw Xiao Yan's expression. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulders to comfort him. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air, bowed to Old Qian and Old Bai before slowly returning to his seat. Although his heart felt a little disappointed, he was not dismayed over this. Honestly speaking, when he saw that Old Qian and Old Bai could only expel the poison, he had felt that perhaps allowing them to expel the poison was not a good method. This demon poison spot did indeed bring about a great threat to Xiao Yan. However, at the same time, it also contained all the Dou Qi of an elite Dozong. This also caused Xiao Yan to covet it. If he could refine such energy a little at a time like he did back then, it would undoubtedly allow his strength to advance. Hence, it was indeed somewhat wasteful if he allowed it to scatter. Looks like this thing. I must still rely on myself. As long as I obtained a third type of heavenly flame, I will be able to rely on my own strength to refine the demon poison spot. At that time, my strength would greatly advance. Xiao Yan's somewhat disappointed feelings immediately became heated ones as he thought this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 894, 5-star Do Huang. Chapter 894, 5-star Do Huang. Old Qian and Old Bai did not remain in the inner academy for long before they quietly disappeared just like they had appeared. In regards to their disappearance, Xiao Yan and the others did not feel any other emotion other than speechless. An expert must have the style of an expert. Xiao Yan examined the corpse of the old ground demon ghost the two had left behind only to be surprised to discover that there was not the slightest spiritual trace. It was likely that this old fellow's soul had been destroyed by Old Bai. Some cold sweat formed on his forehead after learning this. He did not know just what kind of grudge Old Bai had with this fellow to cause him to be this ruthless. Of course, Xiao Yan would not feel any pity for this old fellow. If Old Qian and Old Bai did not reveal themselves this time around, it was likely that the entire inner academy would become a wasteland under his frightening extermination fire lotus. At that time, he would become a sinner of the Jianan Academy. Xiao Yan did not destroy the ice-cold corpse of the old ground demon ghost. Instead, he asked an elder who specialized in ice affinity Dou Qi to freeze it in ice before he placed the body into his storage ring. The corpse of a 7-star elite Dozong might not be of much use to an ordinary person, but Xiao Yan always remembered the refined body Yao Lao needed. Although he had obtained Yun Shan's body back then, this old ground demon ghost's body was undoubtedly a little stronger. Xiao Yan dragged his tired body and returned to his room after storing the corpse properly. The soul-stirring battle today had exhausted him. If he had not wildly swallowed some medicinal pills at that time and had the help of Old Xin and Old Bai in suppressing the revolting medicinal strength within his body, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have fainted from the force of the wild, violent medicinal strength. Even though this was the case, the current Xiao Yan possessed both internal and external injuries. Adding this to his nearly shriveled Dou Qi, he was clearly seriously injured. Of course, even though his injuries were quite serious this time around, there was no need for the frequently injured Xiao Yan to be overly worried. Given sufficient time, he would recover sooner or later. After all, his spirit was far stronger than an ordinary expert. The many natural treasures he had consumed during these few years had not been expelled from his body like excretion. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in a room with warm light. His hands formed a training seal and his eyes were slightly shut. Threads of energy lingered at the tip of his nose. Finally, they followed his breathing cycle and entered his body. Xiao Yan's mind had also sunk into his body during his training. He carefully investigated his body with it before the corner of his mouth let out a bitter smile. Unexpectedly, the injuries that he had suffered this time around had somewhat exceeded his expectations. It seemed that he would have to cautiously use this extermination fire lotus in the future. Xiao Yan's mind gradually became focused after understanding the injuries in his body. After which, he circulated his flame mantra and once again maneuvered some of the medicinal strength that had appeared from consuming a large amount of medicinal pills. The glazed lotus core flame was subsequently summoned and began its refinement. The medicinal strength that was produced from such medicine might be able to achieve a supplement effect if one occasionally consumed small quantities of it. However, if one used a manner similar to how Xiao Yan gulped them down, one would cause these medicinal strengths to become unusually violent due to the mixture. Therefore, it would not only be difficult to heal one's injuries but it would also worsen the internal injuries of one's body. Hence, all of these mixed medicines must be refined before he healed his injuries. Given the ability of the glazed lotus heart flame, it was naturally not too troublesome to refine these medicinal strengths. He had not done it during the daytime because he could not spare it any attention. Now that he was free, the refinement would not exhaust too much time. The refinement continued for around half an hour or so before the threads of wild and violent medicinal strength mixed within his body were completely refined by the glazed lotus heart flame. Finally, they transformed into a pure, gentle medicinal strength that followed the veins as they flowed slowly, healing some of the injuries that his veins had received. On the bed, Xiao Yan gently exhaled as he sensed the faint pain within his body gradually disappear. His injuries required some time to recuperate. Currently, the Dou Qi in his body was at a deficit, and he needed to train to fill it. If such an empty condition was maintained for too long, it would leave lasting harm on his strength. Xiao Yan's hands once again displayed training seals as he gradually shut his eyes. His breathing became calm and the space around his body fluctuated slightly. Immediately, strings of powerful natural energy followed the pores around his body before pouring into it unceasingly. After the refinement by the glazed lotus heart flame, the energy transformed into the purest Dou Qi as merged with Xiao Yan's limbs. This training continued for around 4 hours or so. When Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes, the tired and empty feeling within his body was wholly expelled. Just when Xiao Yan was about to withdraw from his training state, a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Xiao Yan's mind followed this strange feeling as he automatically circulated the flame mantra. With the swift circulation of the flame mantra, the natural energy within the room immediately began to intensely fluctuate. Immediately, numerous powerful energies surged toward Xiao Yan from all directions. Xiao Yan was startled when he saw this strange scene. A joy that was difficult to contain immediately surged into his heart. He was currently no longer some novice who knew nothing. Such a situation was something that would only appear when one was advancing. It had been some time since Xiao Yan had gained the strength of a 4-star Do Huang. Of course, he could have advanced quite some time ago during this period of time. However, he did not choose the method of relying on other items to quickly advance. He clearly understood in his heart that this kind of steady 1-star at a time increase was the most stable. Such stability would make a firm foundation when he advanced to an even higher level in the future. Xiao Yan might have given up many faster methods, but after today's soul-stirring big battle, the time was ripe. The joy and satisfaction of advancing without being stimulated by any external items filled his body. Countless numbers of cells within him were also emitting cheers at this moment. His originally full muscles and bones began to greedily absorb the Dou Qi within his body while his tough veins had also taken this opportune time to become even tougher. More and more natural energy was poured into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan did not reject the modeled natural energy. The glazed lotus heart flame was just like a refining fire dragon that lingered within his body. Any energy that entered it would be wrapped by the flame immediately. After undergoing the refinement at a frighteningly high temperature, the impurities in the natural energy were washed away, transforming it into pure energy that followed the flame mantra Qi method to complete a full cycle. Eventually, it agglomerated into the purest Dou Qi, which was absorbed by his uncountable cells, bones, muscles, and other organs in his body. The ripple within the room continued for around 2 hours or so before it gradually diminished. The room once again returned to its silence after the final thread of natural energy was poured into Xiao Yan's body. A young man on the bed had his eyes tightly shut. His eyes did not rise or fall by even a little, and the breathing from his nose was nearly inaudible. If his body was still not emitting some heat, it was likely that anyone would have treated him as a corpse. This silence continued for a moment before a turbid breath from the young man's mouth finally broke it. His eyes twitched slightly as they slowly opened. A glaring glow flashed within those dark black night-like eyes. Under this glow, even the light in the room appeared somewhat dark. The glow within Xiao Yan's eyes continued for a moment longer before it was completely withdrawn. Xiao Yan's hands gently pressed on the bed and his body agilely leaped up from it. His body stood extremely straight as a sharp aura swept out. Xiao Yan spread his hands and they shook slightly. The bones all over his body appeared to be alive as they pressed and squeezed together, emitting waves of clear sounds. These slight sounds even carried traces of a deep thunderous roar, that were quite mysterious. Xiao Yan's hands suddenly tensed as he sensed the replenished feeling within his body. His fist swiftly struck out. As his fist appeared, a whistling sound from the tearing of the air repeatedly resounded within the room. With his current strength, a simple ordinary fist technique was used in a mighty fashion by him. Xiao Yan adjusted a little before slowly coming to a stop. He spread both his arms and sensed his body being filled with Dou Qi. He involuntarily smiled. This advancement had not only caused his strength to advance, but the injuries within his body had mostly healed. This had somewhat exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Originally, according to his many injuries, he would at least need to recuperate for an entire month in order to be fully healed. It was unexpected that he was more than half recovered after this advancement. This unexpected gain had caused Xiao Yan to feel quite joyful. Xiao Yan slowly focused his mind. His eyes flickered slightly as he widened his mouth. Immediately a cluster of grayish-brown flames slowly drifted out. Xiao Yan studied this cluster of grayish-brown flame called the life-transforming flame. However, he became somewhat hesitant as he did so. He naturally knew that if he were to refine it at this moment, his strength would definitely be able to advance a little. Yet, if he did this, he would lose a trump card to protect his life. He was about to make a trip to a place that gathered the peak experts of the entire continent, the Central Plains. Failing to have a sufficiently strong skill to protect his life in that place, which was filled with danger, would be quite a troublesome thing. In that case, should he refine it now? Or should he leave it for future use? For an instant, Xiao Yan could not help but face uncertainty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 895, Training Venue. Chapter 895, Training Venue. The gentle light landed on Xiao Yan's repeatedly changing face in the room. A cluster of grayish-brown flames slowly rose in front of him, emitting a hot temperature. This silence continued for a moment before Xiao Yan finally exhaled. He beckoned with his hand and the grayish-brown colored life-transforming flame landed in his hand. A bitter laugh sounded as he looked at the flame. Finally, he widened his mouth and once again sucked the flame into his body. Xiao Yan's heart ultimately contained the greatest fear for the so-called Central Plains. This place, that gathered the top experts from the Dou Qi continent, was the grandest stage on the entire continent. The strong there were as numerous as the clouds. If one did not have some ability, one would only become other people's stepping stone if one wanted to do well in that place. Although Xiao Yan had currently advanced to a 5-star Dou Huang and could enter the level of the experts, he clearly understood that this strength would be considered nothing in the Central Plains. If this were the case, he must have some trump cards to protect his life. This kind of extermination fire lotus, formed from the merger of 4 kinds of flames, possessed the greatest strength. It was this thing that would be Xiao Yan's final trump card in the future. Being faced with the choice of immediately raising his strength and leaving behind a trump card, Xiao Yan ended up choosing the latter. He had promised Xian Lan to help her clan re-enter the so-called Piltower Elder's seat. Although he was still uncertain what degree of difficulty this involved, he could vaguely guess that it would definitely not be relaxing. If this were the case, he would need another guarantee on his life. Therefore, Xiao Yan felt confident in the extermination fire lotus, that was merged from 4 kinds of flame. With this thing protecting him, he would be able to feel some confidence even while walking the Central Plains, a place where tigers and dragons hid. Numerous thoughts churned in his heart like floodwater as Xiao Yan gradually made his decision. He placed the life-transforming flame in his body as a contingency plan. The interior of this life-transforming flame had gathered the powerful Dou Qi of Fang Yan and the other two Demon Flame Valley's elders. If it was stored with an ordinary method, it would definitely gradually disappear with the flow of time. However, Xiao Yan was able to wrap it in a heavenly flame and store it within his body. Thus, he would not need to worry about even the slightest leakage of Dou Qi, and he would be able to store it in his body for a long period of time. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after he carefully stored the life-transforming flame in his body. He immediately descended into deep thought. After the big battle today, he had also gradually sensed that with his current strength, it was becoming gradually tougher on him to deal with his increasingly stronger opponents. It seemed that he needed to train properly before heading to the Central Plains. He needed to try his best to use the shortest amount of time to raise his strength without affecting the equilibrium of his foundation. This would really benefit him when he ended up walking the Central Plains in the future. These two requirements might seem simple, but they were actually quite harsh. He wanted to obtain both training speed and maintain his steadiness. These two factors were opposing each other. If one wanted to achieve both of them, one would have to find an excellent training ground that was very suitable to train. The conditions that needed to be met were actually not that difficult if he were to think about it. He only required a place where a massive amount of pure fire energy was gathered. Of course, if this place were serene and quiet and could not be disturbed by outsiders, it would be even more perfect. These conditions appeared quite simple, but finding the required spot would be difficult. The surroundings of the inner academy were mostly deep mountains and old forest. It was not difficult to find a quiet spot. However, the natural energy was quite mottled with many affinity energy gathered together, and Xiao Yan required only the fire affinity energy. Other than areas near a volcano, such places were extremely rare. The inner academy's surrounding also seemed to be void of any volcanic veins. Xiao Yan frowned and mused for a long time, but was still unable to think of a suitable place near the inner academy. He could only shake his head and wave his hand. A flame-like scroll appeared on his palm. There were two paths to raising one's strength. One was to increase one's body strength while the other was to practice a Dou Qi with extraordinary strength. Since the first condition was difficult to meet, Xiao Yan could only choose the second approach. Coincidentally, he had yet to find the time to practice the six-joint body flowing ruler that he had obtained from the auction. This so-called six-joint body flowing ruler was of an even higher class than the flame-splitting tsunami. It was likely that its strength would be extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have been worth it to purchase it. The scroll was completely crimson, appearing like a gorgeous, red-colored crystal. Xiao Yan's hand slowly pushed open the scroll. His eyes were slightly shut as spiritual strength surged from between his brows before finally invading the scroll. Following the contact of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength on the scroll, a faint red light radiated out and fiery red words appeared in Xiao Yan's spiritual sight. This was a magma lake. Hot bubbles repeatedly boiled on the surface of the lake. Each time it parted, a faint, hot fog would rise. Xiao Yan's heart clearly understood that the creator had used his spiritual strength to engrave this scroll. It was specifically used to record some high-class Dou skill. This kind of scroll, that was recorded using spiritual strength, contained some of the owner's comprehension of the Dou skill. The people who practiced it after would be imparted with some experience. It would also be somewhat easier for them to practice it. A yellow-colored figure slowly appeared on the surface of the magma lake following the entrance of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. This human figure stood on the empty air above the magma. His hand carried a 5-foot-long red-colored metal ruler. This red-colored metal ruler was not as heavy as the heavy Xian ruler, but there was an additional agility to it. Xiao Yan also knew that the vague human figure was a little spiritual imprint of the creator. The vague human figure had just appeared when it began to move. One could see that its feet violently stomped down and a powerful energy shook the magma lake until a monstrous fire wave appeared. His body suddenly moved and the red ruler drew numerous mysterious locuses. The yellow figure's dancing ruler's speed was not quick. However, it gave Xiao Yan a kind of smooth feeling as natural as the floating clouds and flowing water. One ruler technique followed another with the beginning connecting to the end. Numerous red figures surrounded his body. The dense magma that came churning over was received by the ruler's figure as it whistled past. Not a drop of magma penetrated the ruler's defense to land on the yellow figure's body. Xiao Yan's spirit was somewhat shocked as he watched the willfulness of the yellow-colored figure, dancing as he pleased on the magma lake. With his eyesight, he naturally knew that this yellow figure did not use Dou Qi to isolate his body. Instead, he had relied completely on the profoundness of the ruler technique to wrap himself within a layer of ruler defenses where even air could not penetrate. One did not even need to talk about whether this ruler technique had a strong offensive strength or not. Just this defensive technique alone had interested Xiao Yan. 6-joint body flowing ruler, attacking and defending as one. It can attack when one advances and defend when one withdraws. It is the top Dou skill that this venerate, Dou Zun, has created. The ruler technique is separated into 3 levels: splitting fire, body flowing fire, and 6-joint fire. One can find a magma lake to train, lifting the magma wave and penetrating it. If one were to be able to pass through magma field as one pleases without relying on one's Dou Qi with not even the slightest magma liquid touching oneself, then one could be considered to have gained a foothold in this skill. If one were to be sufficiently hard-working, one would be able to achieve complete mastery over time, able to attack and defend together. No one of the same class or below would be able to approach one's body. Next is some of the essence of training the 6-joint body flowing ruler. Successors should listen properly. An old voice slowly resounded over the spiritual space while Xiao Yan was feeling shocked from the display of the mysterious ruler technique by the yellow figure. It likely belonged to the creator of this ruler technique. Xiao Yan hurriedly braced his attention when he heard this old voice. After which, he absorbed all the explanations of the 6-joint body flowing ruler into his mind. Xiao Yan gradually recovered when the final word of the old voice sounded. When his eyes once again looked to the yellow figure that was displaying the ruler technique tirelessly, some understanding slowly surged into his eyes. He also had gained an initial understanding of the ruler technique that had seemed flawless in his eyes earlier. After quietly watching the yellow figure dance for over 100 times, Xiao Yan finally let out a long breath. A smile as though he had been unladen of a heavy burden appeared on his face. It was indeed worthy of a Dou skill which he had spent a high price to purchase. Not only did it possess a spiritual imprint, but there was actually a remnant spiritual strength to explain the ruler technique. The explanation earlier did not last for long, but it was a great help to Xiao Yan, allowing him to practice the 6-joint body flowing ruler. Simply put, with that explanation, Xiao Yan would at least save half the time he needed to read and study the scroll. Xiao Yan's mind moved slightly and his spirit slowly withdrew from the scroll. After which, he carefully put away the scroll and softly muttered, "It is best that I successfully master this 6-joint body flowing ruler before I leave." However, where would I go and find a magma lake? Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly. His finger slowly tapped on the bed's headboard. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something and his finger came to a sudden stop. A joy that was difficult to hide surfaced in his dark black eyes. Under the blazing sky Qi refining tower, isn't it a magma world? When he thought of the underground world in where Xiao Yan had slumbered for nearly 2 years, his eyes began to flicker. The fire affinity energy there was large and pure. It would likely enable his strength to soar within a short period of time if he were to use it to train. I nearly forgot about that place. If I recall correctly, it should be 2 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896, Entering the Bottom of the Tower Again. Chapter 896, Entering the Bottom of the Tower Again. In an extremely bright study, a thread of moonlight shot onto the table through the bright and clean window. A table manufactured from cork tree emitted a faint wooden fragrance. On it was a flower vase made of glass where 2 to 3 stalks of flowers rested. The flowers still carried the morning dew. 2 to 3 inkstones were placed around the table. Such treasured calligraphy was always well liked by important people. You wish to enter the bottom of the blazing sky Qi refining tower? Su Qian's hand movement immediately paused when he heard Xiao Yan's request. He raised his head and revealed a stunned face. Su Qian also had some brief contact with the world at the bottom of the tower. That place was basically void of life. A place where hot magma randomly flowed, emitting various sulfur smells. Even the energy there was filled with wild violence. An ordinary person could not escape from such an environment fast enough. Who would have expected Xiao Yan to take the initiative to request to enter it? It was unavoidable that Su Qian would lose himself in such a manner. Xiao Yan smiled in an embarrassed manner when he saw Su Qian's appearance. He rubbed his head and said, "I have essayed for a period of time at that place and know a little about the situation there. Although that place is unusually wild and violent, the fire affinity energy it contains is extremely pure. It does not lose to some energy-filled caves in the world. Moreover, the wildness and violence within the energy does not pose any threat to me. That place is the birthplace of the fallen heart flame. Currently, the fallen heart flame has been completely refined by me, hence I should not face any problems." Su Qian frowned slightly upon hearing this. He placed the calligraphy brush in his hand down, mused for a moment before lifting his head, and looked at Xiao Yan's expression. He could only nod his head and say, "All right, since you insist on this request, I shall do as you say." However, I have to warn you beforehand that the magma world is not as calm as you have imagined. If anything not quite right occurs, you should hurry back. I will arrange for some elders of the inner academy to guard the entrance at all times. Thank you very much, First Elder. Xiao Yan immediately rejoiced, smiled, and responded when he saw Su Qian nodding his head in agreement. Ugh, you little fellow. You are always unable to abide by the rules. Su Qian shook his head and sighed. He stood up from his chair and headed out of the study. Xiao Yan followed close behind. After exiting the study, Xiao Yan and Su Qian slowly walked out of the elders' area. They walked for some time in the inner academy before entering the blazing sky Qi refining tower, which had a large section protruding from the ground. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a kind of sobbing feeling as he once again entered this blazing sky Qi refining tower after a couple of years. Back then, when he had stepped in this place for the first time, he had been merely a little novice who had just entered the inner academy. Now, however, he could be barely considered to have entered the expert level. At the very least, the number of people in the Black Corner region who could compare with him in fighting strength could be counted on one's fingers. Currently, the blazing sky Qi refining tower had lost the human traffic that came and went due to the heart flame being exhausted. Only a few human figures existed in the enormous space. At this moment, most of those who were still training in this place liked its serene silence. Of course, there was one other factor. Regardless of how one put it, the fire affinity energy of the blazing sky Qi refining tower was much denser than that in the outside world. After all, the enormous magma world under it was always emitting powerful fire energy. Although this energy was isolated by the thousands of feet of thick ground, some of it still managed to reach here. Hence, the current blazing sky Qi refining tower was considered a decent training area for quite a number of students who practiced fire affinity Qi methods. Xiao Yan and Su Qian did not stay in the first level for long. After roughly taking a look at it, the two of them headed to the bottom of the tower. They also met quite a number of students training in this place along the way. When these people saw Xiao Yan and Su Qian, all of them hurriedly greeted the two of them. Currently, the position of Xiao Yan in the hearts of these students was very high. His battle with the old ground demon ghost back then had completely subdued everyone. Without anyone stopping them, Xiao Yan and Su Qian appeared at the lowest level of the blazing sky Qi refining tower after around 10+ minutes. Due to the eruption of the fallen heart flame back then, the door of the lowest level had remained firmly locked. After the fallen heart flame was subdued by Xiao Yan, this bottom level's defenses were no longer as tight as they had been in the past, but the door still never opened, remaining sealed until today. Although the absence of the fallen heart flame has brought about inconveniences, it, at the very least, has allowed one to feel much more at ease. In the past, there had always been the need to worry that it would suddenly erupt one day, causing one to feel distraught. Su Qian opened the large metal lock on the metal door as he turned his head to Xiao Yan and continued with a smile, therefore you being able to subdue that thing can also be considered as saving us from trouble. Xiao Yan nodded silently when he heard this. He understood that Su Qian's words were an attempt to not be bothered about the matter of him subduing the fallen heart flame of the inner academy. Xiao Yan's heart was immediately slightly moved. He smiled and said, "First Elder, relax. I will do my best to help the blazing sky refining tower create a heart flame that will never be extinguished. He, it is fine if you do your best. It is fine if you do your best." Su Qian laughed. He did not pay too much attention to his words. The inner academy had already lost the fallen heart flame and the blazing sky Qi refining tower that was known as a training accelerator had lost its effect. In reality, this had caused the inner academy to suffer. However, he was similarly aware of the importance of heavenly flames to Xiao Yan. Naturally, he would not speak any words demanding the flame. Although Su Qian did not speak his thoughts, Xiao Yan did not completely fail to sense them. Honestly speaking, he felt some guilt toward the inner academy and Su Qian. After all, he did indeed come to the Jianan Academy back then because of the fallen heart flame. Now that he had achieved his aim, he had ended up bringing about a great loss to the inner academy. Hence, Xiao Yan's heart had been thinking of how to help the inner academy solve this problem. Although the so-called flame-gathering pot did indeed have a large effect, Xiao Yan, being the owner of the fallen heart flame, he clearly knew that the remnant heart flame was ultimately a separate body and would not be as powerful as the actual fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan slowly pushed open the heavy metal door. While the door emitted a creaking sound, hot air immediately swept out like a swarm of bees, as though it had been sealed for a countless number of years. Su Qian extended his hand and gently waved it in front of him. He bitterly laughed, "Just this place alone is already so hot. I really don't dare to imagine just how frightening it is within the magma world. Are you certain you wish to train here?" Xiao Yan spread his hands and inhaled a deep breath of hot energy. His face revealed a satisfied expression as he smiled and said, "This kind of hot energy is what I need most." With that heavenly flame protecting my body, I need not fear an ordinary flame. First Elder, you can rest assured. You little monster. Su Qian shook his head and muttered when he heard this. After which, he slowly walked into the extremely spacious final level of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Xiao Yan followed behind as he slowly entered. This bottom space of the tower did not have much light. A faint bright red color filled its interior. The light originated from the middle of the room where the light radiated from a deep hole that was around 100 feet in size. That bright red glow was just like a light pillar that extended out, expelling the darkness in this area. Xiao Yan and Su Qian walked to the deep hole. As they came closer, the surrounding air became hotter. The fire affinity energy contained within also became increasingly pure and violent. When the footsteps of the two people paused at the deep hole in the middle, a hot energy that came pouncing over nearly caused Su Qian to feel a slight searing pain. He did not practice a fire affinity chi method. Hence, this kind of dense singular energy was not enjoyable to him. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath with all his might as he stood beside the hole. A wave of hot energy followed his nose and entered his body. Finally, it flowed within his body and caused him to swiftly become fiery hot. Xiao Yan did not know if it was an illusion, but the fallen heart flame within his body had appeared much more lively at this moment. Xiao Yan extended his head as his gaze swept over the interior of the deep hole. A bright redness entered his eyes. A hot aura spat out of the hole, appearing as lively as a volcano. There was still quite a long distance from the entrance to the magma, but even with such a gap the hot aura remained powerful without weakening. Studying the deep hole, Xiao Yan rolled his throat slightly. A joy that was difficult to hide was emitted from within his dark black eyes. This was definitely a training treasure ground for Xiao Yan. If he were able to train for a period of time in this place, his strength would significantly advance. Since you are confident that you can train here, I shall not stop you. Xian Lan will leave after a good period of time. Thus, you still have plenty of time to train. Hence, you need not be anxious, so take your time. Although one would decline if one does not advance when it came to training, one should do it according to one's capabilities. One will fail to achieve anything if one is too anxious. Su Qian smiled and spoke after seeing Xiao Yan's joyful manner. Yes. I will help you inform your second brother, the little fairy doctor, and the rest about the matter regarding your training in this place. I will also ask them not to worry. I will dispatch a few elders who practices fire affinity chi methods here later on. If any unexpected changes were to happen, they will be the first to be aware. Thank you very much, First Elder. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and nodded after knowing Su Qian would arrange everything properly. Su Qian waved his hand and said, "Why are you still so courteous to me? Now, you can enter and give it a try. I will help stand guard by the side for a moment. If any accident were to happen, you should send a signal and I will head down to rescue you." Xiao Yan once again nodded. His gaze immediately turned to the deep hole where one could not see an end. He inhaled a deep breath and clenched his teeth. Without hesitating, his body moved and leaped in. An exclamation was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth the instant he jumped into the deep hole. An instant earlier, he seemed to have faintly sensed an extremely faint, unknown summoning feeling from far below. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 897, Summoning. Chapter 897, Summoning. Hot, wild wind whistled past Xiao Yan's ears as his body fell down the hole. As he approached the underground magma world, the surrounding air also became much hotter. A faint jade-green flame flowed from Xiao Yan's body, isolating the high temperature of the outside world. His gaze stared at the pure red color below, and he gently inhaled a breath of air. A caution quietly rose within his heart. This kind of place was not one that was used to play. It was really dangerous here. It was definitely not wrong to be careful. The vague summoning feeling earlier continued for a short instant before it scattered and became invisible. This kind of strange scene caused Xiao Yan to wonder if it was an illusion. Xiao Yan continued down for a while before his eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of him was a magma world that was vast and seemed to be endless. The large bright red magma pool emitted a hot energy that caused one to feel asphyxia. Even though one was near it, the hot air caused one to have difficulty enduring on. Enormous bubbles surged out of the magma and appeared on the surface. Finally, they burst apart one at a time. Waves of hot air, accompanied by white smoke, spread from them. The vapor that originated from deep underground possessed a shocking heat and a smell that made one uncomfortable. It was rumored that this kind of vapor contained a kind of fire poison that would cause one quite a lot of trouble if one absorbed it into one's body. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart as his jade-like bone wings slowly spread from his back. The wings gently flapped and stabilized his body above the magma world. Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept around him as his body remained suspended in mid-air. This magma world was the same as it was when he had left it back then. It was deadly silent and did not contain the slightest hint of life aura. All it had was the slight reverberating sound of the magma bubble exploding, which caused this place to be even quieter. The magma was extremely viscous, so it would usually not form any magma waves. In any case, everything in this place gave one a silent feeling. If one were to live in this place for a long time, it was likely that one's character would become strange and withdrawn. It was fortunate that Xiao Yan had descended into a near-death state back then and had been unaware of the situation in the outside world. Otherwise, those few years would have been difficult to endure. Xiao Yan felt somewhat relieved when he thought of this. After an investigation in which he did not discover anything wrong, he finally flapped his bone wings and came to a spot beside the mountain wall. He drew his heavy Xian ruler and his wrist moved rapidly. Rock fragments flew and a 10-foot-large hole swiftly appeared in the tough mountain wall. Xiao Yan easily created a small cave where he could rest with the help of the high temperature of the glazed lotus flame. After doing all of this, Xiao Yan did not immediately land on the magma and practice the six-joint body flowing ruler. Instead, he sat down cross-legged within the mountain cave and gradually shut his eyes. After which, he entered his training state. Following Xiao Yan's entrance into his training condition, the surrounding space immediately began to intensely fluctuate. Bright red energy that could be seen with the naked eye surged in all directions. Finally, all of it fought to rush into Xiao Yan's body. The moment this bright red energy poured into Xiao Yan's body, his shut eyes were suddenly opened. A wild joy and solemnness flashed in them. The degree of energy that filled this place had far exceeded his expectations. However, the wild violence within the energy had also exceeded his expectations. If one absorbed too much of such energy, it was likely that it would affect one's character. Moreover, such influence was something that Xiao Yan could not accept even if he would obtain a training speed that far exceeded his usual speed. It is fortunate that I was prepared, Xiao Yan smiled after musing for a moment. He flicked his hand and a cluster of jade-green flames rose. Finally, the cluster completely covered his hand. Xiao Yan used his other hand to flick his finger when the flame appeared. A couple of items appeared in front of him. Finally, under his control, these items were left suspended in mid-air. These few items belonged to the category of medicinal ingredients and their bodies emitted some chillness. At one glance one could tell that these medicinal ingredients either contained ice-type or water-type energy. Xiao Yan's eyes gave a random glance before waving his hand. A couple of cold affinity medicinal ingredients landed into it. The current him was a genuine Tier 6 alchemist. If he were to refine an ordinary medicinal pill, he would be able to do it like Yao Lao, where he used his palm as a cauldron and refined the ingredients as he desired. Under the control of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the few kinds of cold affinity medicinal ingredients were swiftly refined. A cold, thick white liquid slowly surfaced. This time around, Xiao Yan was not refining a medicinal pill. Instead, the items were just things to help with one's training. It was just like some of the things Yao Lao had refined to help him train when he had first headed out back then. Hence, this did not consume too much time. After merely 10 minutes or so, the impurities within the pool of cold liquid were completely expelled. A crystal clear, cold liquid lingered within the flame. Xiao Yan flipped his hand and a small jade bottle appeared. After which, he tilted the bottle and some cold, bright red liquid blood flowed out. Finally, it fell into the flame and merged with the other cold liquid. Following the merger of the two, the color of the liquid also changed. After the grilling by the glazed lotus heart flame, a thick, pale white liquid was finally formed. Coldness radiated out of it, blocking the surrounding hot temperature. Seeing the successful refinement, the jade-green flame on Xiao Yan's hand also gradually scattered. He beckoned with his finger and the faint white, viscous liquid fell into a jade bottle. After completing this refinement, Xiao Yan swiftly removed his clothes and poured the cold liquid over his body, covering every inch of it. An ice-cold feeling immediately covered his body when the cold liquid was scattered over it. His originally fiery, hot skin swiftly turned ice-cold. Under that coldness, even Xiao Yan could not help but involuntarily shiver. After which, he once again crossed his legs and sat on the ground. While the chillness was still dense, he entered his training state. When Xiao Yan entered his training mode, the surrounding fire affinity energy immediately appeared to have been dragged as it surged toward Xiao Yan in all directions. This time around, the bright red substance-like energy would collide against the cold liquid that covered his body before it could make contact. The heat and coldness collided with each other, and the medicinal strength that was contained within the coldness swiftly resolved the wild violence within the hot energy. After which, a large amount of purified energy poured into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's mind looked at the hot energy that entered like a swarm. He sensed the weakened violence within. It was difficult to detect. Only then did he nod his head with satisfaction. After which, he controlled this enormous fire affinity energy and slowly circulated it through the flame mantra path. Finally, it was transformed into waves of powerful, pure Dou Qi that merged into Xiao Yan's body container that had been expanded greatly yesterday. The density of the fire affinity energy within the magma world gave Xiao Yan a nice surprise. Moreover, the wild violence within the energy was resolved by the cold liquid and he could absorb the energy without any fear. According to this speed, Xiao Yan had the confidence that he would once again break through to become a 6-star Dou Huan within 3 months. Xiao Yan's first training within the magma world did not last for long. Around an hour or so later, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were slowly opened. Some fiery heat flashed through his dark black eyes. A mouthful of hot air followed his throat before slowly being scattered. Xiao Yan tightened his fist slightly and sensed the filled feeling within his body. The corner of his mouth was involuntarily lifted into a faint smile. This place was indeed extremely suitable for him. He had merely trained for less than an hour, but he could vaguely sense the Dou Qi within his cells advancing. If this were to continue for a prolonged period of time, his advancement would definitely be quite frightening. However, the only flaw was that the atmosphere in this place was really too quiet. If he wanted to train for a long period of time, he had to be prepared for loneliness. Training was originally an extremely bitter matter. If one wanted to obtain a strength that an ordinary person had difficulty matching, one must put in an effort that others had difficulty reaching. There would never be strength that came for no reason in this world. This point was something that Xiao Yan, who experienced many things, had long learned. Hence, even though he knew that training in this place was extremely tough, he still chose to do it without hesitation. Xiao Yan finally began to practice the 6-joint body flowing ruler after familiarizing with the magma world for an entire day. The environment in this place was really perfect when it was used for training. The initial training was naturally the hardest. Since the 6-joint body flowing ruler was of a high class, it was difficult to practice. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan's training talent was unique. Additionally, he had the spiritual imprint within the scroll to teach him, allowing him to save quite a number of detours in his training. Hence, after bitterly training for a couple of days in the magma world and undergoing many dangers of the magma touching his body, he had gradually gained a simple understanding. He was already able to reach this stage when he displayed it. Although there was still a large distance to successfully mastering it, being able to reach such a level within a short few days was already extremely good. As long as Xiao Yan was given sufficient time, an initial mastery of the 6-joint body flowing ruler was not an impossible matter. The deathly quiet magma world was void of any concept of time. However, Xiao Yan also knew that it had been around 10 days since he had entered this place. He had gained quite a lot during these 10 days. Not only had his strength been firmly stabilized at the 5-star Dou Huang level, but he was even more familiar with the 6-joint body flowing ruler. Moreover, following this period of adaptation, Xiao Yan also became more and more comfortable with this magma world. After this adaptation, the mysterious summoning feeling that Xiao Yan had faintly sensed when he had arrived once again appeared. This time around, his senses were even clearer. After a careful investigation, he was surprised to realize that the summoning target seemed to be the fallen heart flame in his body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 898, Initial Mastery of the Ruler Technique. Chapter 898, Initial Mastery of the Ruler Technique. The bright red magma world was filled with a deadly silence. It seemed void of any traces of life. The vast, seemingly endless magma was just like a pool of still water that did not even form the slightest ripple. The quietness seemed to cover every single inch of this magma world. Bang! A low, deep sound suddenly appeared in this quiet magma world. Immediately, the viscous magma seemed to be stirred by something as it began to furiously rise and fall. An enormous magma fire wave whistled and rose before finally falling down, shooting out a magma flow in all directions while emitting a loud bang. A human figure stood on the magma under the whistling of the magma's fire wave. His body was naked and a layer of white, viscous liquid covered his exposed skin. At this moment, his hand was holding a large, heavy ruler while he danced swiftly. Numerous profound arcs formed. Following the dancing of the heavy ruler, a continuous ruler figure swiftly spread out and enshrouded his entire body. The magma that landed with a bang was swiftly being reflected aside when it made contact with the ruler figure that was like a dragnet. The ruler figures were dense as they danced, appearing to have superimposed on each other by an unknown number. They blocked the incoming magma flow without allowing it to enter. This dense defense really left one speechless. A heavy magma fire wave landed with a bang and shot out, forming a magma flow that permeated the air. After which, it slowly calmed down. The human figure who stood on the magma also panted heavily and slowly stopped the ruler figure's dancing. When the final ruler figure disappeared, it revealed a young man's face. This face was filled with some excitement and tiredness. It was Xiao Yan, who had entered the magma world to train. Xiao Yan's heavy ruler ceased dancing. He wiped the perspiration off his forehead. The kind of momentum needed when a 10-foot large magma wave smashed down was terrifying. It really forced one to focus all of one's attention. Otherwise, should that hot magma flow land on one's body, it was likely that one's flesh would immediately turn into grilled meat. Xiao Yan ceased his training. Only then did he sense the waves of numbness that were transmitted from his hand. He lowered his head and glanced at the heavy Xian ruler, only to see that it was covered with magma. The hot temperature followed the ruler's body and spread, causing his hand to be fiery hot. However, it was fortunate that this little temperature was not considered much of a problem to Xiao Yan. His gaze moved back to his body as he involuntarily frowned a little. One could see that Xiao Yan's body, which was covered with cold liquid, currently had quite a couple of bright red spots. Clearly, some of the magma wave had broke through an earlier. However, it was fortunate that there was the cold liquid cover that stopped it from causing too much harm to his body. Although there was no great harm, it also indicated that Xiao Yan's six-joint body-flowing ruler had not been successfully mastered. According to what was written on the scroll, someone who wanted to master the six-joint body-flowing ruler would at least have to be able to enter this magma wave as he pleased without even a little of the magma touching him. After all, when one were to fight with others in the future, the presence of any openings in one's defenses would not allow a couple of drops of magma to stealthily enter. Rather, it would be fatal. Dou Qi. The six-joint body-flowing ruler is indeed not as easy to practice as I expected. Xiao Yan shook his head and softly sighed. Of course, Xiao Yan, who was dissatisfied with this training speed of his, was unaware that being able to practice the six-joint body-flowing ruler to such an extent within these short 15 days was extremely difficult to achieve. Even with Xiao Yan's training talent, should he not have already used a heavy ruler to begin with, found the perfect training location, and had the teaching of the spiritual imprint, this would not have been possible. After all, regardless of how one put it, this was a D-class Dou skill. If one could master it so easily, it would appear somewhat childish. One could just guess this by thinking of just how much Xiao Yan has suffered in order to practice the D-class low-level flame-splitting tsunami. Xiao Yan returned the heavy ruler in his hand to his storage ring. His toes pressed on the magma and a pair of crystal-clear bone wings extended out. They were flapped and his body flashed above the magma, and flew to the cave on the mountain wall. It had already been half a month since Xiao Yan had entered this magma world. During this half a month, he had basically not taken even half a step out. He would only occasionally head to the hole and report to the elder, who was standing guard, in order to avoid them thinking that he had met some mishap below. Half a month of tireless training where food and sleep were forgotten might be bitter and lonely, but the effects were extremely obvious. Currently, the Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body was becoming increasingly rich. According to his senses, he had already gradually moved toward the level of a 6-star Dou Huang. Moreover, he did not know whether it was because of the fire affinity energy being exceptionally pure or what, but Xiao Yan had discovered that the Dou Qi within his body seemed to have become much hotter. Of course, he had also obtained the reward of becoming even more familiar with the six-joint body-flowing ruler. Although he currently could not be considered to have mastered it, at the very least he was much better now than when he had begun practicing it. Xiao Yan endured the waves of aches all over his body as he entered the cave. He immediately sat cross-legged and swiftly entered his training state. During this period of training, he had discovered that each time he practiced the six-joint body-flowing ruler, the absorption rate of his body would be exceptionally high. He could even faintly hear his cells, bones, veins, muscles, and his many organs emit waves of hungry voices when the powerful fire affinity energy entered his body. The advancement in his strength caused Xiao Yan to go through a kind of loneliness that was difficult to endure. Currently, he was about to head to the central plains where experts gathered, a place where dragons and tigers hid. It was not the Black Corner region, and it was not the Jiama Empire. In these two places, Xiao Yan might be able to rely on his current strength to survive. At that place, however, he would not be able to survive. Moreover, attempting to obtain the top 10 in the so-called pill gathering held by the Pill Tower was not an easy matter. After all, being the gold-plated alchemist gathering for the entire Dou Qi continent meant countless of medicine-refining geniuses would gather at the stage named Pill Gathering. Wanting to stand out from people who possessed shocking alchemist talent was impossible unless one had some genuine ability. Even though Xiao Yan's medicinal refining talent was outstanding, he did not dare to slight that pill gathering, where even Yao Lao had participated. This was Xiao Yan's greatest motivation, to endure the loneliness and go all out to raise his strength. After all, only by obtaining the 3000 burning flame would he be able to undo the demon poison spot within his body as well as rescue Yao Lao and his father. Xiao Yan's eyes, that contained a fatigue, once again became determined as these thoughts flashed in his heart. His eyes were slowly shut, and he continued the bitter training. There was no concept of time in the quiet magma world. However, Xiao Yan was able to clearly sense the growth of his strength. Moreover, the training of the six-joint body-flowing ruler had gradually fallen on a track. Everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. According to this speed, Xiao Yan would be able to charge to the 6th-star Dou Huang class within another 2 months. During this period of time, the unknown summoning intent also appeared even more frequently. This caused Xiao Yan to feel doubtful. Currently, he was certain that there was indeed some mysterious item deep within the magma calling to the fallen heart flame in his body. Although he was certain, Xiao Yan did not dare to act recklessly. This magma world might be completely silent, but Xiao Yan faintly felt a dangerous aura from within it. He had basically spent this period of time training in this area, afraid that he would be unable to flee should any unexpected change occur. Bang! The enormous magma fire wave heavily crashed down before finally carrying a loud noise that reverberated within this space. The naked Xiao Yan was standing within this fire wave. The heavy ruler in his hand danced while his face appeared solemn. Under the orbit of the profound dancing, a continuous ruler figure surfaced around his body. It appeared like a dragnet that completely wrapped around his body. The magma that came smashing over would be gently pushed aside by the force contained in the ruler's figure. Looking from a distance, it appeared as though there was a whirlpool being created by the ruler figure within the fire wave. The magma that scattered down would be shot aside when it made contact with the ruler figure whirlpool. The dense defense where even wind could not penetrate did indeed show something worthy of being praised. Xiao Yan, whose ruler was dancing within the fire wave, abruptly correlated his eyes. A soft cry erupted from the tip of his tongue and his hand suddenly paused on the heavy ruler. The heavy ruler vibrated swiftly the instant the ruler figure defense disappeared and a couple of after images appeared one after another. Raging flames. The cry resounded over the magma world. 2 400-foot-tall fire glows crossed each other as they exited the heavy ruler. They were like a somewhat crude ruler web that shot out. The powerful strength that erupted at that instant tore apart the heavy magma wave in front of it. Bang! The magma that shot in all directions suddenly fell, creating a great magma flow. Faint circular jade-green flames spread from Xiao Yan's body, blocking the magma flow. A joy surged into Xiao Yan's eyes as he faced this boiling magma. Being able to unleash the raging flame of the six-joint body-flowing ruler meant that he could be considered to have an initial mastery. This achievement was obtained in less than a month. Such speed was considered extremely fast. It was likely that even Xiao Yan himself had never expected this. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of hot air, parted his lips, and smiled. He was just about to return to the cave to rest when his expression suddenly changed. Almost instantly, he lowered his head in an abrupt manner and stared intently at the bottomless magma sea. Earlier, the deep region of the magma had emitted another summon. Moreover, the summoning strength this time around was stronger than any other time. Below, just what is there? Why is it able to cause the fallen heart flame to react so much? Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. His expression also changed a little. He had become full of curiosity because of the unknown summoning during this period of time. However, he was unwilling to randomly investigate due to his cautiousness. Today, however, he was somewhat interested. Perhaps, there would be some unexpected things below. This time, he shall take the risk once. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 899, Mysterious Bones. Chapter 899, Mysterious Bones. The hesitation in Xiao Yan's eyes slowly disappeared after Xiao Yan made a decision in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the endless magma. A sullenness flashed onto his face. He was uncertain about just how deep this underground magma was. One must possess an unusually powerful strength if one wanted to enter deep within it. This was because there was a great pressure from the already hot magma, something that an ordinary expert would not be able to endure. According to his prediction, one must require at least the strength of a Dou Zone class if one wanted to enter the bottom of this magma. An ordinary Dou Huang or someone without powerful Dou Qi would likely have their fortune hang in the balance if they were to head down. Of course, Xiao Yan was an exception. This was the place where the fallen heart flame was born. With him being the current owner of the fallen heart flame, it would be much easier for him to move about. Xiao Yan waved his hand as he stood on the magma while deep in thought. The heavy Xian ruler once again appeared in his hand. After which, he swung his sleeve and the heavy ruler transformed into a black-colored figure that shot out. Finally, it smashed violently into the wall. The powerful strength caused the heavy ruler to penetrate a couple of feet into the mountain wall. Xiao Yan had added a thread of spiritual strength to the heavy ruler. This would be his signpost. His sight under the magma would be extremely blurry. No one knew if it was deep or shallow. The magma was also extremely dense. Moreover, its size was incomparably vast. If one were to randomly explore it, who knew exactly how one would return to the surface of the magma? Under chaos, one might travel increasingly further from the signpost. Even if anything went wrong, Xiao Yan would be able to quickly and accurately find a route and save his life. After doing all of this, Xiao Yan finally relaxed. He inhaled a breath of air as a jade-green flame slowly surged out. Finally, it wrapped all around his body. From a distance, it was as though he was a cluster of burning jade-green flames. Splash! Xiao Yan ceased feeling any hesitation after the flame completely surrounded his body. He entered the viscous magma. Waves of bubbles rose and swiftly exploded. After which, the seemingly endless magma world once again descended into a deathly silence. Only the black ruler on the mountain wall remained. Emitting a faint vague glow, it appeared much like a street lamp. The hot temperature and the pressure immediately surged from all directions after Xiao Yan entered the magma world. It was as though it wanted to squeeze Xiao Yan into meat paste. However, after powerful Dou Qi poured out of his body, the resistance from the outside world became much weaker. Xiao Yan's body paused for a moment before he carefully looked once around him. When he did not discover anything, he finally let out a soft sigh in his heart. He flicked his finger and a wisp of invisible flame slowly curled and rose from his fingertip. The appearance of this wisp of flame suddenly caused the place to become hot and bright. After which, the flame shifted slightly before aiming at a deep region of magma. Finally, it actually began to swiftly fall without control. This sudden, unexpected change caused Xiao Yan to be slightly startled. His eyes changed before he clenched his fist, moved his body, and swiftly followed it. It seemed that the deep parts of the magma did have something that was summoning the fallen heart flame. What caused Xiao Yan to feel doubtful, however, was the reason for him not having such a feeling when he captured the flame back then. Xiao Yan's body turned into a jade-green fire figure that carried some doubt in its heart. He became like a fish entering the sea as he penetrated the viscous magma. An invisible flame was visible a couple of meters in front of him, acting like a guide. Xiao Yan knew very little about this magma sea. The only thing that he knew was that this place seemed to be the place where the fallen heart flame was born. He was completely unaware about whether this magma sea possessed anything. Of course, it was likely that even First Elder Su Qian did not have much of an understanding regarding this magma field hidden under the inner academy. In the past, this place was the residence of the fallen heart flame. The inner academy's experts were thinking of all ways to seal the hole in order to avoid it breaking the seal and escaping. Hence, it was natural that no one would take the initiative to enter it. After Xiao Yan had subdued the fallen heart flame, First Elder Su Qian had come down here once. However, after seeing this endless magma, he turned around and left with some fear. After all, he was not Xiao Yan. Although he possessed the strength of someone at the Dou Zone class, he still appeared exceptionally small when faced with this kind of underground magma world that had been formed by nature after a countless number of years. Hence, he could only stay his exploration mindset as he swiftly left. Therefore, no one was able to give Xiao Yan any information regarding this magma world. He would have to rely on himself. The vast magma was bright red. The swiftly descending jade-green fire figure within this bright red magma world appeared to be exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Yan's face within the jade-green flame was tensed. His eyes were filled with a solemnness. It had been nearly 20 minutes since he had begun his descent. However, the ball of fallen heart flame in front of him still continued to descend. It did not show the slightest hint of stopping. This caused Xiao Yan to be afraid of feeling relaxed in his heart. Due to him descending deeper and deeper, the surrounding pressure had also become more and more frightening. If not for the help of the glazed lotus heart flame, it was definitely impossible for Xiao Yan to endure to this point with just his 5-star Do Huang strength. Even though this was the case, the situation was still pessimistic. Maneuvering the glazed lotus heart flame also required quite a great amount of Dou Qi. The fire affinity energy within the magma might be extremely dense, but it was difficult for it to replenish this kind of exhaustion on a large scale. Although this might greatly slow down the Dou Qi exhaustion, it was only a matter of time before it was completely exhausted. Moreover, Xiao Yan still had to save sufficient Dou Qi to return to the surface. Xiao Yan glanced at the swiftly flying fallen heart flame while numerous thoughts flashed through his heart. He involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of air. This time around, he seemed to have been a little rash. If he was not careful in this kind of dangerous place, it was likely that he would meet the miserable fate of death. Xiao Yan raised his head. All that entered his eyes was a crimson-red color. This kind of feeling, where everything around him was the same, would have likely caused Xiao Yan to lose his sense of direction a long time ago if he had not placed a spiritual imprint on the heavy Xian ruler before he entered the magma. If one lost one's direction in this kind of magma world, he would undoubtedly end up dying. Ugh! A soft sigh was emitted as a faint thread of horror surged from deep within his heart. Something unknown was the most frightening. Faced with this endless magma world, even Xiao Yan, who possessed the fallen heart flame, felt a kind of helplessness. The soft sound slowly sounded. Just when Xiao Yan had determined a final time limit in his heart, the swiftly flying fallen heart flame gradually slowed down. Xiao Yan braced his attention when he saw the scene. His heart became increasingly cautious as his eyes carefully weighed his surroundings. This place remained a bright red world. It did not appear to be the end of the magma sea. This was because there was still dark red magma under Xiao Yan's feet. If one were to look carefully, one would faintly see a dark blackness within it that caused one to be afraid. It would never allow anyone to know just what thing existed at the end of it. Xiao Yan swept his gaze around and some doubt was involuntarily revealed within his eyes. Not the slightest bit of unusualness was present in this place. Could it be the unknown summoning was emitted from this place? While Xiao Yan was in doubt, the cluster of fallen heart flame in front of Xiao Yan floated slowly. After which, a faint fiery glow scattered down from it. This fire glow was like a lamppost that shone on the magma not far away. Immediately, a strange scene appeared. One could only see that the magma was actually wiggling. After which, a transparent light circle that emitted a faint glow surfaced from the magma swirl. This sudden change had caused the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body to be maneuvered on top of causing him to be surprised. He had already decided that he would immediately turn around and flee if any sudden change occurred. A person who was able to create such a mysterious scene within the magma was definitely not someone whom he could contend with. Fleeing was the most rational choice. Xiao Yan's anxious gaze studied the scene below as though he were facing a great enemy. The faint transparent light circle had completely appeared within the magma. Xiao Yan's gaze had also swept over it at the first opportunity. Due to the light circle being transparent, it did not hinder Xiao Yan's gaze. However, when his gaze swept over, it immediately caused Xiao Yan to be stunned. His eyes was filled with shock and disbelief. This was because there was nothing within the light circle other than a body that had long been turned into a skeleton. The size of the skeleton was massive. Due to it always being surrounded by magma, the bones were completely white and emitted a faint glow. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be shocked was not the bones but a flame that was drifting on top of them. The flame was transparent, appearing much like an invisible item. 1 to 2 fire seedlings would occasionally leap out. The surrounding magma seemed to be extremely afraid of it. Once the fire seedling expanded and shrank, a circular whiteness formed around the bones. Other people might feel that this thing was somewhat foreign, but Xiao Yan was unusually familiar with it. That was because this flame was the fallen heart flame. Moreover, Xiao Yan could tell from a glance that the transparent flame within the light circle was not some heart flame. Instead, it was a genuine fallen heart flame. In other words, the thing that had appeared in front of Xiao Yan was actually another fallen heart flame? At this moment, Xiao Yan's mind involuntarily felt giddy. How could the same place possess two of the same heavenly flame? Moreover, who did that mysterious skeleton belong to? Various mysteries surged in Xiao Yan's head, causing it to become a cluster of paste. Just when he was at a loss, all of the goosebumps on his body suddenly stood on end because a hot wind was shooting toward him in a strange manner. There was actually another person present in this magma world that was void of any life? At this instant, even the skin on Xiao Yan's head involuntarily became numb. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 900, Magma's Living Creatures. Chapter 900, Magma's Living Creatures. The hot breeze arrived suddenly. At the crucial moment, Xiao Yan displayed his somewhat frightening retaliation strength. One could see a silver glow flashing under his feet as his body twisted into a strange arc and the breeze passed by just above Xiao Yan's shoulder. The hot wind caused a fiery pain to be transmitted from his shoulder. Xiao Yan's body trembled after dodging the attack. He swiftly withdrew. While doing so, he turned his body around, and he looked in the direction where the wind originated. His face once again became stunned. There was an enormous 10-meter red-colored figure swimming within the magma. Its color was similar to that of the surrounding magma. If one did not observe carefully, it would be difficult to discover it. Moreover, the crimson body was covered with red scales, and its 5-foot-long red scaly tail swung slightly. The red figure stood with both legs, but its legs were unusually large. Its head was also rounded and covered with tiny scales. A pair of tiny eyes emitted a faint fierceness. Its large mouth was parted slightly, revealing densely packed sharp teeth. From the appearance of this thing, it seemed that it was a lizard that could walk on two legs. From its outer appearance, this mysterious red-colored figure was clearly not a human. Instead, it was a kind of mysterious living being. Xiao Yan was completely unaware of just what kind of living creature it was, since he had never seen anything that could live in magma in the past. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after discovering that the other party was not a human. However, he did not release the cautiousness within his heart. He had not sensed even the slightest aura during this journey. Yet, this mysterious living creature had unleashed an attack at him without him even sensing it. Clearly, it was quite strong. Moreover, the latter had the home ground advantage. If Xiao Yan did not act carefully, he might really end up failing when he least expected to. GG. While Xiao Yan's eyes were staring intently at the magma creature, it was also fiercely staring at him. Both parties faced each other for a moment before the fierce glow within the eyes of the magma creature suddenly surged. An ear-piercing cry was emitted from its mouth. After which, it swung its tail and a sharp beast claw parted the magma, shooting straight toward Xiao Yan. You are seeking death. Xiao Yan's eyes turned slightly cold as he saw the magma creature charging over once again. He suddenly waved his sleeves and a jade-green Dou Qi pillar spat out of his palm. After which, it violently smashed into the magma creature, forcing it to withdraw over 10 meters. Only then did it hiss and stabilize its body. However, after being taught an initial lesson, a crimson, wild violence immediately surged into the eyes of this magma creature. It widened its large mouth that was covered with sharp teeth, and the surrounding magma immediately flowed in swiftly. Finally, it transformed into a foot-long magma ball that launched at Xiao Yan like a cannonball. Humph. Killing intent surged within Xiao Yan's heart when he saw that this thing was going to continue pestering him. He widened his palm before suddenly clenching it. One could see the magma fireball swiftly shooting over. Then, its speed was reduced before it finally turned into a pile of magma that split apart when it was still a couple of meters from Xiao Yan. It returned to the magma sea around it. The mysterious magma being became furious after seeing that Xiao Yan had once again resolved its attack. It repeatedly emitted a GG sound from its large mouth before widening and closing it. Numerous head-sized magma balls were swiftly spat out and repeatedly shot at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's body flashed in a ghost-like manner as he dodged the magma balls one at a time. When he realized that the magma being was able to spit out an unceasing number of powerful magma balls, he frowned. The silver glow on his feet flickered and his body carried a magma ripple that appeared behind the magma being in a lightning-like manner. He curled his fingers and his hand formed a blade-like form and violently inserted it into the chest of the magma being. Although the scales of this magma being were extremely hard, Xiao Yan's hand blade, which became sharper than a knife under the stimulation of his Dou Qi, easily penetrated its chest after a mere instant. The eyes of the magma being struggled intensely after suffering this fatal blow. A fierceness flashed appeared in its eyes. Immediately a sharp GG sound was repeatedly emitted from his mouth. Finally, it spread swiftly within the magma like waves of water. The GG sound continued for a moment before it gradually weakened. The life within the magma being's eyes also swiftly scattered. Xiao Yan coldly looked at this gradually stiffening magma being before he slowly withdrew his hand. His feet were about to withdraw from the body of the magma being when a thought suddenly passed through his heart. He fiddled with the interior of the body with his hand. When he finally withdrew it, there was a bright red bead in it. Xiao Yan's hand was void of even the slightest amount of fresh blood after being withdrawn from the body of the magma being. All it had was a kind of grease. The bright red bead flickered and emitted a faint hotness. Xiao Yan studied this bright red bead somewhat curious. Surprise immediately flashed across his eyes. He discovered that there seemed to be a powerful fire affinity energy contained within the bead. This kind of energy was even purer than the energy that he could absorb from the magma world. Moreover, the quantity was also quite significant. Xiao Yan would have to at least train for 2 days in order to absorb a similar amount of energy compared to what lay within this small bead. This should be something that is similar to the monster core within a magical beast. However, this thing is a rarely seen tonic for a person who practices fire affinity energy. Unfortunately, its energy is far too wild and violent and cannot be consumed directly. Otherwise, it would be similar to some high-tier medicinal pill. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with surprise. If others intended to absorb this thing, they would have to use other things to resolve the wild violence within. However, it was not too much trouble for Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame. Hence, he could consume and absorb this thing. However, what caused him to feel somewhat regretful was that there was only one of this bead. The effect of it would not be too great. All he would accomplish was a loss of a couple days' worth of training. Xiao Yan sighed regretfully. He held the bright red bead in his hand as his gaze once again shot into that transparent light circle. However, his expression suddenly changed. His gaze was immediately thrown to the west of the bright red magma. An intense commotion had suddenly been transmitted from that direction. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the area where the magma ripple originated. Dou Qi within his body was ready to move. His face was solemn. This magma world was indeed filled with danger. The bright red magma swiftly rippled. A moment later, Xiao Yan's eyes shrank abruptly. He could see a large group of red-colored figures behind the magma. They were just like a group of fish that came swarming over. Numerous eyes that contained a fierceness as well as mouths filled with large teeth caused the skin on Xiao Yan's head to become numb. Indeed, there was not only one of the damn lizard person. Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand and the fallen heart flame suspended above his head was withdrawn into his body. A powerful jade-green flame surged out of Xiao Yan. He would have difficulty escaping from those fire lizard people. Hence, he could only go all out and battle them. Within a couple of short blinks, 100 red-colored figures flashed and rushed over before finally surrounding Xiao Yan. Their eyes were fierce and violent as they stared intently at the bright red bead in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan swiftly stored the bead in his storage ring in front of the focus of so many fire lizard eyes. It seemed that these fellows had been summoned by the lizard person from earlier just before it died. It was unexpected that there was such a large number of beings living under this magma that Xiao Yan had not noticed in the past. The jade-green flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body became denser while his eyes revealed a cautiousness as they slowly swept over the lizard people. These lizard people seemed to be quite afraid of the glazed lotus heart flame. Hence, they merely surrounded Xiao Yan but did not immediately charge forward to tear him into pieces. This stalemate did not last for very long before it was broken by the unwillingness of the fire lizard people. Their eyes were bright red while a sharp ear-piercing GG sound was emitted from their mouths. Finally, they parted the magma and charged at Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. Xiao Yan's expression changed a little as many lizard people surrounded and attacked him. His hands tightened. Sharp palm winds that carried some heat were formed as he attacked, making intense ripples within the magma. These attacks smashed precisely into the many red-colored figures that came charging over. There were many of these lizard people. Moreover, they knew how to control the strength of the magma. Even if an ordinary expert at the peak of the Dou Qi class were to be surrounded by them, they would be extremely miserable. However, they were not a large threat to Xiao Yan. Each time his palm wind shot out, a hidden force would shatter a lizard person. Hence, there were nearly 20 lizard people who had died to Xiao Yan's hands after exchanging blows for only a couple of minutes. GG. With an increasing number of fire lizard people being killed by Xiao Yan's hands, the remaining lizard people finally understood just how strong the person in front of them was. However, they did not retreat because of this. Instead, more ear-piercing sonic waves began to be swiftly transmitted from their mouths. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly in the face of the action of these fellows. From the scene earlier, he naturally understood that these fellows were summoning their companions. With his current strength, it was indeed not too difficult to deal with over 100 snake people. However, if there were thousands or even more of them, it was likely that the unlucky one would end up being him. Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his teeth as this thought flashed across his heart. He did not bother with the transparent light barrier anymore. His body moved and fled up. Just when his body had moved for over 10 meters away, an intense ripple was transmitted from above the magma. Immediately, Xiao Yan saw red-colored figures appearing in his sight. Moreover, the thing that caused Xiao Yan's heart to sink was that there was an exceptionally large lizard person at the front of the many red-colored figures. Even Xiao Yan felt some faint pressure when facing this lizard person. Clearly, the strength of this big fellow had far exceeded that of the ordinary lizard people. It is troublesome this time around. Xiao Yan could only stop his body, inhale a deep breath of air, and mutter as he watched the large group of fire lizard people heading over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.